The Lord's Empire Chapter 3000 to Chapter 3088. Book 1, Chapter 457, Battle Formation. Zhao Fu had no choice but to make a sacrifice. The night breeze blew gently in the starry night sky. The green bamboos in the courtyard swayed gently and made rustling sounds, accompanied by some strange sounds. Shimin Luoli glared at Zhao Fu, who was in the courtyard, before returning to her room. Thinking about the scene from before, Shimin Luoli felt quite restless. She lay on her bed and prepared to sleep, but the scene from before still appeared in her mind. Shimin Luoli's face became red. After an hour, Shimin Luoli still did not feel sleepy and was still thinking about what had just happened. At that moment, Zhao Fu quietly walked in. The sky was turning white, and the crisp cries of birds could be heard outside the window. Shimin Luoli rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu and said, "It's already morning, why aren't you going back?" Zhao Fu looked at Shimin Luoli in his embrace and said, "Can't I go back later?" Shimin Luoli said angrily, "I knew that you didn't have good intentions. You were so against me planting the restriction in your body, you're just a playboy. It's a pity that my two daughters were tricked by you." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Don't say that, I treated them sincerely and will not let them down." "Of course, I will not let you down." Shimin Luoli's expression warmed up and she felt quite happy. She said softly, "Hurry up and go back, I don't want my two daughters to know about this." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded, "Then we'll see each other tomorrow night?" Shimin Luoli's face became red but she still nodded. Zhao Fu worked hard for a few more days and stealthily took Shimin Luoli's command medallion. Shimin Luoli had not discovered this, as there were many Alliance Master command medallions. After obtaining one Alliance Master command medallion, Zhao Fu thought about how to obtain a second one. At that moment, a fiery figure and beautiful woman wearing a fiery palace dress came to Shimin Mei's house. She was called Shimin Mei and was one of the Alliance Masters. Seeing her, Shimin Luoli knew that Shimin Mei was up to no good and asked, "Why did you suddenly come to my house?" Shimin Mei said with a smile, "Can't I come if there's nothing?" Shimin Luoli smiled and said, "I don't believe that you would come here for no reason. Speak, what is it?" Shimin Mei smiled as she said, "It's nothing much. I just heard that a devastatingly beautiful man came to your place, so I came to see if he's as exaggerated as the rumors say." Shimin Luoli warned, "He's my son-in-law. You can't mess around." After saying this, Shimin Luoli thought back to the scenes of the past few days, and her face blushed. His heart was also beating faster. Shimin Mei smiled and said, "Don't worry. I just came to take a look." Shimin Luoli then called Zhao Fu over. When Shimin Mei saw Zhao Fu walk in, she was completely dumbfounded, and a blush appeared on her face. She had never thought that there would be such a handsome man in this world. Zhao Fu was a little puzzled. Why was he looking for her? Shimin Luoli introduced, "She's the 6th Alliance Master, Shimin Mei." Zhao Fu bowed and said, "I pay my respects to the Alliance Master." At that moment, Shimin Mei came back to her senses and grabbed Zhao Fu's hands as she passionately said to Zhao Fu, "There's no need to be so courteous. Luoli and I have a good relationship, and I watched Ziming and Ziqing grow up. In the future, we'll all be family." Seeing Shimin Mei passionately look at him, Zhao Fu understood what she was thinking. However, on the surface, Zhao Fu still acted like a gentleman. Shimin Luoli could not take it anymore and called out, "Shimin Mei." Shimin Mei reluctantly let go of Zhao Fu and smiled as she said, "I've lived for so long, but it's the first time I've seen someone as handsome as you. Where are you from?" Zhao Fu replied, "I grew up without parents and wandered everywhere. Fortunately, I met Ziqing and Ziming, which was how I came to the Western Alliance." Shimin Mei said with a pitiful expression, "You're so pitiful. Don't be afraid. In the future, I'll take care of you. In the future, you can call me Auntie." Hearing this, Zhao Fu looked at Shimin Luoli. Shimin Luoli thought that she would be of help to Zhao Fu, and seeing that Zhao Fu wanted to ask her for her opinion, she felt quite at ease with Zhao Fu and nodded. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Auntie." Shimin Mei happily smiled as she said, all right. When will you come to my place to play?" At that moment, Shimin Luoli said, "Zijuan has things to do here and can't go to your place." Shimin Mei said disappointedly, "All right then. If you have time in the future, you can come to my place to play, I'll welcome you anytime." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. After chatting for a while, Ximen Mei saw that she could not see Zhao Fu, so she left for now. At noon, Ximen Luoli said that she had things to do, and Zhao Fu wanted to take this opportunity to ask about the other alliance masters so that he could collect command medallions. However, not too long after he came out, a figure appeared beside Zhao Fu and grabbed Zhao Fu before disappearing. Facing this power, Zhao Fu could not resist at all, which meant that this person was incredibly powerful and was at least a higher being. Zhao Fu was thrown onto a patch of grass, and before he could react, a figure leapt over. The sun set. Ximen Mei gave a pleased smile as she hugged Zhao Fu and said, "You've given me such a pleasant surprise. Not only are you so good-looking, but you're also quite talented in this area. I love you to death." Zhao Fu pretended to be sad as he said, "I'm letting down Ziming and Ziqing." Ximen Mei lightly laughed as she said, "What's so good about those sisters? Do they know how to take care of men? Are they any better than me? I'll give you whatever you want. Moreover, as long as you and I don't say anything, how will they know?" Zhao Fu looked as if this was the only way. Ximen Mei hooked up Zhao Fu's chin and smiled as she said, "In the future, when I call for you, come out and keep me company." Zhao Fu nodded and asked, "I want one of your command medallions, would you be able to give it to me?" Ximen Mei did not even think as she took out a command medallion and smiled as she said, "Here." Zhao Fu smiled in delight as he said, "Thank you." Ximen Mei smiled as she said, "In the future, listen to me. Let alone a command medallion, I'll even give you something precious." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Got it." Ximen Mei said, "All right, it's getting late. Hurry and go back in case Ximen Luoli discovers something. If she finds out about me and you, she'll definitely come to settle the score with me." Zhao Fu nodded. The two of them left as if nothing had happened. Zhao Fu looked at the command medallion in his hand. This was his second command medallion, and he was 10 more command medallions away from opening the treasury. He felt that it would be quite easy. After returning to their residence, Ximen Luoli did not discover anything. Siemens Meng felt quite curious and asked Zhao Fu where he had been and why she did not see Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu gave a random reason and started to plan to obtain other command medallions. Book 1, Chapter 458. Another 2 days passed, and Zhao Fu took the ready-faced Niu Chun to do something. Niu Hu ran over and called out, "Wife, have you forgiven me?" Niu Hu thought that Niu Chun would forgive him after such a long time, but Niu Chun looked at him and said somewhat angrily, "Why are you still here? Didn't I say that it had nothing to do with you?" After 2 days, Niu Chun and Zhao Fu became even closer, and they would often talk when they had nothing to do. Niu Hu said with a sad face, "Wife, I was really wrong. Please forgive me this time, okay?" Niu Chun did not want to bother with Niu Hu anymore, so she pulled Zhao Fu's hand and said, "Let's go." Seeing this, Niu Hu pointed at Zhao Fu and shouted angrily, "Who is this man?" Niu Chun lightly snorted, "It's none of your business who he is. Anyway, I will definitely not be with you. You should be happier without me around, and you can do whatever you want." After saying this, Niu Chun pulled Zhao Fu and walked to the side. Niu Hu stood there and cried. At that moment, he felt that his wife was really not coming back. Thinking of this, Niu Hu felt sad and regretful, and in the end, he could only leave. Niu Chun blushed as she looked at Zhao Fu. This was the first time that she had acted so intimately in front of everyone. Previously, they had always been sneaky. Zhao Fu smiled as he looked at Niu Chun, which made Niu Chun feel somewhat sweet. After walking for a while, Niu Chun asked, "Where are we going?" Zhao Fu said, "I want to take you for a walk." Actually, Zhao Fu's true goal was to take this opportunity to gather information about the other alliance masters and find a way to obtain the token. Niu Chun said with a red face, "Aren't you afraid that Ziming and Ziqing will find out?" Zhao Fu lightly laughed and said, "If they find out, then so be it. I think it's time for our relationship to be made public." Niu Chun said with a red face, "No, I'm afraid that I won't be able to face them in the future." Zhao Fu chuckled and said, "Whatever." At this moment, a nobleman with a few beautiful women blocked in front of Zhao Fu. He stared at Niu Chun, who was beside Zhao Fu, and said with a smile, "I've never played with a woman from the Empyrean Ox Beast race before. Name a price." "Just once will do." Niu Chun said with a cold face, "Get lost." The young master was not angry and lightly laughed as he said, "You might not know who I am, but I am the son of the Third Alliance master. My name is Xianxia, and I believe that every woman has a price. As long as I can afford it, you will naturally agree. If I cannot afford it, you will not agree. You're a venerated longhorn bull. Tell me your price, and I'll do my best to satisfy you." Niao Chen shouted angrily, "Are you going to scram or not?" Niao Chen said as he prepared to attack. Zhao Fu pulled her back and asked with a smile, "What's your price?" Xianxia looked at Zhao Fu and asked, "Who are you to her? Can you make the decision for her?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "She's my woman, so of course I can make the decision." Hearing Zhao Fu acknowledge her, Niao Chen felt somewhat happy in her heart. At the same time, she looked at Zhao Fu in confusion and did not know what Zhao Fu wanted to do. Xianxia smiled and said, "What do you want? Wealth, treasures, power, and status?" Zhao Fu said, "I want the Third Alliance Master's command token." Xianxia lightly laughed and said, "Just this? Are you sure? I don't think it's worth it. She's from the Empyrean Ox Beast clan, and her bloodline should be at the half-sage level." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "As long as you give me the command token, I'll give her to you. I think it's worth it." Hearing these words, Niao Chen did not feel angry. She did not believe that Zhao Fu would give her away like that. Xianxia smiled and said, "All right, but I don't have it right now. Can you come back with me?" Zhao Fu nodded. The group arrived at Xianxia's luxurious and spacious home. A voluptuous and beautiful woman walked out and looked at Xianxia strangely as she said, "Why did you come back so quickly?" Xianxia smiled and said, "Didn't I miss you?" The woman's face turned red. She was Xianxia's cousin-in-law, and her name was Xianlian. She rolled her eyes at Xianxia but did not get angry. It was evident that their relationship was not simple. At that moment, Xianlian turned to look at Zhao Fu behind her and was instantly attracted by Zhao Fu. She looked enchanted and her face became red. Xianxia did not mind. He had paid a great price to obtain Xianlian, but he wanted Niao Chen even more. He had a plan in his heart, a plan to obtain Niao Chen forever. Xianlian came back to her senses and asked embarrassedly, "This is?" Xianxia smiled and said, "This is a friend of mine, I brought him to my place to play." Xianlian looked at Zhao Fu and said, "Oh." Xianxia smiled and said to Zhao Fu, "Let's go." Zhao Fu nodded. They came to a living room, and Xianxia smiled and said, "Wait here for a while, I'll be back soon." Zhao Fu and Niao Chen sat on chairs. Xianxia had people bring over some tea and desserts. Zhao Fu waited where he was, thinking about how to deal with this matter. Niao Chen looked around and did not do anything as she sat on a chair. Xianlian smiled as she sat next to Zhao Fu and said, "Sir, please have some tea." Niao Chen felt quite uncomfortable looking at Xianlian. She did not like women like this, they were obviously fickle and frivolous. Zhao Fu nodded and drank a mouthful of tea. He found that there was something off about this tea. It had a stimulating effect, and it was quite powerful. Even higher beings might not be able to resist it. However, with Zhao Fu's terrifying constitution, he was almost immune to this kind of medicine. Zhao Fu did not know what Xianxia was planning, so he pretended to be drowsy. His face was completely red. Seeing Zhao Fu act like this, Xianlian gave a happy smile. Niao Chen felt quite startled and cried out, "What did you do to him?" Xianlian flirtatiously smiled as she said, "He's mine now, and you won't be able to escape either." Just as Xianlian finished speaking, Niao Chen's face immediately became bright red and she felt powerless. She looked at the tea and desserts and immediately understood what was going on. However, it was too late, and her body powerlessly fell to the ground. Xianlian smiled as she said, "It's done, come in." Xianxia smiled as he walked in. Looking at the peerlessly beautiful Niao Chen, he evilly laughed as he said, "How could one time be enough for such an exquisite beauty? I want to have her forever, ha ha ha." Xianlian laughed as she said, "She's yours, so this man is mine." Xianxia looked at Xianlian and lightly laughed as he said, "I paid a great price to obtain you in the past, why are you throwing yourself into my arms?" Xianlian looked at Zhao Fu and said, "I've never seen such a perfect man before. I like him a lot and want to have him." Xianxia smiled as he said, "All right, take him away." However, you have to cripple his cultivation and make it so that he can never cultivate again. I don't want anything to go wrong. Book 1, Chapter 459, Death. Shimin Lian nodded, I naturally know this. After all, this is not a glorious thing, and they seem to have simple backgrounds. Shimin Qing looked at Niu Chen, who was writhing on the ground, and said, I think it's worth it to take such a big risk to obtain such an exquisite beauty. Niu Chen had already lost consciousness. At that moment, Shimin Qing said, bring her to my room. The beautiful women beside him prepared to go up and carry Niu Chen to Shimin Qing's room. Suddenly, a powerful evil power flowed out, and many pale white roots grew out of the ground. Shimin Qing and Shimin Lian felt quite startled, and before they could react, their bodies were bound by the roots. Shimin Qing stared at Zhao Fu in shock as he asked, how is this possible? He had used celestial domain bewitching water, which was said to be effective against celestials and was incredibly precious. If it wasn't for Niu Chen being so tempting, he might not have used such a precious thing. Zhao Fu lightly laughed and said, this thing has no effect on me. Shimin Qing hurriedly said, I can give you the command medallion, and I don't want her. Can you let me go this time? Shimin Lian's face was pale as she said, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have listened to him. However, I like you too much, so I did this. Zhao Fu looked at her and said, I like you too. This caused Shimin Lian to feel quite startled. The pale white roots loosened, and Zhao Fu hugged Shimin Lian. Shimin Lian looked quite happy as she hugged Zhao Fu and said coquettishly, why didn't you say so earlier? I was so scared. Zhao Fu smiled and said, if I had said so earlier, I wouldn't have been able to catch you. Seeing this, Shimin Qing hurriedly smiled and said, I apologize for what happened before. My cousin-in-law is yours from now on. Zhao Fu looked at Shimin Qing and said, but I won't let you off either. Shimin Qing felt quite startled. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand, and a wave of evil gray energy and blood-red energy continuously flowed into Shimin Qing's body. Shimin Qing struggled in terror, but he gradually stopped moving. Shimin Lian looked at Zhao Fu and asked, what did you do to him? He's the Third Alliance Master's son. If something happens to her son, the consequences will be dire. Zhao Fu chuckled and said, you don't have to worry about this. Looking at Zhao Fu's confident expression, Shimin Lian smiled and nodded, A few beautiful women who were tied up by the side pleaded, Sir, can you let us go? We are all pitiful women who were harmed by Shimin Qing. Zhao Fu chuckled and said, that depends on your performance. With that, Zhao Fu let go of them. After an unknown amount of time, Niu Chen woke up with a start. Seeing that she was not wearing any clothes, her heart was in pain, and tears were about to flow out. When she turned her head to the side, she breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Fu was hugging a group of women and lying on the side. Among them was Shimin Lian and the 4 beautiful women beside Shimin Qing. Niu Chen was a little angry and pinched Zhao Fu's arm. Wake up. Zhao Fu opened his eyes and smiled as he asked Niu Chen, what's wrong? Niu Chen rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu and asked, what happened when I fainted? Zhao Fu smiled and said, nothing happened. I just successfully counterattacked and subdued Shimin Qing. Niu Chen looked at the women beside Zhao Fu and asked with jealousy, what's wrong with them? Zhao Fu helplessly smiled and explained, you should understand the effects of that medicine. Niu Chen's face turned red, I won't blame you this time. What do we plan to do next? Zhao Fu said, since you're awake, let's leave this place. Niu Chen asked, what are you going to do with Shimin Qing? Zhao Fu smiled and said, don't worry about it, I'll handle it. Niu Chen trusted Zhao Fu and lightly nodded. Following this, the two of them walked out of Shimin Qing's house and returned to Shimin Luoli's house, as if nothing had happened. A tall woman with a cold face and a serious and old-fashioned temperament returned. She was Shimin Qing's mother, Shimin Yan. Just as Shimin Yan returned, she cried and said to Shimin Lian, something happened to Lil Qing. Shimin Yan slightly frowned and asked, what happened? Shimin Lian said, after Lil Qing went out today, he fainted. I don't know what happened and I couldn't wake him up. Shimin Yan said, take me to him. Shimin Lian brought Shimin Yan to the room, and Shimin Yan saw her son lying on the bed with a pained expression. Shimin Yan hurriedly went up to take a look and grabbed Shimin Qing's hand. She sent a wave of power into it, and she felt a blood-red tree monster pouncing towards her. Xi Minyan felt quite startled and quickly retracted her hand. Xi Minlian asked concernedly, "What's wrong?" Right now, she was actually quite worried because she knew that Xi Minyan's power was simply too great. It was possible that she could remove the restriction that Zhao Fu had left in Xi Minqing's body. If the restriction was removed, the matter between her and Zhao Fu would be exposed. Xi Minyan said with a serious expression, "There's an extremely terrifying power within Lil Qing's body, and it's that power that caused Lil Qing to be in so much pain that he fainted." Xi Minlian asked, "Auntie, do you have a way to deal with it?" Xi Minyan said, "Seriously, I'm not sure, but this power is extremely terrifying. I can only give it a try." Xi Minlian inwardly let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that Zhao Fu was quite capable to make things so difficult for Xi Minyan. She said worriedly, "Auntie, hurry and give it a try." Xi Minyan nodded her head. Xi Minyan stretched out a hand and placed it on Xi Minqing's head, and a powerful power was released. A purple power spread out and continuously flowed into Xi Minqing's body. After this power flowed into Xi Minqing's body, it flowed towards the tree monster within Xi Minqing's body, wanting to destroy it. Boom, a muffled explosion sounded out as the tree monster was easily killed, turning into countless traces of gray aura and dissipating. It was dealt with so easily? Xi Minyan's expression was quite strange and she retracted her hand. However, in the next second, Xi Minqing screamed miserably, as if something was about to drill out. It was a pale white rhizome. Xi Minyan's expression fell and she once again placed her hand on Xi Minqing's head, sending a wave of power into it. She found that the tree monster had become much larger than before, as if it had fused with Xi Minqing's life force. If she attacked the tree monster, Xi Minqing would also die. What kind of power is this? Xi Minyan looked quite confused. Even with Xi Minyan's great power, she was unable to get rid of this power. After all, this was a fusion of Zhao Fu's abyss flower and evil immortal's power, as well as a trace of source blood. This made it so that Xi Minyan's power was useless. Unless she could obtain source energy or source blood, she would not be able to get rid of that power. Book 1, Chapter 460, Battle. Xi Minyan's expression was quite unsightly as she said, "Where did little Qing go today?" Xi Minlian said, "I'm not sure." The four beautiful women beside Xi Minqing said, "Sir didn't go there, he just walked around and came back." Xi Minlian asked caringly, "Auntie, do you have a way to save little Qing?" Xi Minyan shook her head, "No, the power within little Qing's body is extremely strange and terrifying. It's a high-level power that I control. It seems that little Qing offended someone he shouldn't have." Xi Minlian completely relaxed and asked, "Auntie, what do you plan to do?" Xi Minyan sighed as she said, "I don't know either." Arg. At that moment, a pitiful cry sounded out as Xi Minqing struggled in pain. Xi Minyan's heart ached, but she was powerless to help, making her feel quite terrible. Suddenly, a little bird made of paper flew in and stopped in front of Xi Minyan. Xi Minyan's expression was cold as she looked at the little bird. She knew that it had to do with her son, so she took the little bird and opened it. On it was written, "If you want your son to be fine, seal your cultivation and come to the east side of the lake." Looking at these words, Xi Minyan let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, there was a way to resolve this. According to the agreement, Xi Minyan came to the agreed place. The lake was calm, and there were many green willow trees by the shore. An ordinary-looking young man walked over and smiled as he said, "You're here." Xi Minyan said coldly, "What's your goal?" The young man smiled as he said, "It was your son who offended me first, so I taught him a lesson." Xi Minyan said, "Then what will it take for you to let my son go?" The young man gave a trace of an evil smile as he walked over to Xi Minyan. Xi Minyan's expression was cold as she watched the young man walk over to her side. He suddenly acted, and a powerful energy locked the young man in place. Xi Minyan said coldly, "As long as you let my son go, I'll let you go." The young man calmly smiled as he said, "You broke the agreement, aren't you afraid that I'll do something to your son?" Xi Minyan coldly laughed as she said, "I can already sense the power within your body, you're the one who left the power within my son's body." The young man had a strange smile on his face as he looked straight at Xi Minyan. His body began to transform into countless pieces of flesh and blood. The young man's voice rang out in the surroundings. Looks like I'm going to teach you a lesson. Ximen Yan was startled. Don't, I'll promise you anything. At this moment, Ximen Yan finally felt the strangeness of this man. Her strength was actually unable to catch that man, and now, she could only agree to that man's request. The young man said, "First, seal your power." Ximen Yan immediately sealed her own power. Even if she wanted to break the seal, she would need a period of time. The youth continued, "Cover your eyes with a piece of cloth." Hearing this, Ximen Yan took out a white cloth and covered her eyes. She said coldly, "What else do you want?" Clang clang, 2 sounds of chains rang out, pulling Ximen Yan's fair hands upwards. Ximen Yan also saw a person appear behind her. After a few hours, Ximen Yan powerlessly fell to the ground and said coldly, "Can you let my son go now?" Zhao Fu handed a pill to Ximen Yan and said, "This pill can alleviate your son's pain. Come here again tomorrow, just like before." Ximen Yan said angrily, "Don't go too far." Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and pinched Ximen Yan's chin as he said, "So what if I go too far? Your son asked for it. If you don't behave yourself, I won't even give you this pill." Ximen Yan hurriedly said, "Don't, give me the pill and I'll listen to you." Zhao Fu satisfyingly handed the pill to Ximen Yan. After Ximen Yan took it, Zhao Fu disappeared. After a while, Ximen Yan pulled off the cloth that covered her eyes. Seeing that there was no one around, the night wind caused her to feel a trace of coldness. Ximen Yan coldly harumphed, took the pill, and left. After returning home, Ximen Lian looked at Ximen Yan's rosy face and flirtatious temperament. She inwardly smiled, knowing that this old-fashioned and strict aunt of hers had been ravaged by that person. Ximen Yan did not say anything and went to Ximen Qing's room. Seeing her son's pained expression, she immediately took out the pill and fed it to Ximen Qing. Ximen Qing immediately felt less pain and fell into a deep sleep. Seeing this, Ximen Yan let out a sigh of relief. Thinking about today's matters, Ximen Yan felt quite complicated, and she felt somewhat humiliated. Zhao Fu returned to Ximen Luoli's home with a smile on his face. He took Ximen Yan's storage ring, which contained not only the command medallion that Zhao Fu wanted, but also all sorts of treasures. In order to prevent his plan from being leaked and Ximen Yan not guessing that he wanted the command medallion, Zhao Fu had taken away her storage ring. The next day, Ximen Yan returned to her original place and sealed her power. She covered her eyes with a white cloth, and the sound of 2 chains rang out, binding her hands. Zhao Fu smiled as he appeared behind her. 2 hours later, Zhao Fu ravaged Ximen Yan as he asked, "I want to know about the other alliance masters." Ximen Yan's expression changed, "Your goal isn't just me?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Of course." Ximen Yan said furiously, "I won't betray the alliance. If you have the ability, kill me now. After seeing you like this, I don't want to live anymore." Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "Is that so? But your body doesn't think that way." After another 3 hours, Zhao Fu received information about the other alliance masters. He looked at Ximen Yan who was lying on the ground powerlessly and stretched out a hand as he said, "Here, this is the pill for your son today. Come again tomorrow." Ximen Yan took the pill from Zhao Fu and did not say anything. On the 3rd day, Ximen Yan came again. Zhao Fu did not say anything, and after ravaging her, he handed her a crystal bottle. And said, "Put this in the 7th, 8th, and 9th alliance master's tea." Ximen Yan gasped as she asked, "What is this?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "This is something I obtained from your son." Ximen Yan felt quite startled, "Celestial domain spirit confusion water?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Mem." Ximen Yan directly said, "No, I definitely won't agree." Zhao Fu gave a bad smile as he said, "If you don't agree, not only will your son die in pain, but I'll also make your matters public. I'll also tell them that you betrayed them. Let's see what you'll do then." Ximen Yan said furiously, "You're despicable and shameless." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I'm just like that. If you were obedient, none of this would have happened." Volume 1, Chapter 461, Chaos. Zhao Fu threw the crystal bottle to Ximen Yan. There was not much celestial domain bewitching spirit water left, and it was only enough for 3 people. As such, Zhao Fu decided to target the 78 to 9 alliance master. According to the information he had, the 3 of them had the best relationship and often played together, making it convenient for him to target them. With Ximen Yan's help, things would be much simpler. Ximen Yan was also thinking about how to deal with them. She did not want to expose herself, nor did she want the three alliance masters to know that she had done this. In a place where flowers were blooming, three couples were playing and laughing. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful, making people feel quite envious. She was called Ximen Tian, and she had a graceful figure and a sweet-looking face. She was wearing a pink dress, and she happily plucked flowers and made a garland of flowers to wear on her head. Next to her was a white-clothed, elegant-looking man called Dong Fangqin. He was originally from the Eastern Alliance and had joined the Western Alliance because he had fallen in love with Ximen Tian. Dong Fangqin laughed exaggeratedly as he said, "Wife, you're so pretty." Ximen Tian's face became red and she said sweetly, "I'll make one for you too." A tall man called Ku Luo smiled as he said to a beautiful woman with a bewitching figure, "Wife, I want you to make one for me too." The woman was called Ximen Mei, and she was the 7th Alliance Master. She rolled her eyes at Ku Luo and said, "If you want one, make one yourself." Ku Luo laughed as he said, "Look, 9th sister made one." Ximen Mei breathed out and said, "Forget it, I'll make one for you too." Ku Luo went up and hugged Ximen Mei as he said, "Thank you, wife." Ximen Mei's face became slightly red and she gave a trace of a smile. The last couple was a man and a woman with a scholarly aura. The man was called Shu Luo and the woman was called Ximenshi. The two of them walked at the back and gave faint smiles as they admired the beautiful scenery around them. At that moment, just as Ximen Tian was about to pluck a flower, the flower gave off a white aura. Ximen Tian breathed it in, causing her body to become powerless. Dong Fangqin looked quite surprised and asked, "What is it, wife?" Ximen Tian said powerlessly, "Just then, I breathed in a white aura and felt that I had no strength at all." Dong Fangqin's face changed, and he quickly checked Ximen Tian's body. "Not good, my wife has been poisoned by a strange poison." Hearing that, the others also walked over. Ximen Mei said, "Let me take a look." As the leader of the alliance, Ximen Mei was much stronger than Dong Fangqin. Ximen Mei placed one hand on Ximen Tian, and Ximen Tian immediately emitted a white aura that drilled into Ximen Mei's body. The speed was so fast that no one could react. Ximen Mei's body also became powerless, and she said with a panicked expression, "We've fallen into a trap, hurry and leave." Boom, a huge explosion sounded out, and the entire flower field emitted countless rainbow-colored auras, surging towards everyone like a tide. The sound was extremely shocking. Everyone hurriedly used their power to defend and unleashed a massive defensive barrier to protect everyone. The rainbow-colored aura continuously attacked the defensive barrier, causing it to tremble. Ximenshir's complexion changed. "There is an array formation here. Hurry up and inform the other alliance masters. I will stay here to protect them." Ku Luo cried out, "I will not abandon my wife." Ximen Mei looked incredibly moved. Only in times of crisis could one see true feelings. Shu Luo looked around and said seriously, "I'm afraid that with our strength, we will not be able to escape from here." Dong Fangqin nodded. "If we rush out, we will immediately be submerged by these auras. I think it's better for 8th sister to call for help. The three of us will stay here." Ximenshi nodded. "You must hold on, I will be back soon." Shu Luo gently reminded her, "Wife, you should be careful too." Ximenshi smiled and nodded. She did not waste any time and turned into a ray of light as she flew to the side. Countless rainbow-colored auras flowed towards her, but Ximenshi unleashed a defensive barrier, blocking them. Ximenshir's expression was quite serious. She did not know what had happened, but for the alliance masters to be in danger, it was definitely something big, and she had to hurry back. Suddenly, a white aura ignored Ximenshir's defensive barrier and directly drilled into her body. Ximenshir's expression changed and she fell from the air, her body's power disappearing. Ximen Yan appeared in the distance and sighed. This time, her target was the three alliance masters, but she never thought that their men would also come out. As such, she could only change her plans. Ximen Yan looked at the defensive barrier that the three men were bitterly defending and stretched out a hand. A massive wave of shocking power slammed against the barrier, immediately shattering it. Countless rainbow-colored auras flowed into the three men's bodies, causing them to quickly fall unconscious. After doing this, Ximen Yan guiltily looked at the three alliance masters before turning into a ray of light and disappearing. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile as he appeared next to Ximenshi. Ximenshi had completely fallen unconscious, and Zhao Fu squatted down and picked her up. He came to the three alliance masters' side and gave an evil smile. One day later, the three women slowly woke up and sensed something. Their expressions changed as they sat up from the ground. Looking at their current appearances, their faces were incredibly pale. Ximen cried out furiously, "It's that bastard, I'm going to kill him." Ximen Tian cried out softly. Ximenshi sighed and said, "Don't cry so loudly, you're just trying to wake up our men and let them see what we look like." Ximen said angrily, "I just want to chop that bastard into pieces and let him taste all kinds of pain." Ximenshi said, "But we don't know who that man is, but I vaguely remember being humiliated by that man." Hearing this, some scenes appeared in the other two's minds, and they felt that they had been humiliated. Ximen Tian was even more heartbroken, she felt that she had betrayed Dongfang Qin. Ximen gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. At this moment, Ximenshi said, "Did your storage rings disappear?" The two nodded. Ximenshi thought for a moment, "Although we lost some things and were humiliated by that bastard, fortunately, we and our men were not harmed. If that person wanted to kill us, we would not have been able to resist at all. Since things have already happened, let's just let it go." Ximen said coldly, "I can't let this matter go. I must find that guy and make him regret being born in this world." Ximen Tian said aggrievedly, "I don't know how to face my husband in the future." Ximenshi fell silent, not knowing what to do next. Book 1, Chapter 462, Book 2. After a while, Dongfang Qin and the other two woke up and looked at Ximen and the others as they asked, "What happened?" Ximen said with a gloomy expression, "Nothing." Ku Luo frowned, "Did eighth sister call someone to save us?" Ximenshi thought about it, "I didn't, the formation was suddenly lifted, so I came back to save everyone." Dongfang Qin smiled as he said, "It's good that nothing happened. Let's go back." Everyone nodded. At night, the moonlight was like water, and Ximenshi sat in front of the window, looking a bit melancholic. Xu Luo asked in concern, "What's wrong?" Ximenshi looked at Xu Luo and wondered if she should tell her husband about this. If he knew, he would definitely feel bad. Even though he would not abandon her, there would still be a big gap between them. Ximenshi shook her head. Xu Luo smiled as he said, "Don't think too much, go to sleep." Ximenshi forced a smile and said, "Okay, I got it. You should go to bed early." In another room, Ku Luo smiled as he hugged Ximen from behind and said ambiguously, "Wife, we should sleep." Ximen struggled free and said, "Go to sleep." Ku Luo asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Ximen felt estranged, and thinking about how she had been humiliated next to her husband, she could not face Ku Luo. Ximen said, "It's nothing, I'm just a bit unhappy." Ku Luo smiled as he went up and hugged Ximen, "Then husband will let you be happy." Ximen immediately struggled free and said angrily, "I told you to go to sleep, didn't you hear me?" Ku Luo looked at Ximen, not knowing what was going on. Didn't Ximen usually like this? Seeing that Ximen was really angry, Ku Luo could only obediently go to sleep. Ximen Tian sat by herself in the courtyard, feeling sad, and she hid from Dongfang Qin. Suddenly, 3 paper birds flew in front of the 3 of them, and the 3 of them took them apart and said, "Come to the flower field today, or I'll make this public." The paper turned into countless motes of light and spread out, and an image appeared in the air. It was the scene of the 3 of them being humiliated. Ximen looked furious and immediately ran out, wanting to chop that person to pieces. Ximenshi frowned, this person was truly a scumbag. During the day, he insulted them, and at night, he called them over, and even used this kind of despicable and shameless method. Ximen Tian looked at the scene and immediately waved her hand, afraid that she would be discovered. The 3 of them came to the beautiful but humiliating flower field. Ximen looked around, wanting to find that bastard. At this moment, a voice rang out from the void. He sealed his cultivation base and covered his eyes with a piece of cloth. Ximen angrily cursed, "Damn bastard, come out. This old lady will definitely kill you." 10 Mei, 4 of them, 4 Qin, 4 of 7, Mei, Qin said. Shimen Shi, Tian Mei Shi, Shimen Shi. Shi, Shimen Luo Tian, Shi, 1 Shi, Shimen Shi and Shimen, Mei Shimen Tian, on the other hand, did not have her own opinion. The voice laughed as it said, all right, I'll be going now. I'll announce this matter and let everyone in the outer world know. I'm sure that many people will be interested to see how the Western Alliance's 3 alliance masters are. Shimen Mei said, wait, what do you want? The voice laughed as it said, I already said to seal your cultivation and cover your eyes with a cloth. Shimen Mei said furiously, stop dreaming, I won't listen to you. The voice laughed as it said, all right, I'll teach you a lesson. You should be clear about my strength, I'll kill you 3 men right now. In actuality, Zhao Fu had wanted to control the 3 men like he had Shimen Qing, but he found that he could not because their cultivations were much higher than Zhao Fu's. As such, he could only use this method to threaten them. The 3 of them did not know his true strength or identity. Hearing this, the 3 women's expressions fell. Thinking about how Zhao Fu had easily subdued them, killing them would be quite easy, and killing their men would be even easier. Zhao Fu said, I'm going. Don't blame me. Shimen Mei suppressed her anger and said, no, I'll listen to you. Shimen Mei sighed, feeling quite helpless. The 3 of them sealed their cultivations and covered their eyes with a cloth, feeling quite uneasy about what would happen next. A figure appeared in front of them and lifted Shimen Mei's chin. Shimen Mei angrily slapped that hand away and cursed, damned scum, don't touch me. That figure then hugged Shimen Mei in his arms. The night passed. The 3 women lay among the flowers and blankly looked at the sky. They had been ravaged by that bastard Zhao Fu for an entire night. Shimen Mei, who had been furious, thought back to everything that had happened that night and did not know what to do. Shimen Mei said, we should go back. Shimen Tian asked, what should we do in the future? Shimen Mei said sadly, I'm afraid that we won't be able to escape from his clutches in the future. What happened last night will happen again, I think that our fate has come to an end. Shimen Tian said with a look of surprise, is that really the case? Shimen Mei replied, yes, I love my husband very much, but I don't want to keep hurting him like this, and it's also to protect him. Shimen Tian thought about it, I also love my husband very much. It seems that I also have to choose to separate from him. Shimen Mei said coldly, I must find that bastard. Shimen Mei did not say anything and said softly, I'm leaving. 3 pieces of news quickly spread. The 3 alliance leaders had chosen to divorce their husbands together, causing everyone to speculate and discuss what had happened. Dong Fangqin looked at Shimen Tian with a pained expression and asked, I'll ask you one last time, do you really want to divorce me? Shimen Tian's face tensed up and she nodded, feeling very uncomfortable in her heart. Dong Fangqin did not say anything and turned to leave. Shimen Tian could not help but lie on the bed and cry bitterly. Ku Luo looked at Shimen Mei and begged, wife, did I do something wrong? I'll change it right away, I don't want to be separated from you. A tall man like Ku Luo begging a woman was quite unexpected. Shimen Mei said with a cold expression, scram, I don't like you anymore. Now, Shimen Mei felt very pained in her heart and hated that bastard. It was all his fault. In the end, Ku Luo begged a few times, but seeing that Shimen Mei had already given up on him, he could only choose to leave and come back after a while. Book 1, Chapter 463, Death. Shilua didn't say anything. When Xianxia said, let's separate. When Xianxia said that she had made up her mind, nothing he said would be of any use. Xianxia sat by the side and watched as Xu Luo packed his things and left, silently crying. Next to the willow tree, Shimen Yan's hands were bound by chains, and as she was ravaged by Zhao Fu, she said, are you happy now? Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, Shimen Yan said furiously, you're a scum. Zhao Fu laughed as he said, that's right, I'm a scum. What right do you have to do this to me? Shimen Yan coldly harumphed and ignored Zhao Fu. However, Zhao Fu asked, are you saying that I'm going to make a move against that alliance master? Shimen Yan said coldly, just what is your goal? Zhao Fu laughed as he said, just think about it and you'll understand. It's very simple, I want to subdue the 12 alliance masters. Shimen Yan said coldly, stop dreaming if you want to control the Western Alliance. If you really want to do something that harms the Western Alliance, I won't let you off even if I die. I won't listen to you just because of my son. Zhao Fu smiled as he comforted, don't worry, I won't do those things. I can promise that. Xi Minyan let out a sigh of relief, that was not what she wanted to see. Zhao Fu continued to ask, which alliance master is easy to deal with? If I succeed, I won't lose out on you. Can't you feel that your constitution is quickly becoming stronger? Xi Minyan indeed felt that her constitution was quickly becoming stronger over the past few days, causing her power to increase. Her cultivation also started to loosen, and she was about to break through to a higher realm. Xi Minyan's expression eased as she said, I feel that Alliance Master Xi Minhua is easy to deal with. Right now, what she cares about the most is her little brother, you can deal with her the same way you dealt with me. Zhao Fu laughed as he said, thank you. Following this, Zhao Fu went to find the fifth Alliance Master. Her little brother was around 10 years old and was quite handsome. However, it wasn't easy to make a move on him. That was because there was a kind of energy protecting his body. This energy was connected to Xi Minhua. Not only did it give the young man protection, it also gave the young man great power. The youth's name was Xi Minming. With Zhao Fu's current strength, it was possible that he would not be able to deal with Xi Minming. As such, he called Xi Minyan over and planned to have her deal with Xi Minming. Xi Minyan did not refuse. Instead, she reminded, if she makes a move against Xi Minming, Xi Minhua will sense it immediately. We will need Zhao Fu to lure Xi Minhua away. Actually, Xi Minyan just wanted to teach Zhao Fu a lesson and let her vent the resentment in her heart. Zhao Fu didn't think too much and agreed. At this time, a graceful woman with a cold face was about to walk away when a paper bird flew to her side. Xi Minhua felt quite startled and stretched out her hand to take a look. Something big has happened in the Western Alliance. If you want to know more, go to Clear Lake. There was also an Alliance medallion's mark on it, which meant that the person who had sent her the message was an Alliance Master. Xi Minhua's expression was quite serious, she did not know what it was, but it was definitely not a small matter. As such, she decided to take a look. After coming to Clear Lake, Xi Minhua saw an ordinary-looking man who was not the Alliance Master. She asked curiously, are you looking for me? The young man nodded. Xi Minhua asked, something big has happened in the Western Alliance? The young man smiled as he said, you'll know soon. Xi Minyan hid her aura and came to Xi Minming's side. With her strength, dealing with Xi Minming was incredibly easy, and a wave of energy locked down Xi Minming, not giving him any time to react. Xi Minhua immediately sensed it and hurriedly flew to the side without hesitation. She had been with her little brother since she was young, and her little brother was the thing that she cared about the most in the world. However, by the time she reached there, Xi Minyan had already brought Xi Minming to Zhao Fu's side. Looking at the ordinary-looking young man in front of her, Xi Minyan felt quite disappointed. She understood that this young man was a puppet that Zhao Fu had created, and she wanted to see for herself what the man who had always ravaged her looked like. Zhao Fu looked at Xi Minyan and smiled as he said, you can leave now. Xi Minyan threw down the unconscious Xi Minming. She knew what would happen next and turned to leave. Zhao Fu squatted down and sent a wave of energy into Xi Minming's body, waking him up. Xi Minhua immediately sensed this and turned into a ray of light as she returned and said coldly, let go of my little brother. Zhao Fu evilly laughed as he said, seal your cultivation and cover your eyes, otherwise, I'll kill your little brother. Xi Minming struggled and said, what are you doing? Big sis, don't agree to him. Xi Minhua did not say anything and suddenly appeared behind Zhao Fu. Her palm contained a massive wave of power as it pierced through Zhao Fu's body, causing Zhao Fu to directly fall to the ground, dead. Xi Minhua let out a sigh of relief and smiled as she said, little brother, are you all right? Xi Minming still had not reacted, he had never thought that his big sister would deal with that person so quickly. Just as he was about to speak, his expression changed. Arg! An intense cry of pain came from Xi Minming's mouth, and he felt as if something was about to come out of his body. Xi Minhua felt quite startled and hurriedly hugged her little brother, sending a wave of energy into him. However, not only was it useless, but Xi Minming felt even more pain. At that moment, Zhao Fu's corpse laughed as it said, this is the consequence of not listening to me. Xi Minhua said coldly, just what do you want? Zhao Fu laughed as he said, just obediently do as I said before. Shimin Nua said coldly, first, don't let my little brother suffer like this. Zhao Fu laughed as he said, sure. Shimin Ming fainted, and his expression of pain eased. Seeing this, Shimin Nua felt at ease, and she coldly looked at Zhao Fu as she sealed her power and took out a rainbow-colored cloth to cover her eyes. What do you want? Zhao Fu laughed as he said, you'll find out soon. Clang, clang, 2 more sounds of chains rang out, and 2 more chains shot out from the void, binding Shimin Nua's hands and pulling her up. At the same time, Zhao Fu's main body appeared from the void. After an unknown period of time, Shimin Ming woke up, and he looked at his big sister, whose face was flushed red, and asked, Big sister, are you all right? Did that person do anything? Seeing that her little brother was fine, Shimin Nua lightly smiled as she said, no. Even though such a humiliating thing had just happened, seeing that her little brother was fine, Shimin Nua felt that it was all worth it. Shimin Ming smiled as he said, oh. I'm sorry, big sister, I've caused you trouble again. Shimin Nua smiled as she said, it's fine, let's go back. Shimin Ming nodded and turned to look at the messy surroundings, feeling quite strange. Shimin Nua's face became red as she said, little brother, let's hurry up and go. Shimin Ming did not think too much about it, and he smiled as he nodded. Book 1, Chapter 464 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlols 123 Zhao Fu smiled as he looked at the storage ring in his hand. Out of the 12 Alliance Masters, only the 1st, 2nd, 10th, 11th and 12th Alliance Masters were left. As long as he obtained their tokens, he would be able to open the treasury. At night, the bright moon hung in the sky. Beside the clear lake, Zhao Fu laughed as he ravaged Shimin Yan, you did well. Shimin Yan lightly snorted, how many Alliance Masters have you harmed? Zhao Fu smiled and said, now there are 5 left. I also want to know who will be easier to deal with next. Shimin Yan asked, which 5? Zhao Fu replied, the 1st Alliance Master, 2nd Alliance Master, 10th Alliance Master, 11th Alliance Master, and 12th Alliance Master. Shimin Yan asked doubtfully, I can understand that Shimin Mei would be easy to deal with, but Shimin Luoli looks like a decent woman. When did you manage to get your hands on her? Zhao Fu smiled and said, you don't have to worry about that. Shimin Yan did not ask any further. In any case, she felt that Zhao Fu was a despicable and shameless person who was capable of doing anything. Shimin Yan said, the most difficult ones to deal with are the 1st and 2nd Alliance Masters. The last 3 are easier. As for what method you use, it's up to you. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded, all right, I'll be leaving then. Shimin Yan said in surprise, so fast? Zhao Fu smiled and said, didn't I accompany you for 3 hours? I'll go and play with Shimin Mei and her sisters. Shimin Yan's face turned slightly red, hurry up and scram. It's as if I need you. Zhao Fu laughed and left. Shimin Yan sensed that Zhao Fu had left. She took off the cloth covering her eyes and packed up before leaving the place. On the ground, Shimin Mei and the other 2 women stood there with their eyes covered. Zhao Fu smiled and said, you guys did well today. Zhao Fu was referring to the divorce between the 3 of them and her husband. Shimin Mei cursed, damn bastard, it's all because of you. Now, I really want to chop you up and feed you to the dogs. Zhao Fu said with a smile, I'll teach you a lesson soon. As usual, Zhao Fu ravaged them while asking about the alliance leader to see if they had any good ideas. Only then did the 3 of them realize that they weren't the only ones who had been victimized. The other alliance leaders had also been victimized, perhaps even earlier than them. Shimin Mei said angrily, does that mean that the alliance master also participated in the previous incident? Zhao Fu said with a smile, yes, that's right. Otherwise, I wouldn't have succeeded so easily. Shimin sure asked, who is that person? Is it one or several? Zhao Fu said, I don't know about that. Now is the time for you to show your abilities. Otherwise, don't blame me. Shimin Mei angrily scolded, you scum. Zhao Fu said with a smile, then what do you think we're doing? Shimin Mei's face was filled with shame and indignation, and she did not say anything. Shimin sure said, what benefits do we get from helping you? Can you stop torturing us like this? Zhao Fu directly said, it's impossible for me to let you off. As for the benefits, aren't I giving them to you now? Xianxia's face became slightly red as she said, all right. I can tell you. Xianmei said anxiously, eighth sister, you can't really be thinking of helping him, right? Xianxia lightly sighed, what else can we do if we don't help him? Tian said shyly, even though he's a bad person, if we don't stop, we'll definitely be tortured by him. Perhaps even our husband will be in danger. Xianmei lightly harumphed and did not say anything else. Xianxia said, in the alliance, apart from being on good terms with 7th sister and 9th sister, I'm also on good terms with the 10th alliance master, Qingzhu. We both love to read, and she's crazy about it. If you can obtain her book collection, she'll listen to you. Zhao smiled as he said, thank you. I'll reward you later. Xianxia's face became red as she said, you can't harm her, that's my request. Zhao suddenly said seriously, don't worry. I didn't harm you, and I didn't intend to harm anyone. Xianmei cursed, you bastard, you caused us to become like this, and you still haven't harmed us? Do you have any shame? Zhao laughed. After dealing with Xianmei and the other 2 women, Zhao went to find the 10th alliance master. She had long, black hair and wore a white dress. She had a graceful figure and gave off an incredibly cold aura, and she sat in the courtyard, completely focused on reading a book in her hands. She was the 10th alliance master, Qingzhu. Zhao did a simple search of her information and found that her most precious book collection was in the hidden book pavilion that she had built. The hidden book pavilion was also protected by an extremely powerful formation. Zhao planned to use the evil celestial's ability to see if he could stealthily sneak in. If he could not, he would call the other alliance masters to come and break this formation. Zhao stood in front of a 9-story wooden building, and his body started to become illusory as if he had fused into nothingness and flowed towards the wooden building. A powerful energy blocked in front of Zhao, making it impossible for Zhao to get close. Zhao was not surprised, and his body turned into countless tiny nothingness bugs that gnawed at that energy. After spending most of the day, Zhao had gnawed out a fist-sized hole, but this was enough for Zhao to enter. After entering, Zhao did not hide himself and revealed his body. He pushed open the wooden building's door, and he saw rows of bookshelves with all sorts of books on them. This made Zhao feel quite surprised. Not long after Zhao entered, Qingzhu hurried over. She saw an ordinary-looking man appear in her hidden book pavilion. Qingzhu said coldly, I don't care who you are. Please come out of my hidden book pavilion now. Zhao smiled and said, I won't come out. Qingzhu was somewhat angry, but she held it in because she was worried that she would damage the books. She said, what do you want? Zhao smiled and said, I don't want anything. Now, seal your cultivation and cover your eyes with a cloth. Qingzhu said coldly, I won't agree to that. Zhao said threateningly, I've also set up a small restriction here. With a wave of my hand, all the books here will be burned. After Zhao finished speaking, balls of flames appeared in the surrounding void, and a wave of heat spread out. Qingzhu hurriedly said, don't, I agree. Zhao smiled and looked at Qingzhu. He used a green cloth to cover his eyes and sealed his cultivation. Qingzhu said, now that I agree to your request, can you remove that restriction? Zhao smiled and said, as long as you listen to me, I will definitely remove that restriction. Volume 1, Chapter 465, Chapter 465. Qingzhu said coldly, what else do you want? Zhao smirked as he walked towards Qingzhu. One day later, Zhao was lying on the 9th floor of the wooden building, holding a book in his hands. Qingzhu lay in Zhao embrace weakly, his eyes still blindfolded. Qingzhu had collected many books, and he did not lack some extremely rare ancient books. The book that Zhao was reading was related to the origin skeleton. This book could not be seen from the outside, and Zhao had not expected that Qingzhu would collect it. According to the ancient books, the origin skeleton was Zhao's corpse, and it was also recorded that the heaven's treasure was called the primal chaos origin mirror. It was a spiritual artifact nurtured by the heavens and earth, and it had an extremely vast origin power. It could give people primal chaos origin power and ensure that their souls would never be destroyed. Zhao was pleasantly surprised. After so long, I finally know what the bronze mirror is, as well as its uses and origins. It is not strange for one to obtain primal chaos origin power. The bronze mirror itself can give people primal chaos origin power. This primal chaos origin power is not weaker than the primal chaos origin power that the origin race controls. If it is used by the origin race, the primal chaos power in their bodies will rapidly increase. There are no side effects or restrictions, so it is a rather precious artifact to the origin race. After reading this book, Xiaofu put it away. It might be useful in the future. Xiaofu smiled at Shimin Qingzhu, who was in his arms, and said, I never thought that you would still be a virgin after being the Alliance Master for so long. Am I your first man? Shimin Qingzhu said coldly, I don't admit it. Xiaofu smiled and asked, why? Shimin Qingzhu said angrily, you have the cheek to ask me why? Xiaofu said with a chuckle, why can't I ask? I am indeed your first man. Shimin Qingzhu said, you used such a despicable method to obtain me. Now, I want to kill you, and you still have the cheek to say that? Xiaofu smiled and said, you've helped me a lot this time, so I'll give you some rewards. Don't you like ancient books? I can give you some ancient books from the Heaven Awaken world, Alchemy world, and Card world. Shimin Qingzhu asked in surprise, who are you? Ordinary people did not have ancient texts from the three worlds, unless they had been to other worlds to collect them. Shimin Qingzhu had been to the Heaven Awaken world to collect some, but she had not been to the newest Card world and Alchemy world. Xiaofu lifted Shimin Qingzhu's chin and said with a smile, you don't have to care about who I am. You should be satisfied with the ancient books I give you. You can take a look at them after I leave. Shimin Qingzhu's expression softened a little, and he asked curiously, why did you cover my eyes? You don't even dare to show your face? Or are you just as ordinary as before? Xiaofu smiled as he said, of course I'm not. However, I'll take a look at them for you in the future. Also, I'll be leaving now, I'll come back later. Shimin Qingzhu's face became red as she asked, why do you still want them? Xiaofu smiled as he said, because you're too beautiful, and I like you a lot. Shimin Qingzhu could not help but feel quite happy. Even though she was quite angry at Xiaofu's actions, Xiaofu was indeed her first man. Xiaofu said, I'm going. I'll put the books aside. Shimin Qingzhu lightly nodded and said, hurry up and leave. After Xiaofu left, Shimin Qingzhu couldn't wait to take off the cloth covering his eyes. He looked at the ancient books in front of him and gave a happy smile. He picked up a book and started to read it hungrily. Xiaofu had also obtained her spatial ring. His greatest gains this time were confirming the origin skeleton's identity and information about the origin armament. After returning to Luo Li's home, Luo Li rolled her eyes at Xiaofu and said, what have you been doing these past few days? Why haven't I seen you? Xiaofu went up and hugged Luo Li as he said, I'll make it up to you later. Luo Li's face became red and she struggled free as she said, don't be like this, my daughter will see us. Xiaofu smiled as he said, all right, I'll come and find you tonight. Following this, Xiaofu went to find Siemens Qingziming and Niu Chun. He had been busy these past few days and had not had time to spend with them. Now that he had time, he could spend more time with them. Siemens Qingziming and her sister snuggled in Xiaofu's embrace, and Siemens Qingziming happily smiled as she said, we went to find mother today, she's decided not to marry big sister to that origin child, and she won't stop us from being with you. I wonder if you're so lucky to have us sisters. Xiaofu smiled as he replied, I'm very lucky to have met you all. Siemens Qingziming smiled as she said, it's the same for us, I've already thought about what we'll do after we get married and have children. An awkward smile appeared on Xiaofu's face, this was almost impossible, as no one could bear his bloodline giving birth to children. Moreover, Xiaofu would leave after obtaining the origin skeleton and would not marry them. Siemens Qingziming smiled as she asked, what is it? Xiaofu gave a slight smile as he said, it's nothing. He would tell them about these things in the future, and Xiaofu would do his best not to let them down and give them a good ending. Xiaofu then went to Niu Chun's room before going to Shimin Luoli's room. Finally, he went to the flower field. Shimin said in surprise, you got it so quickly? Why didn't I receive any news about it? Xiaofu lightly laughed as he said, don't look down on my abilities. How are we going to deal with the remaining alliance masters? Ximen Mei said, you can go find the 12th Alliance Master, Ximen Shueishue. Her cultivation technique is quite special, and she can condense a life pearl. In the future, even if her body is heavily injured and dies, she can revive and preserve most of her power. She hid that life pearl in the Arctic lands of the extreme west, and it's protected by all sorts of powerful restrictions. I only found out about this by accident, and she most likely doesn't know that this location has already been leaked. As long as you can obtain her life pearl, you'll be able to control her life and death, and she can only submit to you. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, thank you. Ximen Mei said angrily, I didn't want to say it, but the Western Alliance Master is about to fall at your hands. I can't stop this, and even if I don't say it, you'll definitely use even more despicable methods to obtain her. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, it's still my wife who understands me. Hearing this form of address, Ximen Mei's heart softened and her face became slightly red. She felt that they had obtained Zhao Fu's acknowledgement and had become his women, and Ximen Mei did not want to be treated like a plaything by Zhao Fu. Ximenxia looked at Ximen Mei's expression and said, I never thought that the one who hated Zhao Fu the most would be the first to accept Zhao Fu's woman. Book 1, Chapter 466, Destruction. According to Ximen Mei's information, Zhao Fu came to an icy plain and flew into an ice cave. There was a 6-story platform made of ice bricks, and there was an ice crystal orb that was as big as an egg. It gave off a resplendent icy light and looked quite pretty. This was the life essence pearl of the 12 Alliance Masters, Ximen Shueishue. There were powerful restrictions protecting them, and Zhao Fu used the same method he had used to break through Ximen Qingzhu's restrictions. Zhao Fu's body turned into nothingness and turned into countless nihility worms that gnawed at the restrictions. In the end, it took Zhao Fu half a day to break through the restrictions. It was not easy at all, and he stepped onto the stage and touched it. In the distance, Ximen Shueishue's expression fell, and he understood that something had happened to his most important item. He immediately flew over. Zhao Fu did not feel afraid at all, and he instead sat down and waited for Ximen Shueishue. Ximen Shueishue hurried over and saw an ordinary-looking young man sitting on the platform, smiling at her. Zhao Fu looked at Ximen Shueishue. She had beautiful long hair, and there were ice flowers on her head. Her face was exquisite, and she wore an ice-colored dress, giving off the aura of an icy beauty. Ximen Shueishue said coldly, who are you? Zhao Fu smiled and said, you don't need to know who I am. Just listen to me and seal your cultivation. Also, cover your eyes with a cloth, or else. Zhao Fu took out Ximen Shueishue's life essence pearl. Ximen Shueishue looked furious and did not listen to Zhao Fu's words. She planned to take back her life essence pearl. Zhao Fu did not hesitate and wrapped an arc of lightning around the life essence pearl. Ximen Shueishue immediately felt a wave of electricity come out of her body, and she felt an intense pain. Ximen Shueishue exploded out with a powerful power and rushed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu immediately sent a powerful wave of electricity into her life essence pearl. Arg! A pained cry sounded out as Ximen Shueishue fell to the ground. Her body gave off many arcs of electricity as she struggled in pain. Zhao Fu said with a smile, I told you, but you didn't listen. Ximen Shueishue angrily looked at Zhao Fu. Right now, her origin pearl was in Zhao Fu's hands, and she could not resist. She did not know how Zhao Fu knew that her origin pearl was here, and how he easily obtained it. Zhao Fu smiled and walked to Ximen Shueishue. Since you don't want to listen to me, I'll help you. Zhao Fu took out a white cloth and covered Ximen Shueishue's eyes. Ximen Shueishue struggled. What are you trying to do? Zhao Fu said with a smile, you will know soon. With Zhao Fu's current strength, he would not be able to seal Ximen Shueishue's cultivation. However, with her natal essence pearl, Zhao Fu did not have to worry about anything. A few hours later, Ximen Shueishue was lying on the side with a cold face, but his face was still rosy and beautiful. Zhao Fu said, I'm leaving. Ximen Shueishue did not care about Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu said with a smile, I'll go to your house tomorrow. It's not convenient here. Ximen Shueishue said with a cold face, scum. Zhao Fu chuckled and did not say anything. Ximen Shueishue said coldly, who told you that my natal essence pearl is here? No one should know about this. Ximen Shueishue could not understand how Zhao Fu found this place. Could it be a coincidence? However, Zhao Fu was waiting for her here, and it was obvious that he was after her. Moreover, she had set up so many restrictions, but why were there no effects? Zhao Fu said with a smile, I'll tell you in the future. Also, your natal essence pearl is better with me than here. Shimin Shueishue turned her head away. She did not want to face Zhao Fu, who was such a despicable and shameless person. Seeing this, Zhao Fu could not help but pounce at her again. In the end, after an entire day, Shimin Shueishue lay powerlessly on Zhao Fu's chest. Zhao Fu smiled and said, I'm really leaving this time. Shimin Shueishue coldly harumphed. Zhao Fu looked at Shimin Shueishue and said, I'll send you back. Also, if you don't want to stay at your house, we'll come here in the future. Shimin Shueishue said angrily, who wants to? Zhao Fu smiled and said, where will we meet in the future? Shimin Shueishue said coldly, here. In actuality, Shimin Shueishue quite liked this place. It was a different feeling, but she still could not accept Zhao Fu, that scum. Zhao Fu said with a smile, N. Shimin Shueishue said, also, tell me your goal and plan. Zhao Fu replied, I can't tell you that, but I can give you some information. You're the fourth alliance master that I control. Shimin Shueishue looked quite shocked, the fourth? You're saying that you've already controlled the first 8? Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Shimin Shueishue felt an unknown terror. So many alliance masters had unknowingly been controlled, just how dangerous was this? Zhao Fu hugged her and comforted her, don't worry, I won't hurt you. I'll leave after I'm done. Shimin Shueishue asked, really? Zhao Fu nodded and said, N, I won't lie to you. Shimin Shueishue finally felt at ease. Apart from believing in Zhao Fu, there was nothing else she could do. The two of them cuddled for a while before Zhao Fu left the ice cave. In the flower field, Shimin Mei said, you're quite fast. Zhao Fu smiled and said, actually, I can deal with it in half a day, but I was delayed by some things. Shimin Mei lightly harumphed, how does Shimin Shueishue taste? Zhao Fu chuckled as he said, I like all of them. Shimin sure smiled as she said, I feel that you're not simple at all. Even though we told you their secrets, you were able to deal with them so quickly. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to do this. Shimin Tian shyly said, also, you're not even letting us see what you look like, what's there to hide? Zhao Fu smiled and said, if you want to see me in the future, I'll let you see me, but not now. Shimin sure said, now that you've dealt with Shimin Shueishue, there's only the first alliance master, second alliance master, and 11th alliance master left. What do you plan to do next? Zhao Fu lightly smiled and said, I'm here to ask you. Shimin Mei lightly harumphed, we can't do anything. You can go and ask others, but you have to accompany us first. Zhao Fu smiled and said, all right, wife. Shimin Mei's face became slightly red as she lightly nodded, acknowledging Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu returned to Shimin Luoli's home and did not expect that Shimin Yan would be there to talk to him. Zhao Fu did not want to go over, but Shimin Luoli smiled and called out, Zijuan, come over for a moment. As such, Zhao Fu could only go over and ask, what's the matter? Shimin Luoli smiled and said, let me introduce you, she's the third alliance master. Zhao Fu bowed and said, greetings, alliance master. Shimin Yan sized up Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu looked so perfect that Shimin Yan admitted that she had never seen him before. Book 1, Chapter 467, Battle. It was just that she felt that the man in front of her was somewhat familiar, but she had never seen him before. Shimin Luoli smiled as she said, this is my son-in-law, I'll have to trouble you to take care of him in the future. Shimin Yan nodded, no problem. Zhao Fu said, apologies, I have something to do, so I'll be leaving. Shimin Yan watched as Zhao Fu left and felt that Zhao Fu was becoming more and more familiar. She had never thought that Zhao Fu was the man who had always ravaged her. Half an hour later, by the lake, Shimin Yan's hands were once again bound by chains, and she was ravaged by Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu smiled as he asked, now, there are only 3 alliance masters left. Shimin Yan said, did the other alliance masters help you? Zhao Fu smiled as he said, it's all thanks to your help that I was able to escape so quickly. These words made Shimin Yan feel somewhat guilty, and she said earnestly, if you really dare to do anything to harm the Westgate Alliance, I'll stop you even if I have to die. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, I promise you, so don't worry. Good wife. Xi Minyan's face became red, and she did not know how to reply to Zhao Fu's words. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, I plan to deal with the 11th Alliance Master next, do you have any ideas? Xi Minyan replied, it seems that the 5th Alliance Master Shimin Nua knows some things about the 11th Alliance Master, you can go and ask her. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, thanks. I'll call her over later. After a while, Xi Minyan packed up and quickly left. Shimin Nua received Zhao Fu's message and came over with a cold expression. Looking at the mess around her, she understood what had just happened, and her face became red. A voice sounded out in the air, as usual, cover your eyes and seal your cultivation. Shimin Nua obediently listened to Zhao Fu's words. Following this, 2 chains shot out from the air and bound her hands, and Zhao Fu appeared behind her. Zhao Fu asked, next, I'm going to deal with the 11th Alliance Master. I heard that you know some things about her, what can you tell me? Shimin Nua asked, tell me first, how many Alliance Masters do you have under your control? Zhao Fu replied, she's the last and third. Shimin Nua sighed, alright. I'll tell you. The 11th Alliance Master's name was Xianxia. She had secretly given birth to a son with a man, but that man was an enemy of the Western Alliance. When Shimin Nua found out about this, she wanted to tell the others, but after Shimin Luomei begged her, she decided to keep it a secret. However, Xianxia had to promise Shimin Nua that he would not do anything that would harm the Western Alliance. He would also not participate in some major events. Xianxia had been staying in her own force, not caring about anything, nor did she have much contact with others. She was also afraid that the news would leak out, which would lead to a fatal disaster for her, her child, and her man. Zhao Fu said with a smile, thank you. Shimin Nua reminded, remember what you promised me. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. A few hours later, Zhao Fu left. Shimin Nua's face was red, and she tidied up her clothes before leaving as well. A beautiful middle-aged woman was smiling as she hugged a baby and sat on a stone bench. At that moment, an ordinary-looking young man walked in. Xianxia looked at the young man curiously, who are you? Zhao Fu said coldly, as the Alliance Master, you actually had an affair with an enemy of the Western Gate Alliance and gave birth to such a vile child. Xianxia's expression changed and she said in panic, how did you know? Zhao Fu coldly harumphed, it doesn't matter how I know. I just want to know how the Western Gate Alliance will deal with you. Xianxia hugged the baby and wanted to leave. Zhao Fu said with a cold smile, you can continue to run, but you should know the consequences. Xianxia stopped and said with a cold expression, what requests do you have? As long as you can keep this a secret for me, I can give you anything you want. At that moment, Xianxia also wanted to kill Zhao Fu. However, since Zhao Fu dared to come looking for her so directly, he definitely had something to rely on. She was worried that this matter would blow up. Zhao Fu's mouth rose, revealing a trace of a smile as he said, my strength can't compare to yours, so I'll seal my cultivation first. Xianxia frowned, tell me your goal first. Zhao Fu lightly harumphed, then there's no need for us to talk. You can run, but the moment you run, the other Alliance Masters will find out. You won't be able to escape from the Western Gate Alliance and will be captured. Your family of 3 can go to hell and reunite. Xianxia looked angry, I promise you. Xianxia sealed her power and stared at him with her beautiful eyes as she said, now, can you tell me what you want? The ordinary-looking young man smiled as he looked at Xianxia. A figure suddenly appeared behind Xianxia and hugged her. Xianxia felt quite startled and vigorously struggled, but she could not break free. This was because her power had been sealed and she was now just an ordinary woman. The ordinary-looking young man smiled and said, don't move, or I'll kill your child first. Xianxia's eyes were filled with tears as she suppressed the anger in her heart and did not continue to struggle. Zhao Fu, who was behind her, took out a white cloth and covered her eyes. Because he liked women like Xianxia, Zhao Fu spent more than a day. Xianxia powerlessly lay in Zhao Fu's embrace, and thinking about what had just happened, she started to cry. Zhao Fu said comfortingly, you don't have a future, so you might as well follow me. I'll protect you and your child. Xianxia said coldly, who do you think you are? Zhao Fu smiled as he said, I already control 9 alliance masters, and with you, that's 10. Do you think I don't have the ability to protect you and your child? Xianxia had a look of shock. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, are you willing now? Xianxia coldly scolded, even so, I'm not willing. You're a despicable bastard. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, I can understand if you're not willing now. I'll come often in the future. As for your child, I'll leave some power behind. It can help your child grow, but it can also threaten her life. It's up to you to choose. Xianxia said angrily, you're despicable indeed, using a child to threaten me. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, I have something to do, so I'll be leaving first. I'll come back later. After Xianxia sensed that Zhao Fu had left, she took off the cloth covering her eyes and hurriedly picked up the sleeping child. She placed one hand on the child and immediately felt a terrifying power, causing Xianxia to feel quite shocked. Xianxia tried to get rid of it, but it was useless. Xianxia was shocked, just who was this despicable bastard? How could there be such a power? What was even more terrifying was that there were so many alliance masters under his control. Book 1, Chapter 468, Revenge Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlols 123. After dealing with this, Zhao Fu set his sights on the second alliance master. Zhao Fu went to Xianxia's house, and Xianxia was quite flustered. She did not want others to know about her relationship with Zhao Fu. However, she could not change Zhao Fu's mind. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, I've already controlled the 11th alliance master, and there are only the 1st and 2nd alliance masters left. Xianxia's face became red as she said, I can't help but admire you for controlling another alliance master so quickly. Are you here to ask me if I have any methods to control the 1st and 2nd alliance masters? I feel that it'll be very difficult, they don't have any flaws. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, is that so? Do they have anyone or anything that they care about? Xianxia said angrily, are you always going to be so despicable? Can't you think of other methods? Why are you always using such a disgusting method? Zhao Fu smiled as he said, even though it's disgusting, it's the fastest and most direct method. Xianxia said, I can't help you with this, go ask the other alliance masters. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, all right. Following this, Zhao Fu went to find Xianmei and the other 2 women, but they were also unable to do anything. Zhao Fu then went to find Xianmei and Qingzhu, but they were still unable to do anything. Could it be that the 2nd and 1st alliance masters really did not have any flaws? Zhao Fu decided to carefully study the 2 alliance masters. At that moment, a figure hugged Zhao Fu and affectionately said, boy, did you miss Auntie? Zhao Fu could tell that it was Xianmei from the voice and smiled as he said, of course I did. The 2 of them quickly came to an empty area. Zhao Fu casually asked, what are the 1st and 2nd alliance masters like? Xianmei smiled as she said with a red face, boy, can't you focus a bit? Also, why are you curious about them? One only likes women, while the other hates men. Zhao Fu felt quite surprised, he had never thought that Xianmei would know something. He smiled in delight and said, I'm just a bit curious. Can you tell me more about them? Xianmei lightly snorted, we'll talk about it later, you rascal. Several hours later, Xianmei lay in Zhao Fu's embrace and began to talk about the 1st and 2nd alliance masters. First, the 2nd alliance master was called Xianmei Nightingale. She liked women and would often change her appearance to seduce beautiful and talented women. Moreover, she had harmed and deceived many women. Most people did not know about this matter, and Xianmei Nightingale did not divulge this secret. Xianmei only knew about it once when she went out and saw Xianmei Nightingale seducing a rich young lady. Xianmei Nightingale also didn't know that her secret had been discovered, because she had concealed it. Even her acquaintances couldn't see through it, but she also didn't know that Xianmei also had a special ability. Her nose was very sensitive to smells, and she could clearly remember the different smells of each person. As for the 1st alliance master, Xianmei Fenghua, apart from hating men, she had killed many men. Zhao Fu did not know what had happened to her. Xianmei knew that Xianmei Fenghua had not been provoked, and she simply didn't like men. Moreover, she hadn't liked women since she was young. Of course, she didn't like women either, but she hated men even more. Zhao Fu thought that Xianmei Nightingale would be easier to deal with, so he decided to make a move against her first. He wouldn't be able to use her secret to threaten her, because even if the secret was leaked, no one would dare to say anything. Zhao Fu still did not have a way to deal with this, so he decided to continue researching. According to the information that Shimin Mei had given him, Zhao Fu collected some more information and finally found a way to deal with Shimin Nightingale. 2 days later, Zhao Fu stood in front of 20 or so beautiful women. They were all women that Shimin Nightingale had played with, and this was only a small portion of them. They were also very angry about Shimin Nightingale's actions. Zhao Fu had sent them a message, and they had quickly rushed over. They wanted to take revenge on Shimin Nightingale, and they also wanted to let Shimin Nightingale taste the feeling of being played with. The women looked at Zhao Fu and asked, "Can you really help us?" Zhao Fu nodded, "Don't worry, as long as you tell me everything about your experiences with her, I will have a way to deal with her." A gentle woman said, "Right now, we don't even know what you look like, so how can we believe you? Also, do you think that there would be a person who would help others for no reason? What is your purpose?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Hurry up and tell me, otherwise I won't be polite to you." Hearing this, the women understood that this person in front of them might not be a good person. They had escaped from the tiger's mouth and entered the wolf's den. A woman with a hot figure called out, "I want to leave now." Zhao Fu said, "No." The woman with a hot figure coldly harumphed, "Let's see how you're going to stop me." The woman gave off a wave of flames and turned into a ray of light as she flew towards the horizon. The sound of chains could be heard, binding her hands and hanging her up. As she struggled, she angrily cursed, "Hurry up and let go of me, you bastard." The women looked at Zhao Fu in fear. Some of the women immediately flew in different directions, thinking that Zhao Fu would not capture them all and that some of them would escape. However, they had underestimated Zhao Fu's power. Iron chains continuously shot out from the air, binding the women's hands and hanging them up. The women angrily cursed at Zhao Fu, but it was too late for them to regret it. 3 days later, the women's faces were red as they lay around Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu lightly laughed and said, "I will take revenge for you. I've already found a way to deal with her." The woman with a hot figure said, "You're not a good person either." They were much weaker than Zhao Fu, so Zhao Fu could easily control them. As such, they did not hide their appearances. Zhao Fu lightly laughed and said, "Are you happier with her or with me?" The woman's face became red, "Damned bastard, I don't want to talk to you." Zhao Fu got up and cut her off. The sweet-tempered woman could not help but say, "Are you planning to leave after playing with us?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Even though I'm quite trash, don't worry, I'll take responsibility and won't be the same as her." Hearing this, the women let out a sigh of relief. The sweet-tempered woman asked, "How do you plan to deal with her?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "After I succeed, I'll show you." The women nodded. A handsome young master dressed in white walked out of the city with a folding fan in his hand. Suddenly, he heard the melodious sound of a zither. Following the sound, he saw a beautiful woman dressed in white playing the zither under a pavilion. The moment the young master saw the woman, he felt his heart stir and was stunned. He had never seen a woman who could move his heart so much. After standing there for a long time, the young master came back to his senses and gave an enchanting smile as he went up and said, "Miss, your zither is too beautiful. It's the first time I've heard such beautiful zither music, and I thought I was in a celestial realm." Book 1, Chapter 469, Book 1. The white-clothed woman lightly laughed as she glanced at the young master. "You have a glib tongue, I don't believe you." The young master said sincerely, "Little miss, you've misunderstood me, I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart." The white-clothed woman smiled as she said, "I'm going to go now, I won't bother with you anymore." The young master hurriedly asked, "Not only is little miss's name, but also where you live?" The white-clothed woman looked at the young master and smiled as she said, "Why should I tell a stranger like you?" The young master said apologetically, "I was rude, I wonder if little miss will come back tomorrow." The white-clothed woman lightly laughed, "I'm not sure." After speaking, the white-clothed woman hugged the zither and left, leaving behind the young master passionately looking at the woman's back and swearing in his heart that he would definitely obtain her. The next day, the white-clothed woman came here again, and seeing the young master sleeping under the pavilion, she called out, "Why are you sleeping here?" The young master said somewhat awkwardly, Because I wanted to see Little Miss too much, I waited here the entire time and accidentally fell asleep. I'm very sorry. The white-clothed woman's face became slightly red. You idiot. The young master smiled as he said, Little Miss scolding is very good, I'm indeed an idiot. The white-clothed woman lightly laughed as she said, You haven't eaten breakfast, right? I made some desserts, do you want to try some? The young master bowed and said, Thank you, Little Miss. The white-clothed woman took out a plate of desserts and gave it to the young master. The young master unintentionally touched the woman's hand, causing her face to become slightly red, and she shyly retracted her hand. The young master looked quite apologetic and embarrassed. The white-clothed woman continued to play the zither while the young master listened with a look of enjoyment. After the song ended, the young master would immediately praise her. The two of them slowly became closer and closer. 9 days later, under a peach tree that was filled with peach blossoms, the white-clothed woman leaned against the young master's embrace as she softly asked, Little fellow, when do you plan on marrying me? The young master passionately looked at the white-clothed woman as he said, I want to marry you immediately and make you my wife. It was evident that the young master had developed true feelings for the white-clothed woman and planned on marrying her. She had never met someone who could move her heart so much before, and now, she felt that she could not leave the white-clothed woman. The white-clothed woman chuckled. Really? The young master held Bai Yi's hand and said sincerely, Of course, but I have a secret to tell you. I hope you can forgive me. Now that he wanted to be with the woman in white, he could only be honest. Otherwise, there would be more trouble in the future. The white-clothed woman said with a smile. What secret? The young master said seriously, You have to be prepared. I am actually a woman, and my appearance has changed a little. The woman in white was not surprised. Instead, she laughed and said, I'll also tell you a secret. I'm actually a man. The young master was stunned. The woman in white said with a smile, I already knew your identity, Xianxia Nightingale. Xianxia Nightingale's face changed dramatically. She grabbed the neck of the woman in white and shouted angrily, Who are you? The woman in white turned into countless strands of blood-colored aura and dissipated. Zhao Fu and many women walked out from the side. These days, Xianxia Nightingale and the puppet that Zhao Fu had created had fallen in love, and Zhao Fu had been spending time with many beauties. The white-clothed woman was a puppet that Zhao Fu had created to attract Xianxia Nightingale based on the information given by the women. She was the most perfect person in Xianxia Nightingale's heart, and that puppet had been controlled by Zhao Fu. As such, Zhao Fu had pretended to be a woman and wanted to have sex with her. Xianxia Nightingale looked at the familiar women and said with a cold expression, Just who are you? The woman with the fiery figure laughed, Xianxia Nightingale, you didn't expect this, right? One day, you will also be deceived, this is retribution. Xianxia Nightingale coldly harumphed, Did you find him? In order to take revenge on me, you did well this time. I did have true feelings for him, but you also made me very angry. Now, I'm going to teach you a lesson. A powerful aura exploded out from Xianxia Nightingale's body, but in the next moment, Xianxia Nightingale's face paled and she coughed up a large mouthful of blood, and her aura became weak. Zhao Fu lightly laughed and said, Did you think that I would come out so foolishly? Xianxia Nightingale's expression was cold as she said, What did you do to me? Zhao Fu smiled as he explained, Nothing much. I poisoned the dessert you've been eating these past few days, and you didn't notice it at all. Xianxia Nightingale angrily cried out, I'll kill you. Zhao Fu walked in front of her and pinched Xianxia Nightingale's chin, You still have the confidence to say that? Now, let me see your true appearance. A wave of power entered Xianxia Nightingale's body, causing her body to give off a white light. Her appearance also changed, and a peerlessly beautiful face appeared in front of Zhao Fu. She could be called a famous beauty in the primal chaos world. Xianxia Nightingale not only had a peerlessly beautiful face, but she also had a devilish figure, causing the hearts of countless men to burn with passion. This surprised Zhao Fu, who smiled and said, You look pretty good. Xianxia Nightingale said with a cold expression, It's my bad luck that I fell into your hands this time. Hurry up and do what you want. Zhao Fu smiled and said, Then I won't be polite. Zhao Fu took out a piece of cloth and blindfolded Xianxia Nightingale. Now that Zhao Fu was still wearing his cloak, Xianxia Nightingale did not know what Zhao Fu looked like. The women happily smiled as they surrounded Xiamen Nightingale. Now, they wanted to take revenge on Xiamen Nightingale. One day later, Xiamen Nightingale, who was in Zhao Fu's embrace, said coldly, "Can you let me go now?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "When did I say that I would let you go?" Xiamen Nightingale said angrily, "You've already done this to me, what else do you want to do to me?" Zhao Fu said with a smile, "From now on, you're my woman. You have to do whatever I want you to do. Do you hear me?" Xiamen Nightingale said angrily, "I definitely won't agree, and I don't like men." Zhao Fu said with a chuckle, "You weren't like this a moment ago." The hot woman also smiled and said, "That's right, I was surprised just now. Also, thank you, husband, for taking revenge for us. From now on, we're all your women." The gentlewoman also said, "I don't have any objections." Zhao Fu said with a smile, "Look at how obedient they are. Isn't it good for you to be obedient as well?" Xiamen Nightingale's face turned red. She knew that she did not like men, and she did not know that she would act like that just now. Zhao Fu said, "I'll also tell you a secret. As for the last alliance leader, I'll subdue all of you." "What?" Xiamen Nightingale looked shocked. This sudden news made her mind go blank. She had never thought that such a thing would happen. Most importantly, she had not received any news at all. Book 1, Chapter 470. Zhao Fu looked at Xiamen Nightingale and chuckled, "How is it? Don't you feel very surprised? I'm only missing the #1 leader, and I can control the Western Alliance." Xiamen Nightingale said coldly, "What's your purpose?" Zhao Fu said with a chuckle, "Why should I tell you? Now that you've been poisoned by me, you can't resist at all." Xiamen Nightingale's face turned ugly. Zhao Fu continued to ask, "I heard that you have a good relationship with the first leader. I want to ask you if you have any way to deal with her." Xiamen Nightingale said coldly, "Why should I tell you?" Zhao Fu chuckled, "It doesn't matter if you don't tell me. Anyway, I've already controlled 11 leaders. Then you can watch how the Western Alliance perishes and how your subordinates and friends die." Xiamen Nightingale said angrily, "How dare you?" Zhao Fu smiled and pinched her mouth, "Do you think I don't dare? If you don't want this to happen, you'd better be obedient." Xiamen Nightingale had no choice but to compromise. "You have to promise me that you will never do anything to harm the Western Alliance." Zhao Fu nodded. Xiamen Nightingale said, "I have a good relationship with the first leader, but I don't know any secrets about her, and I can't deal with her." Zhao Fu looked at Xiamen Nightingale and said, "Are you kidding me?" Xiamen Nightingale quickly said, "I don't, but I really don't know, but I can cooperate with you to deal with the first leader. As for the method, you can think of it yourself." Zhao Fu said, "That's more like it. Then I'm leaving." Xiamen Nightingale nodded. After Zhao Fu left, Xiamen Nightingale took off the cloth and looked at the women around her. The hot woman joked, "How is it? How does it feel to be a man?" Xiamen Nightingale snorted, "You bunch of women, I have a relationship with you, but you treat me like this." The gentlewoman snorted, "Who told you to deceive our feelings and flirt around? Now you have your retribution. Let's see if you dare to do it in the future." Xiamen Nightingale chuckled, "Didn't you fall into his hands? Also, what does that person look like?" A seductive woman lightly laughed as she said, "We're willing to follow him. Even though he's a bit fickle, he's responsible to us, unlike you. Also, why should we tell you? You should worry about your Western Alliance." Xiamen Nightingale frowned and looked a little angry. The gentlewoman said softly, "He doesn't want to reveal his appearance, and he has his own reasons. We really can't tell you, but we can tell you that he definitely won't disappoint you. Now that you and I are both his women, we can be together." It was very obvious that this gentlewoman still had feelings for Xiamen Nightingale, even if Xiamen Nightingale was also a woman. Xiamen Nightingale sighed helplessly. Zhao Fu returned to the Western Alliance's headquarters. In order to deal with Xiamen Nightingale, Zhao Fu had spent a total of more than 10 days, which was the longest. After returning, Zhao Fu first went to Xiamen Luoli's home. The women were all curious about where Zhao Fu had gone, and Zhao Fu briefly explained that he had taken care of them. After accompanying them, Zhao Fu went to find Xiamen Yan, Xiamen Nua, and Xiamen Qingzhu, and finally lay down in Xiamen Xiangxi's room. Zhao Fu said with a smile, "There's still one more alliance master. Xianxia's face was red as she said shyly, "You bad guy, you don't know what we did to deserve such retribution." Zhao Fu said with a smile, "I've been away for so long. Did you miss me?" Xianxia said with a red face, "No, I have to go take care of my child." Zhao Fu lightly laughed, "I also have to go and deal with the first alliance master." Xianxia reminded him, "Then, be careful. The first alliance master hates men the most. If she sees you, she will easily kill you." Zhao Fu nodded and smiled, "Thank you for your concern." Xianxia rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu. The first alliance master, Ximen Fenghua, was currently in seclusion, and it was difficult for Zhao Fu to see her. Moreover, her subordinates were all women, there were no men at all. Zhao Fu wanted to control Ximen Fenghua's subordinates and use them. They should know some of Ximen Fenghua's secrets. Ximen Fenghua's subordinates were at least in the Dao realm, and with Zhao Fu's strength, he naturally would not be able to control them. However, with Zhao Fu's current strength, he would be able to take them down without Zhao Fu doing anything. Zhao Fu called Ximen Yan over. Ximen Yan asked, "What do you want?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Please capture Ximen Fenghua's subordinates." Ximen Yan frowned, "What bad idea do you have?" "If Ximen Fenghua finds out that I was the one who did it, she will definitely find me for revenge." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Right now, she is the only one. Soon, she will fall into my hands." "What are you afraid of?" Ximen Yan coldly harumphed, "Don't ask me to take responsibility alone. It will be more convenient for you to call a few more alliance masters, and the risk will be smaller in the future." Zhao Fu thought about it and said, "Okay. Wait." Following this, Ximen Nua, Ximen Chuishue, and Ximen Qingzhu came. Seeing Ximen Yan standing there, they looked at each other and did not say anything. Zhao Fu said that only the first alliance master was not controlled. The other alliance masters were controlled by Zhao Fu, and it was not just simple control, they might have all been humiliated by Zhao Fu. Ximen Nua looked at Ximen Yan and asked, "It seems like you are closer to him. How did he subdue you? Also, was my brother captured by you?" Ximen Yan nodded, "It was me. However, you know how despicable that guy is. I was forced to do this, so I can apologize to you." Ximen Nua coldly harumphed, "That bastard." Ximen Chuishua's face turned slightly red, "That guy is very despicable, using my origin pearl to threaten me. I really want to teach him a lesson." Ximen Qingzhu smiled and said, "I don't care about my relationship with him, and he even gave me many ancient books." Ximen Nua said, "You're so easy to fool, you let him get a few ancient books." At that moment, a voice sounded out in the void, "I'm still here, so why are you all saying bad things about me?" Ximen Nua said, "Why can't we say it? Who told you to treat us like that?" Zhao Fu chuckled and said, "Let's not talk about this anymore. I called you all here because I have something for you to do. I hope that you can help me capture Ximen Fenghua's 4 subordinates and seal their cultivations." Ximen Nua said angrily, "You want to deal with them the same way you dealt with us?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Yes, there's only the last alliance master left. As long as we deal with her, this matter will be over." Ximen Qingzhu said, "You're here for that origin corpse?" Book 1, Chapter 471, Battle. Zhao Fu looked quite startled and smiled as he said, "How did you know?" Ximen Qingzhu smiled as she said, "I'm missing a book, and that book is related to the origin corpse." Everyone else felt quite shocked, this was the first time they had heard of Zhao Fu's true goal. Ximen Qingzhu continued to ask, "Apart from obtaining the origin corpse, do you have any other goals? Also, why are you not willing to let us see your identity and appearance?" Zhao Fu smiled as he replied, "After everything is over, I'll tell you all. Right now, you just need to listen to me." Ximen Yan warned, "I don't care about your identity or goal, but if you do anything to harm the Western Alliance, I won't let you off." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Got it, hurry up." Ximen Yan and the others disappeared. Within a room, a beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure was handling all sorts of documents. Her name was Ximen Ying. Ximen Fenghua was in closed-door cultivation, and there were many things that required the 4 of them to handle. Ximen Ying was the busiest one. Suddenly, Ximen Ying's expression fell as she felt a massive, formless hand grabbing towards her. Xi Menning wanted to escape, but facing that formless hand, she was unable to resist at all and was caught. Xi Menning felt a wave of terror. This was a power on the level of the Alliance Master. Xi Menning could not understand why he wanted to capture her. In the sky, a graceful and cold-looking woman wearing a purple dress flew in a certain direction. She was Xianxia, one of Xianxia's 4 subordinates. The one who caught her was Xianxia. However, Xianxia did not want to reveal his identity, so he threw out a rope. The rope quickly flew towards Xianxia. Before Xianxia could react, she was tied up by the rope. Xianxia blindfolded her and brought her towards the clear lake. Qi, a tall and valiant-looking woman, killed a man with a single slash of her saber. Her name was Ximen Lian, and she somewhat disliked men. However, she did not dislike them as much as Ximen Fenghua. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind her and grabbed her, making it so that she could not resist at all. Ximen Lian was greatly shocked and did not know who had grabbed her. That person took out a white cloth and blindfolded her. The last one was Ximen Wu. She was originally sitting on a chair reading a book when a terrifying force quickly attacked her. Ximen Wu also did not have the strength to resist. A while later, Ximen Yan and the others brought Ximen Wu and the others to where they were. Ximen Xiu's eyes were blindfolded and she said coldly, "Who are you? Why have you captured us?" A man's laughter sounded out in the air, "You can leave. Leave them to me." Ximen Yan and the other 3 women looked at Ximen Xiu and the other women. They knew what this despicable fellow wanted to do, and their bodies disappeared. Ximen Ying's expression turned ugly. "We are the subordinates of the Western Alliance's #1 Alliance Master. Please let us go, or the consequences will be dire." Ing 4, Ayan Zhao, Long, Ling, 4, Yan and Lian, Ling Lian Feng, Hao, and said. Zhao Fu appeared from the void and said with a smile, "That's right, I have a scheme." Ximen Wu coldly asked, "Who are you?" Zhao Fu ignored them. With a wave of his hand, chains flew out and bound their arms. Ximen Min said angrily, "What do you want to do to us?" Zhao Fu didn't want to waste any more time with them. He was tempted. After a few hours, Zhao Fu looked at the 4 women on the ground and said with a smile, "Now, take a guess. If Ximen Fenghua knew about this, would she still want you guys?" The 4 women's expressions became unsightly. They knew that Ximen Fenghua hated men the most, and if she found out about this, they would definitely be very miserable. Even if they were not willing, even if they did not die, their statuses would all leave them. Ximen Min said coldly, "What's your purpose? Speak quickly, don't waste time." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "All right, I want to know what Ximen Fenghua's flaws are. As long as you can tell me, I will definitely protect your identities and positions." Ximen Min said coldly, "Why should we believe you?" Zhao Fu said confidently, "Your Alliance Master is the last Alliance Master that I can control. As long as I can control her, I will be able to control the Western Alliance. Moreover, I can tell you that the person who captured you was the Western Alliance Master." The 4 women's faces became pale, and it seemed that they had never thought that things would turn out like this. Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Now, can you believe me?" Ximen Ning said, "I was wondering why the power that captured me was so familiar. So it was the Alliance Master, no wonder I did not resist at all. Now, I have nothing to say." Ximen Qiu said, "There's nothing we can do, we can only listen to his orders. Now that so many Alliance Masters have fallen into his hands, there's nothing we can do." Ximen Lian thought about it and said, "All right, we can agree to your conditions, but you have to promise us that you won't harm our Alliance Master." Zhao Fu lightly laughed and said, "Don't worry. It's not like I haven't harmed the other Alliance Masters." Ximen Lian lightly harumphed and said, "Have the other Alliance Masters been harmed by you, scum like us?" Zhao Fu laughed and said, "Don't be so harsh, you're all very happy." Ximen Min's face became slightly red as she spat, "You bad fellow." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "All right, hurry and tell me Ximen Fenghua's secret. I need to deal with these matters as soon as possible, and I'll definitely give you all many benefits." Ximen Lian started to tell Zhao Fu about Ximen Fenghua's secret. It turned out that the reason why Ximen Fenghua hated men so much was because of her constitution. Her constitution instinctively repelled men, and every once in a while, she would have to use men's blood to refine medicinal pills. Otherwise, she would feel incredibly uncomfortable whenever she was near men. The men that Ximen Lian had killed had been taking their blood to refine medicinal pills. This was Ximen Fenghua's greatest weakness. Without the suppression of medicinal pills, even if Zhao Fu walked in front of her, she would feel incredibly uncomfortable, and if he was near her, it would be even more painful, making her unable to fight at all. Even though Zhao Fu did not know what sort of constitution it was and why it had such a great weakness, according to what Ximen Lian and the others had said, Ximen Fenghua was the most powerful person in the Western Alliance because of this constitution. He felt that this was the price to pay for being powerful. Ximen Lian and the others would send medicinal pills to Ximen Fenghua every once in a while, and tomorrow was the day to do so. Zhao Fu now had a plan to deal with Ximen Fenghua. Within a large hall, Ximen Fenghua sat on a stage with her eyes closed. There were many skeletons around her, and they were all men's skeletons. They gave off waves of eerie white aura and floated towards Ximen Fenghua. Zhao Fu wondered what sort of terrifying thing she had cultivated. Volume 1, Chapter 1. The next day, Ximen Qiu came to the door of the palace. This palace was not above ground, but a few hundred meters underground. There were 2 balls of white flames at the door, illuminating the surroundings, giving off an eerie and terrifying feeling. Because Ximen Fenghua could not be disturbed while cultivating, the refined pills were placed at the door. There was a 3-meter-tall Qilin statue at the door, which would send the pills inside without Ximen Fenghua having to come out to retrieve them. Ximen Qiu placed the pills in front of the Qilin statue and left as usual. Half a day passed. The Qilin statue slowly opened its mouth, and a white light shot out, devouring the wooden box. Within the palace, Ximen Fenghua slowly opened her eyes and stretched out her hand to catch the pill box. She opened the pill box, and there were 3 blood pills inside. There were 9 cloud patterns on them, and they gave off an intoxicating medicinal fragrance. Ximen Fenghua was somewhat shocked. She felt that the quality of these pills was extremely high. This could only be achieved with a man's blood of a higher grade, and she wondered where Ximen Qiu and the others had obtained them. After checking that there were no problems, Ximen Fenghua swallowed a pill and continued to cultivate. In the end, the pill was surprisingly good, and it allowed Ximen Fenghua to cultivate 10 times faster. Ximen Fenghua revealed a smile, and she decided to reward them after she finished cultivating. She continued to cultivate. A few days later, Ximen Fenghua swallowed another pill and continued to cultivate. Soon, Ximen Fenghua finished all the pills, and the effects were astonishing. It was equivalent to cultivating for more than 10 years. If she continued to eat pills like this, she would be able to break through very quickly. Today was the day to deliver pills, and Ximen Fenghua decided to ask Ximen Qiu where he had obtained this high-quality blood. When she opened the door, she frowned because a man appeared in front of her. Ximen Fenghua instinctively wanted to kill this man, but she was also curious, why would a man appear here? Where had Ximen Qiu and the others gone? Zhao Fu gave a slight smile and greeted, "Greetings, esteemed Alliance Master." Ximen Fenghua said coldly, "Why are you here? And who are you?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "I have 2 pieces of good news for you." Ximen Fenghua asked curiously, "What good news? Say it." Zhao Fu said with a smile, "The first piece of good news is that you can always use that elixir to cultivate." Ximen Fenghua said coldly, "Is that your blood?" Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. "And it's even my diluted blood. If it wasn't diluted, the effect would be better." Ximen Fenghua focused on Zhao Fu. If she could capture Zhao Fu and provide him with fresh blood, it would be of great help to her. However, Ximen Fenghua did not make a move. He said confidently, "What's the other good news?" Zhao Fu laughed and said, "There's another good news, you're going to be my woman." Ximen Fenghua's eyes flashed with killing intent. "You're courting death?" Zhao Fu wasn't afraid at all. He smiled as he walked up to her and said, "You can try." Ximen Fenghua mustered her strength, but she felt a pain in her body and spat out another mouthful of blood. She did not even have the strength to stand. Zhao Fu smiled as he carried her and walked into the palace. Looking at the countless skeletons, Zhao Fu said, "You've killed quite a few men. Now, you're getting your just desserts." Ximen Fenghua coldly harumphed. "I've killed people who deserve to die. I'll kill you sooner or later." Zhao Fu chuckled and said, you might not have the chance. Shimin Fenghua said coldly, what do you plan to do to me? Zhao Fu smiled and said, you'll find out soon. Zhao Fu took out a cloth and blindfolded her. A chain shot out from the void and bound her hands and hung her up. Shimin Fenghua furiously shouted, bastard, I definitely won't let you off. A day later, Zhao Fu looked at Shimin Fenghua in his embrace and said, look, your constitution doesn't reject me, right? Shimin Fenghua looked quite confused as she asked, who are you? After all, Shimin Fenghua's master had said that with her constitution, she would only reject the man she was destined to be with. However, Shimin Fenghua could not accept that this man was the man she was destined to be with. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, I don't want to tell you right now, but it doesn't matter. After all, the Western Alliance's 12 alliance masters are under my control. Hearing this, Shimin Fenghua felt quite doubtful and said, that's impossible. How can you have such power? Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, I don't care if you believe me or not, I've already controlled them. Hearing Zhao Fu's words, Shimin Fenghua felt quite doubtful and asked, is that true? Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he nodded. Shimin Fenghua looked at Zhao Fu and said, Shimin Fenghua did not know what to say, this fellow had such great power to control the 12 alliance masters. She did not know what methods Zhao Fu had used and whether he would use such despicable methods. Shimin Fenghua asked, what is your goal? Zhao Fu smiled as he said, since you're the last one, it doesn't matter if I tell you. I don't have any goals, and I don't harm the Western Alliance. I just want that origin skeleton. Shimin Fenghua's expression fell as she said, you're that origin skeleton? Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Shimin Fenghua understood and said, no wonder my constitution doesn't dislike you. Zhao Fu took Shimin Fenghua's spatial ring and smiled as he said, I'll be going then. Shimin Fenghua stretched out her hand, planning to take off the cloth covering her eyes, and Zhao Fu did not stop her. Now that he had controlled the 12 alliance masters, there was no need to hide his appearance. When Shimin Fenghua took off the cloth and saw Zhao Fu's appearance, she could not help but look shocked. It was evident that she had never seen such a good-looking man before. At that moment, Zhao Fu got up. Shimin Fenghua lightly harumphed as she said, wait for me. Zhao Fu smiled as he asked, what, you want to go as well? Shimin Fenghua nodded as she said, I've always been quite curious about that origin skeleton. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, let's go together. Zhao Fu and Shimin Fenghua left the palace. Shimin Qiu and the other women watched as Shimin Fenghua walked out with a perfectly looking man. They had never seen Zhao Fu's appearance before, but looking at Zhao Fu's clothes, they were certain that Zhao Fu was that man. However, they felt quite strange as to why their alliance master had come out with him. Didn't their alliance master hate men the most? She had long since felt quite uncomfortable being near men. Seeing them walk over, Shimin Qiu and the other women started to feel nervous. After all, they had betrayed Shimin Fenghua, and they did not know how Shimin Fenghua would deal with them. As such, they immediately knelt and said, Alliance Master, please forgive us. Book 1, Chapter 2. Looking at the 4 women in front of her, Shimin Fenghua coldly said, the 4 of you still know that you were wrong? Shimin Qiu and the other 3 women looked terrified and hurriedly explained, Alliance Master, we were forced, and it was another Alliance Master who captured us. We couldn't resist at all, and we even asked him not to harm you before we agreed to help him. Shimin Fenghua thought about it and decided not to pursue the matter. Everyone, get up. The 4 women let out a sigh of relief. Shimin Ning asked in a small voice, Alliance Master, what are we going to do now? Shimin Fenghua replied, to the treasury. The other alliance masters had been paying attention to this because Shimin Fenghua was the last alliance master. After Zhao Fu took control of her, something big would definitely happen, and Zhao Fu's goal would be revealed. After hearing that Zhao Fu was going to the treasury, the women also headed there. In actuality, Shimin Mei and Shimin Luoli did not know about Zhao Fu's identity, and Zhao Fu did not force them or use despicable methods to deal with them. Zhao Fu came to a platform. 12 square stones were floating in the air. Each of them was 2 meters wide, and they were arranged in a horizontal line. Shimin Nightingale was the first to arrive, and looking at the man beside Shimin Fenghua, Shimin Nightingale said, You're that bastard? Zhao Fu lightly laughed. Shimin Nightingale looked at Zhao Fu's appearance and lightly harumphed, I never thought that a fellow like you would be so good-looking. Is this your goal for coming here? Zhao Fu nodded. By now, Shiman Mei, Shiman Shi, and Shiman Tian had also arrived. Hearing Shiman Nightingale's words, they knew that the man in front of them was the despicable man who had always bullied them. Seeing how perfect Zhao Fu was, they could somewhat accept it. Shiman Yan also came and looked at Zhao Fu with a strange look on her face. Wasn't this person Shiman Luoli's son-in-law? So he was the one who had been torturing her all this time. Back then, she actually did not see through it. However, it was indeed difficult to connect the two. Shiman Nua, Shiman Qingzhu, Shiman Shueishue, and the other women also arrived. When they saw Zhao Fu standing there, they were somewhat surprised. They were very curious about Zhao Fu's true appearance. After all, Zhao Fu had always bullied them, but they did not even know what Zhao Fu looked like. Shiman Xianxia was still a little uncertain as she asked, "Are you really that person?" Zhao Fu chuckled and said, "Do you want to come over and experience it again?" Shiman Xianxia blushed and spat, "Bad guy." Because Shiman Luoli and Shiman Mei were the last to receive the news, they were also the last to arrive. Seeing Zhao Fu standing there, Shiman Luoli asked curiously, "Zijuan, why are you here?" Shiman Yan said, "You still don't know his identity?" Shiman Luoli asked curiously, "What?" Shiman Mei chuckled, "What kind of status does that guy have? How come I don't know anything about him?" Shiman Yan said softly, "It seems that you two have been kept in the dark by that bastard. Let me tell you, that fellow has been using all sorts of despicable methods to deal with us." Shiman Shueishue said somewhat resentfully, "That fellow used my origin pearl to threaten me and make me submit to him." Shiman Nightingale said coldly, "He also pretended to be a woman and deceived my feelings. In the end, he used despicable poison to make me submit." Shiman Yan said, "He used my son to make me submit." Shiman Nua also said, "He used my little brother to threaten me." Shiman Xianxia said with a red face, "That fellow also used that despicable method to deal with me." Shiman Mei coldly snorted and said, "You guys are considered good. This bastard directly insulted us and then forced us to separate from our husband. Now, we have divorced our husband, and it's all because of this guy." Hearing this, Shiman Luoli had never thought that Zhao Fu would act like this, and she looked quite angry as she called out, "Seaman Jun, get over here." Zhao Fu said somewhat awkwardly, "What is it?" Shiman Luoli said coldly, "Is this true?" Zhao Fu awkwardly nodded. Seeing that Zhao Fu was actually quite afraid of Shiman Luoli, the women all looked as if they were waiting to watch a good show. Shiman Fenghua lightly laughed as she said, "I'll also say this, that fellow poisoned my medicinal pill and humiliated me." Shiman Luoli walked over to Zhao Fu and angrily pinched Zhao Fu, saying, "You bastard, I was blind to marry my daughter to you." Zhao Fu hugged Shiman Luoli and comforted her, saying, "I truly like you and your mother, but I couldn't do anything about it. I'm only at the Emperor Heaven realm, so how could I control them? I could only use such a method." Hearing this, Shiman Luoli's expression softened. Shiman Nightingale said, "You could use such a method to control us, but why humiliate us? And many times." Shiman Yan's face became slightly red as she said, That's right." Zhao Fu gave an awkward smile. Shiman Luoli angrily pinched Zhao Fu again, saying, "You bastard, I've seen through you. No wonder you weren't willing to leave behind restrictions." Zhao Fu explained, "I had no choice, you're all too beautiful and I want you all." Hearing this, the women felt much better because Zhao Fu liked them and did not treat them as things that could be casually thrown away. Shiman Luoli's expression was still cold. Shiman Fenghua smiled as she said, "All right, let's open the treasury now." The women looked at Shiman Fenghua strangely. Shiman Nightingale asked, "Why do we need to open the treasury?" Shiman Fenghua looked at Zhao Fu and said, "This fellow is the origin bone, and he came here for the origin skeleton." The women looked quite shocked, they had never thought that Zhao Fu was the origin bone. Shiman Luoli had never thought that the origin bone she had been waiting for would suddenly appear in front of her without her knowing. Shiman Yan asked, "Are you really the origin bone?" Zhao Fu nodded. Shiman Yan let out a breath and said, "Actually, it would be easier to resolve things if you told us your identity." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "That's not necessarily true. I like to control others, not be controlled by others." Shi Minyan said, "What do you want the origin skeleton for?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I want to revive her and obtain the last piece of broken bronze." Shi Min Qingzhu said in shock, "Your origin artifact is the primal chaos origin mirror?" Shi Min Nua asked, "Do you know the origin of that origin artifact?" Shi Min Qingzhu explained, "I didn't know before, but after finding out his identity, I confirmed the information about that origin artifact. It's the primal chaos origin mirror, an extremely precious primal chaos origin mirror, and it's rumored that only the origin race's patriarch can wield it." Everyone gasped as their hearts started to beat violently. This had completely exceeded their expectations. Book 1, Chapter 3 Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales. Shimin Fenghua looked at Zhao Fu. "If you control the primal chaos origin mirror, you're not an ordinary member of the origin race, right?" Zhao Fu had 2 first-generation origin bloodlines and he smiled as he said, "Of course I'm not an ordinary member of the origin race." Shimin Fenghua asked, "Then are you the son of the origin race's patriarch? Is that the most noble identity I can think of?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "My bloodline is even more noble than the patriarch's son." Shimin Fenghua asked, "Just what is your identity?" Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "I can't tell you now, but perhaps you'll find out in the future." Shimin Nightingale unhappily harumphed, "You're still not willing to tell us?" Zhao Fu said, "Alright, I don't want to waste any more time, I want to open the treasury immediately." Shimin Nua said, "How are you going to open the treasury?" "Let us do it." Zhao Fu smiled as he took out 12 command medallions and said, "There's no need." Seeing Zhao Fu's command medallions, the women realized why Zhao Fu had taken away their spatial rings. It was to open the treasury. Zhao Fu waved the command medallions in his hand and the 12 command medallions turned into 12 rays of light that shot towards the 12 cubes in the air. The 12 cubes gave off boundless light and a shocking aura spread out. The space continuously twisted and changed before a large hole appeared. This was the entrance to the treasury. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile as he flew into the large hole. The women also flew in. After entering the treasury, there were mountains of treasures that gave off dazzling lights, making people feel abnormally excited. The most eye-catching thing was that there was a jade bed at the center with a jade-like white skeleton on it. It seemed to be covered by primal chaos power and gave off extremely powerful ripples. This was the origin skeleton. Even after dying for so many years, it still gave off such terrifying ripples. It could be seen how powerful the origin race had been. Zhao Fu walked forwards and came to the jade table. The other women came over, and Shimin Luoli asked, "How do you plan on reviving her?" Zhao Fu thought for a moment and said, "I don't know. I can only give it a try now. You guys leave for a while." Zhao Fu decided to use the power of the evil immortal. Shimin Fenghua frowned. "Why do we have to retreat? Do you have some unspeakable secret? Also, I have to remind you that you can't stay in the treasury for too long, or else it will automatically close." Zhao Fu thought for a moment. "This place is indeed not suitable. I'll take it out first." After saying that, Zhao Fu stepped forward, intending to carefully collect the essence skeletons. However, when Zhao Fu made contact with one of the essence skeletons, Zhao Fu's body shuddered. Boom! With a loud explosion, many bronze shards shot out from Zhao Fu's body. These were the shards of the origin weapon. After the shards shot out, they scattered around the origin skeleton, and each shard radiated with powerful chaotic force. Boom! Another explosion sounded out as a golden wave of light blasted out, forcing Zhao Fu back a few steps. Zhao Fu looked quite confused as he found that he had lost control over the bronze shards. The other women looked at this scene in shock, not knowing what was going on. The bronze shards gave off a massive wave of chaotic force, lifting up the skeleton and making it hover in the air. A massive wave of chaotic force flowed into the skeleton, causing it to give off a powerful might of the origin race. Zhao Fu did not feel much, but Shimin Fenghua and the other women felt a bloodline might, making them feel quite uncomfortable. Suddenly, the heavens and earth changed as clouds swirled and the sun and moon lost their light. Chaotic force madly gathered and flowed into the treasury, entering the bronze shards. The bronze shards gave off terrifying power and motes of gray light floated out from the shards, gathering towards the origin skeleton. They then lightly landed on the origin skeleton and fused into it. Seeing this scene, Zhao Fu could not help but think to himself, Could it be that Yao's soul is still within the bronze shards? The primal chaos origin mirror's purpose was to give primal chaos source energy and protect souls. Perhaps the person who had buried Yao wanted to use this method to revive her. Shimin Fenghua said, "What do we do now? Do you need our help?" Jiaofu replied, "No need, I can't do anything right now. I can only wait and see what happens." Everyone started to wait. The chaotic force continuously flowed in, and the bronze shards continued to give off terrifying power as they flowed into the origin skeleton. Within the origin skeleton's head, the motes of gray light gathered, forming a gray flame, and traces of life force rose up. Shimin Fenghua and the other women looked incredibly shocked. They could tell that the origin skeleton was about to revive. This was an ancient origin race, and it was possible that it was the daughter of the clan chief. Everyone felt incredibly shocked, and their expressions became serious. The power continued to flow in. The origin skeleton gave off more and more life force, and in the end, it started to grow flesh. The flesh continued to grow, forming a piece of flesh. The flesh continued to grow, forming a flawless woman. This woman's looks and figure were both perfect, and she was only slightly weaker than Zhao Fu. However, in the primal chaos world, she was the #1 beauty, and almost no one could compare to her. This was the origin race's natural advantage. Seeing this scene, everyone's gazes were attracted by this woman. At that moment, the heaven and earth power that flowed in gradually stopped, and the bronze shards no longer gave off terrifying power. Zhao Fu regained control over the bronze shards, and he put them away. The woman silently floated in the air. Everyone did not make a sound and continued to wait. Not too long later, the woman slowly opened her eyes, revealing a pair of starry eyes. She turned to look at everyone and asked curiously, "Who are you?" Seeing that she had revived, everyone could not help but feel quite excited. Zhao Fu smiled as he replied, "I was the one who revived you. Do you still remember the past?" Right now, what Zhao Fu cared about the most was the matter of the bronze shard. Reviving her was also for the sake of the bronze shard. Yao thought about it and said, "I don't remember who I am." Zhao Fu frowned. Shimin Fenghua said with a trace of politeness, "We are the Alliance Masters of the Western Alliance, and we brought your skeleton back. The secret realm you were in has already collapsed, and I believe that you have been dead for countless years. It will take some time for you to recover your memories." The women were quite polite and respectful towards Yao's identity. After all, her identity was simply too terrifying. "Oh." Yao lightly replied. Zhao Fu continued to ask, "Then do you know about the final bronze shard?" Zhao Fu continued to ask, "Do you know about the last bronze shard? Is it the one in your body?" Yao asked curiously, "What's a bronze shard? It feels so familiar." Zhao Fu nodded, "I'm only lacking the final bronze shard to repair it." Yao said, "I'm not sure right now, but I can faintly sense it. I'll only be able to sense it after I recover some of my power." Zhao Fu let out a sigh of relief. Luckily she could sense it, or else all of this would have been for nothing. Shimin Fenghua said, "Let's leave the treasury, it's about to close." Everyone left the treasury. Shimin Fenghua and the other women prepared a place for Yao to quietly recover her power. They also forbade anyone from mentioning this matter, as if this news spread out, it would shake the entire world. After all, this was the origin race from ancient times. Siemens Meng, Siemens Qing, and Yao Chun coldly looked at Zhao Fu. They now knew who Zhao Fu was and the despicable things that Zhao Fu had done. Niao Chen said angrily, "I never thought that you were such a person, you're even worse than Niao Hu." Siemens Meng said coldly, "You're the origin race, yet you hid it from me for so long. If this matter was not exposed, were you planning on hiding it forever?" Siemens Qing said, "I could have supported you unconditionally, but this time, I won't support you. You need to give us an explanation." Zhao Fu explained, "I have my own difficulties, but I truly like all of you." Siemens Meng coldly harumphed, "We considered your difficulties, but did you consider us?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Of course I did. I wanted to tell you the moment I obtained the origin skeleton, and I'll also give you a portion of primal chaos origin energy to strengthen your constitutions and powers. I can give it to you now." Siemens Qing said, "Big sis, I'll trust him one last time. I don't think he's trying to lie to us." Siemens Meng looked at her little sister and said, "Little sis, you just said that you didn't support him, but now you can't help but defend him. You really like this fellow." Siemens Qing blushed and said, "Well, I like him very, very much." Siemens Meng glanced at Zhao Fu. "I'll trust you one last time." Zhao Fu smiled. Xing Meng looked at Niao Chen and asked, "Sister Niao Chen, when did you two get together?" Niao Chen explained with a blushing face. Siemens Meng rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu. She didn't expect their relationship to progress faster than the two sisters, and the key point was that they didn't know. Zhao Fu walked over with a smile and hugged the three of them. A few hours later, Zhao Fu arrived at a courtyard. Yao was sitting in the courtyard, reading a book about ancient times. Right now, she was also very curious about the past. Zhao Fu walked up to her and asked with a smile, "How is your strength recovering?" Yao smiled at Zhao Fu and said, "I've only recovered a little. I also have some questions that I want to ask you." Zhao Fu lightly smiled and said, "What is it?" Yao said, "You're not a member of our primal chaos race, so why do you have such pure primal chaos source energy and can even control an origin weapon?" Zhao Fu had a stunned expression. I didn't think that Yao would be able to tell at a glance that he wasn't a true origin child and only obtained primal chaos source energy. Yao looked at Zhao Fu and said, "Also, even though you're not a member of our primal chaos race, I can sense that you have two powerful origin bloodlines in your body. Moreover, they're extremely pure. May I ask what bloodlines these two origin bloodlines are?" Zhao Fu's expression did not change as he lightly smiled and said, "I can't tell you that for now. I have a method that can help you recover your strength and memories. Do you want to try it?" Yao asked curiously, "What method?" Zhao Fu smiled as he walked towards Yao. That night, pure white moonlight shone on the ground. Zhao Fu looked at Yao in his arms and lightly smiled, "Do you think I helped you?" Yao's face was red as she rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu lightly smiled and said, "I'll continue to help you recover." Yao did not refuse, and Zhao Fu continued to bully her. The next morning, Zhao Fu smiled and said to Yao, "If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving." Yao's face was bright red as she said shyly, "Hurry up and leave. You're such a bad fellow, you only know how to bully women." Zhao Fu lightly laughed and said, "I'll come back at night to recover my strength." Yao lightly nodded. Just as Zhao Fu left, he immediately ran into Shimin Fenghua. When Shimin Fenghua saw Zhao Fu come out, she immediately knew what had happened and said mockingly, "How do women from the origin race taste?" Zhao Fu lightly laughed and said, "Why are you jealous?" Shimin Fenghua coldly harumphed and said, "I'm not. I'm just a bit unhappy that the man I'm destined to be is a scum like you." Zhao Fu did not become angry and smiled as he went up and hugged her, ignoring her struggles. At night, Zhao Fu once again came to Yao's courtyard. In the following days, Zhao Fu was quite relaxed. He did not do anything and spent all day with the women. Sometimes, he would even spend time with the 12 Alliance Masters. Shimin Nua lay in Zhao Fu's embrace and said, "Can you remove the power from my little brother's body now?" Shimin Yan said, "And my son?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Sure, Shimin Nua's little brother is fine. As for your son, he really offended me and even tried to touch my woman. Tell him to be more careful next time, or else don't blame me." Shimin Yan said, "Got it, I'll tell him. Also, after torturing me for so long, are you still angry?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Of course not, you can continue to work hard in the future." Shimin Yan's face became red. Zhao Fu took out a pearl and handed it to Shimin Xianxia as he said, "I'll return this to you. Make sure to take good care of it in the future." However, Shimin Xianxia's face became slightly red as she said, "I'll leave my life essence pearl with you, it feels safer that way. Moreover, if anything happens to me, it should be easier for you to revive me." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Shimin Nightingale said, "What about the poison in my body?" Zhao Fu lightly laughed and said, "You didn't do too well, we'll talk about it in the future." Shimin Nightingale harumphed unhappily. Shimin Fenghua suddenly asked, "How is Yao's power recovering?" Zhao Fu replied, "She's recovering quite well, and her senses towards the final origin shard are becoming stronger and stronger. Soon, I'll be able to obtain the final bronze shard." Shimin Yan asked, "What will happen after you repair the origin shard?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "I won't say, It'll be a surprise for you guys. Now, Zhao Fu was just a tiny bit away from breaking through and awakening the Primal Chaos World's Supreme Emperor Star. The moment he repaired the Origin Shard would be the moment that Zhao Fu would awaken. Book 1, Chapter 5. After a period of time, with Zhao Fu's help, Yao recovered some of her strength and sensed the location of the final bronze shard. Zhao Fu did not hesitate and immediately brought Yao to find that bronze shard. A few days later, Zhao Fu and Yao arrived near a small lake. Yao stretched out a finger and pointed at the lake as she said, "The final bronze shard is at the deepest part of this lake." Zhao Fu used his origin energy and pressed his hand against the surface of the lake. A massive wave of energy flowed into the lake and towards the depths of the lake, causing a few rays of light to shoot out from the depths. Zhao Fu grabbed out with his hand and the wave of energy immediately reached into the depths of the lake, pulling out a bronze shard. Looking at the bronze shard covered in mud, Zhao Fu smiled. He had finally found the final bronze shard and could now repair the Primal Chaos Origin Mirror. Yao also smiled and looked at Zhao Fu as she asked, "How do you plan on repairing it?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I'll refine this shard first and then try to repair it." Yao said, "That might be very difficult." Zhao Fu understood that this was a very important origin energy of the Primal Chaos race, so repairing it would not be easy. However, Zhao Fu still wanted to give it a try no matter what. Zhao Fu sat down cross-legged on the ground and a wave of golden origin energy covered the bronze shard. He continuously sent energy into it, causing the bronze shard to continuously give off a powerful aura and some rust to fall off. Yao stood by the side and watched curiously. She had not recovered her memories yet, so she was still quite confused about these things. The heaven and earth power in the surroundings started to gather and continuously flowed into the bronze shard, repairing it. Boom! An enormous explosion sounded out as the bronze shard gave off a powerful wave of primal chaos force and dissipated. It looked very new and was not as rusty as before. Zhao Fu successfully repaired the bronze fragment. Zhao Fu couldn't help but feel excited. He began to absorb the bronze fragment into his body to refine it. This was not difficult at all. After Zhao Fu absorbed it into his body, his own power surged towards the bronze shard, easily refining it. The last bronze shard automatically flew to the side of the other shards. Right now, within Zhao Fu's body, there were many bronze fragments floating within Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu controlled these bronze fragments and began to assemble them. The bronze shards gave off a powerful aura as they slowly combined together, forming a cracked bronze mirror. Zhao Fu had only combined them together, not repaired them. Zhao Fu began gathering a large amount of chaos essence power within his body, forming a sphere of energy that wrapped around the bronze mirrors. A powerful origin power began to refine the cracked bronze mirror, trying to fuse them together. As long as there were no cracks, Zhao Fu would be able to repair the bronze mirror. Time slowly passed. Yao, who was waiting nearby, felt somewhat bored. She sat by the lake and played with the water. Zhao Fu suddenly sighed. Yao asked, "What's wrong?" Zhao Fu said, "I plan on using chaos essence power to refine and fuse them together, but these bronze shards will only absorb without showing any signs of fusing." Yao said with a slight smile, "Do you want to continue trying and wait a bit longer?" Zhao Fu nodded. Even after half a day, there was still no effect. Zhao Fu was certain that this method would not work. Repairing the Primal Chaos Origin Mirror was not an easy task. After seriously thinking about it, Zhao Fu decided to try using his bloodline power. Piece by piece, bronze shards floated out from Zhao Fu's body, once again forming a cracked bronze mirror in front of him. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and used his fingernail to cut open his wrist. Blood flowed out from the wound, and under Zhao Fu's control, it flew towards the bronze mirror hovering in front of him. It then covered the bronze mirror, forming a sphere of blood that gave off a powerful bloodline power. Yao walked over, feeling somewhat shocked. She had not known this before, but now that she had personally sensed Zhao Fu's bloodline power, she realized that Zhao Fu's origin bloodline was even purer than hers, who was from the origin race. There was only one possibility, and that was that Zhao Fu's bloodline was a primeval origin bloodline. Even though one was not a chaos bloodline, it was still a chaos world bloodline, while the other was a origin bloodline from another world. Just who was this man? Zhao Fu did not know what Zhao was thinking, nor did he have the time to think about it. He focused on smelting the bronze mirror. The blood was continuously absorbed by the bronze mirror. The bronze mirror shone brightly, and at the same time, it also released the power of the two powerful bloodline essences. Seeing that it was working, Xiaofu smiled and continued to smelt the bronze mirror. The bronze mirror continuously absorbed Xiaofu's blood, and after absorbing all of Xiaofu's blood, it turned into a blood-red mirror and gave off a terrifying aura. Bang! Before Xiaofu could rejoice, the bronze mirror exploded out with a massive wave of chaos power, causing countless traces of blood-red qi to gush out. This was the blood that had been absorbed, and now that the bronze mirror had expelled it, it returned to its original state. By now, because Xiaofu had lost too much blood, his face became slightly pale, and he felt a headache coming on. One method was not enough, and Xiaofu did not know what to do next. Why don't we go back first, investigate the bronze mirror, and try to repair it? Yao asked. Hearing Yao's words, Xiaofu looked at Yao and suddenly remembered that the Primal Chaos Origin Mirror was an item from the Primal Chaos race, so it was understandable that it was not willing to absorb his bloodline. However, what about Yao's bloodline? She might be the chief's daughter, and her Primal Chaos Origin bloodline was extremely pure. Perhaps she could do it. Xiaofu smiled and said, "Come here, let's try one last time. If it doesn't work, we'll go back." Yao walked over and looked at Xiaofu as she asked curiously, "What do you need me to do?" Xiaofu smiled as he said, "Sit across from me, then cut your wrist and give me some of your Chaos Origin blood." "Oh." Yaoyin replied. She sat across from Xiaofu and cut her wrist, causing a faint gray, crystalline blood to flow out. Under Yao's control, it formed an orb of blood and floated towards Xiaofu. Xiaofu caught the orb of blood and sensed the primal chaos power within it. This was a true chaos bloodline, and it felt incredibly powerful. This was the second time that Xiaofu had met someone from the origin race. The first person that Xiaofu had met was Tuoba Qing, and the second was Yao. After so much time had passed, Xiaofu wondered where Tuoba Qing was and what she was saying. How strong had she become? Book 1, Chapter 6. Xiaofu shook his head and threw these thoughts to the back of his mind. Right now, the most important thing was to repair the Primal Chaos Origin Mirror. Xiaofu controlled the orb of blood and floated it towards the bronze mirror. Indeed, the bronze mirror liked the Primal Chaos blood and immediately absorbed it without rejecting it, giving off a powerful Primal Chaos power. Xiaofu looked at the bronze mirror and smiled as he said to Yao, "Give me your hand." Yao obediently stretched out a hand. Xiaofu held her hand and placed it under the bronze mirror as he said, "Now, release your Primal Chaos power and I'll release mine. Let's repair the Primal Chaos Origin Mirror together." Yao smiled and nodded. A powerful wave of chaos energy flowed out from Yao's body, and Xiaofu also gave off a powerful wave of energy. The two powers fused together, forming an orb of blood-gray flames that burned the bronze mirror below it. Soon, the bronze mirror started to show signs of melting. Yao's primal chaos power was much more useful than Xiaofu's, and it seemed that even if he found the final bronze shard, he would have to revive Yao. Without Yao's help, it would be impossible for Xiaofu to repair the Primal Chaos Origin Mirror. Moreover, even if people from the Primal Chaos race came, it would be incredibly difficult because their bloodlines were many generations apart and would not be as pure as Yao's. The Primal Chaos Origin Mirror needed this pure Primal Chaos power. Xiaofu continued to refine it. As Xiaofu burned the bronze mirror, he also vigorously fused the many bronze shards together. As the shards continuously fused together, the cracks gradually disappeared. In the end, the bronze mirror formed into a whole. It was a complete bronze mirror, without a single crack, and without any signs of damage. This was a round bronze mirror that was 15 centimeters wide. The surface of the mirror was smooth, and there were many inscriptions around it. Behind the mirror was a picture of the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers. The carvings were quite crude, and the entire mirror looked incredibly ancient. In that moment, the bronze mirror turned into a golden ray of light and shot into the sky, hovering there as a boundless, formless energy spread out. Boom! A deafening roar resounded and countless experts were shocked. Their expressions changed drastically as they looked in Xiaofu's direction. The chaos world started to tremble as a world-shaking aura spread out. Countless people in the chaos world stared at the sky in terror. Under this terrifying aura, they felt as if they were not even worth a speck of dust. Their bodies and souls felt as if they had fallen into an endless abyss of darkness. Western Alliance. Ximen Fenghua looked in the direction of Zhao Fu and said with a grave expression, "It seems like they found the bronze fragment and repaired the Chaos Origin Mirror." Ximen Nightingale said in surprise, "That primal Chaos Origin Mirror is indeed a heavenly treasure. It can actually cause such a huge fluctuation. It's really shocking." Ximen Yan said seriously, "Now, with his origin bloodline and the control of the primal Chaos Origin Mirror, I believe that no one will be able to shake his position. Even if he were to face that evil immortal, I believe that he would still be slightly stronger." Ximen Nua said, "What's happening right now is within our expectations, yet it's also outside of our expectations. Back then, we sought out the Essence Child for this very day. However, we never thought that something like this would happen with that fellow." Ximen Sure asked, "Should we hurry over?" Ximen Luoli said, "We should hurry over as soon as possible, perhaps we'll be able to obtain great benefits." The women thought about it and nodded. They had an advantage over everyone else, which was that they knew where Zhao Fu was, so they would be able to quickly reach where Zhao Fu was. Right now, countless people and experts did not know what had happened. They did not know that this had been caused by the primal Chaos Origin Mirror, nor did they know that this was related to Zhao Fu. Rumble, massive sounds continuously sounded out in all directions as boundless heaven and earth power, giving off an aura that could topple mountains and overturn seas, continuously gathered in Zhao Fu's direction. The heavens and earth suddenly changed, and the sun and moon dimmed. Essence Qi became chaotic, yin and yang reversed, and the five elements collapsed. Wild gales roared, lightning flashed, and torrential rain poured down. Seeing this scene, everyone in the chaos world felt that terrifying aura, and they felt that the world was coming to an end. This massive ripple was sensed by everyone in the Heaven Awaken world, Card world, and Alchemy world, and they all looked quite confused, wondering what was happening in the chaos world. The boundless heaven and earth power flowed into the bronze mirror in the sky, continuously absorbing the boundless heaven and earth power. Only now did it truly start to repair and fuse, recovering its shocking power as a heaven treasure. As the primal Chaos Origin Mirror continuously absorbed the heaven and earth power, the aura it gave off became more and more terrifying. It was as if it was a god that ruled over this world, and all creatures had to submit to it. In the end, the primal Chaos Origin Mirror stopped absorbing heaven and earth power. There seemed to be a faint golden light wrapped around it, and it gave off an ultimate power. Zhao Fu looked at the primal Chaos Origin Mirror in the sky and smiled as he said, "I've finally repaired it. The primal Chaos Origin Mirror's power did not disappoint me. Now, it's time for me to awaken." "Yao, stay away from me." Yao asked curiously, "What are you going to do?" Zhao Fu proudly smiled as he said, "I'm going to do something that no one in the chaos world has ever done before." Now that the primal Chaos Origin Mirror had been repaired, Zhao Fu felt that he could awaken the chaos world's supreme emperor star, and he felt quite excited. Zhao Fu had been waiting for this moment for a very, very long time. Yao also looked quite expectant, wondering what would make Zhao Fu look like that. She walked to the side and started to wait. At that moment, many rays of light descended. They were the Western Alliance's people. Ximen Yanfeng looked at Yao and then at Zhao Fu sitting cross-legged and asked, "What happened?" Yao replied, "I'm not sure either. He said that he was going to awaken something, and it seemed very important. He told me to stay away." Ximen Fenghua looked at the bronze mirror floating in the sky and said in shock, "Is that the repaired primal Chaos Origin Mirror? The aura it gives off is so terrifying." Ximen Nightingale said seriously, "With this item's power, it can be called the most powerful item in the chaos world. There is almost nothing else that can compare to it, unless it's a terrifying origin armament from ancient times." Ximen Meizhu lightly laughed as she said, "As long as we can keep him in our Western Alliance will be able to control this origin armament." Ximen Yan said to Yao, "I'm quite curious as to what he's going to awaken. Now that he's repairing the Chaos Origin armament, he should be leaving. Why is he still staying here?" Yao looked at Zhao Fu and said, "It's something that no one in the chaos world has ever done before. My instincts tell me that it's incredibly terrifying. Perhaps it's something that I've never seen before." Hearing this, the women felt quite shocked and looked at Zhao Fu, who was sitting there cross-legged. Book 1, Chapter 7. At that moment, the primal Chaos Origin Mirror in the sky slowly fell down, the mirror facing Zhao Fu. Swish, an air-tearing sound rang out as the primal chaos origin mirror shot out a ray of golden light that quickly landed on Zhao Fu, who was seated on the ground. Boom, an even louder roar reverberated throughout the chaos world. The sound wave, which seemed to be real, wreaked havoc in the endless void and fiercely collided with the surrounding three worlds. The loud roar rang out in the three major worlds. The weather in the three worlds changed as winds and clouds surged. The many experts all revealed serious expressions as they looked towards the primal chaos world. Countless people in the primal chaos world also looked towards Zhao Fu in shock. A large number of experts gave off terrifying auras and left behind streams of light as they madly gathered there. They knew that the fate of the primal chaos world was about to change at that moment. An indescribable power surged out, covering the sky and covering the earth. Within a radius of more than 10 million miles, golden flames were ignited in the void. An incomparably huge pillar of golden flames slowly formed, standing there as if it could hold up the sky. Boundless heaven and earth power gathered in the sky, forming a golden vortex that covered the sky, giving off a power that could stir up the world. The living beings in the primal chaos world also sensed this extremely terrifying aura. They felt that not only was the spiritual chi and wind gathering in that direction, but their souls were also being sucked away by that power. Facing this power, they could not resist at all. The countless experts flying over stopped. Even though they were standing very far away, they could see the massive pillar of golden aura flames ahead. They felt incredibly small and insignificant, and they revealed shocked expressions as they stood there in the void, not moving at all. Ximen Fenghua and the others, who were within the pillar of golden aura flames, also revealed shocked expressions as they looked at Zhao Fu. Even though they did not know what Zhao Fu was going to do, there was no doubt that this was something that would affect the entire primal chaos world. Rumble, massive sounds continuously rang out as if the world was mourning. Terrifying ripples continuously spread out in all directions. Within the primal chaos world, countless people did not know what to do. Their bodies and souls felt intense terror, and no matter where they ran, it was useless. Everything was about to be destroyed, and everyone felt an unprecedented sense of despair. At that moment, countless experts also rushed to the side of the golden flame pillar. Now that they were here, they could even more clearly feel how terrifying this aura was. Even with their powerful cultivations, they still felt chills down their spines. They were also unable to enter the massive pillar of golden aura flames. As soon as they got close, they instinctively felt that the golden aura flames would turn them into nothingness. It was as if it could devour and destroy everything, and it was the most terrifying thing in the world. At the very center of the golden flames, Zhao Fu slowly absorbed the boundless chaos origin energy, making the final preparations for the awakening. As Zhao Fu continued to absorb the golden power, it was as if Zhao Fu had become a golden statue. He also gave off a formless power that seemed to crystallize the surrounding golden flames. Zhao Fu slowly opened his eyes and found that he was still unable to awaken. There was still one last step left. Roar, a massive dragon's roar sounded out as a massive black dragon giving off a powerful aura drilled out of Zhao Fu's body. This dragon was incredibly massive and had black horns on its head that looked like a crown. It had 3 terrifying blood-red eyes and its body was covered with jet black and shiny dragon scales. Its 4 claws gave off a chilling light, and its body gave off an ancient and overbearing aura. Ximen Fenghua set in shock. This is a primordial ancient dragon. Ximen Yan said in surprise, why does he have a primordial ancient dragon within his body? Ximen Mei lightly laughed as she said, could it be that he has a primordial ancient dragon's bloodline? Ximen Nightingale said seriously, I'm afraid not, this isn't an ordinary primordial ancient dragon but a primordial emperor dragon. Only the primordial dragon race's young master can do this. Ximen Luoli looked shocked, what? You're saying that he's the primordial dragon race's young master? Ximen Nightingale nodded, apart from him, I don't think anyone else can do this. The women all looked at Zhao Fu in shock, they had never thought that Zhao Fu would have such a terrifying identity. They had not been able to tell before. The primordial emperor dragon swam about within the pillar of golden aura flames, giving off an extremely powerful dragon's might. The countless experts outside the pillar sensed this dragon's might and looked quite surprised. Primordial dragon race. Countless people from the dragon race looked at the pillar of golden aura flames in the distance and felt as if a formless dragon's power was coming from it, causing their bloodlines to boil and their hearts to beat vigorously. Countless traces of dragon chi rose up from the ground. The various leaders all gave wild smiles. They knew that Zhao Fu was about to awaken his Supreme Emperor star, and this ripple was caused by Zhao Fu. If Zhao Fu successfully awakened it, it would have a massive impact on the primordial dragon race. The dignified-looking elder raised his head and loudly laughed. Today, the primordial dragon race will welcome a historic moment. The primordial dragon race will walk towards unprecedented glory and become the most powerful race in the outer world. Long Wushui looked at the pillar of golden aura flames in the distance with a serious expression because she knew that Zhao Fu was someone from the heaven-awakened world and not someone from the outer world. She did not know if this was a good thing or a bad thing for the outer world. The primordial emperor dragon started to absorb the golden aura flame's power, and its body gradually became smaller until it became a cold-looking young man dressed in black with a dragon's horn on his head, giving off a powerful dragon's might. The cold-looking young man was Zhao Fu's dragon clone, and he only looked somewhat like Zhao Fu. He did not look exactly like Zhao Fu. The dragon clone gave off a powerful aura as it flew out. Seeing the cold-looking young man fly out, the experts outside felt quite surprised. However, after sensing the power that the dragon clone gave off, their expressions became serious. Why has the primordial dragon race's young master appeared here? This isn't his main body but a clone formed from power. The dragon's might just then was most likely from him. Could it be that the person who caused such terrifying ripples was the dragon race's young master? Based on the aura he gave off, it was most likely him who caused those ripples. That desolate ancient dragon race is frightening. Their young master actually caused such a huge commotion. His potential must be extremely frightening as well, making him seem unreachable. I'm curious as to why the primordial dragon race's young master caused such terrifying ripples. What terrifying thing happened? What's this doppelganger doing? Should we stop him and ask him? If you want to go, go. I don't want to cause trouble right now. I feel that the consequences will be quite severe. Book 1, Chapter 8, The dragon clone ignored the experts outside and turned into a ray of light, flying in a certain direction and disappearing. Shiman Fenghua said, who would have thought that this boy had hidden himself so deeply and was the primordial dragon race's young master? Shiman Luoli looked at Zhao Fu and said, my eyesight is even worse and I could not tell anything. Before, I thought that he was just an ordinary person, but in the end, I trusted him. Shiman Nightingale said seriously, that fellow has always been filled with mysteries, and who knows how many things he is hiding from us. Perhaps now is the time to get answers. Shiman Mei smiled as she said, in actuality, the more powerful he is, the more beneficial it will be for the Western Alliance. I can imagine a beautiful and happy life in the future. Shiman Nua said seriously, when that time comes, we won't be the ones controlling him, we'll be controlled by him. Shiman Yen said calmly, aren't we already under his control? It's useless to say that we'll be controlled in the future, it's better to think about how much we can benefit from this. Shiman Xianxia said softly, I don't have any big plans, I just want to live a peaceful life. Xing. Xing. Xing, 3 massive sword hum sounded out as 3 rays of sword intent shot out from Zhao Fu's body. One was a blood-red sword light that gave off a berserk killing intent, one was a grey sword light that gave off an extremely evil aura, and one was a rainbow sword light that gave off an aura that could contain tens of thousands of swords. As the 3 rays of sword intent shot out, the surrounding air seemed to become heavy as if it contained boundless killing intent. It was as if even a trace of the air could kill. Under this sword intent, Shiman Fenghua and the others' hair stood on end as they felt an intense sense of danger. Now, Zhao Fu had released 3 peerless sword intents, which could be said to be one of the most powerful sword intents in the world, which was why they were so terrifying. As the 3 rays of sword intent were released, the experts outside the golden aura flame pillar sensed this sharp sword intent and could not help but take a few steps back. They could sense that the golden aura flame was filled with this sword intent, causing them to feel a chill down their spines. City of 10,000 Swords. A massive sword hum sounded out as the City of 10,000 Swords gave off a terrifying sword energy. A rainbow-colored sword light containing an unstoppable aura shot into the sky, seeming as if it was going to tear the sky apart. powerful ripples continuously spread out. Within the sword light, the many people from the city of 10,000 swords revealed delighted smiles. They could also sense the changes in their sword intent and power. All the elders looked at the pillar of golden flames in shock. When Long Di released such a strong fluctuation, I faintly felt that it was related to him. Now that our 10,000 swords city is also releasing such a strong fluctuation, I can be sure that this matter is related to him. He is a sword genius that only appears once in 10,000 years, possessing 3 supreme sword intents. It's a pity that he didn't walk the path of the sword. I don't know what he caused this time to cause such a huge commotion. Could it be that he has fused the 3 sword intents? Previously, I saw signs of the 3 sword intents fusing, but he forcefully suppressed it. I don't think so. Although the fusion of 3 sword intents is very terrifying, it is not as terrifying as this. The ripples will cover the entire chaos world and even affect the other worlds. Then what exactly is he doing? Do we need to ask the dragon race? I don't think that's necessary. I don't think things will end like this. I think we should go and see for ourselves. I agree. After all, he is closely related to our 10,000 swords city. Within the golden flames, the 3 sword lights started fusing together and terrifying sword power spread out. The 3 different colored sword lights shot out and a figure slowly appeared. This man had 3 different colored hair, one was blood red, one was gray, and one was multicolored. His face was cold and his eyes were like sharp swords. His entire body gave off an incredibly terrifying sword intent, making him seem like a god of swords. This young man only looked somewhat similar to Zhao Fu, but he did not look exactly the same as Zhao Fu. Moreover, he looked even more different from the dragon clone. Seeing this, Ximen Fenghua and the other women were not too shocked. They knew that the primordial dragon race's young master had obtained the legacy of 10,000 swords and had grasped 3 supreme sword intents. The sword clone turned into a beam of sword light and shot out towards the pillar of golden flames. Seeing the powerful sword light shoot out, the many experts felt shocked. They understood that this young man was extremely dangerous and none of them dared to stop him. This is another doppelganger, a doppelganger formed by 3 sword wills. I wonder what the primordial dragon race's young master wants to do. Why did he create 2 clones? And, where are they going? I must have something very important to do, otherwise I would not be doing it now. As a sword cultivator, I cannot help but feel envious. He has grasped 3 such terrifying sword intents. If I could grasp just one, I would definitely be able to reach the peak of the world. You can try to snatch it. That doppelganger is formed from 3 pure sword intents. As long as you devour it, you will be able to grasp 3 sword intents. Moreover, they are very pure, different from those mixed sword intents. Hearing you say that, I am indeed a bit tempted. Don't listen to him. Right now, that clone contains the power of the world. Forget about whether or not you are a match for him. Even if you devour him, you will not obtain 3 supreme sword intents. Instead, you will die from the backlash of the world's power. I want to see what these clones are going to do. I feel that it will be more interesting than staying here. Wait for me, I am also very curious as to what these clones are going to do. Some of the experts turned into rays of light and chased after the sword clones. The sword clones ignored them and flew quickly towards another place. At that moment, many sorcerer runes floated out of Zhao Fu's body. There were many of them, and they were densely packed around Zhao Fu. Each of them gave off a faint light and an extremely powerful sorcerer power spread out. Ximen Fenghua and the other women looked shocked. They did not know that the sorcerer race's son was also Zhao Fu. The sorcerer land. Various colored auras rose up from the ground, each representing a tribe and a sorcerer power. A massive aura spread out. The sorcerer race's bloodlines became scorching hot. An indescribable power surged out of their bloodlines, making them feel incredibly happy. At the same time, they were filled with anticipation. After all, this was only the beginning of the change, it was not the final change yet. The sorcerer race's elders smiled, it was finally their turn. When the desolate ancient dragon race had started to change, the sorcerer race understood that this was caused by Zhao Fu, and they had been waiting for the sorcerer land to change. They knew that Zhao Fu was going to awaken a supreme emperor star, and they all looked at the golden pillar of aura flames in excitement. Book 1, Chapter 9, Calamity Domain. The shaman runes within the golden aura flame absorbed a large amount of power and gathered in the sky, forming a 3-meter-tall muscular man. He had no hair, and there was a picture of a sun and moon on his chest. He looked rough and barbaric. This was the shaman clone condensed from the shaman race's power, and it gave off a powerful shaman power that covered the surroundings. Xianxia Fenghua said in shock, "What powerful shaman power, only the legendary shaman son can give off such power. He's actually a shaman son of the shaman race." Xianxia Nightingale also said in shock, "Just how many identities is he hiding?" Xianxia Yan said in a low voice, "Son of origin, young master of the primordial dragon race, city of 10,000 swords legatee, and shaman son of the shaman race. He has revealed 4 identities, and all of them are incredibly prestigious." Xianxia Luoli looked at Zhao Fu and said, "I'm quite curious, how can he have so many identities? Is the identity of the son of origin his true identity?" Xianxia Nuo replied, "I don't think so, his true identity is quite suspicious." Xianxia Mei said, "The son of origin identity is most likely his most mysterious identity. Apart from that, what other terrifying identities does he have? I can't think of anything else." Xianxia Fenghua said seriously, "It's not as simple as just his identities, it's that he has so many sovereign-level powers." Xianxia Qingzhu nodded, "I've read so many books, but I've never seen anyone with so much sovereign-level power." Boom, the sound of the air being torn could be heard as the shaman clone gave off a powerful aura and flew in another direction. Seeing the shaman clone fly out, everyone outside the golden aura flame pillar looked quite shocked and understood that Zhao Fu was a shaman's son. No one dared to stop it, and the shaman clone gave off a powerful aura as it flew in another direction. Some experts curiously followed. Boom, boom. Boom, massive explosions sounded out as 12 moons appeared in the sky, giving off boundless silver moonlight. Zhao Fu sat under the moonlight, and this scene gave off an indescribable impact. No one knew if Zhao Fu was a god or a celestial. Xianxia Luoli looked quite shocked, could it be that he's the moon immortal? The 12 moons in the boundless void gave off boundless moonlight, and a massive wave of moon energy spread out. Countless experts raised their heads to look at the sky. Although the sky was shrouded by the golden vortex, they could clearly sense the astonishing waves emitted by the 12 moons. Without the obstruction of the golden vortex, the 12 moons would definitely appear in the sky. December lights up. Yu Wuxing exclaimed in shock, "Why would the 12 moons undergo such a massive change? Could it be that the events of the lower realms have something to do with him?" The moon saintess nodded. "He's the only one who can make bright December produce such a fluctuation. Even with our powers, we can't." Yu Yao asked curiously, "What is he trying to do?" Yu Xianzi said in a low voice, "Didn't we feel that he was hiding many things from us? Now, it's time to reveal everything." Moon saintess said seriously. "I've also been wondering who he is." Yu Yao looked at Yu Xianzi and asked, "What do we plan to do now? Should we stay here and wait for news, or should we descend to take a look?" Yu Xianzi said solemnly, "Let's go down together. I want to see the secrets he's hiding with my own eyes." The women all nodded. Outside the golden flaming pillar, the crowd saw countless rays of celestial light sprinkling down from the sky. 12 women in white dresses, their faces untainted by even a speck of dust, slowly floated down from the sky like fairies from the moon palace. "It's the 12 moons immortals," someone cried out in shock. A middle-aged woman looked at the 12 moons immortals and said in shock, "I heard that they've long since reached the half-celestial realm. Wouldn't they be able to ascend to the celestial world and become true fairies?" A tall and skinny man said, "They should be staying in the moon palace to cultivate. I never thought that they would descend to the lower realms. This is my first time seeing them as well. Indeed, not only are they peerlessly beautiful, but their power is also terrifying." An elderly man said, "That person is the legendary moon immortal. The 12 moons immortals view this matter with great importance." A man dressed in green robes and giving off a scholarly aura said, "That person actually has so many identities. What is his true identity?" Clang, 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 many massive sword hums sounded out. The elders of the 10,000 sword city turned into rays of sword light and landed here, and a powerful sword aura spread out. Someone said, "The 10,000 sword city's people have also come." Someone else said, the 10,000 Swords City's people naturally have to come, that person inside has grasped the 10,000 Swords legacy. Someone else said, just wait, it's not just them, the Dragon Race's people and the Sorcerer Race's people will also arrive soon. When that time comes, it'll be lively. Xianxia and the other women looked at the 10,000 Swords City's people and looked at the massive pillar of golden aura flames in front of them with solemn expressions. Yao said in shock, to personally feel this power, it's so powerful. The Moon Saintess said, can we go in? Xianxia frowned, I'm afraid not. Right now, no one can enter unless they were inside from the start. The Moon Saintess said disappointedly, it's a pity, I wanted to personally see that fellow. The 10,000 Sword City's elders also looked at the 12 Moons Immortals. They're the 12 Moons Immortals? Their strength has already reached the half-celestial realm, and the Moon Immortals' power within them is rising. It won't be long before they reach the immortal realm. They're quite terrifying, they reached such a realm in such a short time. This has to do with our legatee. I never thought that our legatee would go to the 12 moons to become the new Moon Immortal. This is why he has no heart to walk the path of the sword, he has too much power, and each of them is not weaker than the 10,000 swords intent. Let's wait here for now. I feel that things won't end like this. By now, the people from the Dragon Race and the Sorcerer Race had also arrived. Seeing so many people gathered here, they were not surprised, and they looked at the massive pillar of golden aura flames. Because they all knew some things, they looked at each other with smiles on their faces and did not say anything. However, they could not hide the excitement and anticipation in their hearts. Within the golden aura flame pillar, countless traces of moon energy gathered in the air, forming a white-cloaked figure with long, white hair. His face was white and clean, and there was a moon-shaped body behind him, giving off a wave of pure celestial energy. This was the moon clone formed from the moon source energy, and it turned into a white blur as it flew to the side. Soon, everyone saw the moon clone fly out. The Moon Saintess blocked in front of the moon clone and asked, tell me, what happened? Book 1, Chapter 10, Awakening. However, the moon clone was expressionless, as if it did not know her, and it continued to fly towards the Moon Saintess. The Moon Saintess was quite angry and wanted to stop the moon clone. Xianxia pulled her back and said, this is formed from pure moon energy and has no consciousness. It's useless even if you stop him. Moreover, he has the power of the heavens and earth, and if you stop him, you'll suffer a great backlash. The Moon Saintess pouted and said, oh. Got it. Yao asked, why did he condense this moon clone? I feel like he has some sort of goal. Xianxia breathed out and said, we don't need to worry about anything and just need to wait here. Within the golden pillar of flame, Shim and Fenghua and the other women looked at Zhaofu in shock. Now, Zhaofu was not only the young lord of the dragon race, the young lord of the witch race, and the legatee of the 10,000 swords. He was also the legendary moon celestial. They could still remember the scene of the 12 moons descending. The abnormal signs caused by innate sources were on the level of a world, and they were even greater than the abnormal signs from before. The moon in the sky had already disappeared, and countless searing rays of light had shot out from the sky. The surrounding temperature had risen, and 8 golden suns had appeared, causing an unstoppable wave of heat to spread out. Shim Nightingale and the other women looked incredibly shocked. Could it be that he was also an innate sun god? Within the boundless sky, the 8 suns gave off blinding light, and a massive wave of heat spread out, seeming to be able to incinerate all things. Outside the pillar of golden aura flame, the people who sensed the ripples from the sun also revealed shocked expressions. They felt as if their minds had been struck by a massive force, and their minds went blank. He's actually an innate sun god? If I hadn't seen it for myself, I definitely wouldn't have believed it. That's right, this is simply too shocking. Now that he has grasped 2 innate sources, as long as he has enough time, he'll be invincible. When did such a terrifying person appear in our outer world? I don't think even that heaven-awakened sun is as powerful as him. I think so too. With such a terrifying existence in our outer world, the heaven-awakened world will come to an end. I'm not sure about this. We haven't seen that person with our own eyes. If he doesn't like us, or if we have a grudge against him, it will be our end. That's right. This could be a matter of life and death for us. It could also affect the progress of the primal chaos world. We need to be careful. On the sun. The goddesses also gathered together. A smile appeared on Ri Ying's face. Our supreme shrine is also going to undergo major changes. Ri Lu chuckled and said, yes, the moon has changed. I knew that the sun would also change. I am also curious about what he did to cause such a big change. Ri Mai smiled and said, why don't we go down and take a look? I haven't seen him in a long time and I miss him so much. Ri Chen said hesitantly, is this a good idea? We've been on the sun for so long, and we've never left it once. Ri Ying said with a smile, the 8-sun shrine is already a thing of the past. Now, we worship him. Moreover, we are now the masters of the sun. We don't have to follow the rules of the past anymore. Ri Chen said, I have no objections. Countless golden melons shot out from the sky as figures appeared in the air. A terrifying scorching might caused the space around them to blur. Everyone's expressions changed as they felt a wave of terror as they looked at the figures that had appeared. After the Ri Ying group appeared, they sized up everyone. It had been a long time since they had seen people on the ground. Everyone looked at the Ri Ying group and could not help but start discussing. Who would have thought that this was true? It said that after the 8 sun gods disappeared, their goddesses also fell into a deep slumber. No wonder their power is so terrifying. Of course, they're all people from ancient times. I never thought that after so long, they would still exist, and they're all so beautiful and alluring. Now that the 8 sun shrine, no, it should be the supreme shrine, has these goddesses, it is undefeatable and has become one of the most terrifying factions in the primal chaos world. Now that we've personally confirmed their existence, who would be so stupid as to offend the supreme shrine? I'm quite envious of that innate sun god, he obtained so many powerful and beautiful goddesses. If it was me, I would spend every day on the sun. Xianxia and the other women looked at the Ri Ying group. They did not even need to think to know what the relationship between these goddesses and Zhao Fu was. Xianxia said with a trace of jealousy, no wonder he could stay on the sun for so long. It turns out that he has so many women with him. That fellow is too much of a scoundrel, I'll find a chance to deal with him. Yu Wuxing lightly laughed as she said, I think he's the one dealing with you. Xianxia's face became red. Yu Yao lightly laughed as she said, their power is indeed terrifying, but fortunately, even though we're not friends, we're not enemies either. Having enemies like them is quite a headache. Xianxia smiled and nodded. The Ri Ying group looked at Xianxia and the other women. They knew about the relationship between the Moon Immortal and Zhao Fu. Ri Moi flirtatiously smiled as she said, they're quite good-looking, even I feel quite moved. Ri Chen said, however, the power of this generation's Moon Immortal is so weak. She can't be compared to the innate Moon Immortal. Ri Ying smiled and said, that's inevitable. As the power continues to be passed down, it will continue to weaken. Although we can guarantee the purity of our power, we have waited for so many years for him to appear. On the other hand, the 12 moons have developed for so many years, and each has its own benefits. Ri Lu said with a smile, should we go and say hello? We might see each other often in the future. Ri Ying nodded. The goddesses walked towards Xianxia, and Xianxia and the other goddesses did not expect this. Both sides politely chatted for a while, and if it was before, such a thing definitely would not have happened. However, because of Zhao Fu's existence, both sides became friendly. The people from the dragon race looked at the goddesses. They did not have to be afraid of these powerful goddesses, nor did they have to worry about anything. After all, these goddesses were their young master's subordinates and listened to their young master's orders. In the future, the dragon race would also obtain great benefits. The people of the sorcerer tribe had the same thought. They felt that the declining sorcerer tribe was about to usher in a chance to rise again. The people from the city of 10,000 swords were the most obedient. They simply waited there, not having any other thoughts. Within the golden flame pillar, countless traces of sun's power started to condense, and waves of searing power continuously spread out. A valiant-looking man with a well-built body and no clothes on his upper body appeared. There were 8 small suns behind him, giving off golden light. Golden flames burned around him, making him look like an ancient sun god. Book 1, Chapter 11, the sun clone turned into a fiery light and shot to the side. Seeing the innate sun god fly out, the people outside the golden aura flames felt quite excited. They had been very interested in this innate sun god, but they had never seen what this innate sun god looked like. Now, they had finally seen it. The Ring women also smiled. Even though the sun clone did not look like Xiao Fu, he was the manifestation of Xiao Fu's power. They were quite happy to see Xiao Fu. The sun clone also acted as if he did not know the Ring women and turned into a fiery light and flew to the side. Rilu said, "Should we follow and take a look?" The Ring women smiled and said, "No need, we can wait here. His main body is here." The Ring women did not follow, but some people were quite interested and turned into rays of light as they chased after the sun clone. Ximen Nightingale and the other women stared at Zhao Fu to see if Zhao Fu had any more power to create another clone. Ximen Fenghua calmed herself down and said, "I have to admit that he's the most terrifying person I've ever seen. People like me are not even comparable to 1% of him." Ximen Yan said seriously, "Who would have thought that the dragon race's young lord, the witch race's young lord, the moon immortal, and the sun god are actually the same person?" Ximen Nuo looked at Zhao Fu bitterly and said, "This fellow hid too much information from us. If we had not come personally, we would not have known that he has so many identities." Ximen Mei smiled and said, "I feel that it's quite funny. He caused so much commotion by himself and caused countless people to search for him. I wonder what other identities he has." Ximen Luoli said, "Let me think. What terrifying people have appeared in the primal chaos world recently?" Si, countless hissing sounds sounded out, causing everyone's hairs to stand on end. They felt their hairs stand on end, and countless rays of blood-red light shot out from the void. Ximen Luoli said in shock, "He's that evil celestial?" All the women looked at Zhao Fu in shock. They had never thought that Zhao Fu really was the evil immortal. The matter of the evil immortal bloodline reaching the first-generation essence bloodline had yet to pass. The evil immortal that countless people were searching for was right in front of them. Ximen Qingzhu gulped. "Who is he?" Ximen Qingzhu grew even more suspicious of Zhao Fu's identity. The rumored evil immortal was actually him. Now, Ximen Qingzhu felt that Zhao Fu was too mysterious, and she had no clue as to who he was. Yao suddenly said, "He might not be someone from our primal chaos world." Hearing those words, the women's hearts trembled and they looked at Yao in disbelief. Someone with so many primordial worlds and bloodlines, could she be someone from the primordial world? Ximen Fenghua asked anxiously, "Is what you said true? If he wasn't from our chaotic world, how could he have obtained so much sovereign's power? Also, isn't he a member of your chaos clan?" Yao shook her head. "He does have the pure power of our chaos clan, but he isn't a member of our chaos clan. He has nothing to do with the true child of the origin." Hearing this, some people were furious, they felt that they had been tricked by Zhao Fu. Some people felt complicated, they did not know what to do. Some people were silent. Even though Zhao Fu was not the true child of the origin, he had so many identities and could use the primal chaos origin mirror. This meant that Zhao Fu was very terrifying. Yao said with some curiosity, "As for why he has so many powers and such pure origin energy, I'm not sure either." Ximen Nightingale asked, "Then do you think he's someone from that world?" Yao said, "I'm not sure. He also has a first-generation essence bloodline within his body, which is his main bloodline. This bloodline comes from that world." "There's another first-generation essence bloodline?" The women's minds went blank, and their hearts seemed to stop for a few seconds. This surpassed their understanding. Yao looked at the women and smiled as she said, "I only said it's possible, I'm not sure about the specifics either. We'll ask him later and see if he'll tell us." Only then did everyone relax. Outside the golden flame pillar, sensing that berserk and twisting evil power, countless people looked incredibly shocked. They had not expected that the terrifying evil immortal was also a person. The people from the dragon race all looked incredibly confused because they did not know that Zhao Fu was an evil immortal. The blue-clothed elder said, "Before, when he collected so many bloodlines, I felt that it was quite strange. I never thought that he would be an evil immortal." The silver-clothed elder said, "It doesn't matter if he's an evil immortal or not. What's important is that he did not report this to us. What is his true identity now?" The black-clothed elder said seriously, "I feel that something is off. I'm worried that he's been using us to achieve some sort of goal. The purple-haired elder nodded. I also have a similar thought. The people from the witch race walked over. The old woman asked solemnly, do you know about this? The dignified-looking elder shook his head. The old woman gave a long sigh. We might have all been deceived by him. Before, he was filled with confidence, but now, we do not know his true identity. A tall man said, what should we do now? The scholarly-looking middle-aged man replied, there's nothing we can do right now, we can only wait here. I hope that he recognizes our clan's identity, otherwise, we'll have been happy for nothing. The dignified-looking elder nodded, we can only hope that's the case. I never thought that he would hide so deeply and deceive us all. The 12-moon immortal and the other women's expressions became serious, they did not know about this either. Zhao Fu had also been hiding this from them, and they knew about how terrifying the evil immortal's power was. Xianxia could not help but give a long sigh, we can't see through him either. Xianxia lightly harumphed, just thinking about it makes me angry, this fellow has hidden too many things from us. I really want to go back on my word with the Moon Palace and never see this fellow again. Yu Yao frowned, now that he has so many identities, which one is the real one? Or is there not a single one? Yu Wuxing said, let's wait a bit longer. Perhaps in a while, all the secrets will be revealed. Xianxia nodded, after all of this is over, we'll have him give us an explanation. The various goddesses had been staying on the sun and did not know about the evil immortal, so their expressions did not change much. However, the people in the surroundings knew that Zhao Fu was an evil immortal, and they could not help but start discussing. I have a feeling that the most terrifying person in the history of the primal chaos world is about to be born. What's there to say? Even if it's a pig, with so much supreme power, it would be the most terrifying existence in the world. Volume 1, Chapter 12 That's right. Now that I think about it, I get excited. It would be great if I had one, but this person has so many. I never thought that one person could have so many identities and cause so many sensations. Before, people were still arguing about who the son of chaos was, but now, there's no need to argue anymore. They're all the same person. Ha ha ha. That's true. There's nothing to discuss now. He's the son of chaos. No one can shake this position, even if he's the son of origin. In the golden flame pillar, countless insects emerged from the void, including scorpions, centipedes, earthworms, dragonflies, ants, bees, beetles. Many insects quickly gathered and merged together. A man with blood-colored hair and a pair of blood-colored insect eyes, wearing colorful clothes, and exuding a terrifying aura appeared. This was a clone condensed from the pure power of the evil immortal, and it only looked a little similar to Su Bai. After the clone appeared, it also turned into a stream of light and flew to the side. Everyone watched the clone fly out and looked at it curiously. They were also very curious about the evil immortal. After all, it had the bloodline of the first generation. The clone ignored everyone and disappeared in a ray of light. Some people also quickly followed. Shimin Fenghua and the other women looked at Zhao Fu. Everyone else was also waiting outside the pillar of golden flames. Boom, with a loud roar, the huge golden flame pillar actually rotated, producing a terrifying spiral force that sucked in the surrounding power of heaven and earth. Everyone immediately retreated to the distance to avoid being affected. The huge power of chaos in the golden flame pillar gathered, forming a man with gray hair and gray eyes, and a seemingly ordinary temperament. This man was the clone formed by Zhao Fu using the power of the origin of chaos. Shimin Fenghua's expression did not change because they already knew that Zhao Fu had the power of origin and that Zhao Fu was not a member of the origin race. Everyone outside the golden flame pillar was not surprised, because this terrifying change was caused by the power of origin, and only the legendary son of origin could cause such a big change. The chaos clone turned into a gray light and flew outside. When everyone saw the primal chaos clone fly out, they also looked carefully, and some people also disappeared from this place. Within the golden flames, Shimin Fenghua and the other women continued to look at Zhao Fu. After a while, Shimin Fenghua said, there shouldn't be any terrifying power left, right? Shimin Yan took a look and said, there shouldn't be any left. The primal chaos origin energy is the last strand of energy. All the girls sighed in relief. Shimin Luoli said. I'm worried that he'll release another terrifying power and form another clone. Xianxia said, I have the same feeling, because I can't see through him at all. Who knows what kind of terrifying power he's hiding? Xianxia said softly, should we continue to wait? Yao looked at Zhao Fu and said, there's no need to wait. His body is no longer radiating power. Instead, he has stopped. What is he waiting for? Xianxia asked curiously, I still don't know what he wants to do. Xianxia Nightingale nodded, I also don't understand why he condensed so many kinds of power doppelgangers to lead this place. Outside the pillar of golden flames. Everyone waited for a while, and after realizing that there were no more energy fluctuations and no more clones flying out, they relaxed. A young man laughed and said, is it over? An elderly man nodded, it should be over. There won't be any more clones flying out, that's all the terrifying power he has. A young woman said, let me count, primordial dragon race's power, city of 10,000 swords power, witch race's power, moon immortals power, sun god's power, evil immortals power, and origin race's power, there's a total of 7. A middle-aged man said, all of them are extremely powerful, especially the sun god's power. Moon god's power is incredibly rare, and ordinary experts cannot obtain it. Origin energy can also be absorbed, but the rarest is the evil immortal's power. In this world, only he has it. The elderly man looked at the massive pillar of golden flames and asked, now that he's released his power doppelgangers, I wonder what he'll do next. The young man laughed as he said, I'm also quite curious, but I didn't leave with those doppelgangers. Otherwise, I might know something. The young woman said, there should be news soon. Niu who despondently sat on a large rock as he thought about Niu Chen. He still regretted what had happened and wished that none of this had happened. In the future, no matter how Niu Chen treated him, he would not have any complaints. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out, and a powerful force blew out like a gale, causing sand and stones to fly and trees to sway. Niu who looked at the person in front of him with a solemn expression. The person in front of him was a cold-looking young man dressed in black with a dragon horn on his head. This was the dragon clone. The experts following behind the dragon clone stopped and looked at Niu who curiously. What's going on? Why did the dragon clone find him? He's not simple, he's the young master of the venerated Sky Bull race and is extremely powerful. In the primal chaos world, he's at least in the top 10. I can tell from a glance that the dragon clone doesn't have any good intentions. I believe that the dragon clone is here to defeat the young master of the venerated Sky Bull race. Is that so? That makes things much more interesting. It's rare to see such a battle. Who do you think will win? That's hard to say. Even though the dragon clone is just a clone, it's that person's clone, and the young master of the venerated Sky Bull race is extremely powerful. Niu who looked at the dragon clone and called out, what business do you have with me? The dragon clone said slowly, I came here to defeat you. Niu who coldly harumphed, you want to defeat me with just a clone? Keep dreaming. I'm in a bad mood, so I'll take it out on you. Boom, a terrifying white power exploded out from Niu who's body, dyeing the surroundings white. The ground was unable to withstand this power and started to crack. The surrounding experts revealed a shocked expression. Outside the pillar of golden aura flame, everyone received news that the dragon clone had found the young master of the venerated Sky Bull race and planned to duel with him. Everyone looked confused. He spent so much time and energy to condense a clone just to duel with someone else? This matter definitely isn't that simple, there must be some other goal. Within the pillar of golden aura flame, Xianxia and Fenghua and the other women stared at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu did not give off any ripples or power, and he just sat there with his eyes closed like a stone. Xianxia and Fenghua did not know what Zhao Fu wanted to do. Book 1, Chapter 13 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlols 123 Right now, what Zhao Fu needed to do was to defeat the various geniuses. Zhao Fu had already fulfilled the conditions to awaken the Supreme Emperor Star, and he only lacked an opportunity, which was to defeat the various geniuses. Zhao Fu could not leave this place, so he could only condense power clones to defeat the various geniuses. Zhao Fu's first dragon clone found Niu Hu, who was quite close. After exploding out with terrifying power, Niu Hu vigorously punched forwards, causing the ground to instantly crumble. Everyone in the surroundings was incredibly shocked. As a peerless genius, Niuhu's power was quite terrifying, and he had used his full power in an instant. The dragon clone did not feel any fear at all and also vigorously punched out, bringing with it an extremely powerful dragon's power. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the two fists collided, causing a terrifying power to spread out. The ground in the surrounding 1,000 meters crumbled, and a powerful gale blew out. Seeing this, everyone in the surroundings became quite excited, feeling that they had not come to the wrong place and could personally witness the battle between two geniuses. After the two fists collided, Niuhu took 5 steps back while the dragon clone took 2 steps back. Niuhu was quite angry and felt that he was inferior to the dragon clone. He loudly roared and continued to rush at the dragon clone. Bang, bang, bang! Niuhu's fists rained down on the dragon clone like a torrential storm. Each of his fists contained immense power, seeming to be able to destroy everything, causing massive sounds to ring out. The dragon clone rushed over and continuously punched out. Boom, boom, boom! Fists continuously collided, causing terrifying waves of energy to spread out. The surroundings continuously crumbled, and a terrifying aura continuously spread out, causing everyone's hairs to stand on end. The dragon race's constitution was quite monstrous, and the celestial ox beast's constitution was not bad either. Moreover, it was famous for its resistance to beatings. The dragon clone punched Niuhu in the chest. Niuhu immediately retaliated by punching the dragon clone. The dragon clone then punched Niuhu in the face. Niuhu endured the pain and immediately punched back. However, he was blocked by the dragon clone and sent flying with a single punch from the dragon clone. Roar! Niuhu stopped and gave a massive roar at the dragon clone. Waves of corporeal sound waves spread out, and the ground was unable to withstand the powerful sound waves and started to crack. The dragon clone stretched out a hand, and a powerful wave of dragon power surged out, forming a semicircle barrier with dragon inscriptions. The terrifying sound waves slammed into the defensive barrier, pushing the dragon avatar back. This bull roar was not ordinary. It was an innate skill of the Empyrean bull beast. Roar! Looking at the retreating dragon clone, Niuhu let out an even louder roar, and an even stronger sound wave crashed into the dragon clone. The dragon clone's defensive barrier was unable to withstand the attack, and it actually began to crack. Bang! The defensive barrier shattered, and the sound wave smashed towards Xiaofu with astonishing power. Roar! The dragon clone opened its mouth and let out a massive dragon roar, and waves of black sound waves smashed forward. Wang wang wang! The two sound waves clashed together, and an even louder sound wave spread out in all directions. Everything in the surroundings was shattered by the sound waves, and the scene was extremely terrifying. The many experts in the distance also felt a stabbing pain in their ears when they heard this sound wave. Wang! Another massive sound wave rang out. The dragon clone sound wave was not low, and it was sent flying by Niuhu's sound wave, crashing tens of meters away. Niuhu stopped and revealed a trace of a smile. The dragon clone stood up, but it was not injured. Niuhu looked at the dragon clone, who had stood up. He opened his mouth and let out another loud roar. A series of sound waves attacked the dragon clone. In that instant, the dragon clone disappeared and appeared behind Niuhu. It punched towards Niuhu with terrifying power, and it seemed as if it could destroy a mountain. Niuhu reacted quickly, and he turned and ferociously punched towards the dragon clone. Bang! A massive sound rang out as the two fists collided. Niuhu was sent flying more than 20 meters away, and blood flowed out of the corners of his mouth. Niuhu half-squatted and let out another loud roar, and a ferocious sound wave flew towards the dragon clone. The dragon clone immediately disappeared, unwilling to clash with Niuhu's sound wave. Niuhu warily looked around. Roar! A dragon's roar sounded out as a black dragon gave off a powerful aura and charged towards Niuhu at an extremely fast speed. Niuhu let out a loud roar, and waves of sound waves spread out, shattering the black dragon and causing it to dissipate into dragon chi. At that moment, the dragon clone appeared above Niuhu's head and ferociously punched downwards. Niuhu had long since been prepared, and he suddenly raised his head and let out an even more terrifying roar. The sound waves directly shattered the dragon clone's body, and the black aura dissipated. Seeing this, Niuhu felt quite startled, and he hurriedly retreated to defend. However, it was too late. The dragon clone appeared behind him, and one of its hands turned into a dragon claw. It vigorously swung out, and 5 massive claw marks slashed towards Niu Hu. Arg! Niu Hu howled in pain as blood splattered everywhere, and 5 wounds appeared on Niu Hu's back. The dragon clone's dragon claw continued to swipe towards Niu Hu. Niu Hu was infuriated, and a terrifying white energy exploded out, sending the dragon clone flying back. Niu Hu's appearance started to change, and he became 3 meters tall. His head became a bull's head, and his body was covered with powerful muscles. He was also white, and he gave off an even more powerful aura than before. Bang! Niu Hu punched out with all his might, and a white fist mark quickly shot towards the dragon clone, causing a massive explosion to sound out. The dragon clone's body also turned into a half-dragon, and it also punched out, shattering the white fist mark with a single punch. Niu Hu was like a white blur as he quickly rushed in front of Xiao Fu and punched towards Xiao Fu. The dragon clone dodged to the side and ferociously kicked towards Niu Hu. Niu Hu used his arm to block Xiao Fu's leg, and he opened his mouth and gave a massive roar towards the dragon clone, causing sound waves to spread out. The dragon clone immediately disappeared and appeared in the sky. It opened its mouth and spat out a black energy ball, which shot towards Niu Hu below. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the black energy ball hit Niu Hu and caused a massive explosion. The black energy ball dispersed, and everything around it was blasted into pieces, causing rocks to fly everywhere. After the shockwave subsided, a 1,000-meter wide crater appeared in the ground. Niu Hu stood at the center, his body covered with wounds. Even though he looked like he had suffered many injuries, his aura did not weaken at all, which meant that he had not been seriously injured. Book 1, Chapter 14, Killing Niu Hu savagely glared at the dragon's clone in the sky. He tapped off with both feet, causing the ground to crack as Niu Hu's body shot towards the dragon's clone like a cannonball. The dragon's clone stretched out its hands, which turned into 2 dragon heads. A powerful aura gathered as it shot out 2 black rays of light, giving off terrifying sounds. Niu Hu gave off a powerful aura as a massive white bull appeared behind him, giving off a powerful might. It blocked the 2 black rays of light and gave off a powerful aura as it continued to rush towards the dragon's clone. The dragon's clone's hands once again became 2 hands, and its body gave off boundless black light. A black dragon also appeared behind it and rushed towards Niu Hu. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the white bull and black dragon collided, turning into a powerful gale that blew out, uprooting trees and sending rocks flying. In that moment, Niu Hu roared, and 10 or so white sound waves gathered together, forming a long tube that shot towards the dragon's clone, seeming as if nothing could stop it. The dragon's clone placed its hands in front of its body and gave off a wave of power, forming a black semicircular barrier. Bang! The dragon's semicircular barrier was shattered, and the dragon's clone was sent flying back and coughed up a small mouthful of blood. Niu Hu punched out with both fists. 2 white fist images slammed towards the dragon's clone, bringing with them a powerful gale and giving off massive sounds. The dragon's clone stretched out a hand and 5 dragon heads grew out of it. The 5 dragon heads opened their mouths and condensed 5 black orbs that were as big as fists, giving off an aura of destruction. Swish, the 5 energy orbs flew out incredibly quickly. Bang, bang. Bang, explosions sounded out as the massive power shattered the 2 fist images, and the shockwave sent Niu Hu flying back dozens of meters. The dragon's clone raised its hand, and the 5 black dragon heads once again aimed at Niu Hu. The 5 black energy orbs quickly shot towards Niu Hu. Niu Hu immediately dodged left and right, avoiding the 5 energy orbs and continuing to rush towards the dragon's clone. The dragon clone continued to aim at the Niu Hu, and 5 energy balls shot out. Niu Hu grabbed at the air, and a wave of energy surged out, forming a large white axe. He swung it forward, leaving a thin arc of light in the air, destroying the 5 energy balls. The dragon clone controlled the 5 dragon heads to face each other, and a powerful wave of dragon energy condensed. Between the 5 dragon heads, countless traces of black light condensed into a black orb. At first, it was only as big as an egg, but it quickly became as big as a watermelon. In the end, it turned into a black energy ball that was 2 meters wide and gave off an extremely terrifying aura. At this time, Niu Hu rushed in front of the dragon clone. He held his axe with both hands and swung it at the dragon clone with the strength to split a mountain. The dragon clone also threw the energy ball in its hand at Niu Hu. Bang! A terrifying black energy exploded out, seeming to be able to destroy everything in the surroundings. A black wave of light spread out in the sky, bringing with it a gale that caused countless plants to sway. Everyone looked at this scene in shock, feeling that both of them were really strong. After the ripple subsided, the dragon clone stood in the air, its body giving off a black light that formed a black energy barrier. Niu Hu gripped his axe with both hands and swung it at the black energy barrier. It was evident that Niu Hu's axe had slashed apart the black energy barrier. In that instant, 6 dragon heads grew out of the dragon clone's back and ferociously bit towards Niu Hu. Niu Hu swung his axe, chopping off the dragon heads. However, he was still bitten by one of the dragon heads, and he ferociously slammed it against the ground, creating a large crater. Crackle! The dragon clone's body suddenly gave off countless black arcs of lightning, giving off crackling sounds and an aura of destruction. Boom! The dragon clone turned into a black bolt of lightning and slashed down towards Niu Hu on the ground, causing black lightning to shine in all directions. Niu Hu stood up and loudly roared as a white aura flame appeared around his body, turning into a massive white bull shield. It gave off a boundless power, as if nothing could destroy it. Bang! A loud sound rang out as the black bolt of lightning struck the white bull shield, causing waves of energy to spread out. Crack! The massive shield shattered, and the black lightning struck Niu Hu's body, sending Niu Hu flying back and crashing to the ground. His hair stood on end, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. However, Niu Hu's injuries were not serious, and he was as resilient as the legends said. If it had been any other race, they would have died from this attack. The black lightning struck the ground, causing the ground to crack and rise up, and the shockwaves covered an area of tens of meters. Niu Hu stood up from the ground. The dragon clone's body gave off black arcs of lightning, and it turned into a black bolt of lightning as it slashed towards Niu Hu, still as fast as before. Niu Hu looked furious as he deeply breathed in. Roar! Niu Hu gave an incredibly loud roar, and thick sound waves blasted towards the dragon clone, causing the ground, rocks, grass, and trees around it to shatter. However, the dragon clone did not face Niu Hu head-on. Instead, it used its speed to avoid the sound waves and went behind Niu Hu. It gave off even more intense arcs of lightning as it rushed towards Niu Hu, causing the ground to crack from the arcs of lightning. Niu Hu gave off a white energy, forming a white defensive barrier. Bang! The black lightning struck Niu Hu, sending Niu Hu flying back. His body gave off arcs of lightning, and he felt immense pain, causing his body to stiffen. The dragon clone immediately turned into a black lightning bolt and shot towards Niu Hu. Niu Hu furiously gave off a white energy, and his body was covered by this energy, making him seem as if he was protected by countless pieces of steel. Niu Hu directly rushed towards the black lightning bolt. Bang! The two collided, and Niu Hu's body was sent flying by the black lightning bolt. However, he did not receive much damage, as he was protected by some sort of energy. Niu Hu crawled up and took the initiative to rush towards the dragon clone. The dragon clone gave off countless black arcs of lightning, covering the surrounding tens of meters. The arcs of lightning danced in the air, causing people's hairs to stand on end, and a wave of terror spread out from their hearts. Boom! The dragon clone brought with it countless arcs of black lightning as it slashed forwards with an unstoppable force, seeming as if it could destroy the heavens and earth. Bang! Tens of thousands of arcs of black lightning struck Niu Hu, and a terrifying shockwave spread out, causing the ground to crack. Lightning rushed into the sky, and a deafening explosion sounded out. The experts all smiled. Now that a victor had been decided, they were not too surprised. After all, they had long since seen this result. The arcs of lightning dissipated, and the dragon clone stood there. Niu Hu's body was slightly black, and there were some wounds on his body that flowed with blood. He had already fainted, and his aura was quite weak, and his injuries were quite severe. Book 1, Chapter 15. After defeating Niu Hu, the dragon clone dissipated into countless traces of draconic qi. Zhao Fu only needed to defeat Niu Hu, and his fate would automatically belong to Zhao Fu. Niu Hu was quite likely, not only had his wife been stolen by someone else, but he had also been beaten up and a portion of his fate had been stolen by Zhao Fu. He still did not know that it was Zhao Fu who had done this. Outside the golden aura flames, news spread very quickly. Everyone knew that Niu Hu had been defeated by the dragon clone. Wow! Just a clone was able to defeat the celestial ox beast's young master? This matter is a little unbelievable, but if you think about who created the doppelganger, you will understand. Just a clone has such terrifying power. If the main body went, would he be able to crush Niu Hu? That's to be expected. He's too powerful. Now I know why he created the clones. It's to find those shocking geniuses to fight. He created 7 clones, which means 7 geniuses are going to be unlucky. It's a pity that it's too late now, or I'd like to see that battle. The sword clone tore through the sky and landed in a strange valley. There were no plants here, only strange rocks that were shaped like swords. There was also a sword energy around the valley. At the center of the valley, there was a handsome young man with long black hair and 2 strands of hair on both sides of his forehead. When the experts saw this young man, they were shocked. They knew that this young man was an existence that they didn't dare to offend. His name was Xianxia, and he controlled the primal chaos world's #1 evil sword, Heaven's Evil. This sword was naturally very terrifying and had the power to destroy worlds. It was condensed from the evil will of the heavens, and it was born when the world was created. This sword had been brought to the celestial world by an unknown expert. In order to completely control Heaven's Evil, Xianxia had come to the primal chaos world. Because of his special identity, almost no experts dared to offend him. The power behind him was too terrifying, and he could kill them as easily as killing ants. Seeing the sword clone looking for Xianxia, everyone was shocked. Wasn't that person afraid of getting into big trouble? Xianxia ignored all the experts and looked at the sword clone with a pair of pure black eyes. He smiled and said, "When the myriad sword will appeared, I knew that you would come looking for me." The sword clone didn't say anything. Instead, he made a grabbing motion, and a rainbow-colored crystal sword appeared in his hand. Evil Thought chuckled, "You want to defeat me with just a doppelganger? Isn't he a little too arrogant?" Boom, the sword clone did not say anything. Instead, it gave off a terrifying rainbow-colored sword energy as it charged towards Xianxia. Xianxia revealed a helpless smile, "Since you want to stand, then let's fight. After I defeat your doppelganger, I will personally look for your main body." Clang, Xianxia felt that it was beneath him to use Heaven's Evil. He grabbed at the air and a black aura filled with malice gathered, forming a black sword. The sword clone rushed in front of Xianxia and slashed towards Xianxia. Xianxia blocked with his sword, easily blocking the sword clone's attack. Looking at the sword clone in front of him, Xianxia vigorously swung his sword, sending out a wave of black sword chi that sent the sword clone flying. Seeing this, the experts could not help but look shocked. Xianxia's strength was simply too terrifying. As expected from a celestial maiden, the power that she possessed was something that ordinary geniuses could not compare to. The evil spirit confidently laughed as it said, "You should go back. You're not a match for me, only when your main body comes will you have the right to fight with me. Go." The sword clone's body gave off countless rays of sword light as swords condensed in the air, densely covering the surroundings, and a powerful sword energy spread out. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of the air being torn could be heard as the swords gave off immense power as they quickly flew towards Xianxia. Xianxia was still as confident as ever, and he swung his sword, sending out tens of thousands of traces of black sword chi that contained immense malice. Bang, 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 the strands of black sword chi shattered the swords one after another, producing sounds as fragments flew in all directions. Seeing that the countless flying swords were unable to harm Xianxia, the sword clone immediately gathered the swords together, forming a massive sword beast that leapt towards Xianxia like a rainbow tiger. The evil spirit stood its ground and allowed the massive sword beast to reach it, and it stabbed out with its sword. Boom, a massive wave of black sword energy pierced through the sword beast's body and twisted, shattering the sword beast's body, causing it to turn into sword fragments and disappear. A massive sword ape jumped down from the sky, and its claws gave off a powerful sword energy as it slammed towards Xianxia, seeming to be able to shatter steel. Boom, a black sword pillar soared into the sky, piercing through the gigantic sword ape with a single strike. Its body seemed to be strung on top of it. Roar, a gigantic sword bull let out a loud roar, bringing with it a ferocious aura as it charged towards Xianxia, its aura extremely terrifying. However, Xianxia casually waved the sword in his hand, and a gigantic black sword light sliced the sword bull in half. A gigantic sword eagle swooped down from the sky, its steel-like claws grabbing towards Xianxia. Xianxia swung the sword in his hand upwards, creating a gigantic sword arc that sliced the gigantic sword eagle in half. In that instant, it collapsed into a large amount of sword chi and dissipated. At that moment, 4 gigantic sword beasts with powerful auras pounced towards Xianxia from 4 directions. Their speed was also extremely fast, and they were about to attack Xianxia. Bang! Xianxia directly exploded out with a powerful force, and a wave of black light spread out, sending the 4 sword beasts flying. Clang, 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 countless sword hums sounded out as countless swords formed a vortex in the sky. A boundless sword energy covered the surroundings, causing people to feel intense fear in their hearts. The sword clone had only used the sword beasts to attract Xianxia's attention, and he knew that the sword beasts would not be able to harm Xianxia, so he had been preparing this big move. Boom! The gigantic sword vortex started to spin, and a terrifying sword energy gathered. At the center of the vortex, countless sword lights condensed, and a sword pillar brought with it the power to tear apart space as it descended. The sword pillar landed on Xianxia's body, and the surroundings were instantly devoured by the sword light. The ground was slashed apart, and a massive shockwave spread out. Sensing this terrifying shockwave, everyone felt a chill run down their spines, and they were somewhat shocked by this powerful force. After the dust settled, Xianxia stood on the spot as if nothing had happened, his body giving off traces of black sword chi. Seeing this, the experts could not help but say, so powerful, he's able to withstand such a terrifying attack without any problems. Xianxia had a trace of a smile on his face. Now do you understand the difference between us? Feel free to use whatever methods you have. Book 1, Chapter 16. The sword clone coldly looked at Xianxia. It raised a hand and the sword in its hand flew into the sky. Heaven and earth power quickly gathered and poured into the sword, causing it to continuously grow in size until it became a 1,000-meter-long greatsword. The greatsword gave off an immense sense of pressure, causing the surrounding air to become heavy. Xianxia had a faint smile on his face as he stood there and looked at the greatsword. The sword clone grabbed out with its raised hand and the greatsword gave off an even more powerful sword power, causing the heavens and earth to dim. The sword clone coldly looked at the evil spirit and its raised hand descended. Boom! A massive explosion shook the surroundings as the greatsword shot towards Xianxia, bringing with it the power to split the heavens and earth. It was so powerful that not even gods or ghosts would be able to block it. Everything around the evil spirit was collapsing, unable to withstand the pressure of the giant sword. However, Xianxia showed no fear. In fact, he did not seem nervous at all. He maintained his calm demeanor. The greatsword was about to reach Xianxia when Xianxia attacked. A terrifying power burst out from his arm, causing it to be dyed black and blood red as he stabbed out. Bang! A formless sword power swept out in all directions and the 1,000-meter-long greatsword was struck by an unimaginable power. It shattered inch by inch and fell from the sky, transforming into motes of light before dissipating. Seeing this, the spectators could not help but start discussing. Xianxia's power is too terrifying. That sword clone is not a match for Xianxia. Only the main body has a chance of winning. I didn't expect Xianxia to be so powerful either. He has exceeded our expectations. This battle has disappointed me. I thought there would be an intense battle, but in the end, it was a one-sided suppression. Even now, Xianxia hasn't used Heaven's Wrath. I'm also very disappointed. This sword clone's power feels so ordinary. It's not that the sword clone's power is ordinary, alright? It's that Xianxia is too powerful. No one would dare call him the #1 swordsman. Yes. The swords he possesses are the #1 evil swords in the entire Chaos world. Do you guys want to leave? There's no way we can win this battle. You might as well go look at the other clones. Wait, maybe my main body will come. That will be interesting. Xianxia looked at the sword clone and said arrogantly, this move is not bad. If you used it with your real body, it would be even more powerful. The sword clone ignored Xianyan's words and slashed at Xianyan with its sword. Xianyan swung the sword in his hand and a huge sword light slashed out. The sword clone was immediately forced back. After dodging the attack, the sword clone immediately charged at Xianyan. The sword clone swung its sword twice, sending two sword lights towards Xianyan. Xianyan casually slashed out and a sharp sword light sliced the two sword lights in half. The sword light then continued to slash towards the sword clone. The sword clone disappeared and reappeared behind Xianyan, slashing towards Xianyan. Xianyan had expected this. He swung his sword backwards, sending out a crescent sword light that cut the sword clone in half. However, what Xianyan had hit was an illusory image. In the next second, the sword clone appeared in front of Xianyan. Its sword gave off a sword light as it stabbed towards Xianyan. It was as fast as lightning. However, Xianyan had long since sensed the sword clone's attack. He swung his sword forward, sending out a sharp sword arc. In that instant, a supreme sword intent that surpassed the mortal world spread out from the sword clone. Sensing this sword intent, Xianyan's expression changed and he panicked. He wanted to defend, but it was too late. The sword that Xianyan swung was cut in half by the sword clone, and Xianyan's body was also cut by the sword. A very deep wound appeared, and blood flowed out like a fountain. Xianyan fell to the ground with a look of disbelief, and his aura became extremely weak. That attack had heavily injured Xianyan, causing Xianyan to lose the ability to fight. The expert's eyes widened in shock. What just happened? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Did I just see the sword clone cut down Xianyan in one strike? Your eyes aren't playing tricks on you. That sword clone really did cut down Xianyan in one strike. We underestimated the sword clone, and he didn't use his full strength from the start. Yes, that supreme sword intent that he just unleashed made me feel as if the laws of the world were twisting. How could there be such a terrifying sword intent? I'm not sure either. I've never heard of it before. Now that Xianyan lost, he was too careless. He didn't even use the first evil sword. I think the sword clone has been suppressing this power this entire time, and at the critical moment, he heavily injured his opponent. That wound is so deep, he'll probably need to rest for a while. That's not bad. I sensed that the sword clone held back, or else Xianyan might have died to that sword. It's a pity that this battle ended in such a manner. Xianyan weakly looked at the sword clone, feeling extremely sullen and unwilling. He hadn't even unleashed his strongest power before losing. Xianyan admitted that he had been careless and underestimated the sword clone's power. However, that sudden burst of sword intent had exceeded his expectations. Even if he had used his full power, he would have been injured. The sword clone acknowledged Xianyan's strength. He definitely ranked within the top 3 in the primal chaos world, and he might even be number 1. In other words, he was the most powerful genius in the primal chaos world. If he wanted to deal with such a powerhouse, it would indeed be very difficult for the sword clone to do so. However, if he could catch Evil Spirit off guard, he could still severely injure Evil Spirit in one blow. What the sword clone had used just then was the terrifying sword intent created by fusing 3 rays of sword intent. I refuse to accept this, Xianyan said weakly. The sword clone ignored him. He could sense Xianyan's fate weakening, and his body started to dissipate. Xianyan said angrily, I'll definitely find your main body to fight. I definitely won't be so careless then. Now that Xianyan had suffered a loss, he firmly believed in the saying that he could not underestimate his opponent. Seeing this, the various experts all sighed. Now that the victor had been decided, there was no need for them to stay here. Some of the higher beings went up to examine Xianyan's injuries. From Xianyan's injuries, they could sense how powerful the sword intent was. Even high-grade healing medicines were useless. The news quickly spread. No one had expected that Xianyan would lose like this, and they felt that it was quite a pity. However, no one said anything. A loss was a loss. Sometimes, one only had one life, and there was no chance for regret. Fortunately, the sword clone had not killed Xianyan, or Xianyan would not even have had the chance to regret it. The people outside the golden aura flames were discussing this matter. Now, 2 peerless geniuses had been defeated by Zhao Fu's clone, leaving 5. Who would the remaining 5 be? Book 1, Chapter 17 Translator, Exodus Tales Editor. Exodus Tales. Yu was currently having fun with a few beauties in a brothel when a massive explosion sounded out and a massive might descended on the brothel, causing countless people to run out. The beauties accompanying Yu were so scared that their faces became pale. Yu walked out in displeasure and looked at the shaman's clone as he asked, "Who are you to cause trouble here? It's not too late for you to scram." Many experts saw this and were not surprised. Their eyes were filled with interest. Naturally, they knew Yu. The shaman's clone did not say anything and stood in the air as he slammed his palm towards Yu, bringing with it a powerful gale. Yu became furious and took out a saber and vigorously swung it, slashing apart the gale. He stepped off the ground and flew into the air, attacking the shaman's clone. The shaman's clone did not use any weapons and punched towards Yu with great power. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the fist and saber collided, causing a massive shockwave to spread out. Yu felt quite surprised as he looked at the shaman's clone. This person had actually used a fist to clash with his saber. His saber was not an ordinary saber but an ancient battle saber, and it had quite a high ranking in the outer world. The shaman race's constitution was quite terrifying, and it was much tougher than ordinary steel. Ordinary sabers and swords were unable to harm the shaman race. Yu did not hesitate and vigorously swung his saber, sending out a few saber lights towards the shaman's clone. The shaman's clone destroyed the saber lights with a few punches. Yu raised his saber and slashed down, causing the terrifying saber light to condense into a cheetah that gave off shocking sounds as it leapt towards the shaman's clone. The shaman's clone vigorously grabbed with both hands, grabbing the cheetah's claws and vigorously ripping them apart. The massive cheetah was torn in half and turned into grey light before dissipating. The shaman's clone quickly rushed towards Yu and punched out with shocking power. Yu blocked with his saber but was forced back a few steps by the punch. This caused Yu to feel incredibly furious, as if he was inferior to the clone. He continuously slashed out with his saber, sending out saber lights that seemed to be able to destroy everything. The Wu's doppelganger continuously punched out with his fists. Waves of fist energy collided with the saber light, and a strong wind blew out. The momentum was extremely shocking. Everyone else in the city had long since fled far away, and the person in charge of managing the city also stood there, watching the two of them fight. With their esteemed statuses, the person in charge didn't dare to step forward and stop them. The surrounding experts also began to discuss. Who do you think will win? I feel that their strength is about the same. I'm not sure yet. Both of them have just started fighting and have yet to display their true strength. Yes, I just want to see Yu use it as soon as possible. I don't want to end up like that Xianxia, losing without even using his true strength. That would be too boring, and even a little sullen. Ha ha ha, that's right. Also, I feel that it would be even easier if it was a sword clone. I heard that it's a sword intent that surpasses the limits of this world. It's a fusion of 3 supreme sword intents. Unfortunately, there's no way to see it. That's right. I'm regretting it too. Why didn't I go to the sword clone? This Yu is very strong, but he's much weaker than Xianxia. Boom, a loud explosion was heard as Yu threw the saber in his hand. The saber spun with a shocking saber energy, as if it could grind countless steel into pieces. The Wu clone's hands emitted a strong sorcery power, forming a huge semicircular energy shield. Bang, the saber struck the shield, and a terrifying force spread out, forming a shockwave that spread out. The barrier blocked the saber, and Yu's figure instantly appeared in front of the witch's avatar. Holding the saber in his hand, he forcefully slashed the barrier open and sent the witch's avatar flying. The Wu clone was sent flying, but he wasn't injured. Yu immediately rushed to the front of the Wu clone and slashed horizontally with the saber in his hand, bringing a saber light towards the Wu clone's head. Suddenly, a huge hand reached out from the shaman's clone's chest and struck towards Yu with great power. Yu didn't expect it at all, and because he was too close, he couldn't dodge it at all. He was sent flying by the huge hand, spitting out a small mouthful of blood. The huge hand immediately retracted back into the Wu clone's body. Yu's face was full of anger. He suddenly landed on the ground and slapped the ground with his hand, releasing a powerful force. Boom, a stream of netherworld chi gushed out, forming a huge gray pillar of chi, and a huge figure walked out of it. The figure was 10 or so meters tall and had an ugly appearance. It had scarlet-red skin and an extremely muscular figure. It had a pair of sharp claws and a dragon-like tail, and it gave off powerful netherworld energy, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. This was the netherworld ghost summoned by Eugene Swish. The netherworld ghost appeared in front of the Wu clone, and a pair of sharp claws grabbed at the Wu clone from the left and right, bringing with it a fierce force. The Wu clone stood motionless, and a huge pair of hands extended from his body, grabbing the netherworld ghost's sharp claws. The Nine Nether Ghost immediately opened its mouth and shot a huge black beam of light towards the shaman's avatar in front of it. The Wu clone actually extended a huge frog head, opened its mouth, and swallowed the black beam, causing the netherworld ghost to be unable to cause any damage to the Wu clone. This caused the netherworld ghost to be stunned. Eugene appeared behind the Wu clone with a long blade in his hand, and slashed at the Wu clone. Grabbing the netherworld ghost, the Wu clone used it as a club, and fiercely smashed it, sending Eugene flying. The netherworld ghost struggled with all its might, trying to break free from the pair of huge hands. The shaman's avatar stretched out its two giant hands to tear the ghost of the Nine Serenities apart, but the ghost of the Nine Serenities actually exploded. A huge explosion spread out, and the ground and buildings collapsed in an instant. A storm blew out. When the fluctuations dispersed, the Wu clone was covered in Wu runes, and his body emitted a faint white light. He wasn't injured at all. Eugene continued to rush towards the Wu clone. The Wu clone immediately disappeared and appeared behind Eugene, and punched Eugene, causing him to fall to the ground, creating a huge crater. Everyone looked at the Wu clone in shock. The power displayed by the Wu clone was more than 10 times stronger than before. Inside the crater, Eugene's mouth was bleeding, and he looked at the Wu clone malevolently. A huge gray aura ignited on his body, and the power emitted by Eugene was rapidly increasing. Bang, a huge sound rang out, and the ground within a radius of tens of meters collapsed. Eugene soared into the sky, and charged straight towards the Wu clone. Book 1, Chapter 18. Bang, a massive explosion sounded out as the shaman's clone released a defensive barrier, which Eugene slammed into. Eugene vigorously slashed out with his saber, shattering the barrier. The shaman's clone punched out, but Eugene dodged to the side and slashed towards the shaman's clone with his saber. The shaman's clone punched out, causing the fist and saber to collide. Eugene was forced back 2 or 3 steps, but the shaman's clone did not move at all. Eugene wanted to continue attacking, but the shaman's clone punched out, creating a massive fist image that brought with it a terrifying power. Eugene dodged this punch and rushed in front of Wu Henxing as he yelled, 9 hell slash. Xing, Eugene slashed down with his saber, causing 9 massive saber lights to quickly slash towards the shaman's clone, seeming to be able to split the earth into 9 pieces. The shaman's clone grabbed at the air, causing a terrifying power to condense between his palms and push forwards. Boom, a beam of light containing terrifying power shot forwards like a bolt of lightning, and nothing could stop it. The 9 huge blade lights were pierced by a beam of light. The beam of light continued to shoot towards Eugene, hitting his body and sending him flying again. Just as Eugene's body stopped, the shaman's clone immediately appeared in front of him and punched his chest with terrifying power. Bang, a muffled sound rang out as Eugene was once again sent flying. He coughed up a large mouthful of blood, and a few of his ribs were broken. Eugene's face was filled with anger, but the shaman's doppelganger appeared behind him again. He kicked Eugene's back and sent him flying with another blow. Eugene immediately released a 100-meter defensive barrier to prevent the shaman's clone from continuing to attack. Bang, the defensive barrier was shattered, and Eugene found the shaman's clone's position, so he punched out with all his strength. The shaman's clone also punched out. The two forces collided, forming a massive shockwave that spread out, causing the ground to crack. The shaman's clone stood where it was, while Eugene was forced back 10 or so meters. Eugene's expression was quite unsightly. He now knew that he was not a match for the shaman's clone, and he did not know whose clone it was or how it could be so powerful. Now that he could not win, Eugene had no other choice. He did not want to risk his life, so he turned into an aura and disappeared. The shaman's clone did not chase after him. Many experts were surprised to see this. They did not expect Yu Jun to choose to run away so decisively, not caring about his reputation at all. However, as soon as he ran, he lost. His fate quickly decreased and gathered towards Zhao Fu. The shaman's clone turned into countless motes of light and disappeared. A handsome youth in black sighed. The battle ended just like that. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have come. I'm so disappointed. A bald old man chuckled and said, "It's not bad to see such a battle, but it's not as exciting as we thought it would be. That sorcerer's clone is also very powerful. I wonder how strong the sorcerer's power is." The battle will be the battle, but the shamans said. True, eyes, and said, 1's 10, out, eyes out, A's SSS clone Saint 7's Tian, out, A's. A young said, the Shams Long, said, A, the Yan's, Jun said, Yan's power is Sis. A fair-skinned young man said, yes, every single power he possesses is not ordinary. The 7 clones he condensed might be the 7 most powerful clones. Outside the golden flame, the crowd also learned that the Wu's clone had defeated Yu Jun. This was the 3rd genius to be defeated, and now there were only 4 left. Rumble, a massive explosion rang out as the golden pillar of flames grew even larger. The aura it gave off became even more terrifying, causing many experts to involuntarily retreat, feeling that they were even more minuscule. Yu Xianxia looked at the golden flaming pillar and said, although he continuously defeats the geniuses and snatches their karmic luck, the golden flaming pillar will become increasingly powerful and the area of effect will also become increasingly large. Moon Maiden asked, why does he need the providence of so many geniuses? Yu Xianxia said, I'm not too sure right now. We'll only find out what he's doing at the last moment. I hope it's not something bad. The Moon Saintess snorted. If he dares to do anything, I will deal with him. The wizard tribe. The old woman said seriously, this is a genius that our wizard tribe's clone defeated. I feel that our wizard tribe's bloodline has been affected. Do you all feel the same? The scholarly man said, yes, I feel that this is a good thing. If we're too powerful, it won't affect us much. If it's an ordinary person, their constitution will be greatly strengthened. The beautiful woman in the red dress said, I don't care what he's doing as long as he doesn't harm our wizard tribe. An elder said, we've underestimated him this time. We don't know what he'll do, but we can only hope that it's not something bad. Otherwise, we won't be able to stop him and can only watch. The scholarly man said, it would be great if the celestial sovereign was here. She should be able to deal with this matter, we won't be able to do anything. Many geniuses and factions in the primal chaos world heard about this, and many geniuses looked forward to seeing if Zhao Fu would come looking for them. If Zhao Fu came looking for them, it would be an acknowledgement of their strength. They also wanted to see Zhao Fu's strength and did not want to lose to Zhao Fu. Many factions felt quite hesitant. If Zhao Fu came looking for them, it would be a very dangerous matter. However, if they could defeat Zhao Fu, it would mean unimaginable benefits. A large number of people gathered in this direction. Everyone was quite interested in such a big matter, and it had not disappeared for such a long time. This was quite rare. After a short period of recovery, Xianyan's injuries were not as serious. He used some items and quickly rushed towards the golden aura flame pillar. He was still unwilling to accept that he had been defeated by a clone, and he wanted to personally see Zhao Fu's main body. If possible, he also wanted to fight with Zhao Fu. That sword intent was so terrifying that he would never be able to forget it for the rest of his life. He had never felt that feeling of imminent death before. The other 3 great worlds also took this matter quite seriously, and they felt a massive threat. They sent many people to gather information, and if they could stop this, they would definitely do so. This was especially so for the Heaven Awakened world. The Heaven Awakened world and the Outer world had fought for over 10,000 years, and there was great enmity between them. If the Outer world became more terrifying, the Heaven Awakened world's first target would be the Heaven Awakened world. The Heaven Awakened world sent out the most people, but they did not know that the person who had caused this was Zhao Fu, the Heaven Awakened world's Heaven Awakened son. The Outer world's people would never have thought that the person who had caused such a massive commotion was someone from the Heaven Awakened world. The moon clone landed on a huge lake. The lake was round and calm like a mirror. At the center of the lake sat a woman wearing a blue dress. She had jet black hair and an extremely beautiful face. She gave off a gentle and watery aura, looking like a lake fairy. This woman was called Xianxia. She had the bloodline of Fairy Hu, and she came from the immortal world. Although there weren't many people in her family, every single one of them was a very powerful existence. As the young master of the clan, Xianxia was not only powerful, but also extremely beautiful. He was very famous in the primal chaos world. Seeing the moon clone looking for her, Xianxia was not surprised. This was because she had expected that the moon clone would look for her. The reason was because of the lake immortal bloodline in her body. The moon clone looked at Xianxia expressionlessly. Xianxia smiled faintly and said, "I just heard that there's an existence like you. Originally, I wanted to find the moon immortal for a spar. Now, there's no need for that anymore. It's just that I'm a little disappointed that you're just a clone." The moon clone did not bother about Xianxia. Stretching out his hand, 5 streaks of light shot towards Xianxia. Xianxia waved his hand and a blue ripple appeared in the air, blocking the 5 streaks of light. Xianxia pouted coquettishly, "I haven't even finished speaking and you're already making a move. You don't have the slightest bit of elegance. Let's begin." Xianxia sent out a palm strike, and a surge of energy, along with a huge amount of lake water, struck towards the moon clone. Fighting on the surface of the lake was more advantageous to Xianxia. With the lake immortal bloodline, she could control the lake water as she pleased. Boom! An explosion sounded out as the moon clone exploded out with moon power, causing a white shockwave to spread out and destroy the wave. At this moment, many experts had also arrived and were watching the two people who were already fighting. Some people were surprised. They didn't expect the moon clone to be able to find Xianxia. Xiao, the moon clone turned into a stream of light and flew towards Xianxia. Xianxia sent out both his palms, and a blue water wall appeared in front of the moon clone, crashing towards it. The moon clone dodged left and right, easily dodging the blue water wall. It rushed to the front of Xianxia and struck out with a palm. Xianxia also struck out with all his might. Boom! When the two palms collided, a wave of energy spread out like water ripples. In the next second, a water snake condensed from water suddenly appeared and ferociously bit towards the moon clone. The moon clone quickly dodged back, dodging the attack. However, water snakes kept surging out of the water to bite the moon clone. The moon clone could only fly into the sky to avoid the countless water snakes' attacks. However, Xianxia had been waiting for a long time. He appeared behind the moon clone and sent it into the lake with a single palm strike. Looking at the moon clone falling into the lake, Xianxia revealed a smile, "You've lost." Xianxia extended his hand and clenched it. A terrifying power spread throughout the entire lake, and the lake water gathered and covered the moon clone's body, forming a massive ball of water that continuously spun. Waves of water pressure descended towards the moon clone, wanting to crush it into meat paste. Boom! The moon clone exploded out with a powerful wave of moon energy, and its body gave off boundless light as it tried to break free. The water ball also turned silver-white. Xianxia lightly laughed, "This is my territory, and every drop of water contains my power. You won't be able to escape." Xianxia released an even more powerful wave of energy, and the water ball spun even faster. The immense water pressure directly crushed the moon clone. "This is the power of the moon immortal?" "It's only SOSO," Xianxia said with some disappointment. Many experts also had astonished looks on their faces. The moon clone was dealt with just like that? That was a clone condensed from the two source energies of the primal chaos world, and it shouldn't be this weak. Could it be that Xianxia was too powerful? Even the powerful moon source energy wasn't a match for him. After the moon clone exploded, it turned into countless motes of light and floated towards the sky. Boom! A loud explosion sounded out, and a massive wave of moon energy was emitted, emitting a dazzling light. The motes of light split into 12 balls, condensing into 12 moon clones. Every moon clone looked the same, and emitted the same energy. Xianxia furrowed his brows. At this moment, the moon clones also launched their attacks, turning into streaks of light as they charged towards Xianxia. Xianxia formed a hand seal, and huge water pillars shot out from the lake, looking as though they could break through steel. The 12 moon clones nimbly dodged the water pillars, dragging streaks of light behind them as they continued to charge towards Xianxia. Hu Qianhe's hands formed another hand seal, and the water pillars turned into huge water snakes as they attacked the moon clones. The moon clones erupted with an even more powerful moon energy, and their speed increased by several times. The first moon clone arrived in front of Hu Qianhe, sending a palm strike towards him. Hu Qianhe dodged to the side, dodging this attack. The second moon clone appeared on the other side, sending another palm strike towards Hu Qianhe. Hu Qianhe dodged once again, but even more moon clones attacked her, and she was unable to dodge. She could only release a wave of energy, forming a blue protective barrier as she continued to control the water snakes to attack the moon clones. The ferocious water snakes devoured the moon clones one by one. The 12 moon clones turned into countless motes of light, fusing into the water snakes, causing them to turn into silver snakes as they attacked Hu Qianhe. Pung, 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 the 12 silver snakes slammed and tore at the protective barrier with all their might, causing loud sounds to ring out. Hu Qianhe immediately controlled the other water snakes to bite at the silver snakes, and the 12 silver snakes were devoured by the numerous water snakes. However, Hu Qianhe's expression was somewhat ugly, because he discovered that he had lost control of the water snakes. The numerous water snakes emitted a silver light, turning into huge silver snakes, and with a powerful aura, they charged towards Hu Qianhe. Pung, the protective barrier shattered, and the countless silver snakes surged towards Hu Qianhe. Hu Qianhe hurriedly attacked the silver snakes with his palm, either sending them flying or sending them flying. However, there were still too many silver snakes, and Hu Qianhe was caught off guard and was devoured by one of the silver snakes. The numerous silver snakes surged towards that one silver snake. Hu Qianhe released a powerful force, trying to break free. At this moment, the countless silver snakes turned into white water, forming a silver-white ball of water that enveloped Hu Qianhe. The ball of water revolved continuously, and a terrifying water pressure pressed down on Hu Qianhe. This was the move that Hu Qianhe had used to deal with the moon clone. The immense water pressure caused Hu Qianhe to feel a wave of pain, and he released his strength to resist. However, he was still unable to do so. Pung, the power of the ball of water converged into one and struck Hu Qianhe's body. Hu Qianhe coughed out a large mouthful of blood, and his clothes were also torn by the force of the ball of water, causing Hu Qianhe to look extremely miserable. At this time, the water gathered together and formed the moon clone again. Hu Qianhe was heavily injured and could no longer fight back. Hu Qianhe looked coldly at the moon clone with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. You win, but your way of fighting displeases me. Originally, Hu Qianhe wanted to have an intense battle with the moon clone, but the moon clone used such a troublesome method, which displeased her. The moon clone ignored her and sensed the fate gathering, turning into countless motes of light and dissipating. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the sun clone gave off searing heat and appeared in a dark and chaotic city like a sun. The countless rays of light dispelled all the darkness in an instant, causing the city to become bright again. Within the city, countless humanoid monsters with pale faces, rotting bodies, and tentacles growing out of them gave off pained cries. A gloomy young man walked out from the city and looked coldly at the sun clone. The experts who came with the sun clone god looked at the gloomy young man with puzzled expressions. Who is this person? I feel that he is unfamiliar. I have never seen him before. But for the sun clone to find him, he must be a shocking genius. The monsters in the city seem to be corroded by some kind of power. It seems to be a kind of godly power. I wonder what kind of godly power it is. It seems to be chaos godly power. Then is he the son of chaos? Look at the monsters' eyes, they are filled with madness and chaos, and there is a kind of immortality in their bodies. It should be chaos godly power. With so many things happening in the primal chaos world, the god of chaos likes this kind of situation the most, so it is not strange for a god of chaos to appear. Now it is interesting, the god of chaos was chased out of the primal chaos world by the innate sun god. There is a great hatred between the two. Now let's see which of the two is stronger. The gloomy young man was called Xiaoli, and the moment the sun clone appeared, he instinctively felt disgusted. Although he had never seen the new sun god, he knew who this person was just from this power. Back when the god of chaos chose him as the son of chaos, he gave him the greatest mission, not to cause chaos in the world, but to kill this person. He might not be able to kill that person's main body now, but defeating a clone back then was not a big problem. If he could make the god of chaos happy, then he would be able to obtain even more divine power. Servants of our God, kill the person in front of you, the evil servant began to chant, and a vast wave of chaotic divine power spread out, covering the entire city. After receiving this divine power, the monsters no longer felt any pain and gave off terrifying auras as they rushed at the sun clone in the sky. Tens of thousands of monsters rushed towards the sun clone in the sky. This scene was very frightening, causing people's hair to stand on end. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the sun clone gave off countless rays of golden light that shone on the incoming monsters. A large number of monsters let out mournful cries, and large amounts of black gas rose from their bodies before they were scorched black and finally turned into dust. Xia Li's expression did not change as he continued to control the monsters to rush towards the sun clone. His goal was simple, which was to weaken the sun clone's strength. The sun clone was expressionless as it continued to emit a strong light that shone on the monsters. The pained cries continuously sounded out as countless monsters were burnt to a crisp and died. This scene looked incredibly cruel and terrifying. The evil servant suddenly disappeared and appeared in front of the sun clone. Many tentacles grew out of its body and shot towards the sun clone. The sun clone waved its hand, sending out a large wave of sword light that cut off the tentacles. However, the severed tentacles immediately turned into spikes and shot out. The sun clone stretched out a hand and countless rays of golden light shot out, blocking the spikes. The evil servant controlled the tentacles to form a massive claw that gave off shocking power as it swiped at the sun clone, leaving behind 5 claw marks. The sun clone clenched a fist and punched out, causing a wave of golden energy to flow out. Bang, a massive explosion sounded out as a massive wave of energy exploded out, causing countless rays of light to shoot out. The sun clone stood there without moving, and the evil servant was sent flying. The sun clone immediately rushed in front of the evil servant and punched the evil servant's chest, sending him flying again. The evil servant coughed up a mouthful of blood at the sun clone, which turned into a sharp sword and shot towards the sun clone. The sun clone stretched out a hand and a wave of energy flowed out, forming a golden wall. Chi, the blood-red sword was incredibly fast and pierced through the golden wall, and the sun clone quickly dodged, avoiding this attack. The evil servant rushed in front of the sun clone and swiped at the sun clone's head with a sharp claw. The sun clone vigorously kicked out, kicking the evil servant's abdomen. However, the evil servant's tentacles wrapped around the sun clone's leg and it opened its mouth, revealing fangs as it bit towards the sun clone. The sun clone quickly stretched out a hand and grabbed the evil servant's head, and it vigorously clenched, causing the evil servant's head to explode and blood and flesh to fly everywhere. However, the evil servant did not die. Many tentacles grew out of its headless neck and spread out, covering the sun clone. The sun clone's leg was bound by the tentacles, and it could not dodge. It immediately gathered a wave of energy on its leg, burning the tentacles and retreating. The evil servant's attack missed, and the tentacles retracted, turning back into the evil servant's head. The evil servant gave a confident smile as it said, "With your strength, you won't be able to kill me." The sun clone immediately disappeared and reappeared in front of the evil servant. It stretched out its palm and pierced through the evil servant's chest. The evil servant smiled as it looked at the sun clone. Many tentacles grew out of its body and wrapped around the sun clone's hand, pulling it into its body and wanting to devour the sun clone. The sun clone gave off an intense light and vigorously struggled, breaking free from the tentacles and retreating to the side. The evil servant's wound quickly healed and it smiled as it looked at the sun clone and said, "What, are you afraid? I already said that with your strength, you won't be able to kill me. I'll defeat your clone first and then eat your main body." The sun clone ignored the evil servant and its body gave off countless rays of golden light that contained shocking power as they shot towards the evil servant. The evil servant did not dodge nor was it afraid, it just stood there and allowed the sun clone to attack. Bang, the evil servant's upper body was blasted into mincemeat by the golden light, but it was not dead yet. More tentacles shot out towards the sun clone. The sun clone gave off a golden light that was like sharp swords that slashed apart the tentacles. Seeing this, the experts felt quite shocked. They felt that even if they attacked, it would be very difficult to kill the evil servant. This was why the innate sun god had chosen to banish the chaos gods. They were almost impossible to kill. The Xiaoli controlled the tentacles to attack the sun clone, and seeing that it was unable to harm the sun clone, it gave off a terrifying aura and rushed over. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the Xiaoli self-destructed, and a terrifying power spread out, causing the sky to tremble. The sun clone stretched out its hands and released a large amount of power, forming a protective barrier that blocked this wave of attacks. After the explosive power dissipated, countless items started to gather and a massive monster appeared. It looked like a tadpole and had gray skin. It only had a single massive vertical eye and many tentacles grew from the back of its head, making it look quite terrifying. This was the primal chaos god's form, and its power had increased by many times. The Xiaoli gloomily looked at the sun clone, opened its mouth, and spat out a massive ball of energy towards the sun clone. The sun clone's body shot out countless rays of light, which contained immense power as they hit the massive ball of energy and pierced through it. The Xiaoli suddenly appeared behind the sun clone and gave a trace of a cold smile as it opened its mouth, wanting to devour the sun clone. The sun clone quickly flew forwards, dodging this attack. The tentacles behind the Xiaoli's head shot towards the sun clone like spears. The sun clone once again shot out many rays of light, condensing swords of light, wanting to cut apart the tentacles. However, the tentacles were incredibly tough this time, and the swords of light were only able to cut apart a small portion of them. Many more tentacles shot towards the sun clone. The sun clone quickly dodged, and the tentacles continuously chased after it. However, they were not as fast as the sun clone, and the sun clone was able to dodge this attack. In the distance, the sun clone raised a hand and countless rays of light gathered, forming a golden spear that gave off a massive amount of solar power. Boom! The sun clone threw out the spear, which turned into a massive ray of light that shot towards the Xiaoli with unstoppable momentum. The Xiaoli controlled the tentacles to shoot out with immense power. Chi, chi, chi! The countless tentacles were pierced through by the spear, and in that instant, the spear pierced through the Xiaoli's body, causing a shocking aura to spread out. However, the Xiaoli did not die, and the hole in its chest quickly healed. The Xiaoli loudly laughed as it said, "So, you can't kill me? Let alone a clone, even if your main body came, it would be useless." The sun clone stood in place and did not attack. Many cultivators watched this scene without saying a word. They wanted to see if the sun clone had the ability to resolve this matter. The sun clone slowly reached his hand into his chest and removed a fingernail-sized gray flame. Seeing this ball of flame, Xiaoli's expression changed greatly, and he shouted, "How can you have chaos divinity?" Many powerhouses were also astonished. They could feel the chaotic will of the flame. How could a sun god suddenly take out the divinity of a chaotic god? This trace of divinity was obtained by Zhao Fu when he passed by a city. That person was also a candidate chosen by the god of chaos. Unfortunately, he met Zhao Fu. Not only did he die, but the divinity of chaos was also devoured by Zhao Fu. The sun clone didn't answer Xiaoli's question. Instead, he took the divinity and walked towards Xiaoli. For some reason, Xiaoli instinctively retreated. After taking a few steps back, Xiaoli reacted and shouted, "So what if you have divinity of chaos? You can't kill me either. Devouring this divinity can also increase my strength." A powerful aura exploded out from Xiaoli's body, and Xiaoli's body once again started to change. He turned into a humanoid monster with a body of powerful muscles. He only had a single vertical eye on his face, a mouth full of sharp teeth, and many hair-like tentacles at the back of his head. This was the second form of the Chaos God's child, and the power he gave off was many times stronger. Xiaoli's body flashed and disappeared, appearing in front of the sun clone, and he punched towards the sun clone with immense power. The sun clone chose to dodge, not planning to fight with Xiaoli. Xiaoli attacked a few more times, but the sun clone dodged them all. Xiaoli said mockingly, "What, are you afraid?" The sun clone still didn't pay any attention to him. He stood in place, holding the small flame. Xiaoli was enraged, and with a surge of power, he attacked the sun clone. Xiaoli continuously punched out with both fists, leaving behind afterimages. The sun clone quickly dodged, and Xiaoli kicked out, causing the sun clone to retreat into the distance. Xiaoli grabbed out with both hands, and two massive claws appeared by the sun clone's sides, savagely grabbing towards the sun clone. The sun clone was unable to dodge, and it released a golden energy barrier to block those sharp claws. Suddenly, Xiaoli appeared in front of the sun clone and punched out with power that seemed to be able to destroy everything. The defensive barrier was easily shattered, and Xiaoli's punch continued towards the sun clone. At this dangerous moment, the sun clone did not retreat and instead advanced. The hand holding the tongue of flame slammed against Xiaoli's chest, causing a wave of power to spread out. Xiaoli's body paused, and a look of shock appeared on his face before he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. The sun clone retreated into the distance. Xiaoli started to struggle in pain because the small tongue of flame was quickly devouring his life force, power, soul, and everything about him. Arg! Xiaoli exploded out with shocking power, wanting to block the flame. However, he was unable to block it at all. Even though the flame was small, it was incredibly powerful and contained a trace of sun god power. In the end, Xiaoli was unable to block it, and his body started to burn. His entire body was devoured by the flames and turned into ashes, leaving behind a small gray crystal. This small gray crystal contained a large amount of the Chaos God's divinity, and anyone who had it would become the next Chaos God's son. The experts looked at this scene in shock. Xiaoli was definitely a genius, or else he would not have been chosen by the Chaos God. However, he had died here just like that. Some people felt that it was a pity, while others rejoiced. After all, Chaos God's son could create a lot of chaos, which was not good for the primal chaos world. The sun clone came before the crystal and stretched out a hand to grab it before turning into motes of light and disappearing. Many experts looked at the scene in front of them and left in satisfaction. News quickly spread, and everyone felt quite surprised. They had never thought that the clone would kill someone. A genius who had been about to throw the world into chaos had died at Zhao Fu's hands just like that. Niu Hu and the others, who had been fighting with the clones, felt quite surprised. If Zhao Fu had really wanted to kill them, they would not have been able to escape. This Chaos God was the fifth genius to be defeated, and he had done it extremely secretively. Most people did not know of his existence, but the clone had sensed him. Everyone was quite curious as to who the sixth genius would be. The sixth genius had the evil celestial bloodline, the primal chaos world's second source bloodline. It was something that had caused abnormal changes in the world, and there were many people who were curious about it. As such, the evil celestial bloodline had a large group of experts following behind it. In a mountainous region, Chong Tian looked at the sky as if he was waiting for something. His instincts told him that something terrifying was heading towards him. There were a few people beside him. A young man said, "Senior apprentice brother, what's wrong?" Before Chong Tian could speak, a beautiful woman beside him said, "Of course we're waiting for that person's clone. With our senior apprentice brother's strength, that clone will definitely come." Another beautiful woman nodded, "I want to ask if senior apprentice brother can defeat that person. Many geniuses have been defeated by that clone." The beautiful woman smiled confidently, "Of course he can. It's just a clone and not the main body." A handsome man smiled and said, "I also think that our senior apprentice brother will definitely win." Chong Tian suddenly said seriously, "I'm not sure." Everyone was confused. The beautiful woman said, "Senior apprentice brother, it can't be. You can't even defeat that clone?" Chong Tian said, "He's not an ordinary person. I've seen him in the past and know how terrifying he is. I didn't expect him to have so many terrifying identities." The beautiful woman wanted to encourage Chong Tian. Suddenly, the sky seemed to be dyed red by blood as a figure appeared in the sky. It was the evil immortal clone. Many experts came to this place and looked at the scene in front of them in anticipation. Chong Tian looked at the evil immortal clone and said, "You've come. I've waited for this moment for a long time." Chong Tian had the primordial insect bloodline and he expected that the evil immortal clone would come to find him. The evil immortal clone did not say anything. Chong Tian was not angry and said to the people beside him, "All of you, move further away." Hearing this, everyone understood the severity of the situation and immediately retreated far away. A powerful energy surged out from Chong Tian's body, causing the sky to change color and all living things to fall silent. Many experts revealed experienced expressions. This Chong Tian was indeed very strong. The evil immortal clone's expression did not change as he looked at Chong Tian. Chong Tian said, "Today, I'm going to test the strength of your evil immortal bloodline." Boom, an explosion sounded out as Chong Tian charged towards the evil immortal clone with a powerful aura. He was like a huge primordial insect. The evil immortal was expressionless as a powerful blood-colored energy spread out towards Chong Tian. Chong Tian's expression changed. He could only feel that the blood-colored energy was rapidly weakening his strength, and his immense aura was also weakening. He really did not expect the immortal evil bloodline to have such a strong restraining effect on him. Ah! Chong Tian roared out unwillingly, exploding forth with an even greater aura as he charged towards the evil immortal clone. The evil immortal clone's expression did not change. Instead, he reached out with one hand and pressed down upon the void. A massive formless evil immortal power slammed into Chong Tian's body, causing the terrifying aura that Chong Tian gave off to dissipate. His body was also struck back to the ground. The terrifying gap between the two of them was immediately revealed. All the experts looked disappointed. They understood that it was almost impossible for Chong Tian to win. It wasn't that Chong Tian was too weak, but that the evil immortal bloodline's suppression of Chong Tian's bloodline was too terrifying. It was like snow meeting boiling water. The beautiful woman and the others were astonished. None of them had expected their senior brother to be so weak in front of the evil immortal's clone. Chong Tian landed on the ground, but he was not injured. His expression was serious as he grabbed out with all his might. A terrifying aura surged out, forming a giant insect hand that struck towards the evil immortal clone. The evil immortal clone waved his hand and easily destroyed the giant insect hand. It turned into countless traces of aura and dissipated, covering the surroundings. At that moment, Chong Tian opened his mouth, and a purple light shot out as a dangerous aura spread out. Xiao xiao xiao, countless beams of light shot out from Chong Tian's mouth, bringing with them waves of power as they shot towards the evil immortal clone like a torrential rain. Pung pung pung, a series of explosions sounded out as a series of explosions occurred in the sky. A super shockwave spread out, and the scene was extremely terrifying. Everyone looked at Chong Tian in shock. They understood that Chong Tian had used his full strength. But in the end, he did not harm the evil immortal clone at all. Chong Tian's expression was somewhat ugly as the power of the primordial insect started to appear. Chong Tian's appearance also started to change. Insect horns grew on his head, insect carapace grew on his body, and his eyes became purple. Teeth grew out of the sides of his mouth, and his hands became a pair of sharp claws. An even stronger power was released. Swish, in an instant, Chong Tian disappeared from where he was and appeared in front of the evil immortal clone. His claw brought out 5 arcs of light as he grabbed towards the evil immortal clone. The evil immortal clone leaned back and dodged the attack. Chong Tian grabbed out once again, and the evil immortal clone retreated. Chong Tian's claws continued to strike out, bringing with them countless claw shadows that ferociously grabbed towards the evil immortal clone. The evil immortal clone slapped out with one hand, and a powerful power destroyed the countless claw shadows. It even sent Chong Tian flying, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Chong Tian's expression turned cold and he disappeared from where he was. A massive black hole suddenly appeared above the evil immortal clone's head, giving off a terrifying suction force that wanted to suck the evil immortal clone in. The suction force was extremely terrifying, and the rocks on the ground were sucked into the sky. Grass and trees were uprooted, and the ground was lifted up layer by layer. Everyone retreated a little in case they were affected. The evil immortal clone stood where he was and was not affected by the suction force. He grabbed out with his hand, and a massive power grabbed at the black hole. Following that, the evil immortal clone tore the black hole apart, and a massive shockwave spread out like a wild gale. Chong Tian appeared in the sky, and there was a wound on his chest, from which blood flowed out continuously. However, Chong Tian did not show any signs of weakness, and he continued charging towards the evil immortal clone with great power. The evil immortal clone managed to dodge a few attacks in a row, and the evil immortal clone grabbed out once again. The evil immortal clone did not dodge anymore, and he struck out with his palm. Bang! A muffled sound rang out as the two hands clashed against each other. Chong Tian was sent flying, and he coughed out another mouthful of blood. The evil immortal clone suddenly appeared before Chong Tian, and he grabbed Chong Tian by the throat with one hand before smashing him onto the ground. Chong Tian's body rapidly fell onto the ground, smashing out a large crater. Chong Tian's entire body was covered with blood as he laid in the middle of the crater, and he no longer had any ability to fight. The many experts sighed, this was not a battle at all, but a one-sided suppression. The evil immortal clone's power was truly terrifying. Everyone felt somewhat disappointed as well. They had not seen the evil immortal clone's full power with their own eyes, and they did not know if they would have the chance to see it again in the future. Perhaps they would not be able to see it again in the future. That person had too many identities. The beautiful woman and the others looked at the defeated Chong Tian, and they had not expected things to turn out like this. Before this, they had been quite confident, but now, they had lost all of that confidence. Even though the evil immortal clone was just a clone, it was still a terrifying existence that they could not imagine. Volume 1, Chapter 1. The immortal evil spirit looked at Chong Tian, who was in the crater, and his body gradually disappeared. Chong Tian lay there with a dim expression, not saying anything. This was a huge blow to him, and this was just a clone. If it was his main body, he would be in an even worse state. Many experts started to leave. This time, they understood that the immortal evil spirit's bloodline was a great counter to insect-type bloodlines. In the future, these insect-type beasts would have to run when they saw him. The beautiful woman and the others looked at Chong Tian in the crater, not knowing how to comfort him. This was the sixth person that Zhao Fu had defeated. Zhao Fu had a total of 7 clones, and now there was only one left, which was the original source clone. A figure appeared in front of a sect. At that moment, many experts in the sect sensed something and opened their eyes, looking in the direction of that figure. At that moment, the disciples in charge of guarding the sect still did not know who that figure was. They asked coldly, "Who are you?" That figure ignored them and continued to walk into the sect. The disciples sent out waves of power, wanting to attack the clone. However, the clone passed through them like an illusory image, causing them to feel quite startled. By the time they reacted, the clone had already entered the sect. Seeing this, a few disciples sounded the alarm and hurriedly called for more people. Everyone looked at that figure strangely, not knowing what had happened. At that moment, many experts appeared behind the original source clone. A terrifying aura spread out, causing fear to surge in the hearts of many disciples. Why did so many experts come to our sect? What had happened? Many experts walked out of the sect. Among them was a youth with a noble aura. He was the target of the original source clone, Xianxia of the ancient spirit race. The ancient spirit clan was born from the primal chaos origin mirror, so they had a weak origin energy. As a once-in-a-thousand-year genius of the ancient spirit clan, Xianling's origin energy was not weak, and his bloodline was the purest. Xian looked at the original source clone with a solemn expression. He already knew that the other 6 geniuses had been defeated by the clone, including his old rival Chong Tian. Back then, he had also met Zhao Fu once. However, he had never expected Zhao Fu to be the son of origin. As an ancient spirit, he paid special attention to the sons of the origin of heaven. If he wanted to improve his strength, he would have to obtain purer origin power. A middle-aged man who had come with the other experts laughed and called out, "Old Violet's 7th essence clone has found your disciple. How does it feel?" The purple old man was a white-haired old man dressed in purple. He was also Xian's master. The purple old man was not surprised that the last avatar came to find his disciple. He knew his disciple well. This person in front of him was an existence that he would have to face for the rest of his life. The purple old man calmly replied, "What's so strange about that? With my disciple's talent, he should be ranked last." The middle-aged man laughed and said, "Really? Let's see if your disciple can defeat him. Right now, he is the last clone, and also the last chance." The purple old man looked at the original source clone and did not have full confidence. He did not know how much power this clone contained and replied, "There's no need for you to worry about that." The purple old man said to Xian seriously, "Next, use all of your power without any hesitation." Xian nodded seriously. The middle-aged man laughed and said, "I think your disciple can't do it. This is your territory, aren't you going to help him?" The purple old man frowned and said, "You talk too much." At this moment, Xian walked towards the essence clone. To him, this was a great opportunity. As long as he could defeat this clone, not only would he be able to obtain an endless amount of fate, he would also be able to obtain pure essence energy. Everyone looked at the two people in front of them in anticipation. The next battle between the two geniuses would be about to begin. Xianxia stopped and said, "Since you were able to collect all of the fragments, you should know about our clan. Today, I will represent our clan to fight." The original source clone stood there and did not reply. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as Xianxia's body gave off boundless violet light and he turned into a purple figure of light that was dozens of meters tall, and a massive aura spread out. Xian used his full strength right from the start and did not dare to be careless. Everyone sensed the aura that the purple figure of light gave off and felt that Xian was indeed quite powerful. The violet figure of light looked at the origin clone below it and punched towards the origin clone, causing a powerful gale to blow out. Boom! A muffled explosion sounded out as that terrifying punch was easily blocked by the original source clone with a single hand. Xian was not surprised, he knew how powerful the original source clone was. He immediately punched out with terrifying power towards the original source clone. However, it was still easily blocked by the original source clone. Xian continuously attacked with ferocious sounds, but his attacks were all blocked by the original source clone. The people from this sect felt that the situation was quite bad. Their ferocious attacks were unable to harm the original source clone at all. Roar! The purple figure of light furiously roared towards the sky, causing the surroundings to tremble. Its two fists gave off power that seemed to be able to destroy everything as they smashed towards the original source clone. The original source clone released a defensive barrier. Bang! A massive sound rang out as the two fists smashed against the barrier, causing it to sink into the ground. A massive shockwave spread out, causing the ground and the surrounding hundreds of meters to crack. However, such a terrifying attack was still unable to harm the original source clone. The purple figure raised its fists and wanted to continue attacking. It did not believe that it could not break that damnable barrier. However, the original source clone did not give it a chance. It stretched out a hand and pushed the air, and the purple figure seemed to be hit by a massive wave of power and was forced back 5 or 6 steps. The original source clone grabbed at the air and a large amount of heaven and earth quickly gathered, forming a massive golden sword that gave off shocking power as it shot towards the purple figure. The purple figure used its hands to block in front of it and also released a defensive barrier. Boom! The massive sword slammed against the defensive barrier with shocking power, causing shockwaves to blow out and causing many cracks to appear on the ground. Bang! The defensive barrier shattered, but the massive sword's power was greatly reduced, and the purple figure was only forced back a few steps. However, under the control of the original source clone, another massive golden sword quickly condensed and shot towards the purple figure with great power. The purple figure raised its hands and vigorously grabbed at the air. Countless traces of heaven and earth power quickly gathered, forming a massive axe that seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth. Book 1, Chapter 2. The violet giant gripped the axe and vigorously swung it, sending out a large swath of violet light that slammed into the massive golden sword, shattering it and sending countless shards flying. The origin clone was expressionless as it controlled heaven and earth power to continuously condense massive golden swords, giving off shocking power as they continuously shot towards the violet giant. The violet giant continuously swung its axe, destroying the incoming massive swords and sending them flying everywhere. Ferocious gales blasted out, blowing away countless rocks and sand, giving off great sounds. Suddenly, the 5 massive golden swords gave off terrifying power as they shot towards the violet giant, giving off an unstoppable aura and dyeing the surroundings gold. The violet giant gripped the axe with both hands and swung with all of its strength, sending out a massive arc of light that gave off heaven-splitting power. Bang! A shocking sound rang out as a destructive power instantly spread out. The light devoured everything in the surroundings and wild gales blew countless rocks into the air. The people in the surroundings were affected as well, and they unleashed waves of power to block the wild gales and rocks. After the dust settled, a large crater appeared in the ground. The many experts looked at this scene in shock. This power was quite terrifying. Within the crater, the violet giant's body had a few wounds from the shards and it coldly looked at the origin clone. It disregarded its injuries and raised its axe as it vigorously hacked towards the origin clone. A vertical arc of light ferociously slashed towards the origin clone, leaving behind a massive ravine in the ground. Facing such a ferocious attack, the origin clone only stretched out its hand to block, easily blocking the massive arc of light and causing countless traces of aura to dissipate. The violet giant leapt into the air and gripped its axe with both hands, hacking towards the origin clone as if it was splitting a mountain. The origin clone once again unleashed a defensive barrier. Bang! This time, the defensive barrier was actually blasted apart by the axe, and the immense power sent the origin clone flying 10 or so meters away. However, the origin clone was not injured. This gave the violet giant a trace of hope, and it immediately rushed over, swinging its axe a few times towards the origin clone. Suddenly, golden aura erupted from the essence avatar, forming an antiquated bronze mirror above its head. Light flashed from the mirror, and a burst of power sent the purple giant flying for over 100 meters. Everyone looked at the simple bronze mirror in shock. This was a primal chaos origin mirror that the origin clone had condensed using its power. It wasn't a real primal chaos origin mirror. The purple giant immediately got up again. He gave off a massive aura as he charged towards the essence clone. He had been careless earlier, but this time, he would not allow himself to be injured. Another beam of light flashed from the mirror, and a powerful force slammed into the purple giant. The purple figure of light immediately dodged to the side, evading the attack before rushing toward the essence clone again. The mirror flashed again, and waves of power crashed towards the purple official. The purple figure of light dodged left and right, evading all of the attacks. Then, it rushed up to the origin clone and chopped down with its axe. Boom! In that instant, the bronze light emitted countless rays of golden light, and a massive wave of power spread out. The purple giant was once again sent flying by that power. Boom! The many rays of light from the bronze mirror landed on the purple giant's body on the ground, turning into a massive gravitational force that pressed down on the purple giant's body. The purple giant felt humiliated as it was pressed down on the ground, and it roared as a massive purple aura flame appeared around its body, causing terrifying ripples to spread out. Under the support of that power, the purple giant slowly stood up. It swung its axe, and a massive lion condensed from the purple aura flame pounced towards the origin clone. Swish! The bronze mirror shot out a ray of light, which instantly pierced through the lion's body, causing it to dissipate into countless traces of aura. Because of this, the purple giant broke free from that power and continued to rush towards the origin clone. Swish! The bronze mirror immediately shot out a golden ray of light, which quickly shot towards the purple giant. The purple giant dodged to the side, evading the attack. It rushed up to the origin clone, raised its axe, and vigorously chopped down at the origin clone. Boom! The axe hit the bronze mirror above the origin clone's head. Even though the bronze mirror was condensed from the origin clone's power, it was abnormally tough, and the axe was unable to break through it. The purple giant did not hesitate at all. It raised its axe and gave off a powerful aura as it continued to hack down towards the origin clone. Bang! Another massive sound rang out as the bronze mirror once again blocked the purple giant's attack. The purple giant once again continued to hack down towards the origin clone. Boom! The bronze mirror once again gave off boundless light, and a wave of power spread out, sending the purple giant flying back. In that instant, the bronze mirror shot out another ray of light, piercing through the purple giant's shoulder, and a pained expression appeared on the purple giant's face. Swish! A golden ray of light quickly shot towards the purple giant, and the purple giant hurriedly dodged. The bronze mirror continued to shoot out golden rays of light, making it so that the purple giant could not get close, and it was still injured. Seeing this, the purple giant understood that this could not continue. It exploded out with power, forming a massive purple shield, and it rushed towards the origin clone. The ray of light was blocked by the purple shield, and the purple giant quickly rushed towards the origin clone. Just as the purple giant was about to reach the origin clone, the bronze mirror gave off a terrifying aura and 10 or so rays of light shot out. The purple giant immediately used its shield to block, but the 10 or so rays of light could change directions and go around the purple giant's body, piercing through it from behind. Arg! The purple giant howled. At that moment, even more rays of light continuously shot out, and the purple giant hurriedly unleashed a defensive barrier to block the rays of light. Bang! Bang! Bang, the rays of light continuously shot out, smashing against the defensive barrier and giving off explosions. The defensive barrier trembled as if it could break at any moment. The purple giant gritted its teeth and endured, releasing all of its power to maintain the defensive barrier. Only then was the defensive barrier not broken by the golden rays of light. At that moment, the origin clone stretched out its hand and pointed, and the bronze mirror hovering above the purple giant's head. Boom, a massive wave of power flowed out from the bronze mirror, slamming against the purple giant's body like a mountain. A shocking aura spread out, and the purple giant's defensive barrier shattered. The terrifying power pressed down on the purple giant's body, forcing it to half kneel. The purple giant gave off a massive amount of power, wanting to resist this power, but it was useless. Book 1, Chapter 3, the violet giant's half-kneeling body started to collapse, turning into countless traces of violet aura and dissipating, revealing Xianxia's body. He was also half-kneeling on the ground. Everyone else was not too surprised. From the start, they could tell that even a clone was more powerful than Xian. However, this half-kneeling position was quite humiliating. It was as if Xian had submitted to the origin clone. However, no matter how angry Xian was, he could not resist this power. The violet old man and the others sighed. Before, they had felt a trace of hope, but now, they realized how childish that thought was. The origin clone and the bronze mirror started to dissipate. The instant the violet giant collapsed, the origin clone had already won, and large amounts of aura gathered towards Xiao Fu's main body. Seeing the origin clone disappear, everyone understood that the time for the mutation had come. They did not hesitate at all and turned into rays of light as they flew towards Xiao Fu's main body. At the front of the sect, a sedate middle-aged man watched as the experts quickly left and asked, "Should we go and take a look?" Now that his 7 clones had defeated 7 geniuses, I wonder what will happen. A cold-looking woman said, "I want to see what sort of person is able to defeat 7 geniuses with just 7 clones." A valiant-looking young man said, "His main body should be incredibly terrifying. He's the first person in history to have so many identities." Another elder looked towards the horizon and said, "Just based on the mutation he caused, it's the greatest abnormal sign in history. Perhaps the primal chaos world's fate will change greatly today." The violet old man sighed and said to Xian, who had an unsightly expression, "Disciple, give up. You're not a match for him, come with us to see his main body." Xian nodded sadly. The many experts gathered outside the golden pillar of aura flame. Now that the 7 geniuses had been defeated, the golden aura flame strangely calmed down and did not give off any terrifying aura. Within the golden aura flame pillar, Shim and Fenghua and the others looked at Xiao Fu seriously, and they felt an indescribably terrifying power. Now that Xiao Fu had awakened, it was time to truly awaken the primal chaos world's supreme emperor star. First, Xiao Fu began fusing all of the powers belonging to the chaos world. Not only did he fuse the powers of his 7 clones, he also fused other powers. For example, the insect beast power that Xiao Fu had previously obtained, the blood devil's inheritance power, the blood gate's 8 gates force. Various types of power continued to condense within Xiao Fu's body, forming a multicolored ball of light. The power continued to condense. A formless energy spread out, continuously corroding outwards, causing people to feel extreme fear. The golden flaming pillar started to spin and the world was once again stirred by this massive power as boundless heaven and earth power quickly gathered. Gradually, the golden flame pillar began to dissipate. Everyone was stunned when they saw this. What was the reason for this? The golden flaming pillar slowly shrank, while the massive vortex in the sky grew larger and larger. The aura it gave off became more and more terrifying, giving off a massive sense of oppression. It was as if the sky was about to collapse. Everyone felt as if they were facing the boundless sky. They felt extremely small and weak, not even comparable to a speck of dust. In the end, the golden flaming pillar completely dissipated and the massive vortex in the sky reached its limit. A terrifying aura covered the entire chaos world. No matter where they were in the world, they could feel this might that caused them to feel despair. Many of the experts outside the Pillar of Golden Flames watched as the Pillar of Golden Flames dissipated. However, none of them dared to enter the Pillar of Golden Flames to take a look at the Child of Origin. After all, even though the golden flaming pillar had disappeared, the aura it gave off was even more terrifying. Every meter they went closer, the danger they felt increased. At that moment, Xiaofu gathered all of his power together and an egg-sized rainbow-colored jade stone appeared within his body. Boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out. The sound was so loud that it could pierce through rocks and gold, reverberating in all directions. The massive vortex in the sky slowly spun and descended like a funnel, falling onto Xiaofu's body. Boundless chaos world power flooded into Xiaofu's body like an ocean, and Xiaofu's body quickly devoured this power, causing his body to go through massive changes. At the same time, it gave off massive ripples that could startle gods and ghosts, making people feel incredibly powerless. Heaven and earth power continuously flowed into Xiaofu's body, and the massive vortex slowly became smaller as if it was going to pour all of the chaos world power into Xiaofu's body. Everyone felt incredibly shocked. Could a human's body endure such immense power? Even higher beings like them could not, just a portion of it would cause them to explode. The vortex continued to become smaller. In the end, the vortex disappeared in the sky, and the boundless power flowed into Xiaofu's body. The surroundings started to calm down. The experts all looked confused and could not help but ask. Could it have ended just like that? Did something happen that I didn't notice? That's right. It caused such a massive abnormal sign, but it ended just like that. I'm so disappointed. The abnormal signs have indeed calmed down. I'm quite confused as well, something terrifying should have happened. How could it have ended just like that? Could it be that he failed? Is that why the abnormal signs calmed down? That shouldn't be the case. It looks like he didn't fail, so much heaven and earth power entered his body. Then what's going on? Most importantly, the surrounding ripples are returning to normal, there shouldn't be any more changes. Could it be that he caused such a massive abnormal sign just to absorb primal chaos power? Do you think that's a joke? He caused such a massive ripple just to absorb primal chaos power? I feel that things aren't that simple, but there's no way to explain this. Let's not talk so much. Right now, the surrounding ripples have calmed down, we should be fine if we go in. That person hasn't left yet, I want to go and take a look. Yes, I also want to see who that person is, he has so many identities. In the past, I thought that they were different people, I never thought that they were actually the same person. Ximen Fenghua and the other women also looked at the seated Zhao Fu with strange expressions. Ximen Luoli could not help but ask, is it really going to end just like that? Ximen Nightingale lightly harumphed, I was wondering what it was, so it's just like that. Ximenshire said, I'm quite disappointed, he said that it was something that no one had ever done before, but in the end, nothing happened. Ximen Fenghua frowned, it can't really end just like that, right? Book 1, Chapter 4 Ximen Qingzhu tried to defend Zhao Fu, no one has ever been able to cause such a massive abnormal sign before. Ximen Xianxia said with a slight smile, it's good that it didn't cause any trouble. Everyone can live like before. Ximen Mei smiled as she said, yes, we can live happily like before. I don't understand why he's still looking for that bronze shard. Yao looked at Zhao Fu and suddenly said seriously, it's not over, this is just the beginning. Everyone felt quite startled and wanted to ask more questions. At that moment, the fist-sized, rainbow-colored jade within Zhao Fu's body started to crumble bit by bit, and an incredibly terrifying ripple spread out. It was like a massive energy barrier, and it gave off a world-sweeping aura as it spread out. In that instant, the heavens and earth seemed to be locked down by some sort of power. Ximen Fenghua and the others' expressions changed, their bodies were also locked down as if the heavens and earth had become one, and they could not move. The many experts who had flown in were also locked down, and they all had shocked expressions on their faces. The experts who had not entered immediately stopped, revealing expressions of lingering fear. As expected, this matter was not over, those who had entered would definitely be affected, and those who had not entered would be able to escape this calamity. Who said he was fine? He almost killed me. Ha ha ha, luckily I didn't enter, or else I would have been locked up like them. This is too strange, there are no abnormal signs, and yet he can use such terrifying heaven and earth power. It's like he's the heavenly Tao that rules over this place. I knew it wouldn't end so easily, so I cautiously did not enter. But what's happening now? That power was actually able to hold so many experts in place. That power instantly fused the heavens and earth with the people within that area. Yes, they became one, not separate individuals. Yes, it has now become the most powerful defense, and almost no one can enter. Some people tried and found that the space in front of them had become solid, and they were blocked as soon as they walked over. Some people tried to attack it, but it did not affect it at all. They did not dare to attack with their full power, as they were afraid that something would happen. Facing this power, they could not resist at all. The multicolored jade stone within Zhao Fu's body continued to shatter bit by bit. This multicolored jade stone was something that Zhao Fu had condensed using all of the power of his primordial world. Although they were collapsing and the various powers were dissipating, an even more terrifying power was shedding its outer shell and being born. In the end, all the colorful jade stones shattered and dissipated. Zhao Fu, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, slowly opened his eyes. They were like two deep black holes, as if they could devour everything. The ground, the void, the air, the time, the spiritual energy, and everything else turned into countless particles that drifted into the sky. Ximen Fenghua and the other women looked terrified. They felt as if their bodies were turning into many particles, and their hearts seemed to stop beating. It was not just them, all of the experts within this region felt terror as they watched everything turn into countless particles and dissipate, and their bodies became icy cold. The people outside watched this scene gravely. They understood that the power before them surpassed the laws of the primal chaos world, causing everything in the world to turn into nothingness. Fortunately, that power did not seem to have any intentions of harming living creatures, it only turned dead things into many particles. The experts who had entered the region felt incredibly regretful. Why had they come in? Wouldn't it have been better if they had stayed outside? The power within Zhao Fu's body caused Zhao Fu's body to continuously evolve, and some particles floated out of his body. This scene made it seem as if Zhao Fu was turning into many particles like everything else in the world. However, that was not the case. Those particles were the impurities that Zhao Fu had expelled. Everything in the world turned into many particles and floated into the sky. There were more and more of them, and they covered everyone's vision. This scene was incredibly terrifying, majestic, and it could be said that almost no one had ever seen such a scene before. The aura that it gave off was incredibly terrifying, and the people standing outside rejoiced that they had not gone in. This was simply too terrifying. All of the impurities within Zhao Fu's body had been expelled. That power flowed into Zhao Fu's soul, and Zhao Fu's soul started to evolve. Zhao Fu allowed that power to change him, and Zhao Fu's colorful soul flame gradually turned into nothingness flames. The colorful soul flame became less and less, and soon, Zhao Fu's soul flame became nothingness flames. Finally, that power started to corrode Zhao Fu's consciousness. If it could corrode Zhao Fu's consciousness, Zhao Fu's soul flame would become nothingness flames. Before, Zhao Fu did not think much of it, but he found that once his consciousness was corroded by this power and turned into nothingness flames, some of the laws within his body would change. All of his attributes would become primal chaos world attributes. In other words, Zhao Fu was no longer someone from the Heaven Awakened world but someone from the primal chaos world. His bloodline and aura were even purer than the indigenous residents of the primal chaos world. This was different from when Zhao Fu had used the evil celestial bloodline to obtain the primal chaos world's bloodline and aura. If that was the case, Zhao Fu would be someone from the primal chaos world in the future, and the Heaven Awakened world would be an outside world to him. This was something that Zhao Fu could not accept. It was not just because of the Heaven Awakened world but also because of the human world and the Qin Empire. If Zhao Fu chose to turn into nothingness flames, that would be equivalent to abandoning his identity as a human and the Qin Empire, which belonged to the Heaven Awakened world. However, in order to awaken the primal chaos world's supreme emperor star, he had to turn his soul into nothingness flames and become someone from the primal chaos world, or else he would not be able to awaken. After all, the primal chaos world's supreme emperor star belonged to another world, and it was a supreme emperor star. Even though Zhao Fu had many emperor stars, they all belonged to the Heaven Awakened world. This time, Zhao Fu had thought of things too simply, making him feel even more troubled. Should he choose to become someone from the primal chaos world and awaken the primal chaos emperor star to become the supreme existence of the primal chaos world? Should he give up on awakening the primal chaos emperor star and remain someone from the Heaven Awakened world? However, this meant that Zhao Fu would have to give up on his identity as a human and the Qin Empire. This was something that Zhao Fu had personally established, and he had his family and friends there. If he chose to give up on awakening the primal Chaos Emperor star, all of Zhao Fu's efforts would have been wasted, and he would have lost a massive opportunity. This opportunity would not come again. Just what should he do? Book 1, Chapter 5. As Zhao Fu felt quite troubled, boom. Boom. Boom, 8 massive explosions sounded out as the 8 Supreme Emperor stars in the boundless void gave off boundless auras. These 8 Emperor stars were the Supreme Emperor stars of the Heaven Awakened world, and if Zhao Fu chose to give up his status in the Heaven Awakened world, these 8 Emperor stars would be the Emperor stars of the outside world to him. The 8 Emperor stars sensed this massive threat, which was why they gave off such terrifying ripples. The primal chaos energy started to corrode Zhao Fu's consciousness, and Zhao Fu had no other choice. He could not refuse even if he wanted to. As the primal chaos energy corroded his consciousness, the life laws within Zhao Fu's body and the massive fate started to change, and a chaotic aura spread out from Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu wanted to stop this primal chaos energy's corrosion, but facing this power, Zhao Fu felt quite powerless. In that case, would Zhao Fu have to give up everything in the Heaven Awakened world? Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the 8 Emperor stars gave off immense power, looking like rivers of stars that gave off different lights. They gathered into a vast and stable rainbow river of stars that flowed towards Zhao Fu. This wave of power flowed into Zhao Fu's body and into Zhao Fu's soul, helping Zhao Fu defend against the primal chaos energy's corrosion. The 2 waves of power were incredibly terrifying, and they battled in Zhao Fu's soul, causing Zhao Fu to feel immense pain. Seeing the pained expression on Zhao Fu's face, Ximen Fenghua felt quite startled and asked, "What's going on?" Yao said seriously, "There are 2 waves of power within his body currently corroding his consciousness." Ximen Nightingale asked curiously, "Why is that?" Yao explained, "I'm not too sure either, I just feel that there are 2 terrifying powers corroding his consciousness, which is why he's in so much pain. If one of them successfully corrodes his consciousness, his life laws will change." Ximen Fenghua frowned. "Isn't it good to accept the power of chaos and become a member of the primal chaos world?" Ximen Luoli nodded and said, "Yes. He has so many terrifying identities in the primal chaos world, and there's no doubt that he's the primal chaos child. Where else would he have such a status?" Ximen Xianxia said worriedly, "Look at his painful look, we can help him." Yao shook her head. "Right now, we've already been sealed. Even if we weren't sealed, we would still be reduced to particles as soon as we approach." Ximen Tian said, "Now we can only wait, right?" Yao nodded. Suddenly, many of the experts who were originally imprisoned felt their bodies loosen up, and they felt the power that imprisoned them dissipate. They felt a little strange in their hearts. This was because the primal chaos force was focused on attacking the heaven's enlightenment force, so it didn't restrict the experts. Many experts looked at each other, but they immediately felt an extremely dangerous aura. They were so scared that they immediately retreated without any hesitation. The people outside also sensed this terrifying shockwave, and they also revealed shocked expressions as they looked ahead. "Wasn't it fine just now? Why did such a huge change suddenly happen? I wanted to go in and take a look, but my consciousness told me that I would definitely die if I went in. I've never felt like this before. Now that the sealing power has disappeared, who has the guts to fly in and take a look? Scram. What's the difference between flying in and seeking death? If you want to die, go ahead. It's best not to go in. This dangerous aura is many times more terrifying than before, and it's even more dangerous. But I didn't see it with my own eyes, and I don't even know what's going on. Why is there such a terrifying aura?" Ring looked ahead seriously and said, "I want to go in and take a look." The other women felt quite startled. Ring reminded, "It might be very dangerous inside, and even with our strength, we might die." Ring said, "Don't be so rash, it's not just you who care about him, we care about him as well." Ring said, "You don't need to worry about me." Swish, an air-tearing sound rang out as Ring turned into a golden ray of light and shot inside. Sun Moe lightly laughed, "I want to go in as well." After saying this, Sun Moe turned into a golden ray of light and followed after Ring. The other women had no choice but to also turn into rays of light and shoot ahead. Yu Yao looked at the goddess flying in and said, "They've all gone in, what should we do?" Xianxia did not hesitate and said, "Let's go in as well." The other Xianxia also turned into rays of silver-white light and quickly flew in. The others looked quite surprised. They had never thought that they would dare to fly in at a time like this. Were they really not afraid of death? However, the women who had flown in all had terrifying strength, so the others thought about it and did not say anything. After all, they could not take such a risk. The women flew in and saw Zhao Fu sitting cross-legged in the air with a pained look on his face, and there were some other women standing next to him. Shiman Fenghua and the other women looked at the women who had flown in shock. Sensing their auras, they were able to confirm their identities. Riying looked at the women and understood their relationship with Zhao Fu. She asked, "How is he now?" Yu Yao said seriously, "Two massive powers are currently corroding his consciousness." Hearing this, the women looked at Zhao Fu seriously. After thinking about it, Riying said, "Perhaps we can help him." The women looked at Riying. Riying looked at Xianxia and said, "The source energy of the sun and the source energy of the moon are the two great sources of the world. If we draw upon the sun and moon, we should be able to help him become a person of the primal chaos world." Xianxia said, "We have no objections." Shiman Fenghua looked at Yu Yao and asked, "Will this really work?" Yu Yao nodded. However, in the future, he can only be a person of the primal chaos world and give up everything from his previous world. Riying's group stood on one side while Xianxia's group stood on the other. With Zhao Fu at the center, a powerful wave of sun and moon power spread out, and illusory images of the sun and moon appeared in the sky. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu gave off a massive wave of power, sending the women standing on the two sides flying back. Blood leaked out of the women's mouths, and before they could react, a shocking change started. The heavens and earth started to change as the sun and moon became dim, clouds roiled, and wild winds howled. Rumble, bolts of lightning that were as thick as water buckets descended from the sky, seeming to want to destroy everything in the world. Lightning illuminated the surroundings, causing people's hearts to tremble. The women around Zhao Fu became the targets of the lightning bolts because Zhao Fu's power started to go out of control and he was unable to control the chaotic power to prevent it from harming the women. Seeing the lightning bolts continuously descend, the people outside all revealed fearful expressions. Fortunately, they had not gone in, or else they would have been doomed. Book 1, Chapter 6. The Riying women gathered together and unleashed all sorts of powers, forming a massive defensive barrier that blocked the rampaging lightning. Shiman Nightingale asked, "What do we do now? We won't be able to defend for long." Yao looked at Zhao Fu and said, "We can only wait for him to take control of our bodies, we won't be able to escape." The women's expressions became quite unsightly. Zhao Fu had already lost control of his body, and the two waves of power collided within Zhao Fu's soul. Zhao Fu powerlessly looked at this scene and did not know what to do. The main problem was what to do with Zhao Fu. Should he choose the heaven-awakened world? Should he choose the outer world? Looking at the two waves of power colliding, Zhao Fu made up his mind, "I want both." However, fusing these two waves of power would be quite difficult. However, Zhao Fu still decided to give it a try. If it was impossible, he would have to give up on the outer world. Zhao Fu would not give up on the heaven-awakened world just for the outer world. After making this decision, Zhao Fu immediately started to act. Zhao Fu's consciousness sank into the two waves of power and sensed the changes within them. A small vortex formed and absorbed the two waves of power. This small vortex was quite weak, and it seemed as if it could be devoured by the two waves of power at any moment. Zhao Fu used all of his strength to maintain this small vortex, but he was also heavily battered by the two waves of power. Crackle, the sound of thunder was incredibly ear-piercing, and even more massive bolts of lightning descended, causing the ground to crack apart. The scene was incredibly terrifying. The people standing outside felt their hairs stand on end, and they all looked incredibly terrified. The women of the heroic Sun Empire were in an even more difficult situation. The huge barrier they had formed was already beginning to be unable to withstand the terrifying lightning. The small vortex that Zhao Fu had formed continued to absorb the two waves of power. As Zhao Fu's consciousness sank into the vortex, Zhao Fu's body seemed to lose control. An even more terrifying power burst out from Zhao Fu's body, causing the sky to split open and the bolts of lightning to become destructive black lightning. Rumble, massive thunder sounds shook the heavens and earth as the lightning descended even more ferociously, and the range started to spread out. Seeing this, the people outside quickly retreated in fear. If an ordinary person was hit by such destructive lightning, let alone their body, even their soul would not be left. Boom, a bolt of lightning slammed into the defensive barrier, and the barrier was finally unable to withstand it and exploded. Countless bolts of black lightning descended, striking the many women, causing them to cry out in pain. The lightning mercilessly continued to descend. The of the women were powerless as they lay on the ground, and their auras became more and more powerful. The lightning continued to wreak havoc, and those who were very far away could hear the massive rumbles of thunder. Sensing this aura, they felt terror in their hearts. On the ground, Ri-Ying and the other women felt a sense of despair. The lightning continuously struck their bodies, causing them to suffer immense pain, but they were powerless to resist. Ri-Ying weakly said in self-reproach, "I'm sorry, it was I who harmed all of you. I should not have come in." Ri-Chen said, "It's not your fault, we came here of our own volition." Shiman Nightingale said angrily, "It's all his fault, everything was caused by that bastard. After this is over, I'll definitely make him pay." Yu Xianxi's face was pale as she said, "Right now, it's uncertain if we'll be able to last that long." Ri-Ying weakly said, "If the lightning does not stop, we'll all die here." Hearing this, the women's expressions became quite unsightly, they understood that they would die here. Rumble, black lightning continued to descend, hitting the women's bodies and sending them flying. Their bodies were covered with wounds and blood flowed out. Ri-Ying weakly said, "I can't hold on for much longer." Ri-Ying hurriedly said, "Hold on for a bit longer, perhaps he'll be able to control his body after a while, and this chaotic power will stop." Ri-Ying weakly said, "But I can't hold on for much longer. If I really die, please bury me where I was born." Ri-Chen hurriedly said, "Don't think too much, you have to hold on, I don't want anyone to leave." Rumble, the massive rumbles of thunder continued to sound out, and even more terrifying power descended like black spears, causing the women to feel the aura of death. Bang, a deafening explosion sounded out as the lightning actually struck somewhere else, shattering everything there into pieces. Countless fragments flew everywhere. The women looked quite surprised. Within his soul, the vortex formed by Zhao Fu's consciousness became much larger, and he gained a trace of control over his body. Even though he did not know what was happening outside, his instincts prevented the lightning from harming the women. Zhao Fu continued to control the vortex to absorb the two waves of power, and his control over his body became stronger and stronger, causing the raging lightning to become weaker and weaker. The women smiled as they looked at the weakening lightning. They persevered and immediately consumed medicinal pills to recover from their injuries. Seeing this, the people outside understood that the terrifying power was calming down. The vortex formed by Zhao Fu became larger and larger, continuously sucking in the two waves of power. Facing Zhao Fu's absorption, the two waves of power strangely did not resist. Perhaps it was because the two waves of power belonged to Zhao Fu, or perhaps they understood that they could not defeat the other. In the end, Zhao Fu completely devoured the two waves of power, and a terrifying power exploded out, covering this part of the world in an instant. Many fine lines appeared on Zhao Fu's body. This was Zhao Fu's life source laws, and because he had absorbed the two waves of power, it was changing. This change seemed to cause Zhao Fu's body to be reconstructed, and everything about Zhao Fu went through massive changes. The most important change was that Zhao Fu now had the attributes of two worlds. It could be said that people from two worlds were no longer just people from the Heaven Awakened world, half of their bodies were from the outer world. The women looked at this scene in shock and felt that Zhao Fu had become different. It was as if he had become closer to their bloodline, and they had never felt this before. After Zhao Fu's body was reconstructed, there did not seem to be any changes. Book 1, Chapter 701. Sitting cross-legged within the nothingness, Zhao Fu slowly opened his eyes and looked at the sky. Now, Zhao Fu had completed all of the requirements for awakening the Supreme Primal Chaos Emperor star. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as a golden ray of light shot out from Zhao Fu's body, giving off an unstoppable power as it slammed into the sky. A formless energy swept through the sky, causing all of the clouds in the outer world to disappear, revealing the deep blue sky. An extremely ancient aura slowly spread out from the depths of the sky. At that moment, all of the people in the outer world who were doing different things sensed something and looked up at the sky. That ancient aura continuously spread out from the sky, and the world seemed to fall silent as if it had lost all sound. Wisps of aura descended from the sky and landed on everything in the world. Humans, birds, beasts, fish, insects, and all other creatures felt an indescribable power enter their bodies, causing their bloodlines and thoughts to freeze. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out throughout the outer world, seeming to pierce through the past and future. The countless people in the other three great worlds also heard this massive explosion, and it was as if it was right next to their ears, causing their hearts to tremble as they looked in that direction. Countless people had solemn expressions on their faces. They felt that things had completely exceeded their expectations. In the outer world, an indescribable might gradually descended from the sky, and the world seemed to gradually stop. That might landed on the ground, causing all creatures to lower their heads and kneel. Insects lay on the ground with their heads pressed against the ground, birds lowered their bodies and heads, and beasts knelt on the ground with their heads lowered. Countless people, whether they were nobles or commoners, all knelt on the ground with their heads lowered, not daring to raise their heads at all. Even flowers and trees did not dare to grow towards the sky, and they all lowered their heads. All of this seemed to be instinctive. It was not some sort of power that caused them to submit and kneel, it was a type of instinct that came from their souls and bloodlines. An ancient, primal, supreme aura flooded out from the sky. Sensing this aura, the countless experts, Shim and Fenghua, and the other women looked quite shocked, and they finally understood what Zhao Fu was going to do. This was something that no one had ever done before. It was like a legend, but today, he had done it. As a member of the origin race, Yao wasn't affected at all. Looking at the sky, she felt a huge impact in her heart. This was something that not even the origin race, which had been born at the same time as the world, could do. Legend had it that when this emperor star descended, the master of the primal chaos realm would be born. That supreme primal chaos aura quickly covered the entire primal chaos world. The terrifying aura did not stop there. It continued to spread to the other three worlds, causing the weather in those three worlds to change. Wind and clouds surged as if a great calamity had descended. This was the warning phenomenon of the three worlds sensing great danger. Countless people's expressions turned ugly. They felt an unprecedented fear, causing their bodies to tremble uncontrollably. Boom, an earth-shattering roar sounded. From the immortal world to the sinkhole, everyone in the endless void heard this huge roar. The faces of countless undying existences changed as they looked over. A massive black star appeared in the sky and gave off a supreme aura that could make all living things submit as it slowly descended. That boundless power spread through the heavens and earth, as well as countless creatures, causing them to submit even more. The black star continued to descend. In the end, a massive star appeared in the sky, giving off a supreme aura. This emperor star was 5 or 6 times bigger than Zhao Fu's supreme emperor star, and there was a massive white rhombus-shaped crystal at the center that gave off boundless white light. It was impossible to describe how powerful this emperor star was. This was the most terrifying emperor star in the primal chaos world, and it was the only emperor star that could make all creatures submit. The power it contained was greater than any of Zhao Fu's supreme emperor stars, and it was the most terrifying emperor star that Zhao Fu had ever seen. Countless experts looked up at this primal chaos emperor star, feeling incredibly complicated. There was excitement, fear, worry, and shock. Boom, the primal chaos supreme emperor star gave off boundless black light that shot out like lightning. It passed through countless spaces, and nothing could stop it. Heaven awaken world. Boom, countless people saw countless rays of black light ferociously shoot over from the horizon, and the terrifying primal chaos aura flooded over like a world-destroying flood. The terrifying primal chaos aura inundated everything, and countless people felt suffocated as if their bodies had fallen into a deep abyss. Everything was corroded by this primal chaos power. The ground, trees, flowers, grass, birds, and beasts all gave off waves of black aura as terrifying changes occurred. The heaven awakened world source energy and laws seemed to be suppressed and corroded by this star. Alchemy world. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as if a massive creature had smashed into the alchemy world, and a boundless primal chaos aura spread out. Black light shot over, covering the alchemy world. Countless creatures in the alchemy world looked incredibly terrified as their bodies started to collapse under the black light. Arg! Countless howls sounded out from the ground, causing people's hearts to feel a stabbing pain. Their hairs stood on end, and a wave of terror flowed out from their hearts. It was not just living creatures, the flowers, grass, rocks, and trees in the alchemy world all turned into particles and scattered. The alchemy world's laws and source energy seemed to be suppressed, unable to resist this terrifying primal chaos power. Card world. Boom! Countless rays of black light shot through the sky of the card world, and time and space started to twist and collapse. This scene was like the end of the world. The card world became dim and the massive primal chaos aura spread out, corroding everything in the card world. Countless creatures felt a wave of primal chaos power enter their bodies, and their souls and bodies were quickly corroded. They also felt immense pain. The living creatures did their best to resist this power. Even though it was not very effective, it was still better than some flowers and grass. It did not take long for the flowers and grasses to be corroded by that power. Then, they turned into cards that floated in the air. The terrifying primal chaos aura continuously spread out and did not seem to weaken at all. It rushed at everything in the card world, causing countless creatures to feel despair. The card world's laws were also suppressed by this primal chaos power and could not resist at all. They could only allow the primal chaos power to wreak havoc. Volume 1, Chapter 8, Bottomless Ruins. Countless rays of black light shone in the void as boundless primal energy poured down like a torrent, corroding everything. Roar, roar, roar! Countless terrifying roars sounded out as countless terrifying monsters were alarmed by this aura and gave off loud roars. These monsters were extremely terrifying and gave off terrifying auras. They were definitely existences that could not be offended. However, facing the surging primal chaos aura, they felt an intense sense of fear, and some of the monsters turned and ran. Some of them could not react in time and their bodies were drowned by the flood-like primal energy as boundless primal energy surged into their bodies. Arg! Ear-piercing cries sounded out continuously, causing the silent bottomless ruins to become lively. Most of the monsters did not know what was going on, but when they heard the cries of pain, they did not hesitate and immediately fled the area. Even though their bottomless ruins power was terrifying, in the face of this supreme power, it was still very weak. A massive figure appeared in the void. This figure was a ball of flesh with blood-red vertical pupils on its surface. There were also countless tentacles growing out of it and it gave off a terrifying aura. This was the Chaos God. Back then, it had been chased out by the innate sun god and had come to the bottomless ruins. Now, out of all the monsters, it was the one that understood the rampaging primal energy the most. Seeing this scene, the Chaos God revealed a shocked expression. At that moment, the primal energy seemed to have discovered the Chaos God. It gathered together and turned into a massive demon snake that savagely bit at the Chaos God. The Chaos God immediately turned and ran. It felt a great sense of danger. This supreme primal energy could destroy it, which meant that it could be killed. What happened in the primal chaos world? As the Chaos God ran, it thought in shock. Its consciousness told it that it had something to do with the person who had killed its god's son. Arg! The Chaos God gave off a pained cry. The ferocious demon snake suddenly sped up and bit the Chaos God's body. The Chaos God immediately turned around and started fighting with the demon snake, causing an astonishing aura to spread out. Celestial World. Boom! A massive muffled explosion sounded out as the ground of the celestial world shook and countless rays of black light shot out from the ground. This was the light from the primal Chaos Emperor star. It could actually pierce through the celestial world's barrier and affect the celestial world. It was truly shocking. Immortal chi gathered in the area, and the huge change attracted the attention of countless immortals. Countless immortals instantly arrived at this area, and when they saw the countless black lights on the ground, they all looked shocked. They saw it clearly. This was the light that shot up from the mortal realm. What could have such power? Boom! Immortal energy gathered together, and a huge black star with a crystal shining with dazzling white light appeared in the sky. A wave of supreme primal chaos pressure suddenly descended. It was as if an existence that ruled over all things had descended, leaving no room for resistance. Countless immortals felt their bodies sink, and the vegetation on the ground froze. Countless immortals stared in shock at the huge black star in the sky. This star should be the star that caused the changes in the mortal realm. Right now, it was a projection condensed from immortal energy and not the star itself. Many immortals, who hadn't cared much about this before, saw the huge star appear in the sky and felt the chaotic aura spread out like a flood. They hurriedly rushed over. Immortal energy continued to gather, and the star gave off an even more terrifying aura, causing the celestial world sky to change color. Countless immortals came here, and there was no lack of extremely terrifying existences. One of them was a burly middle-aged man with a beard. He looked quite confused as he looked at the star in the sky. He knew this star because he was also from the Primal Chaos world. He was the clan leader of the Primal Chaos Source clan, and also Yao's father. Who could actually make a Primal Chaos star descend? He was extremely shocked, and his heart was greatly shaken. He didn't know what had happened to the Primal Chaos world after their clan had left for so long. Also, after so many years, he didn't know if his daughter's soul had recovered. If it had, then there was a chance that his daughter could come back to life. This matter shouldn't have been leaked. If these immortals knew that the Primal Chaos star had caused such a huge change in the celestial world, it would bring great trouble to the Primal Chaos world. However, even if he wanted to hide it, he wouldn't be able to because he wasn't the only one in the celestial world. A peerlessly beautiful woman with a gentle aura, wearing a green dress, looked at the star and also looked quite shocked. She was also from the Primal Chaos world, and Zhao Fu was her legatee. She was the former shaman lord, shaman spirit. After ascending to the celestial world for so many years, shaman spirit's identity had changed greatly. She had joined a celestial world faction and her status was not low. Because of the celestial world's barrier, she rarely received news about the Primal Chaos world. She had never thought that the Primal Chaos world's Emperor star would cause such a huge commotion in the celestial world. She was also quite curious about what had happened to the Primal Chaos world and what kind of shocking person had appeared to make a legendary star descend. A rainbow sword light landed here, and a scholarly young man appeared, giving off an intense 10,000 sword intent. From the aura he gave off, it was quite obvious that he was the first sword master who had created the city of 10,000 swords and left behind the 10,000 sword heart training. Before, he did not care much about these things, but sensing the aura that he was most familiar with, he felt quite shocked and immediately flew over. Looking at the massive star in the sky, it was indeed the Primal Chaos world star, and it was a star that no one had ever awakened before. Who was this person? The first swordmaster was quite curious. To be able to make such a star descend and cause such a huge commotion in the celestial world, the first swordmaster felt quite impressed. Back then, he had been young and ignorant, and he had wanted to awaken this chaos star that no one had ever obtained before. However, only after trying did he find out how difficult it was. In the end, he could only give up. However, after so many years, someone had actually done it, and the first swordmaster could not help but feel impressed. It was almost impossible for someone with such a star to die, and perhaps he would see that person again in the celestial world in the future. The first swordmaster gave a trace of a smile. Also, what was the city of 10,000 swords like now? What about the legacy he had left behind? Had anyone properly inherited his 10,000 sword intent? He hoped that the current master of 10,000 swords would not embarrass himself too much. Book 1, Chapter 9, Back at the Primal Chaos World. The Primal Chaos star was high up in the sky, and it gave off countless rays of black light and a supreme aura. Shimin Fenghua and the other women stared at it in shock, and their hearts were greatly shaken. In their hearts, Zhao Fu was an extremely despicable and shameless fellow who used all sorts of methods to obtain them, and he was still very weak. However, this person in their hearts had become a supreme existence in the Primal Chaos world, and no one in the entire Primal Chaos world could compare to him. In front of him, they seemed incredibly lowly. It was like a noble celestial and a lowly mortal. Now, facing Zhao Fu, they did not know what to do. That despicable appearance seemed to have been wiped away, and it was replaced by a supreme image. It was as if Zhao Fu casually said something, they would do it. This was a feeling from their bloodlines and souls. The Sun Goddess and Moon Immortal had jokingly guessed that Zhao Fu's ultimate goal was the Primal Chaos World's Supreme Emperor star. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would actually succeed. Even though they had existed for countless years, they were incredibly shocked by this scene. Even the innate sun god and innate moon immortal had not been able to do this. Zhao Fu's image in their minds was not very good, and he had always seemed weak and lecherous. Now, the feeling he gave them had greatly changed, and they could not look at Zhao Fu the same way they used to. I never thought that he would become the primal chaos world's supreme ruler. I never thought that he would have such shocking potential. I thought that him becoming the new sun god was already very amazing, but I underestimated him. That guy's goal has always been the primal chaos star, and he hid it from us for so long. If we hadn't personally seen the primal chaos star descend, we wouldn't have known. I don't understand why he didn't tell us. Did he never trust us from the start? Don't overthink things. This is such an important matter, and he must have his reasons for not telling us. Perhaps if we had known, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Now that he has become the primal chaos world's supreme ruler, I can relax. In the past, I was always worried that he would leave this world, but now he is a person of this world. I think the same. Also, I feel that the aura he gives off is much closer to ours. I feel like he has truly become a person of the primal chaos world. Half of his body is the primal chaos world's source laws, and the other half is another world. He is half a person of the primal chaos. In that case, my intuition is not wrong. I wonder if this fellow is hiding anything from us. We'll ask him after everything is over. Even though he has awakened a chaos star, there are still many mysteries surrounding him. A terrifying star power was released, interrupting the discussion of the women. Chaos God, and Chaos Star, the Chaos Star in the sky, in Chaos World's Earth Chaos Star, 1, Chaos. This star was the same as the Chaos Star. Its surface was pitch black, and there was a rhombus-shaped crystal in its center that emitted a resplendent white light. However, its constitution was much smaller. The star quickly descended from the sky and landed on Zhao Fu's head, giving off a massive power that covered Zhao Fu's body. Following this, the star slowly descended and entered Zhao Fu's body. An ancient, supreme, and chaotic power exploded out from Zhao Fu's body, causing the surrounding space to condense as if it had become corporeal. Now that Zhao Fu had awakened a chaos star, he started to receive its baptism and fuse with it. Chaos stars were the most powerful stars in the primal chaos world, and the power they contained was extremely terrifying. They were even more powerful than Zhao Fu's Emperor Star, and they would be of great help to Zhao Fu. The small star floated within Zhao Fu's body, giving off the massive chaos star's power. Zhao Fu's constitution, bloodline, and power were quickly evolving. Zhao Fu's body and the surrounding space started to turn into particles, gradually disappearing into nothingness, and the aura he gave off was incredibly terrifying. In the end, Zhao Fu and the surrounding space disappeared, leaving behind only the black star. Seeing this scene, the women felt quite startled. Boom, an explosion sounded out as the small star gave off countless rays of black light, and countless particles once again gathered, condensing into Zhao Fu's appearance. However, Zhao Fu's appearance had greatly changed. His black hair had become very long, and it almost reached the ground. His eyes had become gray-slitted pupils, and 2 fangs grew out of his mouth. There was also an egg-sized chaos star on his forehead. His body gave off a supreme chaos aura as if he was the owner of the entire primal chaos world, and everything in the world had to submit at his feet. Zhao Fu's current appearance was that of a chaos star. In this form, he could unleash the chaos star's full power. This was similar to the 10,000 god body, but it was now called the chaos body. Boom, the moment Zhao Fu completed his transformation, a massive explosion sounded out, and the beings in the primal chaos world felt that supreme might that made them submit gradually disappear. Everything in the world started to recover. Countless flowers, grass, and trees once again looked towards the sky, no longer drooping. The insects on the ground started to cry, the birds flapped their wings and flew into the air, and the people and beasts kneeling on the ground stood up again. Only now could the countless beings raise their heads and look at the chaos star in the sky. If it wasn't for the power disappearing, they wouldn't even have the right to see the chaos star. After all, this was the supreme star of the primal chaos world, and it reigned above all things in the world. The experts looked at the chaos star with excited expressions, and they all smiled. Ha ha ha, I never thought that I would be able to see the chaos star descend in my lifetime. This is the first time in history. Ha ha ha, that's right. I haven't been this happy in a long time. No one has ever done something like this, and today, someone has done it. This is the most important moment in the history of the primal chaos world. Yes, the descent of the chaos star is extremely important to the beings of our primal chaos. Only those who possess the chaos star are worthy of becoming the true children of primal chaos. In the past, although the Khanate Sun God, Khanate Moon Immortal, Origin Child, and Evil Immortal were terrifying, they were still a bit weaker than the chaos star. Isn't it obvious? Although I don't know this person's true identity, he gathered the identities of the Evil Immortal, Primordial Dragon Clan, 10,000 Swords Inheritor, Witch Clan, Khanate Sun God, Khanate Moon Immortal, and Origin Race, to awaken the Chaos Star. Book 1, Chapter 10. Awakening a Chaos Star is truly difficult. No wonder so many geniuses failed. Now, he's the only one who can do it. The descent of a Chaos Star signifies a new beginning for our Chaos world. This is the beginning of our glory. Haha, that's right. For such a shocking Chaos Star to descend, our Chaos world will definitely rise to glory. Dragon Race. The dignified old man let out a long sigh. He's finally awakened a Chaos Star. We made the right choice. He's a genius the Chaos world hasn't seen in countless years. We made the right choice, but there are still many unknowns. His attitude towards us primordial dragons isn't something we can change. The violet-haired old man smiled. He's the young master of the primordial dragons. That won't change. Now that a Chaos Star has descended, we're going to benefit greatly. The blue-robed old man chuckled. There's no need for us to think too much about it. I've interacted with him before. Although he hid some things from us, he's not an evil person. He shouldn't be a threat to us. Yes. Now that he's become a primordial chaos child, we have no other choice. It's too late. We might as well trust him. The dignified old man nodded. That's all we can do for now. This is the most important moment for our primordial dragons. City of 10,000 Swords. No wonder they chose someone who doesn't train in the Tao of the Sword to become the successor. Now I understand why. Yes. Perhaps 10,000 Swords predicted today's situation. We never expected him to have such accomplishments. It's truly amazing. It's a pity that he only obtained our legacy. He didn't have much contact with our City of 10,000 Swords. Otherwise, given the amount of karmic luck he possesses, we would have been able to obtain great fortune. That's indeed a pity. If we had known, we would have done everything we could to keep him here. We would have even given him the position of City Lord. It's too late to say all that now. Still, it's a blessing that the 10,000 Swords legacy has such a powerful successor. In the future, he might ascend to the immortal plane. I wonder if he'll be able to meet the founder of the City of 10,000 Swords. He'll probably be very happy to have such a successor. Which race? Oldo laughed heartily. This is the most important moment for our witch tribe. It's also the moment of our witch tribe's revival. I don't believe that our witch tribe will decline with Chaos Star around. The middle-aged man smiled and said, yes, we don't have to worry about the future of the witch tribe for a long time. The young man smiled and said, our witch tribe will welcome a revival, not a decline. I can feel the changes in our bloodline now. The woman in the red dress said with a chuckle, I can sense it too. He's the son of our sorcerer tribe, and he's also one of the 7 clones. Our sorcerer tribe will be greatly affected. Oldo said, yes, we will benefit greatly from this alone. We must handle our relationship with him well in the future. He's the future of the witch tribe. The woman in the red dress smiled and said, we naturally know this. We will satisfy all of his requests. If he can give birth to our witch tribe's bloodline, that would be the best. This might be very difficult. He's already the child of primordial chaos, and his bloodline is the most supreme bloodline in the entire primordial chaos world. The woman in the red dress smiled and said, I know it's very difficult, but if there's one, it'll be a great benefit to our witch tribe. Oldo smiled and nodded, he also likes women. We'll go back and carefully choose one for him. Bloodlong Gate. Many experts stared at the constellation in the sky as their hearts were filled with shock. They could feel that the constellation was actually affecting them. But this was the chaos star, the supreme star in the primordial chaos world. How could it affect them? Moreover, this was not an ordinary effect, and it seemed to be related to the chaos star. It was impossible for the people of the Bloodlong Gate to have any relationship with the chaos star. Suddenly, they thought of a person. He had obtained the power of 8 gates, and had the qualifications to become the leader of the Bloodlong Gate. I heard that person has many identities. Could he be the one who came to our blood sect? I heard that he often wears a cloak in the dragon tribe, and he likes beauties. I feel that it should be him. Otherwise, I can't think of any relationship between the people of the Bloodlong Gate and the Chaos Star. I think it's him. He's the only possible person. Plus, his identity is very mysterious. This is shocking. I didn't think that he would cause so many things after leaving the Bloodlong Gate. In the end, he even awakened the Chaos Star and became the Son of Chaos. We thought that he was very scary. I didn't expect to underestimate his potential. Him becoming the Son of Chaos means a lot to the Bloodlong Gate. In the future, our Bloodlong Gate might become even more powerful. That guy left for so long and didn't come back to see us. Would he be angry at us? We forcefully took him before. I don't think so. He doesn't care about this. Awakening the Chaos Star is such a difficult thing. Where would he have the time to come back? Yes, we should be more considerate of him. After this is over, we can go find him. Eastern Alliance. Everyone looked at the star in the sky in shock. They didn't expect today's result. Now, they were a little scared. Fortunately, the descendant of the evil immortal took the initiative to make peace with the Eastern Alliance. Otherwise, the consequences would be 100 times worse than they had imagined. Because he was not only the descendant of the evil immortal, but also the son of origin. Innate sun god, innate moon immortal, and most importantly, he had become the son of chaos. With this terrifying identity, the Eastern Alliance would be destroyed. It would be a very simple thing. Other than despair, they didn't have any power to resist. Dongfang Yu looked at the black star in the sky and thought about what happened with Zhao Fu. Her expression was very complicated. She didn't know what to do. Dongfang Yu was not angry about Zhao Fu's lies. She was very grateful to Zhao Fu for resolving the conflict between the Eastern Alliance and the evil immortal. Sometimes, Dongfang Yu wanted to go find Zhao Fu. But she was worried that Zhao Fu wouldn't like her. After all, he had too many women around him. Although she had become beautiful, Dongfang Yu still felt inferior. Especially now that Zhao Fu had awakened the Chaos Star, she felt that she was not worthy of Zhao Fu. Thinking about this, Dongfang Yu's eyes turned red. Zhao Fu was the first man she liked. She would do anything for him. Do Hui Shouyue comforted her. Book 1, Chapter 11 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlals 123. Everyone related to Zhao Fu felt their bodies go through changes, and they immediately thought of Zhao Fu. They looked at the black star in the sky and felt as if they were looking at Zhao Fu. Now, they felt incredibly excited. The Zhao Fu they knew had awakened the outer world's supreme star. Heaven awaken world. As the outer world returned to normal, the black light disappeared, and the heaven awaken world gradually returned to normal. However, countless experts were still looking at the horizon with a solemn expression. An old man with a ruddy face and a long beard asked, "Have you found out what happened?" The fair-skinned young man replied, "We've already investigated. It was the descent of the outer world's supreme star that caused such a massive ripple." The long-bearded elder said in shock, "I've heard of the legend of this supreme star, but I never thought that someone would actually be able to do it. That person is simply too terrifying." The fair-skinned young man answered, "And he has 7 known identities. They are the evil immortal, the child of origin, the desolate ancient dragon race's young master, the witch race's young master, the million-sword inheritor, the innate sun god, and the innate moon immortal." The long-bearded elder looked quite shocked. "You're saying that this world-shocking genius is actually the same person?" The fair-skinned young man nodded. They're all the same person, and they might have unknown identities." The long-bearded elder's expression was quite unsightly. The outer world's shocking changes were all caused by a single person, and he fused with so much supreme power. No wonder he was able to awaken the outer world's supreme star. The fair-skinned young man said, now that he has awakened a chaos star, he has become the outer world's supreme existence, and there are even rumors that he will become the outer world's master. The fair-skinned young man said seriously, our heaven-awakened world might be facing our greatest enemy, and the heaven-awakened world is facing our greatest crisis. The fair-skinned young man thought of something and said, perhaps there's someone in the heaven-awakened world who can contend against him. The long-bearded elder did not want to know who it was and said, that person has already obtained the emperor stars of the heaven-awakened world's 7 great races and is called the heaven-awakened child. If he awakens one, he will have 8 supreme emperor stars. I think we can indeed resist him. I can't either. Our heaven enlightening world's 8 great clans' supreme emperor star will lose to a supreme star from another world. The fair-skinned young man said curiously, that heaven-awakened son is also very mysterious. I don't know who he is, and he disappeared for a long time. I wonder where he is now. The children of primordial chaos have the paramount star of primordial chaos. In name, they can lead the entire chaos world. We, the children of the heaven awaken, have the paramount stars of the 8 races. In name, we can lead the 8 races. I've already predicted that the outer world and heaven awakened world will start a world-destroying war under the leadership of those 2 people. When that time comes, no one will be able to stay out of it. The fair-skinned young man said, I think the most important thing to do is to search for the heaven-awakened sun and not pay too much attention to the primal chaos world. The long-bearded man nodded. However, this matter isn't easy to solve. We still haven't come into contact with the heaven-awakened child. The fair-skinned youth said, I will do my best to do this. The alchemy world. The alchemy world's ripples had calmed down. Because the primordial chaos attribute countered the alchemy world's metal attribute, the alchemy world was in the worst state. Some mountains had collapsed, and the tops of some peaks had shattered. Many trees had either fallen or only had half of their trunks left, and the ground was filled with craters. There were also some animal corpses everywhere. This scene was as if a catastrophe had passed. The world had been completely destroyed, and a terrifying aura covered the surroundings. Countless people from the alchemy world looked wretchedly in the direction of the outer world. They found that the outer world was their greatest enemy, and it was many times more dangerous than the heaven-awakened world. Back then, even though the heaven-awakened world had affected the alchemy world, it had not caused as much damage to the outer world. How is the investigation going? Has the outer world gone mad to cause so much damage to our alchemy world? The outer world's paramount star has descended. Only something like that could cause so much damage to our alchemy world. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been affected at all. Fortunately, things have calmed down, or else our alchemy world's losses would have been even greater. Now that things have concluded, I can relax. I don't have to worry about anything else. I think you've all overlooked something. The truly terrifying thing isn't the chaos star but the person who awakened it. Now, he has become the supreme existence of the outer world. I heard that no one has ever awakened a chaos star before, and anyone who awakens it will become the lord of the outer world. Even though he can't be said to be the lord of the outer world, he is in name. If the outer world is unified under his leadership, just thinking about it is terrifying. That's right. If that's the case, the surrounding worlds will be in danger. Have you forgotten that the heaven-awakened world has a heaven-awakened sun? That person is incredibly powerful and already has 7 races emperor stars. He might be able to contend against that chaos star. The truly dangerous ones are the alchemy world and the card world. The alchemy world is the most dangerous because chaos power counters our alchemy power. I think we need to change our focus. We should no longer focus on the heaven-awakened world but on the outer world. Right now, they are our greatest enemies. That's all we can do for now. However, why did the outer world and heaven-awakened world give birth to 2 such monstrous people? Why doesn't our alchemy world have such people? I also feel that our alchemy world's younger generation doesn't even have the right to compare to those 2 people. Even though those words are unpleasant to hear, they're not wrong. I don't know why either, but let's put these things aside for now and deal with the outer world's matters first. The various experts started to recover the affected region's alchemy power, allowing those regions to regain their vitality. They also started to treat those who were injured, and the battle against the heaven-awakened world slowed down. Right now, the alchemy world did not want to do anything other than quietly recover for a period of time. The Heaven Awakened world did not want to start a war at a time like this, and it also wanted to stay in peace for a period of time. At the very least, it would wait for this matter to pass before doing anything else. Within the card world, cards were floating in the air. Each card had different pictures imprinted on it. There were mountains, trees, flowers, birds, and beasts. These cards gave off light before turning back into mountains, trees, flowers, grass, birds, and beasts. Book 1, Chapter 12 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlaws 123. All of the cards had been affected by the Chaos Star's power and had been forcibly turned into cards. The Chaos Star was a combination of the card world and the Chaos world's power. However, Chaos power belonged to the outside world, and the people of the card world rejected this attribute, while the Chaos Star rejected the card world. The two were enemies, and it was not just the flowers, grass, birds, and beasts that had been affected. Many people had also been affected, but they had not been turned into cards. It could be said that the Chaos world had created a dangerous aura in the card world, and the regions that had been affected the most by the Chaos Star were called Chaos Lands. The card world calmed down, and the experts looked at the horizon with lingering fear. They were the second world that had been greatly affected. Even though the Heaven Awakened world was the closest to the Chaos world, it had been affected the least. This was most likely because of Zhao Fu, as half of Zhao Fu belonged to the Heaven Awakened world. The people from the various large factions gathered together and started to discuss this matter, as the Chaos world posed a great threat to the card world. The people who had come had incredibly high statuses. At a long table, a beautiful golden-haired woman said, "I'm sure you all know about this matter. The Chaos Star of the Chaos world has descended, and our card world is facing our greatest enemy." A sinister-looking young man said, "If we knew who he was, we would have killed him at all costs. Now that he has the protection of the Chaos Supreme Star, this is almost impossible." An elderly man said, "What a joke. Do you know that even the Chaos world's experts are incredibly shocked? No one would have thought that so many geniuses were actually the same person." A red-haired woman with a bewitching figure said, "This matter has shaken the four great worlds, and no one expected it to be like this. Now, we need to prepare for the worst." The ordinary-looking young man asked, "What do you mean by the worst?" The red-haired woman said seriously, "He will become the ruler of the Chaos world and unify the entire Chaos world. Facing such a world, it is possible that our world will be destroyed." The elderly man said seriously, "The Chaos world will become the most powerful world in the vicinity. Facing such a world, our world will be like a plate of loose sand and will most likely perish." The ordinary-looking youth said, "It would be great if our card world also gave birth to such a person. He would unify all the forces in the card world. At that time, who would be able to stop him?" The golden-haired woman chuckled and said, "I also want to, but it's almost impossible. You know the younger generation of our card world. We shouldn't have any illusions." The elderly man said, "It's not just the outer world, that Heaven Awakened child in the Heaven Awakened world already has 7 races Emperor stars. If he awakens the 8th star, he will not be any weaker than the Chaos Star. When that time comes, we might have to face 2 terrifying worlds." The sinister young man said, "If these 2 unified forces attack, it will be almost impossible for our card world to resist. I think maybe we can contact the people from the alchemy world." The golden-haired woman nodded. "Right now, we have a common enemy, a common danger, and a common situation. I'm sure they'll be happy to ally with us to resist the Heaven Awakened world and the Primal Chaos world." The sinkhole. Peace returned to this place. To be more precise, it became dead silent. The various terrifying monsters that had been hiding in the void also fled far away and did not return. The Chaos God was in the worst state. Its body was covered with wounds as it lay on the ground, looking quite fearful. The demon snake formed from the primal chaos aura had chased after it and tried to bite it, but its undying power had no effect on the demon snake. If it was not for the ripples calming down, it might have been killed by the demon snake. It understood why the demon snake had chased after it. Firstly, it had great enmity with the innate sun god, and the one who had awakened the chaos star was a sun god. Secondly, it was an exiled creature and was rejected by the outer world. The Chaos God could only remember this enmity for now, and it did not dare to go back. Facing such a terrifying Chaos Star, even the Chaos God was afraid. Back then, the Chaos God had not been this afraid even when facing the 8 innate sun gods. After all, the 8 innate sun gods did not have the ability to kill it. The monsters that fled in all directions also spread the news far and wide. It even attracted the attention of some unknown existences in the sinkhole. They were quite shocked that such a star had descended. If it had happened in the celestial world, the ripples would have been even greater, enough to shake the entire celestial world. In the boundless celestial world, which was made up of high-level immortal energy, there were very few stars of this level. The potential of such a star could be said to be limitless. If there were no accidents, it would become an existence on the same level as them. Hence, they were quite concerned about this matter. A voice sounded in the void, "Should we go and see what interesting thing was born?" Another voice sounded in the void, "Not interested. That place is not simple." The voice asked curiously, "Really? What's not simple about it?" The voice sounded in the void, "You will know when you go. But I have to warn you first. Don't throw your life away. I will not go and save you." The voice sounded in the void, "Is that place really that dangerous? If it wasn't for this, I would not have known of its existence." The voice sounded in the void, "Think about it. If it was an ordinary place, how could it give birth to such a star?" The existence in the void thought for a moment, "That's true. An ordinary place cannot give birth to a star of that level." The voice sounded in the void, "Let me also tell you that it won't be so simple. Something big will happen in the future." The voice sounded in the void, "Looks like you know something. Hurry up and tell me." The voice sounded in the void, "I only vaguely know something. I'm not too sure about the specifics. I won't tell you in case you cause trouble." The voice sounded in the void, "You're always like this. You always like to keep me in suspense. I hate you. I won't bother with you anymore." The voice said helplessly, "All right. I can reveal some information to you. This matter is related to the celestial world and not the mortal world." The voice sounded unsatisfied, "That's all?" The voice replied, "Yes, I'm not too sure about the rest. Also, that place is getting more and more dangerous. Remember not to go there." The voice sounded in the void, "All right. I understand." Volume 1, Chapter 13 Immortal World. The black star in the sky was still there, emitting a vast aura. This place was different from other places because the chaos star here was a projection. If the chaos star didn't disappear, the chaos star here wouldn't disappear either. Many experts were shocked to see this chaos star. There's actually a star of this level in the mortal world. This hasn't happened in the past tens of thousands of years. This is the first time I've seen it with my own eyes. I wonder which world it is. It feels like the power of a great world has been poured into his body. Otherwise, the star wouldn't be able to affect the immortal world. I think we'll be able to see this person soon. The immortal world will have another shocking genius. I wonder what kind of person he is. My force will welcome him at any time. Now that I'm in the immortal world, I can't determine his location. If he's in the mortal world, I might be able to find him and use a heaven-defying technique to snatch his shocking fortune. Don't be too greedy. If you do that, you might not even be able to endure the backlash from this planet. If you fail and end up provoking someone with limitless potential, you might die because of that and waste 10,000 years of cultivation. The immortal world and the mortal world are separated by a world barrier. It also separates the mortal planet from the immortal planet. Mortals can become immortals and ascend to the immortal world. The same goes for the mortal planet. After that person becomes an immortal, the mortal planet will also advance to become an immortal planet. I wonder what kind of changes will happen. Now that you mention it, I'm very curious. I know most of the famous stars in the immortal world, but I've never seen this star before. This should be the first time it's appeared. If he comes to the immortal world and this star becomes an immortal planet, there will definitely be a huge change. I think he might be able to squeeze into the immortal star ranking. The immortal star ranking records every star that alarmed the immortal world. Every star is a supreme star in the world. Judging from the waves caused by this star, it shouldn't be a problem for him to enter the immortal star ranking. It doesn't matter if he can enter the immortal star ranking. As long as he becomes an immortal and this star becomes an immortal planet, the immortal world will also have this star law. In the future, other people might awaken such a star. Yes, this type of star belongs to the chaos star category. It has the potential to become the supreme star of the chaos element. At that time, those who cultivate the chaos element will regard this star as their highest goal. It is also the proof that they are familiar with the chaos element. You guys care about the star. I'm more curious about this person. To awaken such a star, I'm more curious about this person. I need to be of the immortal. Are you trying to say that a genius from the immortal world descended to the mortal world to gain experience and awaken such a star in the mortal world? Immortal world. Must have had a mortal star. Of. Immortal star. Immortal. Immortal star. I don't think it's possible that it's someone from the immortal world. Although the immortal world has an innate advantage, it's very difficult to obtain the recognition of the world. Moreover, it's very difficult for people from the mortal star immortal world to awaken because the power of the immortal world awakens the immortal star. Immortal Tao sect. Many experts looked at the resplendent black star in the sky in shock. This star gives me a faint sense of familiarity. I've never seen this star before, but the aura it exudes feels like I've seen it somewhere before, Chen Feng said. Its aura is familiar. It's someone from the immortal world. The only person you've seen in the immortal world is that person. Is it really him? Was this star the product of him fusing all the stars together? Or did he awaken a star from another world? I sensed his emperor star before. Its aura is the same as now. But no matter what, if he really awakens such a star, it means we've underestimated him. Haven't we been sending people down to the immortal world to search for him? Why haven't we found anything yet? I received news that they were disturbed by an unknown power. They didn't get any information. Most of them have retreated. Only some people from the half-immortal world are searching. This person's identity is becoming more and more complicated. If possible, I want to personally search for him. If I can find him, I'll do everything I can to bring him back. Yes, now that this star has appeared, many people in the immortal world know of his existence. However, they don't know anything else about him. We can't let others get to him first. I know. If our immortal Tao sect can have him, we'll welcome a golden age. We won't have to worry about weakening. Although the immortal Tao sect has many geniuses, they are all inferior to him. I don't even want to compare myself to him. Haha, I have high hopes for him. I feel that he will become the #1 genius in the immortal world. I'm confident in this. You're too confident. Not to mention the #1 genius, I'd be very happy if he could enter the top 3. After all, some terrifying existences are not any weaker than him. I know how terrifying those existences are, but I'm still confident. Those existences are invincible from the moment they were born. For a mortal to have such accomplishments, his potential is far greater than those existences. That's why I'm confident. Now that you mention it, his potential is indeed very great. It's very difficult to find someone who can compare to him in the immortal world. If you weren't sure that he was immortal, I would have suspected that he was an existence that descended into the mortal world. Okay, I'm going to leave. If there's any news, I'll let you know immediately. The world of the primal chaos world once again changed. It gave off a powerful aura and countless amounts of fate gathered in the sky. At this moment, the countless creatures in the primal chaos world, whether they were humans, beasts, birds, or insects, all felt their blood heat up. They couldn't help but become excited. Countless amounts of fate and power of the world gathered in the sky, causing the sky to give off a powerful pressure. This pressure was not like before, which made all living things submit. Instead, it was a gentle pressure. Boom, a loud explosion rang out as the chaos star once again shot out countless rays of black light. A huge, black halo descended, bringing with it a vast amount of primal chaos power. All living things in the world did not feel fear. Instead, they became even more excited. The blood in their bodies became even hotter because this was a blessing. As the supreme star of the primal chaos world, it affected the entire primal chaos world. Its birth was beneficial to all living things in the world. For example, this Chaos Star's blessing was beneficial to all living things in the primal chaos world. The huge, black halo descended and turned into a black wave of light that spread out, quickly covering the entire primal chaos world. Book 1, Chapter 14, Chaos. Countless creatures' bodies trembled as a wave of primal chaos source energy flowed into their bodies, causing their bodies to start to evolve. Some people with weaker physiques were strengthened, some people with injuries were quickly healed, and some people with weaker physiques were also quickly strengthened. The trees became taller, the grass became more lush, the flowers became more beautiful, and the streams became clearer. Sensing the changes in their bodies, countless people looked delighted. Back when Zhao Fu had awakened his race's Supreme Emperor Star, he had only been able to affect a single race, which was already quite incredible. Now that this star was able to affect all creatures in the outer world, it was even more shocking. Only a world Supreme Emperor Star could become so powerful, it was impossible for other stars to do so. Moreover, the help and improvements they received were not just a little bit, which was why they were so delighted. They had not done anything at all, and just the creatures in the outer world were able to receive such benefits, making others feel quite envious. Boom, another massive explosion sounded out as another black halo descended from the sky, giving off a massive aura. Everyone felt quite startled, there was still more, and they immediately became even more excited. The black halo landed on the ground and once again turned into a black wave of light that spread out. In just an instant, it covered the entire outer world, and a wave of primal chaos energy flowed into countless creatures' bodies. At the edges, the heaven-awakened world's people were also affected by the black light, and they did not fare as well. As the black light swept past, not only did their power not increase, but they instead became weaker and felt a formless suppression. Some people even started to get sick and headaches. This caused countless heaven-awakened world's people to cower within their cities, not daring to come out. Starting a world war with the outer world now was simply seeking death. Luckily, the outer world was not in the mood to fight right now. The Qin Empire cities in the outer world were not affected. Even though they were people from the heaven-awakened world, the person who had awakened the Chaos Star was Zhao Fu. Boom, an explosion once again sounded out as a massive black halo giving off a massive aura descended, turning into a black wave of light that spread out. Countless creatures looked quite pleased, and they could clearly feel the chaos energy in their bodies increasing their power. Everyone's joy could not be described with words. Just 3 short blessings had made them feel as if they had cultivated for an extra year. They just wanted more blessings like this so that they would automatically become more powerful. Just thinking about it made them feel incredibly happy. Boom, a massive explosion once again sounded out as the Chaos Star gave off a massive wave of power, splitting the countless traces of fate and power in the sky into streams that flowed in different directions. The experts of the Blood Dragon Gate could only see a river of fate energy flowing towards them. Initially, they had some doubts about whether Zhao Fu was the one who had awakened the Chaos Star. However, when they saw the flowing river, they were certain of Zhao Fu's identity. Dragon Clan. Long Wushui and the rest of the dragon race also saw a river flowing towards them, and they revealed excited expressions. The Wizard Tribe. Countless people cheered happily as they watched a river flow towards them. In the Supreme Shrine of Extreme Yang, countless people were devoutly kneeling on the ground. There was an indescribable sense of pride in their hearts. The person they believed in was the supreme existence of the primal chaos world. A river flowed towards them. December. Countless people laughed as they watched the river flow towards them. All forces related to Zhao Fu would have a river flowing through them. Boom, the river flowed into each faction and a massive wave of power flowed into them, causing each faction to shine with all sorts of lights and shocking ripples to spread out. Everyone's bodies trembled as they felt an even greater wave of power flow into their bodies, causing their bodies to go through even greater changes. Powerful auras radiated out from their bodies. Just now, they had been cultivating for an entire day. But now, they had been cultivating for 10 years. Not only did their power increase, but their constitutions also became stronger. Their fate also became more than 10 times stronger. The Dragon Clan Elder, Wizard Tribe Elder, 10,000 Sword City Elder, and other experts sensed the changes in their power and fate, and they all smiled. With this blessing, their faction's strength had greatly improved, and this did not even take into account the effects of the Chaos Star on them in the future. This caused countless people to look at them with envy. If the Chaos Child was related to their factions and became their young lord, they would also receive great benefits. They felt that their factions were not weaker than the Dragon Clan, so why did the Chaos Child not go to their side? Boom. Another explosion sounded out in the sky as the Chaos Star once again released a massive wave of power, gathering the remaining fate and heaven and earth power, turning them into rays of black light that shot out in different directions. Shimin Fenghua, Riying, Yu Xianxia, and the other women were by Zhao Fu's side, and the rays of black light descended and landed on their bodies, sending massive waves of power into their bodies. Black aura spread out in the surroundings and flowed into their bodies like a flood, causing their constitutions and powers to become even more powerful. Being here with Zhao Fu, they had gone through the transformation and had endured that sort of tribulation, so they had received even more benefits. The black aura in the surroundings was chaos origin energy, and as it flowed into their bodies, not only did it make their bodies more powerful, but it also gave them chaos origin energy and some origin constitutions. As for those related to Zhao Fu, the rays of black light entered their bodies, quickly increasing their constitutions and powers, and they could not receive the same benefits as Yu Xianxia and the other women. Dongfang Ye and Dongfang Shouyue also saw the two rays of black light shoot towards them and enter their bodies, and a massive wave of power entered their bodies. Their bodies gave off black light. Dongfang Shouyue said, "Looks like he still has you and me in his heart. If we go over now, perhaps we'll be able to see him. Let's go together." Dongfang Ye hesitated before nodding. Feng Xianxia saw the rays of black light land on the women's bodies but not on her body, and she understood that only people from the outer world would be able to receive this power. Feng Xianxia did not feel disappointed and instead smiled. Now that Zhao Fu had awakened the outer world's supreme star, they had accomplished their goal, and it was time for them to return to the heaven-awakened world. Book 1, Chapter 415. Aracena also smiled. Back then, they had followed Zhao Fu out to find some insects, and they had never thought that they would be delayed for so long in the outer world. However, this was also a good thing. Zhao Fu had successfully awakened his chaos star and became a supreme existence in the outer world. No one would have thought that someone from the heaven-awakened world would be able to do something that no one in the outer world had ever done before. Sensing the changes in his body, Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile. After awakening his chaos star and receiving the baptism of primal chaos energy, Zhao Fu's body went through massive changes. Firstly, Zhao Fu had obtained the chaos world's chaos origin bloodline. This bloodline was an initial origin bloodline, and it was even purer than Yao's bloodline, which was the daughter of the origin race's chief. This was an incredibly shocking thing for the origin race, and logically speaking, it was impossible for anyone to do such a thing. Apart from the chaos origin bloodline, the power that Zhao Fu had obtained was the truly terrifying thing. Only this kind of supreme power could be called a true supreme power, and it could be ranked at the top even in the celestial world. Within the outer world, its effects were the greatest, and anyone who faced this power would be suppressed. This included the primordial dragon race's power, innate sun god's power, and origin moon's power that Zhao Fu had obtained in the past. Only Zhao Fu's evil celestial bloodline and evil celestial power had the ability to resist. If it was anyone else facing this power, they would not be able to retaliate at all. For example, the geniuses fighting with Zhao Fu's clones, Zhao Fu could use this power to make them submit. In the future, Zhao Fu would not have as much trouble facing the Chaos God's children and other existences with undying and indestructible attributes. This was because Zhao Fu had a power that surpassed undying and indestructible, and he could kill undying and indestructible existences. More accurately speaking, it was not just Zhao Fu's power that surpassed undying and indestructible. Zhao Fu's attribute was the primal chaos attribute. It could turn everything into primal chaos and nothingness. If it was power on the same level as Zhao Fu, it might not be able to kill those undying beings. This was also the strongest power that Zhao Fu currently possessed, and it was even stronger than Zhao Fu's 10,000 deities power from before. If Zhao Fu wanted to surpass this power or reach the terrifying might of this chaos power, he would need to awaken his final race's Emperor Star and use the power of 8 Supreme Emperor Stars to compare. Now, Zhao Fu was just one more water race Emperor Star away from awakening all of his Emperor Stars, and Zhao Fu greatly anticipated this moment. Originally, Zhao Fu's bloodline had already reached the level of an essence bloodline. Later on, after absorbing the various powers, Zhao Fu felt that Zhao Fu's bloodline was just a sliver away from surpassing the Essence bloodline. Origin bloodline was the highest grade bloodline that Zhao Fu knew of. It was also the ultimate bloodline of the mortal realm. It was extremely rare even in the immortal realm. What grade of bloodline was there after the Essence bloodline? Zhao Fu was not sure about this, and he most likely would not be able to find any information about it. Perhaps no one had ever reached it before. Perhaps he would be able to find some information in the immortal realm. Zhao Fu now had the ability to head to the immortal realm, which was to use the evil celestial's power to dig a passageway to the immortal realm. Zhao Fu decided to put these matters aside for now, perhaps he would go in the future. Next was Zhao Fu's current fate. Right now, no one could compare to Zhao Fu's fate. It could be said that Zhao Fu had received all of the primal chaos fate, and it was not any weaker than the heaven-opening fate on him. With this bloodline and this fate, Zhao Fu could indeed be called the ruler of the outer world. He could use the outer world's power at any time, and all sorts of outer world laws could be used by him. If Zhao Fu really led the outer world to start a war against other worlds, it would be an incredibly terrifying thing. This was because Zhao Fu could mobilize the Chaos World's power and luck to give countless soldiers powerful buffs. He could also use the Chaos World's power to attack countless people. For example, Zhao Fu could make countless bolts of lightning fall from the sky, instantly killing countless people. He could also make a terrifying storm sweep through the world, blowing countless people away. He could also make countless hailstones fall from the sky, causing the earth to crack. As long as Zhao Fu was in the Chaos World, the Chaos World would have an almost undefeatable advantage. This was also the reason why the other worlds were afraid of them. However, Zhao Fu could only control Chaos Worlds. If he were to attack other great worlds, he would not be able to do this. He could only give his soldiers powerful attribute buffs and weaken the enemy's power. If he wanted to contend against Zhao Fu, he would have to become an existence on par with Zhao Fu. This was almost impossible. This made it so that in the future, when the Chaos Worlds attacked the Heaven Awakened world, they would not be able to do so. Alchemy and Card Worlds would cause the three worlds to be in a passive state. As long as Zhao Fu's cultivation reached the level of a higher being, he would be invincible against people of the same cultivation. Facing Zhao Fu's supreme power, there would only be one outcome for them: death. Zhao Fu's abilities were not only useful in this aspect. In the future, when Zhao Fu's Qin Empire attacked other factions in the outer world, Zhao Fu would have a great advantage. In the future, it would be much easier for Zhao Fu to attack other factions in the outer world, and the outer world would become a juicy piece of meat. The only downside was that his identity might be exposed, so he could not openly use it. The Chaos Stars were stars in the outer world and could not appear together with the stars in the Heaven Awakened world. If Zhao Fu's faction was a bit stronger and he had greater comprehension of the two world source energies, he would be able to make both stars appear at the same time and release the full power of the Zhao Fu Imperial Star. Now, when Zhao Fu used the Heaven Awakened Emperor Star, he could not use the Chaos Star, and when he used the Chaos Star, he could not use the Heaven Awakened Star. Finally, Zhao Fu's cultivation had reached the Void Realm and was no longer at the Emperor Sky Realm. After reaching the Void Realm, when facing higher beings, Zhao Fu would not be as powerless as before and would be able to resist. If Zhao Fu broke through to the Spirit Realm and Dao Realm, he would also become a higher being. When that time came, Zhao Fu would be the nightmare of all experts, as almost no one in the mortal world would be able to suppress him. Unless he was a celestial, even a half-celestial like Zhao Fu would be able to fight against him. The Chaos Star in the sky gradually rose up, and the ripples in the surroundings gradually returned to normal. The experts understood that this matter that had affected the entire outer world was about to end. Everyone felt incredibly excited. The outer world had given birth to such a shocking existence, and the outer world had received many benefits. They had not received much either. It was mainly because their cultivations were too high and they had nothing to do with Zhao Fu. On the other hand, the dragon race and witch race's elders had received many benefits, especially their bloodlines and constitutions, which made it easier for them to break through. Book 1, Chapter 16. The ones who obtained the most benefits were, of course, the women who had gone through the mutation with Zhao Fu. They would definitely become celestials without much obstruction. The origin race's people could not give them origin constitution and origin power, and they could only obtain them by staying by Zhao Fu's side. This was their repayment for risking their lives. Zhao Fu looked at the women in front of him, and the women smiled as they looked at Zhao Fu. Xianxia lightly laughed as she said, "Congratulations." The women were all very happy. Zhao Fu had become the supreme existence of the primal chaos world, and they had obtained unexpected benefits. Zhao Fu lightly nodded, The women crowded over, but Zhao Fu suddenly said, "I'll leave this place first, we'll talk later." The women felt quite surprised, but they soon sensed many experts rushing over. Zhao Fu's senses were even stronger than theirs. Zhao Fu's senses of his surroundings were even sharper than theirs. Zhao Fu turned into countless particles and dissipated. Now that Zhao Fu had awakened his chaos star, his body could fuse with the heavens and earth at any time. Even higher beings could not sense him, much less catch Zhao Fu. The experts quickly arrived and looked around, wanting to see the supreme existence of the primal chaos world. However, they were disappointed, they did not find anything. The dragon race elder asked the women hurriedly, "Where is our young master?" The countless experts looked at the women, only they knew where Zhao Fu was. The others also spoke. "Where's our young master? Where's the person who awakened his chaos star? He's already become the supreme existence of the primal chaos world, so why is he still acting so mysterious? I also want to know where he is." "Don't worry, we won't harm him, there won't be such an idiot these days. You all know what he looks like, right? Why can't we know? Where did he go? Why can't I see him? I want to see what a supreme existence of the primal chaos world looks like." Xianxia interrupted everyone and said, "He doesn't want to see you now, and there's nothing we can do. If you all want to go back, perhaps he'll hold a meeting to invite you all in the future." A handsome young man asked, "Is that true?" Xianxia smiled as she said, "I only said it's possible. Now that he's the supreme existence of the primal chaos world, we can't change his mind." Another beautiful woman said, "But we really want to see him. Can you notify him? We can guarantee that Zhao Zhen will never hurt him. We only have respect for him." Xianxia smiled and nodded, "I'll tell him." An elder with dark green hair said in a low voice, "Now, he's the ruler of the outer world in name and can lead us to attack the heaven-awakened world. He can make our outer world powerful, this is his mission. He's the clan is the ruler of the primal world primal god, and the world the ruler of the, and the ruler of, in, the primal, the Zhen, clan, yen, and world, said. Ith world, the, what, Zhen, clan, the Chen, had left the family people, with them, family, Zhenling, Zhen, and yet, the son of chaos had silently left. His strength was simply too great to be able to escape the detection of so many experts. If he grew up in the future, they would have to look up to him. The green-haired elder said, "Since he's left, please tell him our words. He's the son of chaos, and he's incredibly important to the world." Xianxia nodded. A middle-aged man with a bull's horn and short, white hair smiled as he said, "Our longhorn bull welcomes him to visit us at any time." A black-clothed man said courteously, "If he needs my help, I'll be there at any time." A beautiful middle-aged woman wearing a palace dress lightly laughed as she said, "Our Qin Rouge sisters greatly admire him and would like him to visit us at any time." A ruddy-faced elder smiled as he said, "He's the ruler of the primal chaos world, so he should interact more with everyone. He shouldn't treat us like strangers, I'm willing to support him." Xianxia smiled as she said, "I'll tell him everything." Everyone left. The dragon race elder said, "We'll return to the dragon race first. Tell him that we'll wait for him there and hope that he can return soon." The sorcerer tribesmen also smiled as they said, "We'll wait for him at the sorcerer tribesmen as well." After saying this, the dragon race sorcerer tribesmen also left, leaving behind Xianxia and the other women. The women looked at each other. Xianxia smiled as she said, "We're all his women, so there's no need to stand on ceremony. We'll all be sisters in the future." Shemin Nightingale lightly harumphed as she said, "That fellow used such a despicable method to obtain me. I didn't want to be his woman, but there was nothing I could do." Shemin Fenghua sighed as she said, "Forget it, let's not fuss over these things. After all, we benefited greatly from him, and he's now the supreme being of the primal chaos world." Shimanshur said, "I never thought that he would have such accomplishments. With our current statuses, we're not good enough for him. Also, he's indeed despicable and shameless, bullying our Western Alliance's people like that. Moon Saintess asked curiously, how did he treat you? Xianxia Nightingale briefly explained what had happened. Moon Saintess said angrily, how could that fellow be so despicable and shameless? I'll properly teach him a lesson later. Ying defended Zhao Fu. In actuality, it's quite difficult for him, he only has Emperor Heaven Realm cultivation to control the Western Alliance. If it was me, I definitely would not be able to do such a thing. Xianxia lightly laughed as she said, luckily the Western Alliance is made up of women, if it was a man, it would not have been so easy. I wonder where he got so many methods to deal with women. Hearing this, some images appeared in some of the women's minds, causing their faces to become slightly red. By now, Dongfang Ye and Dongfang Shouyue had flown over and looked at the women with strange expressions. They did not know who they were. Dongfang Shouyue asked, may I ask where that bastard's son is? Xianxia smiled as she said, you're also his women, right? We'll immediately go and find him, come with us. Dongfang Shouyue said in surprise, you're all so beautiful, are you all his women? Ying lightly laughed as she said, we're all his women, and only a small portion of them came. There are still many women who haven't come, and we don't even know about some of them. Dongfang Ye said bitterly, that fellow's too fickle. Xianxia smiled as she said, let's go. If there's anything, we'll talk to him later. Book 1, Chapter 17. The women came to a grassy area, and there was a young man lying on the grass with his hands behind his head as he looked at the blue sky and white clouds. Zhao Fu sat up and smiled as he said, you're all here. Xianxia smiled as she said, Zhao Fu looked at them and smiled as he said, what do you want to say? I can answer all of you now. Xianxia looked at Zhao Fu as she said, I want to know if you're hiding anything from us. The women all looked at Zhao Fu because Zhao Fu had always been very mysterious and hid many things from them. Now that Zhao Fu had awakened a chaos star, he most likely had nothing to hide. Zhao Fu thought about it and nodded. Seeing this, the women all looked quite surprised, they had never thought that Zhao Fu was hiding something from them. Zhao Fu once again became mysterious and unfamiliar. Xianxia asked, what else are you hiding from us? Zhao Fu said apologetically, it's not convenient for me to tell you. Xianxia frowned. Then can you tell us just who you are? Everyone felt quite curious as to just who Zhao Fu was. They felt that his identity as the son of chaos was not even his true identity. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, I'll tell you, don't be disappointed. Ying smiled as she said, go ahead. We won't be disappointed. Zhao Fu let out a breath as he said, in actuality, I'm not the son of chaos, nor do I have a prestigious identity. I don't have a powerful faction behind me either, I'm just the leader of a small faction. This is my true identity. Xianxia said, you're already a supreme existence in the primal chaos world, yet you're telling me that you're just the leader of a small faction? Who would believe you? The women all looked in disbelief. How could the leader of a small faction become a supreme existence in the primal chaos world? Zhao Fu looked at the women and lightly laughed as he said, I've already told you my identity, but none of you believe me. Xianxia Nightingale said, only a ghost would believe that. Xianxia thought for a moment, then asked, now that you've become the paramount existence of the primal chaos world, do you have any plans for the future? Many people from the chaos world want to meet you. Zhao Fu lay down again and said, I don't have any plans, nor do I want to see those people. Right now, given your reputation and status, as long as you are willing, you might be able to unify the entire chaos world and become a true master of primordial chaos. Zhao Fu lightly nodded. He did not have any other thoughts, as he was half a person from the Heaven Awaken world. It was possible that his identity would be exposed, and unifying the outer world would not be a simple matter. Ying said, that's a Chaos World Lord. Are you really not interested? It just so happens that this is the time of the World War. Under your leadership, the Primal Chaos World might destroy the other three worlds. How could Zhao Fu destroy the Heaven Awaken world? He lightly laughed as he said, I'm interested, but I don't want to do it like this. The women were somewhat disappointed. They still wanted Zhao Fu to lead all the factions and become the most powerful person in the Chaos world. Xianxia asked, what are your plans for the future? Zhao Fu replied, I'm planning to leave this world. The women's expressions fell. This was something that they could not accept. Dong Fengya's expression was quite unsightly as she said, You've become a supreme existence in the outer world, why don't you stay here and leave? The sun demon robe also panicked as she said, That's right. Isn't it better to stay in the outer world? Why do you want to leave? Ring slightly frowned as she said, Where are you going after leaving the outer world? Zhao Fu replied, Apologies. I can't tell you. Xianxia said angrily, Then how are you going to deal with the matter between us? The moon immortals looked at Xianxia. It was rare to see Xianxia so angry. However, it seemed that Zhao Fu was planning to abandon them and leave, making them feel quite angry. Shiman Fenghua said coldly, If you really want to leave like this, I won't bother you. However, don't come and find me in the future. Shiman Nightingale said angrily, I won't be as polite as them. At most, I'll just die with you. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, Is there a need to do this? Dongfang Shouyue coldly harumphed as she said, You're just deceiving our feelings and obtaining our bodies. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have given them to you. Zhao Fu smiled as he stood up, What are you making me out to be? Am I that kind of person? Shiman Xianxia said, You're that kind of person, you big bastard. To think that I believed that you would really take care of me and my son, and even treated you as my man. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, I'll be responsible for all of you. As long as I have time, I'll come back to see you all often. If you're willing, you can leave with me. However, I have to remind you that I'm not very good at all, and it won't be good for your cultivation at all. The women started to hesitate. They were quite reluctant to leave the place where they had lived for so many years. Moreover, just as Zhao Fu had said, that place was not good for them at all, and they did not want to go either. After all, staying in the outer world was the best choice. In fact, Zhao Fu did not want to take them back either, because he could not control them. If he was not careful, he might cause a fatal blow to Qin. Zhao Fu looked at them and chuckled as he said, You see, you're not willing either. You can't blame me for this. Dongfang Ye softly said, I'm willing. Zhao Fu's smile froze as he looked at Dongfang Ye. Dongfang Ye softly asked, Can I ask you a question? Zhao Fu said, Go ahead. Dongfang Ye looked at Zhao Fu as she asked, Do you have feelings for me? Or are you just using me? Zhao Fu let out a long sigh of relief as he said, I have feelings for every woman, and I'll be responsible for every woman, including you. I've always felt sorry for what I did to you before, and it's not good for me to face you. Dongfang Ye gave a charming smile as she said, Well, no matter where you go, I'm willing to go. Zhao Fu persuaded her, It's better for you to stay in the Eastern Alliance. Now your physique and strength have been greatly improved, and you'll soon break through to a higher realm. Shiman Nightingale said angrily, You be ******. You feel sorry for him, but why don't you feel sorry for us? Do you know what you've done to us? Zhao Fu chuckled and held her in his arms as he said, This is retribution. Shiman Nightingale blushed slightly and glared at Zhao Fu. The women also chuckled and walked towards Zhao Fu. Next, it was time for them to teach Zhao Fu a lesson. A few days later, Xianxia nestled in Zhao Fu's arms as she asked, Will you really come back to see us often? Zhao Fu nodded with a smile as he said, I promise. Ring said with a smile, Well, we'll wait for you to come back, and I hope that one day, we'll be together forever. Zhao Fu said with a smile, That day will definitely come. Book 1, Chapter 18 After taking care of their matters, Zhao Fu returned to the dragon race. Long Wushui looked at Zhao Fu and said, Now that you've accomplished your goal, are you going to return to the Heaven Awakened world? Out of so many experts, only Long Wushui knew Zhao Fu's true identity. Zhao Fu nodded and said, I still have some things to take care of. After I'm done, I'll leave. Long Wushui said, Those people would never have thought that the person who awakened a chaos star would be someone from the Heaven Awakened world. Do you plan on using your identity to harm the outer world? Zhao Fu smiled as he said, I'm half a person from the outer world now, so I don't plan on doing that. Long Wushui let out a sigh of relief and asked, What are your plans after you go back? Zhao Fu went up and hugged Long Wushui as he said, You don't have to worry about this. A few hours later, Zhao Fu came before Aracina and the other women. Feng Xianxia smiled as she said, Can we go back now? Zhao Fu smiled as he said, wait a few more days, I still have some things to take care of. Did you miss me? Erisina's face became slightly red and she pinched Zhao Fu as she said jealously, you must be taking care of those women of yours. Zhao Fu nodded. Erisina said, hurry, we'll wait for you here. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, there's no rush, I'll stay with you all for now. Erisina shyly nodded. The next day, Zhao Fu came to a valley and 8 figures walked out, they were the 8 blood beasts. Seeing Zhao Fu arrive, the 8 blood beasts happily leapt over. A few hours later, the evil blood spider lay in Zhao Fu's embrace and lightly laughed as it said, Master, we underestimated you back then. Who would have thought that you were even more terrifying than our previous master? The blood beasts were all quite shocked that Zhao Fu had awakened a chaos star, as Zhao Fu had hidden this from them. The first evil celestial had tried to awaken a chaos star but had not been able to do so, so the blood beasts knew how difficult it was. However, Zhao Fu had done it. Back then, they had looked down on Zhao Fu, but Zhao Fu's performance had shocked them. The evil blood spider happily said, Master, how does it feel to be the Chaos World's supreme existence? Zhao Fu smiled as he said, of course it's not bad. Xianxia Dai smiled and said, Master really wasn't wrong in the past. Master, now that you've become the master of the primal chaos world, aren't you going to lead us in a slaughter? The 8 blood beasts wanted to return to the feeling of being by the first evil celestial's side, madly killing, torturing, and devouring creatures. Now that they were with Zhao Fu, they felt that they could do as they pleased without any restraints. With Zhao Fu, they of 13 of Chen, Fu, they of the world of Zhao. The women looked dissatisfied. The evil blood scorpion said, Master, are you so cruel as to leave us here? We don't have to kill and devour, but can you leave us here to serve you? The blood scorpion ant said, the 2 happiest things in our lives are killing and devouring, and the second is serving Master. We can't take away our 2 happiest things. Zhao Fu began to think. Now that he was at the void realm and had the evil celestial's bloodline, he should be able to control the blood beasts and ensure that they would listen to him and not cause any trouble. The 8 blood beasts also had special abilities that could help Zhao Fu nurture a terrifying army. In the end, Zhao Fu smiled and said, all right. I can take you away, but the place where I go might not satisfy you. Be mentally prepared. The evil blood centipede laughed lightly and said, it's fine. As long as Master goes there, we will go there. For the blood beasts, being able to stay by Zhao Fu's side was already the happiest thing. They did not want to stay in this place forever. As long as they could leave, they would be happy. The matter of the 8 blood beasts was settled. Zhao Fu went to the sorcerer tribe again. When the elders of the sorcerer tribe knew that Zhao Fu had come to the sorcerer tribe, they quickly came before Zhao Fu with respectful and courteous expressions. The old woman smiled and said, congratulations on awakening the Star of Chaos, young master. Zhao Fu smiled and said, you're welcome. The old woman smiled and said, now that young master has become the son of chaos, I wonder what you plan to do. The sorcerer tribe will listen to all of young master's orders. We are also more willing for young master to stay in the sorcerer tribe and lead the sorcerer tribe. If Zhao Fu could stay in the sorcerer tribe would receive countless unimaginable benefits. Therefore, Old O tried his best to make Zhao Fu stay in the sorcerer tribe. However, Zhao Fu did not want to. He said, I have many things to take care of and will not stay in the sorcerer tribe. I will leave everything to you. Hearing this, the members of the sorcerer tribe were somewhat disappointed. The old woman continued to ask, young master, what plans do you have in the future? Can you tell me? Many people would ask about Zhao Fu's future plans. After all, Zhao Fu had become the ruler of the primal chaos world, and Zhao Fu's plans could change the direction of the primal chaos world. If they knew about Zhao Fu's plans, they would have made preparations in advance to avoid large losses and obtain massive benefits. Zhao Fu replied, not at the moment. If there is a need, I will inform the sorcerer tribe. Also, as the young master of the sorcerer tribe, I will do my best to help the sorcerer tribe prosper. Hearing this, everyone felt at ease and did not have to worry about the future of the sorcerer tribe. With Zhao Fu here, they did not have to worry about anything and could just wait for the sorcerer tribe to become powerful. Only then did the old woman ask, "Young master, why have you come back?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "I want to see Wu Ying and the others." The old woman smiled and said, "All right, you can chat for a while. We won't disturb you anymore." The old woman and the men left. The cold-looking woman and the woman in the red dress stayed behind and flirtatiously looked at Zhao Fu. Ever since they had sex with Zhao Fu, they had not interacted much with Zhao Fu, so they did not have much feelings for Zhao Fu. Now, they wanted to complete the old woman's quest, but they really liked to do that with Zhao Fu. When Wu Ying and the other women came to the room and saw the scene in front of them, their faces became red, but they also walked in. They heard that Zhao Fu had become the master of the primal chaos, and facing Zhao Fu, they felt quite excited and happy. They had obtained great benefits and felt quite grateful to Zhao Fu. On the third day, Zhao Fu told the women that he was going to leave and that he would often come to see them. After this period of time, the women had become even closer to Zhao Fu, and they nodded, indicating that they were willing to wait for Zhao Fu to come back and that they would properly cultivate. Book 1, Chapter 19. Translator, Mr. Voltaire. Editor, Modlaws 123. After leaving the witch race, Zhao Fu went to the fairy sword sect. After hearing that Zhao Fu had returned, countless elders and disciples ran over in delight. This was one of Zhao Fu's harem because almost all of the elders and disciples were related to him. Heavenly Sword was the sect master of the fairy sword sect, and she lightly laughed as she said, "You still remember us? It's been so long since you've come to see us." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I'm free now, so I came immediately." Heavenly Sword smiled as she said, "Seeing that you haven't awakened your chaos star, I won't mind." "That's right, thank you, you've greatly increased our fairy sword sect's strength." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "How will you thank me?" Heavenly Sword lightly laughed as she said, "You bad fellow, you can do whatever you want." Zhao Fu went up and hugged Heavenly Sword and Sword Air as he smiled and said, "I can't either." Sword Air said with a red face, "I didn't promise you anything. If you want to do anything with my mother, don't bring me along." Zhao Fu said domineeringly, "Objection overruled." Nuala said flirtatiously, "We haven't seen you in a long time, and we've actually missed you. You can't leave our fairy sword sect today." Zhao Fu chuckled as he said, No problem." Half a day later. Heavenly Sword leaned into Zhao Fu's embrace and affectionately called out, "Husband. I want you to help our fairy sword sect." Zhao Fu asked, "What is it?" Heavenly Sword said, "Now that you've awakened your chaos star and grasped supreme power, I believe that those 3 supreme sword intents are not that important to you. I want you to consume some of the sword intent source energy to increase our fairy sword sect's strength." Nu Langan said softly, "Now that most of the fairy sword sect's people have become your women, I hope that you can help us." Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "That's no problem." The women had never thought that Zhao Fu would be so straightforward. After all, he had consumed the sword intent source energy, which was very difficult to recover. The female sword girl blushed. "Thank you, husband." Zhao Fu said with a smile, "Now, take me to the place of inheritance of the fairy sword sect." The women immediately got up and brought Zhao Fu to the fairy sword land. Zhao Fu and the others came to a mountain. There was a platform there, and there was a stone sword that was over 10 meters tall stabbed into the ground. The sword was long and thin, and it looked like a sword used by a woman. The body of the sword was engraved with images of heavenly maidens dancing with their swords. The scene was very beautiful and moving, giving people a feeling that the sword had come from the heavens. Zhao Fu walked up and pressed a hand against the sword, sending a massive sword intent into it. The sword immediately gave off a shocking aura. The goddess on the huge sword seemed to have come to life. She danced in the void and a powerful sword intent condensed in the void. The surrounding power of heaven and earth began to pour into it like a tidal wave, and the condensed sword intent continued to grow stronger. In the end, it formed a rhombus-shaped sword jade. Zhao Fu controlled the rhombus-shaped sword jade and fused it into the stone sword, causing a powerful sword energy to spread out and cover the fairy sword sect. The countless fairy sword sect disciples felt the sword energy and souls within their bodies quickly gather, forming a small sword jade, and a powerful sword energy was released. Everyone was pleasantly surprised because their power had been greatly increased. Zhao Fu retracted his hand and the female heavenly sword appeared before everyone as he said, "I have now strengthened the fairy sword sect's legacy. Now that you have condensed the fairy sword jade within your bodies, you will be able to quickly form the fairy sword soul. Normally, condensing the fairy sword soul would have been quite difficult, but with the fairy sword jade, it would be much easier. Zhao Fu had not used much of his sword intense source energy. The female heavenly sword smiled as she said, "Thank you." Zhao Fu said, "You're welcome. Is there anything else? Hurry up and say it." The female heavenly sword lightly laughed as she said, "That's all. We're already very satisfied that you've helped us condense the fairy sword soul. You can go and play with them now." The beautiful female disciples shyly and expectantly looked at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu smiled as he walked towards them. Within the courtyard, on the path, in the sword training grounds, in the pavilion, in the forest, in the pond, one could see Zhao Fu and the female disciples everywhere. 3 or 4 days later. The fairy sword sect's elders and disciples watched as Zhao Fu left, hoping that Zhao Fu would come to the fairy sword sect soon. The female heavenly sword lightly laughed as she said, "Go back and cultivate. In a short period of time, your cultivation will greatly increase." "Yes," the female disciples smiled as they replied. Zhao Fu once again came to the Bloodlong sect. The sect leaders had never thought that Zhao Fu would come back to them, and they looked shocked as they bowed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "No need to be so polite. Back then, the Bloodlong sect helped me quite a bit, and I'm here to thank you." The alliance leaders felt quite flattered. Now that Zhao Fu's status was above everyone else, he could decide the life and death of the Bloodlong sect with a single sentence. As such, they said, "No need to thank us, this is what we should do." Xianxia could not help but ask, "I wonder what the Primal Chaos Master plans to do in the future. If you need anything, just tell us. We'll do our best to help you." Zhao Fu smiled as he replied, "Not now, but I'll let you know if I need anything in the future." Xianxia smiled as he nodded. Now that he was valued by Zhao Fu, he had undoubtedly obtained a massive opportunity. The blood-venomous woman bowed as she said, "Before, we forced ourselves on you without your consent. Please punish us." Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "Let's forget about it. If you really want me to punish you, I'll punish you later." The blood-venomous woman understood what Zhao Fu meant and said flirtatiously, "We'll be waiting for you then." After chatting with the other alliance leaders, Zhao Fu called over the women who were related to him. Shui Baimei came up and hugged Zhao Fu as she lightly laughed and said, "Did you miss your masters? You haven't come back for so long, don't you know that your masters miss you?" Zhao Fu smiled as he replied, "Sorry, I've been very busy." Shui Baimei said flirtatiously, "Then make it up to us now." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. After staying at the Bloodlong sect for another day, Zhao Fu promised them that he would come back when he had time. Finally, he walked towards the dragon race, planning to return to the heaven-awakened world. A person's body was tightly wrapped in gray cloth, and his appearance was covered, revealing only a pair of eyes. However, his body was incredibly bewitching as he appeared before Zhao Fu and the others. Zhao Fu looked at the person in front of him with a serious expression because this person gave off chaos evil chi. This person was most likely related to the chaos evil sword, and the aura he gave off was quite powerful. Zhao Fu had killed the previous owner of the chaos evil sword during the trial of 10,000 swords and had taken it. Back then, he had thought that there might be some hidden dangers, and this person had finally come to find him. Zhao Fu's expression was cold as he asked, "Who are you?" Volume 1, Chapter 20. That person laughed weirdly and said, "I think you should have guessed my identity. You killed my successor and snatched away my Chaos Heaven Evil Sword's power. What do you think I will do to you?" Zhao Fu was not afraid at all. "If you want to kill me, then come over and give it a try." That person looked at Zhao Fu with a pair of sinister eyes, making one's hair stand on end. The surrounding temperature was also dropping. After a while, that person changed his tone and said with a light smile, "I indeed don't dare to kill you. I still want to live for a few more years." Zhao Fu said, "Why are you looking for me now? Do you want to take back the Chaos Heaven Evil Sword? This sword isn't very important to me. If you want it, I can give it to you." That person said with a smile, "No need. That sword was meant for my successor in the first place. Compared to my previous successor, you are 100 times more suitable than him. I came this time without any ill intentions. I just want you to admit that I'm your master and I'll give you the true inheritance of the Chaos Heaven Evil Sword. Although Zhao Fu obtained the Chaos Heaven Evil Sword and grasped the Chaos Heaven Sword intent, he was not the true successor of the Chaos Heaven Evil Sword. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Fu said, "Is it really that simple? I can acknowledge you as my master." That person said with a light smile, "You have the blessing of the Chaos Star and the help of countless experts. Do I dare to do anything to you? Also, this is just a clone that I left behind. My main body is already in the immortal world." Zhao Fu revealed a somewhat shocked expression. That person said with a smile, "With your strength, we should be able to meet in the immortal world very soon. Acknowledging me as your master will have great benefits for you. You won't lose out." Zhao Fu said, "How do I obtain your true inheritance now?" That person said, "Don't be anxious. Let me introduce myself first. I'm called Xianxia. Call me master first." Hearing that, Zhao Fu's expression eased up as he called out, "Master." Xianxia nodded his head in satisfaction and said, "Follow me." Zhao Fu followed Xianxia into an underground cave. This place was filled with Chaos Heaven Evil Qi. Furthermore, it was extremely pure. Xianxia said, "This place is the birthplace of the Chaos Heaven Evil Sword. Hand the Chaos Heaven Evil Sword to me." Zhao Fu took out the Chaos Heaven Evil Sword and handed it to Xianxia. Xianxia gripped the sword and poured a powerful force into it. The Chaos Heaven Evil Sword emitted a massive gray sword energy, blowing out like a violent gale. Countless images of evil demons appeared on the cave walls, giving off a shocking power. Xianxia continued to inject power. An evil spirit tunneled out from that sword, emitting wisps of terrifying gray-colored evil air, standing by the side. At this time, Xianxia was a little weak. Stabbing his sword into the ground, he said, "Now, you shall obtain the Chaos Heaven Evil Sword inheritance." Zhao Fu walked in front of the sword and looked at the tall nefarious demon standing in front of him, and a supreme might was released. The fiend immediately knelt respectfully in front of Zhao Fu. Xianxia revealed a shocked expression, feeling that he underestimated that kind of unparalleled power of Zhao Fu's. Zhao Fu reached his hand out and grabbed that sword. Countless evil energy poured into Zhao Fu's body. That tall nefarious demon also turned into several wisps of gray aura and poured back into the sword. A tremendous power of inheritance gushed out from the sword body, continuously possessing Zhao Fu's body, forming a sword phantom in Zhao Fu's body. Its appearance was the same as the Chaos Heaven Evil Sword. After obtaining the Chaos Heaven Evil Sword, Zhao Fu felt that using the Chaos Heaven Evil Sword was even smoother. He was also even more intimate with the Chaos Heaven Evil Qi. However, obtaining the Chaos Heaven Evil Sword's inheritance now did not have much significance to Zhao Fu. Because Zhao Fu had long already awakened the Chaos Star. After Zhao Fu obtained the inheritance, that sword also changed back to its normal appearance. Xianxia said with a smile, "Now, you're the Chaos Heaven Evil Sword's inheritor. Put away the sword then." Zhao Fu said with a smile, "Thank you, master." Xianxia smiled slightly. "No need to thank me. With a disciple like you, I'm very happy too." Zhao Fu saw through Xianxia's very frail appearance and asked, "Master, what's wrong with you?" Xianxia explained, "This is just a clone of mine. Originally, it was for the sake of finding a successor. Because I gave 2 inheritances, the source strength consumption is very great now." Zhao Fu suddenly hugged Xianxia and said with a smile, "Then I'll help Master recover his strength." Xianxia's expression froze. A few hours later, a woman with long gray hair, an extremely beautiful face, purple pupils, and purple lips, and a bewitching temperament laid in Zhao Fu's embrace. Xianxia's complexion was rosy as he spat, "I won't even let you off, this stinking brat." Zhao Fu said with a light smile, "Aren't I helping Master recover his strength?" Now that he obtained Zhao Fu's help, Xianxia was not that weakened either. Xianxia gave a light snort. "This is just a clone of mine. The main mission is to find the successor. Now that I found it, it'll disappear in the first place. It's useless for you to help me recover." Zhao Fu said with a smile, "Master is so beautiful. I don't wish for Master to leave." Xianxia said with a smile, "You stinking brat, still want to keep possessing me? That won't do. I'll definitely take back this clone." Zhao Fu said rather disappointedly. "Oh. Originally, Zhao Fu still wanted to keep Xianxia. Because she was someone from the immortal world and did not have much formidable strength right now, Zhao Fu could easily control her. Xianxia was of considerable help to him too. Xianxia's eyes looked at Zhao Fu's appearance and said with a light smile, "If you miss Master, then hurry up and cultivate. Come to the immortal world. Master will be waiting for you." Zhao Fu said with a slight smile. Got it. Xianxia kissed Zhao Fu. Then Master is leaving. Zhao Fu said. So fast? Xianxia said with a smile. You have to hurry up and come to the immortal world. For someone like you, the immortal world is the place you should go. Zhao Fu said. Got it. Xianxia's body turned into numerous light spots and dissipated. Zhao Fu also left that place. Zhao Fu would not go to the immortal world so quickly. At least, he had to settle all sorts of matters first before saying anything. Returning to the Dragon Clan. Ericina's eyes looked at Zhao Fu and asked concernedly, "Can we go back now?" Zhao Fu nodded. "We'll pack up and return to the Heaven Awaken world." Ericina smiled and said, "We don't have much to pack up. Let's go now." Zhao Fu looked at Long Wushui and asked, "Do you want to go back with us? Perhaps I can find a way to remove the seal." Right now, Long Wushui's cultivation was still sealed. Through cultivating with the dragon power that Zhao Fu had given her, she had only recovered a bit. Long Wushui said, "I won't be going. My cultivation will be faster if I stay in the dragon race. Also, remember that you're half a person from the outer world. I don't want to be troubled by these things in the future." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Don't worry. If that day really comes, I won't hurt you." Long Wushui felt a wave of warmth and said gently, "Come back and visit us when you have time." Zhao Fu nodded. After packing up everything, Zhao Fu brought the women towards the Heaven Awaken world. Book 1, Chapter 21. Translator, Mr. Voltaire. Editor, Modlaws 123. After traveling for 10 or so days, Zhao Fu finally returned to Qin's base in the outer world. Seeing Zhao Fu return, countless people were delirious with joy, and the news quickly spread throughout Qin. Li Si, Bai Qi, and the other ministers did not wait in Qin and came before Zhao Fu, smiling as they bowed. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I've been gone for so long, it's been hard on all of you." Li Si respectfully smiled as he said, "It's our honor to be able to work for your majesty." "Welcome back, your majesty." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded as he asked, "Did anything happen while I was away from Qin?" Li Si replied, "Please return to Qin, your majesty, and this minister will explain everything to your majesty." Zhao Fu thought that there was nothing for him to do in the outer world, so he nodded and everyone returned to Qin. After coming to Qin, the ones who were the most shocked were the 8 blood beasts. They had never thought that the supreme existence in the outer world would be someone from the Heaven Awaken world, and a king from a small faction at that. This was simply too big, and they had not expected this at all. However, they only cared about Zhao Fu as a person and did not care about anything else. Zhao Fu sat on the throne in Qin Palace, and the various ministers stood in front of Zhao Fu. Li Si started to explain what had happened after Zhao Fu had left. The Heaven Awaken World Allied Army had carried out many small-scale attacks and one large-scale attack, and there had not been many casualties on either side. This was because Qin had released a large number of insects and ferociously attacked the Allied army. Zhao Fu's goal in going to the outer world had been to gather a large number of insects to deal with the Allied army. However, he had changed his plans, and the task of gathering insects had been given to Xueji. As a chaos insect, Xueji was quite skilled at attracting insects, and she had been the one who had gathered them. She had made a great contribution in this, and Zhao Fu decided to properly reward her in the future. Apart from this, nothing else had happened in the Heaven Awaken world, and the Qin Empire had been developing steadily. The godly world and underworld had been developing smoothly, and nothing major had happened. The alchemy world. They had encountered some difficulties in their development. A few large factions had appeared, and they were not just from the alchemy world but also from the Heaven Awaken world. They were both at the level of royal kingdoms. Right now, Great Qin was quite well behaved and did not make any big movements. Li Si said, "Your Majesty. The 10 Iron Kingdom on the left has the best development momentum, but it is not very friendly to Qin. It wants to annex the territory of Qin. Zhao Fu nodded. Yes, I'll deal with them later. Li Si glanced at Zhao Fu and said, the situation in the card world is very bad. Zhao Fu frowned. Speak. Li Si said, we have already withdrawn all the troops and citizens from the card world. What? Zhao Fu looked at Li Si in surprise. He had never thought that things would turn out like this. This was the first time that Qin had evacuated from another world. Zhao Fu asked seriously, what happened? Li Si looked at Bai Qi. Bai Qi bowed and said, back then, the allied army in the Heaven Awakened world was tying up a large number of Qin's forces, and the Dragon Kingdom in the card world also attacked. The Dragon Kingdom's strength was incredibly terrifying. In the first battle, they caused a large number of casualties to Qin, and Qin was only able to defend against the Dragon Kingdom with great difficulty. After seeing Qin's strength, the Dragon Kingdom slowed down their attacks against Qin. Seeing that Qin was heavily injured, the other kingdoms in the card world also started to attack Qin. In the end, the Dragon Kingdom used the other factions to exhaust Qin's strength and launched a ferocious attack against Qin. This minister discussed with the other ministers, and it was decided that Qin was at a disadvantage in the card world. The benefits he received were far greater than the costs he paid, so he decided to temporarily return to the card world. After hearing this, Zhao Fu thought to himself and said, the Dragon Kingdom? A few minutes later, the palace was quite silent. The ministers all felt quite nervous and did not dare to make a sound. Zhao Fu looked at Li Si and said, now that Qin and the Dragon Kingdom are at war, you should have some information about the Dragon Kingdom. Gather that information and give it to me. Li Si let out a sigh of relief and said, yes, Your Majesty. Zhao Fu asked, apart from that, is there anything else? Li Si asked, everything else is just a small matter. If Your Majesty is willing to listen, I'll report it to Your Majesty. Zhao Fu thought about it and said, forget it, report it to me later. If there's nothing else, you can leave. Li Si asked, Your Majesty, we want to hear about what happened in the outer world. Also, is the person who awakened the Chaos Star and became the supreme existence in the outer world really Your Majesty? Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and said, what do you all think? The only people who benefited from Zhao Fu's awakening of the Chaos Star were people from the outer world. The people and factions in the Heaven Awakened world did not receive any benefits. Back then, when the Chaos Star had descended, Qin and the others had only felt that it was somewhat familiar, but they could not be sure if it was Zhao Fu. After awakening the Chaos Star, Zhao Fu's status had become the supreme existence in the outer world. This was even more noble than Zhao Fu's status in the Heaven Awakened world. Qin and the others also felt a sense of danger and did not know what was going on. When they felt this sense of danger, it was when Zhao Fu had chosen the Heaven Awakened world and the Chaos Life form. If Zhao Fu had really chosen the outer world, then everything in Qin would have had nothing to do with him. Qin would have lost its master, and the ministers would have lost their loyalty. Qin's fate would have lost its center, and without a doubt, Qin would have directly collapsed. Thinking about it rationally, if Zhao Fu had chosen to become someone from the complete outer world, the benefits would have been far greater than in the Heaven Awakened world. However, because Zhao Fu could not bear to part with Qin or his subordinates and friends, he had chosen to absorb the life laws of both worlds. Seeing the smile on Zhao Fu's face, the ministers immediately looked delighted and said, Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Zhao Fu had never disappointed them. No matter where he was always the most dazzling person. Becoming the master of the outer world had been a great help to Qin. Bai Qi smiled as he said, Your Majesty, what are your plans? What's your plan this time? Zhao Fu smiled as he said, I'll only know after I understand Qin's situation. I'm not too sure right now. Bai Qi nodded. Zhao Fu asked, is there anything else? The minister stood there and did not say anything. Zhao Fu said, court dismissed. The ministers smiled as they left the palace. Now that Zhao Fu had returned, they felt much more at ease, and they felt that Qin would go through great changes. Li Si did not disturb Zhao Fu and smiled as he said, General Bai. Let's go together. To celebrate Your Majesty's return. Bai Qi nodded. Book 1, Chapter 22 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlols 123 Zhao Fu had to deal with the 8 blood beasts first. A few hours later, Zhao Fu brought them to a region in the outer world and said, "This place will belong to you in the future. I'll send people here to build a palace." The evil blood butterfly said unhappily, "Why didn't we stay in your palace? Why did you bring us here?" Zhao Fu explained, "It's not suitable for you to stay in the Qin Imperial Palace. It's more convenient for you to recover here, and I want you to nurture a large number of strange insects." The evil blood butterfly said, "We wanted to be with you, so we followed you here. However, you threw us here. This is no different from before." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "How is it no different? I'm not restricting your movements, so you can come to the Heaven Awakened world to find me. Also, you're creatures of the outer world, so you can only recover in the outer world. If you're in the Heaven Awakened world, you won't leave." The evil blood butterfly lightly harumphed, "You threw us here and want us to help you nurture strange insects. What about us?" Zhao Fu shamelessly laughed as he said, "Isn't being with me every day the greatest benefit?" The evil blood butterfly said, "That won't do." Zhao Fu looked at her and said, "What do you want?" The evil blood ant suddenly said, "We want the evil celestial bloodline within your body. We also want to break through our restrictions and become a new existence." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "What should I do then?" The evil blood ant said, "You just need to feed us your blood every day and do that with us." Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "That's all?" The evil blood ant nodded. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "All right, I'll satisfy you." The women all smiled. Zhao Fu thought of something and said, "There's an evil celestial historical remnant here. I obtained the evil celestial legacy from there. If you have time, you can go take a look, perhaps it'll be of some help to you." The evil blood scorpion said in surprise, "A historical remnant left behind by the previous owner? We definitely have to go take a look." The evil blood ant said, "This is a historical remnant that the previous owner left behind before he died. You should have many things there that can help us recover our strength." The evil blood ant smiled and said, "Let's go quickly." Zhao Fu said with a smile, "Go ahead. I have other things to deal with." The girls nodded. Zhao Fu returned to the Heaven Awakened world and went to Qin's Sea of Flowers. The flower fairy looked delighted as she called out, "Husband, you're back." Zhao Fu said with a smile, "Well, this time I also brought something good." The flower fairy asked curiously, "What?" Zhao Fu smiled and took out a glowing seed. The flower fairy was pleasantly surprised as she said, "This is a rare flower seed of the spirit race. It's rarer than other seeds. How did you get it?" Zhao Fu chuckled as he said, "That's an accident. I obtained it in the primal chaos world. She's also a flower lover. She'll be back soon. You two will get along well." The flower fairy sweetly smiled and replied, "Husband, let's go plant this seed now." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, The other flowers were abnormally tall and filled with life force. It was a pity that none of them had bloomed yet. Zhao Fu felt quite confused, especially the world flower that Zhao Fu had planted the earliest. Even though it had a bud, it did not look like it was going to bloom. Waiting for it to bloom was the longest thing that Zhao Fu had waited for. Nothing else could compare to this. Zhao Fu thought about it and did not pay too much attention to it. They could bloom whenever they wanted, and his main goal was to recover the flower fairy's power. The flower fairy came to a flat piece of land with a small stream next to it. She smiled as she called out, "Husband, let's plant the spirit flower seed here." Zhao Fu smiled as he walked over and said, "No problem." Zhao Fu tapped the ground with one hand, and the soil on the ground automatically moved to the side. Zhao Fu was now using the power of laws. Following this, Zhao Fu took out the spirit flower seed and squatted down to place it in the small hole. The flower fairy happily squatted down, and the two of them covered the seed with soil. Zhao Fu said, "Move aside." The flower fairy curiously retreated to the side and looked at Zhao Fu curiously. Zhao Fu raised a hand and released a formless energy. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the spirit race's emperor star gave off boundless light, forming a pillar of light that contained massive spirit energy as it descended, landing on the small mound of soil. The flower fairy looked at Zhao Fu in shock. Apart from Zhao Fu, no one else would use an emperor star to grow flowers. A large amount of spirit energy entered the spirit flower seed, and it started to sprout. It grew faster and faster, and a massive flower appeared in front of Zhao Fu. This flower was about 1 meter tall, and it was quite short compared to the other flowers. After all, it had just been planted. The flower's stem was spiral-shaped, and one side was white while the other was black. There were also umbrella-like leaves that were dark green and had all sorts of inscriptions on them, and they gave off powerful spirit energy. There was nothing at the top of the flower, and it would take a long time for a flower bud to grow. Now, out of the 8 wondrous flowers, only the devil flower and water flower were left. If he could collect them, this long and arduous quest would finally be over. However, in order to obtain these 2 flowers, he would most likely have to go to the devil domain and water domain. It would be quite difficult to obtain them elsewhere. The flower fairy looked at the spirit flower in front of her and felt quite uneasy. Zhao Fu looked at the flower fairy and lightly smiled as he asked, "What is it? Shouldn't you be happy at a time like this? Now, there are only 2 flowers left." The flower fairy frowned as she said, "I don't know why, but I feel that something bad is going to happen." Zhao Fu asked curiously, "What bad thing is going to happen?" The flower fairy shook her head, "I'm not sure, it's just a feeling." Zhao Fu said, "Is it because you planted the spirit flower that you have this feeling?" The flower fairy nodded. Zhao Fu asked, "Could this have something to do with the wondrous flowers? Will something bad happen if I collect all of the wondrous flowers?" The flower fairy thought as she said, "I'm not sure either. I feel that the wondrous flowers are giving me a premonition and that it won't do me any harm. However, I'm not sure what it is." Zhao Fu could not understand and did not have any hints or information. He could only wait until he collected all of the wondrous flowers to find out. The flower fairy felt quite worried. Zhao Fu hugged her and smiled as he said, "Don't think about it, you won't be able to figure it out right now." The flower fairy nodded and looked seriously at Zhao Fu, "Husband, if something happens, I will always stand by your side and support you." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Let's not waste any more time." The flower fairy's face became red and she leaned into Zhao Fu's embrace. Book 1, Chapter 23. After Zhao Fu left the flower field, he went to the Qin Imperial Palace and accompanied Wu Qingyang and the other women for a few days. Finally, he started to look up various information about the Dragon Kingdom. This Dragon Kingdom might be difficult for others to deal with, because dragons were always powerful in any world. Unfortunately, he had met Zhao Fu. Now, Zhao Fu had a plan to deal with the Dragon Kingdom, but he still needed some preparation. Now that Zhao Fu had the primordial dragon race's power and the sovereign power of the Heaven-Awakened World's dragon race, in order to better deal with the Dragon Kingdom, Zhao Fu wanted to capture a few dragons to experiment. Zhao Fu called Li Si over. "I'll be away for a few days. I'll leave Qin to you and Bai Qi." Li Si was astonished. "Your Majesty is leaving again?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Yes, don't worry. I won't be gone for too long this time. I'm just looking for a way to deal with the Dragon Kingdom." Li Si breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "No problem. I will manage Qin well with General Bai." Just as Zhao Fu was about to leave, Hilary, the daughter of King Locke, and Elena, the president of the Knights Guild, found Zhao Fu in the card world. Zhao Fu chuckled. "What's wrong?" Hilary said bitterly, "Did you forget about us?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "How is that possible? I was just about to deal with your matter." Hilary said apologetically, "I'm sorry. I didn't manage the kingdom well." Tina Pendragon said earnestly, "It's because of me, this has nothing to do with Hilary. Please punish me and remove my status, Your Majesty." Zhao Fu looked at Tina Pendragon and Hilary. "Back then, I handed the kingdom to you. Now that the kingdom has been destroyed, you are responsible for retreating in such a sorry state, but it's not all your fault. Retreating from the card world was the result of Bai Qi and the other generals' discussion. You don't have to blame yourselves." Tina Pendragon insisted, "Your Majesty, please punish them." Hilary said, "If you really want to punish someone, punish me and Tina." Zhao Fu let out a breath and said, "All right. Say no more, I still have things to do." Elena smiled and said, "It's fine if Your Majesty doesn't want to punish us. Let's not make things difficult for Your Majesty. There's one more thing we'd like to ask Your Majesty." how do you plan to deal with the knights? Originally, Zhao Fu had asked Elena and Hilary to cultivate a group of knights. Now that the kingdom had been destroyed, the plan to form a group of knights had to be put on hold. Now that everyone had exited the card world, they could not nurture the cavalry army. They lacked a lot of materials and the power of the card world. Zhao Fu said, after I deal with the Dragon Kingdom, you can continue to train the cavalry. Hilary was pleasantly surprised. Do you have a way to deal with Chi Dragon now? Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Hilary said with a smile, that woman from Dragon Kingdom is too much. She doesn't even want to give us a chance to live. I want to see how she loses. Zhao Fu smiled and said, I'm leaving. I'll accompany you when I come back. Hilary smiled and nodded. Tina Pendragon blushed slightly. Zhao Fu returned to the card world. It had been more than 2 months since Chi Dragon conquered Qin's card kingdom. Zhao Fu appeared in another area. Previously, this area had been occupied by the Dragon Kingdom, so Zhao Fu could not teleport there. Zhao Fu found a city, which happened to be controlled by the Dragon Kingdom. Zhao Fu came here to collect information about dragons in the card world. A group of soldiers wearing dragon-shaped armor walked over. They held dragon spears and had big sabers on their waists. They looked solemn and gave off a powerful aura. The others stepped aside. Zhao Fu also retreated to the side. A handsome young man next to him said excitedly, these are the elites of Chi Dragon. They look so powerful and handsome. I want to be a soldier in the future. A young girl next to him smiled and said, it's not that easy to enter the elite army of Chi Dragon. You should see if you can enter the Dragon King's army first. The young man was not convinced, and he said, just you wait. Not only do I want to become an elite in the Dragon King's army, but I also want to enter the cavalry and see our great and beautiful king. The young girl smiled and said, I also want to see our king with my own eyes. After Chi Dragon got rid of that Qin's kingdom, we are now the most powerful kingdom. No one dares to bully us. I feel so proud. The young man smiled and said, I heard that Qin's Wang Woping was very powerful, but he was still defeated by our king. I think even 10 Qins would not be a match for us. The young girl chuckled and said, don't be so proud. You didn't defeat that Qin's kingdom, it was our king who defeated Qin. The young man said confidently, so I have to work hard now. Although I didn't destroy Qin's kingdom, I can destroy other kingdoms in the future and contribute to our king. The young man looked at the young girl and said, do you want to join the army with me? Serve our king together? The young girl said, no, I want to enter the Dragon King's palace in the future and serve our king personally. I don't like fighting. The young man snorted and said, women's ideas are really useless. The young girl glared at the young man and said angrily, I'm leaving. The young man felt that he had said something wrong, so he quickly chased after her and apologized. As the master of Qin's kingdom, Zhao Fu, who was standing next to them, heard these words and looked a little embarrassed. Zhao Fu went directly to the Knights' Union. The person who received Zhao Fu was a thin young man. He smiled and asked, what can I do for you? Zhao Fu said, I want to find a few dragons, the stronger, the better. The young man smiled and said, in Chi Dragon, ordinary people are forbidden to talk about anything related to dragons. If you want to find a dragon, it will be more expensive. Zhao Fu waved his hand and threw a big bag of gold coins at him. The thin young man revealed a satisfied smile and said, I can provide you with information about dragons in Chi Dragon, and I can also provide you with information about dragons outside Chi Dragon. You have to remember that all dragons in Chi Dragon belong to Chi Dragon. Zhao Fu's goal was to find a few powerful dragons, so he did not have much information about dragons in Chi Dragon. Moreover, he did not want to alert Chi Dragon. Zhao Fu said, what I want is information about the stronger dragons. It's best if they are nearby. You don't have to tell me about those that are far away. The thin young man nodded. 10 minutes later, Zhao Fu flew in a direction. The place he wanted to go was quite far away from Chi Dragon, and it would take him 2 days to get there. Above a city, a few dragons of different colors were flying in the air. They looked like lizards and had a pair of wide wings. Their bodies were covered in scales and they had a pair of dragon horns. In terms of appearance, the dragons in the card world were not much different from the dragons in other worlds. A green dragon let out an arrogant young man's voice, "Hurry up and hand over all your treasures. Otherwise, we brothers will eat you all." Book 1, Chapter 24 translated by Hypersheep 325 edited by Micah. Within the city, countless people fearfully took out treasures and piled them up on the ground. These dragons were quite notorious and often plundered everywhere. Many cities had been persecuted by them, but they rarely massacred cities and usually just scared people. The red dragon looked at the treasures on the ground and his eyes shined as he smiled and said, "Big brother, we made the right decision to come to this city, we've actually plundered so many things." The green dragon smiled as he said, "It's all thanks to Old 3, he was the one who gave us the information." Old 3 and Old 4, a blue dragon, smiled as they said, "I found out about this by accident, we were quite lucky this time." The final dragon was a white dragon, who chuckled as he said, "I hope that our luck will be better in the future and we'll be able to take a few more cities to show filial respect to Dragon Mother." The blue dragon said, "Dragon Mother's birthday is coming up, we need to give her a surprise." Clang, 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 the sound of chains could be heard as 4 chains shot out from the ground and quickly shot towards the cities in the sky. Before the 4 dragons could react, their necks were bound by the chains. This caused the 4 dragons to feel quite startled and they hurriedly flew to the side, wanting to break free from the chains. However, the chains firmly locked them down and they could not fly away no matter how hard they tried. The dragons turned their heads and saw a man in a cloak on the ground. He was holding 4 chains in his hands. Those were chains, the 4 chains that bound them. Within the city, countless people looked quite shocked, they had never thought that someone would be able to easily bind up these dragons. The green dragon roared, "Who are you? Hurry up and let us go, or we'll tear you apart." The 4 dragons saw that the person ignored them and pulled the chains downwards, causing them to feel a massive force pulling them downwards. Bang, a massive sound rang out as the 4 dragons smashed onto the ground, creating a large crater. Now, the 4 dragons lay on the ground, looking quite terrified. They knew how terrifying this person was and that they were not a match for him at all. Xiaofu did not say anything as he pulled the 4 dragons and flew to the side, landing on a secluded area. The green dragon said, "What do you want to do to us?" Xiaofu smiled as he said, "I just want to understand you dragons." The green dragon said solemnly, "How do you want to understand?" Xiaofu smiled coldly and said, "How? For example, tasting your flesh, drinking your blood, looking at your dragon hearts, and playing with your dragon tendons." The 4 dragons looked at Xiaofu in fear, and the green dragon said nervously, "You can't do this to us, or you'll be eaten by Dragon Mother. Although you're very powerful, you can't compare to Dragon Mother." Xiaofu smiled and said, "Really? Then take me to her, I just happen to need a stronger dragon." The 4 dragons glanced at each other. They didn't want to be eaten by Xiaofu. Their hearts and tendons were dug out, so they could only take him to Dragon Mother. Xiaofu sat on the green dragon's back and wrapped 4 chains around their necks before flying to the side. After everyone landed on the ground, the green dragon called out, "Dragon Mother, come and save us." Boom, a massive aura spread out, causing the ground to tremble and trees to sway. Countless birds were startled and flew into the sky. An enormous creature appeared in front of Xiaofu. This dragon was incredibly massive and had azure scales and a pair of azure wings. There were 3 iron-like horns on its head, and it gave off a massive aura. Clang, 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 the sounds of countless chains could be heard as countless chains shot out from the ground and bound that dragon. The azure dragon gave a massive roar and a shocking power burst forth. The massive dragon vigorously struggled, but it was unable to break free from the chains. Xiaofu lightly laughed as he said, "It's useless. With your strength, you won't be able to break free." The azure dragon struggled and found that it could not break free, so it could only give up. It looked at Xiaofu and said in a mature woman's voice, "Who are you?" The other 4 dragons' expressions were quite unsightly, they had wanted Dragon Mother to save them. However, they had never thought that Dragon Mother would be bound by this person as soon as she came out. This person's strength was simply too terrifying. Xiaofu laughed as he said, "Why should I tell you?" The green dragon immediately called out, "Dragon Mother, hurry and run. This fellow wants to eat us and dig out our hearts." The green dragon said, "Did the 4 of them offend you? I apologize to you and am willing to give you all of my treasures." Please spare them this once. Xiao Fu lightly laughed as he said, I'm not interested in your treasures. Now, behave yourselves. The green dragon's expression was serious as it thought about how to escape. Xiao Fu came before the green dragon and grabbed out with his hand. The green dragon's blood started to gather at his forehead, and an orb of blood flew out. The green dragon immediately became quite weak, as this orb of blood was his essence blood. Xiao Fu caught the orb of blood with his hand. A ball of flame ignited in his palm, igniting the orb of blood. Xiao Fu was now purifying that orb of blood. Not only was such a low-grade dragon's blood useless to Xiao Fu, but it would also contaminate Xiao Fu's body. The fireball continuously burned until only a drop of blood was left. Xiao Fu absorbed it into his palm, closed his eyes, and started to look at the dragon's blood in the card world. A few minutes later, Xiao Fu looked at a blue dragon and grabbed out with his hand. Another orb of blood flew before Xiao Fu, and Xiao Fu watched as it absorbed the dragon's blood and felt the changes. A few minutes later, Xiao Fu once again opened his eyes. At that moment, the green dragon could not help but ask, "What are you trying to do?" Xiao Fu said, "Didn't I tell you? I just want to study you, but your bloodlines are too low-grade and I feel that they are of no use to me at all." Hearing Xiao Fu's arrogant tone, the green dragon understood that Xiao Fu's identity was very noble. "Then can you let us go after you're done studying us?" Xiao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "That might not be the case, and I can't guarantee our survival." Boom! Hearing that he would still die, the green dragon exploded out with terrifying power and a green gem appeared between his eyebrows. This was a wind dragon treasure, and it had a very powerful wind dragon's power. This was the green dragon's life-saving method. A gale ferociously blew towards Xiao Fu like countless blades, causing the ground to split open. Xiao Fu calmly stood there, and the four dragons looked terrified as they released their power to resist. The chains continuously clanked under the wild gale, as if they were about to break. Boom! At that moment, a wave of Supreme Dragon's power descended, causing the surroundings to fall silent. The green dragon and the four dragons lay on the ground in terror, their bodies and souls not daring to resist at all. To them, this wave of dragon's power was like heaven itself. Book 1, Chapter 25 translated by Hypersheep 325 edited by Mike. Xiao Fu looked at the wind dragon precious treasure on Azure Dragon's head and said with a smile, "I knew that the dragons in the card world must be special. Now, show me everything you have." Hearing Xiao Fu's words and sensing the terrifying aura, Azure Dragon understood Xiao Fu's identity. He was a supreme dragon from another world. If Xiao Fu asked her to sell herself, she wouldn't dare. Azure Dragon said fearfully, "I'm sorry. Please forgive my impulsiveness. No matter what you do to us, we will cooperate. Please spare our lives." Xiao Fu smiled and said, "Sure. Now, show me the power of the precious treasure on your head. I am very interested in it." As soon as Xiao Fu finished speaking, the many chains that bound Azure Dragon retracted. Azure Dragon didn't dare to escape and stayed where she was. She now understood how terrifying Xiao Fu was. Azure Dragon gathered an immeasurable amount of power and poured it into the dragon precious treasure. The dragon precious treasure emitted a terrifying power, and an azure wind swirled around it. This was Azure Dragon's attack with all her strength. Boom! A huge azure pillar of wind swirled and shot towards Xiao Fu. It was so powerful that the ground couldn't withstand the force and shattered. Countless sand and leaves were blown away. An energy barrier emerged from Xiao Fu's body. Boom! The azure pillar of wind collided with the barrier. The azure pillar of wind swirled continuously, and strong gusts of wind blew in all directions, uprooting the plants. However, such a powerful attack couldn't break through Xiao Fu's defense. Now, Xiao Fu was an emptiness realm expert. His strength was more than 10 times stronger than before. The power of the azure pillar of wind gradually weakened. Eventually, it turned into a few gusts of azure wind and dissipated. Xiao Fu smiled and praised, "Your strength is not bad." Azure Dragon asked carefully, "Lord, is there anything else?" Xiao Fu asked, "How did your dragon precious treasure form?" The Azure Dragon replied, "It is formed by the power of the wind and the power of the bloodline in my body. The dragon treasure can be formed in advance. If it is not formed in advance, the dragon treasure will automatically form when it reaches adulthood. This is the sign of a dragon reaching adulthood. However, this kind of dragon treasure is not as powerful as the one condensed by itself. Zhao Fu looked at the dragons behind him. They were still youths and were not very strong, so they had not condensed a dragon artifact yet. According to the Azure Dragon, an adult dragon would have a dragon artifact. Zhao Fu was quite interested in it. This dragon treasure could quickly increase all of the dragon's powers, including dragon power, bloodline power, defense, physique, and speed. Only when a dragon used the dragon treasure could it be considered to be using its full power. Zhao Fu extended his hand and a suction force was generated. The Azure Dragon could only feel the blood essence in its body being sucked away. A ball of blood flew out from the black dragon's head and floated in front of Zhao Fu. It then flew into Zhao Fu's body. When a dragon reached adulthood, it would automatically form a dragon treasure. This meant that this was an innate ability of the dragon race. As long as Zhao Fu obtained the bloodline of a dragon, he would automatically obtain this ability. After the ball of blood entered Zhao Fu's body, it turned into countless azure dragon-shaped inscriptions and dissipated. Zhao Fu's body quickly changed. Zhao Fu's head turned into a dragon's head and a pair of wings grew out. His hands and feet turned into dragon claws. His entire body was covered in azure scales, and his body grew bigger. Soon, Zhao Fu's body burst out of his cloak and a massive azure dragon appeared. It looked quite similar to the azure dragon from before. The azure dragon and the other dragons looked at Zhao Fu in shock. Zhao Fu's aura and power were the same as the azure dragon's. If they hadn't seen it for themselves, they would have thought that Zhao Fu was the azure dragon's son. Zhao Fu flew into the sky and flapped his wings, stirring up the wind in the heavens and earth. A massive azure wind surrounded Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu started to use the dragon race's innate ability. The dragon-shaped inscriptions within his body continuously gathered at his forehead, and countless traces of azure dragon power also gathered at his forehead. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the heavens and earth started to change. An azure ray of light shot out from Zhao Fu's forehead into the sky, and a massive wind spread out. Within the ray of light, countless azure crystals started to condense, and an even more terrifying wave of dragon power covered the surroundings. The surrounding dragons felt a mighty pressure and crawled on the ground, unable to resist at all. They felt a wave of fear in their hearts. The azure crystals continuously gathered, forming an octagonal azure jade. Within it was the image of an azure dragon that seemed to have a life of its own. The dragons looked at the scene in shock. This person in front of them was indeed terrifying. The dragon treasure that he had casually condensed was a peak-grade dragon treasure. This was a dragon-shaped treasure that Zhao Fu had condensed using the azure dragon's bloodline, and he had not fused any other powers into it. If Zhao Fu had fused other powers into it, for example, if he had fused 2 other types of supreme dragon power into it, along with Zhao Fu's supreme bloodline, the dragon treasure would definitely be the most terrifying dragon treasure in the card world. Zhao Fu's body shrank, and he returned to his human form. The azure gem also continuously shrank until it was the size of an egg. Zhao Fu held his azure gem and smiled. Now that he had absorbed the azure dragon's blood and condensed a dragon treasure, Zhao Fu had some understanding of the dragons in the card world. The other dragons stared blankly at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu was not wearing his cloak, and it was the first time they had seen such a perfect person. Zhao Fu looked at the other dragons and waved his hand, causing a few rays of light to shoot into their bodies as he said, "From now on, you will all be my subordinates." The dragons did not dare to refuse, and they respectfully said, "Yes." Zhao Fu said, "You should be able to transform into human form." The dragons nodded, and their bodies started to change. The other dragons turned into 4 youths, and they looked just like normal people. The azure dragon turned into a beautiful woman with a mature figure wearing an azure dress. Zhao Fu asked a few more questions and found out that the azure dragon was called Long Fengmei, and the 4 youths were called Long Xiaoyi, Long Xiaoer, Long Xiaosan, and Long Xiaoxi. They were all abandoned dragon eggs that Long Fengmei had picked up and hatched. They were not born by Long Fengmei, so the 4 youths called Long Fengmei Dragon Mother and not Mother. Zhao Fu said to Long Fengmei, "Do you know where the dragon graveyard is?" Now that he understood the dragon's attributes, Zhao Fu planned to make something to deal with the dragon kingdom. Long Fengmei said, "There is a dragon graveyard under this disc, but it is not very big." Xiaofu was pleasantly surprised and smiled as he said, "Bring me there to take a look." Long Fengmei nodded. The group flew into a cave and came to an underground space. There were tens of massive dragon skeletons here, and even though they had become bones, they still gave off powerful might. Xiaofu looked at these massive dragon skeletons and felt that they would not be enough to deal with the Dragon Kingdom. Book 1, Chapter 26 translated by Hypersheep 325 edited by Mike. Xiaofu asked, "Apart from here, are there any other dragon tombs? I need at least another 100 dragon skeletons." Long Fengmei thought to herself and said, "There aren't any nearby, but there's a dragon tomb a bit further away. The dragons there have some grievances with us." Xiaofu asked, "What grievances?" Long Fengmei explained, "A long time ago, our two dragon groups had an intense battle, and many dragons died. Some of them are buried here, and they have even more dragons. There should be around 100 of them." Xiaofu smiled as he said, "Take me there." Long Fengmei smiled and nodded, feeling quite happy in her heart. Perhaps she could use Xiaofu to destroy them. Even though so much time had passed, the enmity between the two sides had not been completely resolved. After that battle, the two dragon groups had become much weaker. On one side, only Long Fengmei remained, while on the other side, there were also a few dragons. Xiaofu followed Long Fengmei to a region. It was a fiery red desert, and there were tall red mountains. It looked quite desolate and did not have many creatures. Long Fengmei said, "It's here." Xiaofu looked around. Whoosh, a massive red gale mixed with sand and rocks blew towards Xiaofu and Long Fengmei, looking quite terrifying. Xiaofu did not act, and Long Fengmei opened her mouth and blew out an azure gale, which clashed with the red gale, causing an even stronger gale to sweep out. In the end, the two gale dissipated. A beautiful middle-aged woman dressed in a red dress appeared. She was called Long Hongyan, and she was one of the remaining people from the dragon group. Long Hongyan said with a cold expression, "Your Azure Wind Dragon group dares to come to our territory?" Long Fengmei looked at Xiaofu. Xiaofu smiled as he said, "I told her to come here." Long Hongyan looked at Xiaofu and asked, "Who are you?" Xiaofu smiled as he said, "You don't need to know who I am. I'm here to take your dragon bones." Long Hongyan coldly harumphed, "You want our dragon bones? You're seeking death." Hua, Long Hongyan slapped out with a palm, and a few red gale beams shot towards Xiaofu. Xiaofu condescendingly laughed and pointed out with his finger, causing a massive wave of energy to flow out. Bang, a massive explosion sounded out as the red gale beams were dispersed by a wave of energy. Long Hongyan did not hesitate and immediately tried to turn back into a dragon. Without much hesitation, she immediately wanted to transform back into a dragon. Xiaofu did not give her this opportunity and grabbed at the air, causing a massive wave of power to grab Long Hongyan. Long Hongyan's face became pale. Facing this power, she could not resist at all. Long Hongyan, and Long, dragon, and said, and Long Hongyan said coldly, "My daughters are in the upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom. You'd better let me go, otherwise, my daughters will take revenge on you." Dragon Kingdom? Xiaofu lightly laughed. Long Hongyan could not tell what Xiaofu meant. The Dragon Kingdom was the strongest power in the region, and almost no one dared to offend them. That was why she used the Dragon Kingdom to threaten Xiaofu. Her daughters were indeed in the Dragon Kingdom, and they had high statuses. At that moment, Xiaofu came in front of Long Hongyan. Long Hongyan said coldly, "What do you want? Aren't you afraid of the Dragon Kingdom?" Xiaofu smiled as he said, "What's so scary about the Dragon Kingdom? This time, I'm here to destroy the Dragon Kingdom." Long Hongyan's heart sank as she said in disbelief, "I don't believe that you can destroy the Dragon Kingdom." Xiaofu tapped Long Hongyan's chest with his finger, and a wave of supreme dragon power spread out. Long Hongyan's expression froze as she looked at Xiaofu in disbelief. She had never felt such terrifying dragon power before. Xiaofu looked at her and smiled as he said, "Do you believe me now?" Long Hongyan's expression became quite unsightly. Now, she somewhat believed that this dragon power was most likely a supreme dragon power, and she said, "What do you want?" Xiaofu smiled as he said, "Didn't you use your daughter to threaten me? After I destroy the Dragon Kingdom, I'll capture your daughter and slowly torture her." Long Hongyan hurriedly said, "No, you can't do that to my daughter. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and lifted Long Hongyan's chin as he smiled and said, "That depends on your performance." Long Hongyan felt quite angry, but she did not dare to resist. Zhao Fu had just left a restriction within Long Hongyan's body, so he loosened it and smiled as he said, "Take me to your dragon tomb." Hearing this, even though Long Hongyan did not want to, she still brought Zhao Fu to the dragon tomb. The dragon tomb here was even bigger than the previous one, and there were 100 or so dragon skeletons of various sizes. These dragon skeletons together with the dragon skeletons from before were enough to satisfy Zhao Fu's needs, and Zhao Fu started to put them into his spatial ring. Long Hongyan could not help but ask, "Why do you want these dragon skeletons?" Long Fengmei also looked at Zhao Fu curiously. She also wanted to know, but she did not dare to ask. Zhao Fu did not mind as he said, "I want to make some things that will be important to destroying the Dragon Kingdom." Hearing these words, Long Hongyan felt even more worried. Even though the Dragon Kingdom was incredibly powerful, the person in front of her was even more terrifying. She said, "Now that I've given you the dragon skeletons, can you let me and my daughter off in the future?" Zhao Fu looked at her and gave a trace of an evil smile as he said, "Come here." Long Hongyan knew that Zhao Fu did not have good intentions, but she still walked over. She had no choice but to do this for her daughter. This matter was also related to her, and if she had known, she would not have brought up her daughter. A few hours later, Long Hongyan and Long Fengmei lay in Zhao Fu's embrace, and Long Hongyan's face was red as she said, "Are you satisfied now?" Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "Yes, I can guarantee that you won't harm your daughter." Hearing this, Long Hongyan let out a sigh of relief, her efforts had not been in vain. Zhao Fu put away the dragon skeletons and said, "You can come back with me." Long Fengmei asked, "To your world?" Zhao Fu nodded. Long Fengmei said, "Can I bring little one, little two, and the others?" Zhao Fu said, "But you have to discipline them and don't let them cause trouble." Long Fengmei smiled and nodded. After Zhao Fu returned to Qin City, Long Fengmei and Long Hongyan found out about Zhao Fu's true identity. They had never thought that Zhao Fu was the ruler of Qin City, and that Qin City had been defeated by the Dragon Kingdom. They felt quite strange. How could someone with such terrifying power and bloodline be the ruler of a small kingdom? Moreover, Qin City had been defeated by the Dragon Kingdom not too long ago. Could he really destroy the Dragon Kingdom? Zhao Fu did not care about what they thought, and he started to make preparations for destroying the Dragon Kingdom. It was not that simple, so he had to prepare a lot of things. Book 1, Chapter 27. Half a month later, Zhao Fu made all the preparations and brought the army to re-enter the card world. The first thing he needed to do was to choose the teleportation location. Zhao Fu had already chosen a deserted desert. Moreover, he had set up a large number of interface transfer points. This place was quite a distance away from the Dragon Kingdom, so the teleportation point could not be set up too close. It would be easy to be discovered, and if the Dragon Kingdom found out, the teleportation point would be destroyed, causing the teleportation to fail. Zhao Fu rode at the very front, leading the team into the teleportation array. Many of the soldiers were also excited. Last time, Qin had been defeated by them. This time, they were here to take revenge. Moreover, they were led by their majesty, so they were even more confident. After Qin teleported to that area, he immediately began to set up defenses. The news spread quickly. In the main hall of the Dragon Kingdom, Davis said with a look of disdain, "A loser dares to come back. Your Majesty, please allow me to lead troops. Within 3 days, I will destroy the Qin Kingdom." A handsome young man dressed in white armor called Litak lightly laughed as he said, "We've fought with Qin Kingdom before and have already figured out their background. However, they're just a newly advanced royal kingdom, so there's no need to pay too much attention to them. General Davis can easily destroy them." Yadwa said, "This Qin is not weak, and he actually dared to come back this time. It's obvious that he's here for revenge. He must be prepared. We should be careful." A woman with red hair tied up in a ponytail and a sexy figure dressed in armor. She was called Long Huiyan, one of Long Hongyan's daughters. She was also one of Long Xinyan's most valued generals and was in charge of leading a group of dragon cavalry. Long Huiyan smiled confidently and said, "The Qin Kingdom is just a new kingdom. It doesn't have any background. No matter how strong it is, it can't be stronger than the Dragon Kingdom. Destroying it is a piece of cake. Your Majesty, you should consider whether the Qin Kingdom will collude with other powers. A middle-aged man wearing a long robe said, "We've already defeated the Qin Kingdom, so there's no need to worry about their threat. I also believe that we should be worried about the nearby factions." Yadwa said, "Ever since we destroyed the Qin Kingdom, our Dragon Kingdom has become the strongest force here. The nearby kingdoms have always been afraid of us. They just haven't found an opportunity yet. If they do, they will definitely attack us." Litek said, "Your Majesty, why don't we pretend to attack Qin and lure those forces to attack? We can take the opportunity to weaken those forces. If they don't fall for it, we can destroy Qin." Long Xinyan pondered for a moment before asking, "Does anyone have any objections to his plan?" Everyone fell silent. Yadwa didn't object. This was a better way to resolve this matter, and she couldn't think of any other way. Long Xinyan stood up and said, "Good. Long Huiyin, I order you to lead 10 million cavalrymen and 8 billion soldiers to destroy Qin. Remember, this time Qin will come back prepared. Don't be careless." Long Huiyin smiled and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." After the discussion, everyone congratulated Long Huiyin. This was a good opportunity to make a great contribution to His Majesty, and they would be valued even more by His Majesty in the future. In everyone's eyes, this was an easy task. They wanted to go, but Long Xinyan didn't choose them. Long Huiyin smiled as she responded to everyone. She didn't know what she was going to face. After a day or so, Long Huiyin gathered the army and started to head towards Qin. The nearby factions were also looking for opportunities to act against the Dragon Kingdom. After all, Tuwei and Qin had already been destroyed by the Dragon Kingdom, so they would be next. If they destroyed them, after 100 years of development, the Dragon Kingdom would become an imperial kingdom. Qin didn't bring many soldiers this time, only 10 billion or so. They were all Stage 2 soldiers, and because the Dragon Kingdom's basic forces were all Stage 2 soldiers, Zhao Fu could only use Stage 2 soldiers. Using this time, Qin built a simple city wall. Long Huiyin also came with her army. Looking at Qin, Long Huiyin didn't waste any words. She wanted to destroy Qin and go back as soon as possible. However, she was quite cautious, so she sent out a vanguard to test the waters. The hundreds of millions of Dragon Kingdom soldiers gave off a powerful aura as they attacked Qin like a raging river. Everyone on the city wall looked at Zhao Fu. Now, Zhao Fu was their leader. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "Attack." Swish, 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 swish. The sound of the air being torn could be heard as arrows tore through the sky, shooting towards the Dragon King's army like raindrops. The Dragon King's army gave off a golden aura that gathered together to form a golden river, making it even more ferocious. The arrows that shot into it were quickly sent flying, and they didn't seem to cause any damage. Swish, swish, swish. Swish, swish, rays of light shot out as a sharp aura spread out, and countless arrows containing terrifying power shot towards the Dragon King's army. As Qin shot out the rune arrows, the Dragon King's army, which had already fought with Qin, was prepared. The golden river of aura continuously condensed and formed a massive golden dragon, which rushed towards Qin with a massive aura. Puff, 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 the rays of light hit the golden dragon's body, causing the golden dragon to be pierced with arrows. Because the arrows were blocked by the golden dragon, they didn't cause much damage to the soldiers. By now, the golden dragon had already arrived in front of Qin, but Qin didn't do anything. Boom, the golden dragon hit the city wall. The city wall had only been temporarily built by Qin, and it wasn't very strong. The golden dragon directly shattered the city wall's restrictions, causing many cracks to appear on the city wall. The Dragon King's army started to attack Qin. Arrows shot up the city wall, covering the other soldiers as they attacked the city wall. Qin defended while attacking the attacking Dragon King's army with arrows and heavy objects. Long Hongyan looked quite confused. The Dragon King's army was attacking the city wall, but Qin didn't use any special methods. Qin didn't need to worry, as there were only hundreds of millions of soldiers attacking. He just needed to gather his forces and destroy them with his advantage in numbers. Beside Long Huiyin was a short-haired woman with a similarly seductive figure. She was called Long Qinghong. Another had a fiery figure and a wild aura, and she was called Long Yehua. There was also a beautiful woman with a similarly seductive figure, and she was called Long Zimei. The four sisters were all Long Hongyan's daughters, and they were the main generals responsible for attacking Qin. Long Zimei said, "Big sister, let's launch an all-out attack." Long Yehua said with a smile, "Big sister, let me lead the charge. I'll bring General Qin's head to see you right away." Long Qinghong said, "It's time to attack, or else the vanguard will be lost. The cavalry division can act as a backup in case Qin has any other methods." Book 1, Chapter 28. Long Huiyan nodded. "Then you will be in charge of attacking Wildfire." "All right," Long Yehua said with a confident smile. Boom, the Dragon King's army launched an all-out attack, rushing towards Qin like a flood. A terrifying aura poured out. Roar, 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 on Qin's side, countless roars could be heard. Huge creatures appeared in the sky. It was a group of flying monsters. There were giant eagles, giant bees, giant vultures, ugly strange birds, countless demon beasts condensed huge demon chi bullets, which gave off a terrifying power and shot towards the Dragon King's army charging over. The Dragon King's army emitted a golden aura. It was like a huge golden ocean. The demon chi bombs fell into it, making muffled sounds. The power of the explosions was absorbed by the golden aura. Zhao Fu looked at the ferocious Dragon King's army. They were indeed very powerful. However, Qin was not weak. Zhao Fu waved his hand, and thousands of forbidden balls flew out. These forbidden balls were miniature versions of the Hua families in the alchemy world. They were not as destructive as the forbidden balls, but many could be made. Thousands of golden balls flew silently into the Dragon King's army. Many lines lit up, and a destructive aura spread out. Bang, bang. Bang, massive explosions sounded out as fiery light shot into the sky and shockwaves spread out. The terrifying aura caused everyone to feel terrified. Many places in the Golden Ocean exploded, and many of the Dragon King's army were blown away. Huge holes appeared in the Golden Ocean, and there were mutilated corpses everywhere. "Is this what Qin has prepared?" Long Huiyan continued to mutter to herself. This was only a small part of the Dragon King's army's losses. Long Huiyan ordered the army to continue attacking fiercely. The golden aura continued to condense, forming huge golden shields. They rushed forward with even more terrifying aura. Qin continued to release giant alchemy holy beasts. The alchemy holy beasts aimed their huge cannons at the Dragon King's army. Countless rays of light came out, and a dangerous aura spread out. Boom! Boom, boom! Terrifying beams of light seemed to pierce through the sky, shooting towards the Dragon King's army with great power. They were very fast, and their momentum shook the surroundings. Bang bang bang, the beams of light hit the golden shields, causing ripples of light to spread out. The golden shields were extremely tough, and after blocking the countless beams of light, only some cracks appeared. The Dragon King's army continued to charge at Qin with great momentum. On Qin's side, the alchemy sacred beast continued to shoot out beams of light. Countless rays of light illuminated the surroundings, and a terrifying aura spread continuously like waves of air. On the Dragon Kingdom's side, everyone was waiting for a few factions to attack. However, those factions didn't attack. It was as if they knew that the Dragon Kingdom was waiting for them. It was estimated that the other forces would not attack at this time. The Dragon Kingdom's focus was also on Qin's side. Long Xinyan asked, "What's the situation on Qin's side?" Yadwa said, "The progress is average. Qin is resisting with all his might, and the dragon cavalry hasn't made a move yet, in case Qin has other tricks up his sleeves." Long Xinyan nodded. "I think we should be able to conquer Qin very soon. Your Majesty, you just need to wait for the good news." Hearing this, Long Xinyan was silent, thinking about what Qin had prepared to come to the card world. Bang, 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 with the constant efforts of the alchemy sacred beast, Qin finally shattered the golden shield, breaking the Dragon King's army's defense. However, before Qin's side could rejoice, the countless golden auras emitted by the Dragon King's army gathered together again, forming a huge golden dragon head. With a power that could destroy everything, it crashed towards Qin's side. The momentum was frightening. Back then, the Dragon King's army had used this move to break through Qin's defense and attack Qin's territory in the card world. Now, Qin was ready to use this move. On the city wall, the alchemy soldiers squatted down and placed their hands on the ground. Waves of terrifying alchemy power gathered. Boom, 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 on the ground, a huge metal ridge quickly rose from the ground, splitting the Dragon King's army in half from the middle. Some people were knocked away, while others fell to the ground, causing the condensed dragon head to collapse. Seizing this opportunity, Qin's many demon beasts released countless demon chi bombs at once, flying towards the Dragon King's army. Bang, 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 the demon chi bombs landed on the Dragon King's army and exploded, sending countless Dragon King soldiers flying. Blood and broken limbs splattered everywhere, and screams rang out continuously. Long Yehua, who was in charge of the charge, climbed up from the ground in a sorry state. He looked at the many demon beasts in front of him angrily and shouted, "Use the dragon spears." One by one, the Dragon King's soldiers took out golden spears with dragon patterns engraved on them and threw them at the demon beasts in the sky. Roar, 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 dragon roars sounded out, and the dragon patterns on the dragon spears swam, dragging along waves of powerful force as they shot towards the demon beasts in the sky. Some demon beasts were hit by the dragon spears, and blood splattered everywhere as they cried out in pain. Some seriously injured demon beasts fell from the sky. The alchemy sacred beasts immediately aimed their cannons at the Dragon King's army. Knowing how terrifying these alchemy sacred beasts were, Long Yehua immediately ordered countless people to stop attacking and start defending. One by one, the Dragon King's soldiers raised the shields in their hands, and waves of golden force radiated out. Two huge golden energy shields condensed and enveloped the army on both sides. Bang bang bang, massive godly sounds continuously rang out as the beams of light landed on the defensive barrier. Waves of shocking power spread out, forming shockwaves that blasted out. Long Huiyan divided the army into two and attacked Qin from both sides. Qin's side was also fighting back with all their might. The demonic beasts kept releasing demonic chi bullets, and the alchemy sacred beasts kept shooting light beams. Qin's soldiers also shot out countless arrows. But in the end, the Dragon King's army still rushed to Qin's wall. Seeing this, Long Qinghong said, "Big sister. The cavalry regiment can take down Qin City in one fell swoop. Now Qin City doesn't have many means. We have to end the battle as soon as possible to avoid too much loss." Long Huiyan nodded with a smile, "You have the same idea as me. Now, let's attack." Armored cavalrymen with long spears in their hands and long sabers at their waists, riding on dragon horses, gathered together and looked at Qin excitedly. They couldn't wait any longer. They wanted to charge into Qin City and kill as many people as they could, so that Qin City would be terrified under their hooves. Book 1, Chapter 29. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out in all directions as the dragon riders started to charge, turning into a torrent of destruction as they charged towards Qin's side. The wind and clouds changed, and their momentum was terrifying. The devil beasts on Qin's side condensed devil balloons and shot them towards the dragon riders with great power. However, the dragon riders ignored the devil balloons and continued to charge towards Qin's side. Before the devil balloons could get close, a terrifying power slammed into them, causing them to collapse and dissipate into aura. The dragon riders did not suffer any losses. Swish, 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 countless beams of light tore through the sky, bringing with them astonishing power as they descended from the sky and landed on the dragon riders. Explosions continuously sounded out, and countless rocks flew out, causing the ground to tremble. However, after the dust settled, it only left behind large craters on the ground and did not cause any damage to Long Qi's group. The dragon riders' bodies gave off golden light, forming golden scales that wrapped around them. It was these scales that blocked the attacks of the god refinement beasts. Zhaofu was somewhat shocked at how powerful the dragon riders were. They could actually withstand the attacks of the god refinement beasts. The dragon riders fearlessly charged over, as if they were invincible. Long Zime lightly laughed as she said, "Once the dragon riders appear, Qin will not be able to retaliate. We'll definitely win this time." Long Qinghong looked ahead seriously as she said, "I also feel that Qin has no way to resist. I heard that Lord Qin is leading the army this time. If we can capture him alive, it will be a great merit, and His Majesty will be very happy. Long Zime happily smiled as she said, I'll personally capture Lord Qin. I heard that Lord Qin is very powerful, but compared to His Majesty, he is nothing. Long Qinghong nodded, he might be very powerful in the eyes of ordinary people, but His Majesty is not on the same level as him, so there is no need to bother. Long Zime asked curiously, then why does Lord Qin still dare to come to the card world this time? Long Huiyan said with a smile, I know. Maybe this Lord Qin doesn't know what's good for him. I guess he's not convinced by our defeat last time. Now, let's show him the terror of the Dragon King's army. Long Huiyan shouted, everyone, attack. After receiving Long Huiyan's order, the Dragon King's army emitted a monstrous golden aura, which seemed to be able to destroy the world and rushed toward Qin. That aura made the ginseng soup cold, and an extreme sense of despair welled up in his heart. The dragon cavalry moved even faster, seeming like a dragon-shaped bolt of lightning as it blasted towards Qin, seeming to cause everything to collapse. Zhaofu smiled, he has been waiting for this moment for a long time. A pale white rune appeared on Zhaofu's palm, and waves of pale white light spread out. Boom boom boom, massive waves of black energy shot out from the ground, and massive bone pillars with divine dragons carved on them slowly rose up from the ground. There were over 1,000 of them in total, and a monstrous supreme dragon power was released. Within the Dragon King's army, Long Huiyan and the other women felt this supreme dragon power, and their expressions fell as their bodies became icy cold. After the dragon bone pillars rose up, each one was hundreds of meters long and gave off an outstanding pale light. A massive barrier slowly formed, covering all of the Dragon King's army. Long Huiyan sensed that the situation was bad and immediately shouted, everyone, retreat from this barrier. However, it was too late. A vast supreme dragon's might was released and landed on the Dragon King's army. Facing this supreme power of the dragon race, the dragon blood in their bodies was so terrified that it felt like it was going to be expelled out of their bodies. Their souls were also suppressed by this power, and they could not resist at all. The dragon horses were even worse off, and they all fell to the ground in fear. Their bodies were still trembling, and their eyes were filled with terror. Without their mounts, the dragon cavalry were like toothless tigers. Moreover, the dragon blood within the dragon cavalry was more powerful, so they were affected even more. The ordinary Dragon King's soldiers' strength was reduced by at least half, while the dragon cavalry's strength was reduced by at least 70%. Zhaofu laughed as he called out, attack. Ha ha ha, countless devil beasts excitedly cried out and flapped their wings as they leapt towards the Dragon King's army, mercilessly killing and devouring. A devil beast swiped out with its claws, leaving behind a few claw marks as it tore apart 10 or so Dragon King soldiers' bodies, causing blood and flesh to fly everywhere. Another devil beast flapped its wings, creating a powerful gust of wind that blew a few soldiers away, while some devil beasts opened their mouths and devoured a few Dragon King soldiers. The many alchemy saint beasts aimed their cannons at the Dragon King's army, and a dangerous aura spread out. Boom, boom, boom. Countless beams of light containing terrifying power shot towards the Dragon King's army, illuminating the surroundings and giving off shocking sounds. Bang, 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 massive explosions sounded out, and this time, the Dragon King's army was unable to resist. Their bodies were blasted into the sky, causing blood and flesh to fly everywhere as screams continuously sounded out. Swish, 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 Qin's soldiers once again shot out countless arrows. Each arrow contained immense power, and they rained down like a torrential downpour, piercing through the Dragon King soldiers' bodies. Many of the Dragon King's soldiers were pierced by the arrows. Now, the Dragon King's army no longer had any desire to fight, and they only wanted to escape. Like a tide, some people even threw down their armor and weapons, looking quite wretched and no longer looking as mighty as before. After Qin's soldiers launched a wave of ferocious attacks, many of the Qin's soldiers ran down and quickly chased after the Dragon King's army. A Qin soldier held a spear and pierced through a Dragon King soldier's body. A Dragon King soldier stopped and wanted to attack, but he was immediately beheaded by another Qin soldier, causing blood to spurt out. An arrow tore through the air and shot down a Dragon King soldier. A Qin soldier waved his saber, sending out a sharp saber light that hit a Dragon King soldier's body and sent him flying. A Qin soldier quickly rushed forward and cut off a Dragon King soldier's head with a sword light. Seeing the dead Dragon King soldiers, a Dragon King soldier angrily rushed towards Qin's soldiers, only to be hacked to death. Qin's soldiers were not weak to begin with, and now that the Dragon King's army had been weakened by half, they had no power to fight back against Qin's soldiers. They were one-sidedly slaughtered by Qin's soldiers. Blood splashed everywhere, and the ground was littered with the corpses of the Dragon King's soldiers. The more Dragon King soldiers died, the more terrified the remaining people became. They had never been so afraid of the Dragon King. As the Dragon King's elites, they had encountered similar situations before, but they had never experienced such fear. Book 1, Chapter 30. Translator, Mr. Voltaire. Editor, Modlaws 123. They were now affected by the Dragon Bone Pillars, and not only were their powers weakened, but they were also filled with fear towards this supreme power, making them not have the confidence to stay and fight. Some people tried to attack the Dragon Bone Pillars, but as soon as they came close, their body's power was completely suppressed, and they powerlessly fell to the ground. These Dragon Bone Pillars were the center of the supreme dragon power, and they gave off the most powerful supreme dragon power. The Dragon Bone Pillars were also protected by powerful barriers, and even if someone was immune to the supreme dragon power, it would be very difficult to destroy them. The Dragon King's army fled. Zhao Fu watched as the Dragon King's army disappeared. Long Huiyan and the other women's faces were pale as they ran. They could never have imagined that Qin had such a terrifying thing that could completely suppress them. With this thing, Qin would be able to destroy the Dragon Kingdom. Now, they did not dare to underestimate Qin. They had returned to Qin to destroy the Dragon Kingdom. A figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Long Huiyan and the other women did not stop. Their main goal was to escape. They planned to go around Zhao Fu, who was in front of them. A few chains shot out from beside Zhao Fu and shot towards Long Huiyan and the other women. Long Huiyan and the other women wanted to retaliate, but their power struck the chains. However, they were unable to affect the chains at all, and the chains quickly bound Long Huiyan and the others. Zhao Fu took them and flew towards Qin. Long Zimei struggled and cried out, "Who are you?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Didn't you come for me?" The women felt quite shocked as they said, "You're the ruler of Qin." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Zhao Fu and the women landed on Qin's walls, and their expressions were quite unsightly. Now that they had fallen into Qin's hands, they definitely would not have a good ending. They did not know how Zhao Fu would deal with them. At that moment, someone they did not expect to see appeared in front of them, and they cried out in shock, "Mother, why are you here?" Long Hongyan smiled as she said, "I'll tell you later." After this battle, Qin had wiped out more than 2 billion soldiers and captured more than 3 billion captives. Only a little more than 1 billion of the Dragon King's army had escaped. Because the cavalry corps had been suppressed the most powerful group had become the weakest. Zhao Fu did not purposely slaughter them, and instead did his best to preserve them. This was because Zhao Fu knew how difficult it was to raise a cavalry regiment, and it was even more difficult to raise such a powerful cavalry regiment. Zhao Fu planned to subdue the Dragon Kingdom and turn them into a sharp dragon spear for Qin. Of the original 10 million dragon cavalry, Zhao Fu had gained 5 million dragon cavalry. More than 1 million had died, and 4 million had escaped. Zhao Fu directly sent the captives back to Qin and let Qin take care of them. Right now, this place was only a temporary base and couldn't accommodate that many people. It could be said that Qin had won the war completely. He had eliminated so many troops of the Dragon Kingdom with very little cost. The Dragon King Palace had been waiting for the good news of killing Qin, but they didn't expect to hear the news of the Dragon Kingdom's crushing defeat. Davis had a look of disbelief as he said, "How can Qin have such terrifying strength? I don't believe that our Dragon Kingdom has been defeated." The middle-aged man sighed and said, "I don't believe it either. Now only a few 100 million soldiers have escaped. I don't know how many more there are, but it's certain that our Dragon Kingdom has been defeated, and it's a crushing defeat." Litek said, "Where are Long Huiyan and her sister?" The middle-aged man said, "They seem to have been caught by an expert from Qin. They're probably dead." Yadwa sighed and said, "Qin has become so terrifying after coming back." Long Xinyan asked with a cold face, "Didn't the Dragon Kingdom have a big advantage at the beginning and the end of the war? How did the situation turn around?" The middle-aged man said, according to the soldiers who escaped, what turned the situation around was that Qin used dragon bone pillars. These dragon bone pillars formed a pale white barrier, and an unimaginable dragon power was released. At that time, the dragon horses of our dragon kingdom were so scared that they collapsed on the ground, and the dragon cavalry regiment suffered heavy losses. Litake was shocked and said, "What kind of dragon power is that? How can it have such terrifying power?" The middle-aged man said, "I'm not sure. Those soldiers said that it was a very, very terrifying dragon power. They have never felt this kind of dragon power." Long Xinyan said in a deep voice, "Qin has prepared such a terrible thing. He must have the intention to destroy the dragon kingdom. Now that they have dragon bone pillars to restrain us, they have become the most dangerous enemy. We must find a way to break the dragon bone pillars as soon as possible." Yadwa said, "This may be related to the survival of the dragon kingdom. We must deal with it with all our strength." Hearing this, everyone nodded. They looked serious. The news spread quickly. This time, Qin's heavy losses to the dragon kingdom shocked everyone. Countless people were shocked, not only because the dragon kingdom was the strongest force here, but also because the dragon kingdom had defeated Qin and expelled Qin from the card world. This time, Qin's strength had increased a lot, which made everyone feel scared and curious. Several big forces were smiling. They were thinking about who could weaken the dragon kingdom's strength. Otherwise, they would all be in danger. They didn't expect that one would appear so soon. Although Qin belonged to the hostile world, these forces didn't want to help the dragon kingdom. Now, they didn't want to help anyone. They only wanted the two forces to suffer losses. To destroy both of them at once. It was okay for the two forces to be in a stalemate. They also had time to accumulate strength and prepare for the future destruction of the dragon kingdom. Back to Qin's station. In the room, Xiaofu was ravaging Long Huiyan and her sisters. Long Hongyan looked at the scene helplessly. Although Xiaofu promised her that he wouldn't hurt her daughters, he didn't say that they couldn't do it. However, it was better to follow Xiaofu than to stay in the dragon kingdom. After seeing the terrifying dragon bone pillars with her own eyes, Long Hongyan believed that Qin would destroy the dragon kingdom sooner or later. A few hours later. Xiaofu smiled as he hugged the women and smiled as he said, "Tell me what you know. You're higher-ups in the dragon kingdom and should know many secrets." Long Huiyan lightly harumphed, "Don't think that you can make us submit to you like this. We won't betray His Majesty so easily." Xiaofu smiled as he said, "It doesn't matter. I'll capture your Majesty sooner or later." Long Qinghong couldn't help but ask, "Where did you get such a terrifying thing?" Xiaofu didn't care as he said, "I made it myself." Long Yehua immediately said, "Impossible. How could you make such a terrifying thing?" Long Hongyan said, "It was indeed made by him, and he used dragon bones from our dragon graveyard." Hearing this, the women looked at Xiaofu in shock. Book 1, Chapter 31. St. Long Huiyan said, "How come you have such a terrifying ability?" Xiaofu said with a smile, "This is just one of my many abilities. I have even more powerful abilities." Hearing this, the women were even more shocked. Long Yehua said, "What is your identity? I don't believe that you are from a small kingdom with such terrifying abilities." Xiaofu said with a smile, "You will know in the future. How about submitting to me now?" Long Yehua snorted, "No." Xiaofu said with a smile, "Then I won't force you. Anyway, I will destroy the dragon kingdom soon." The women might not have believed him before, but facing Qin's terrifying abilities, they had no choice but to believe him. Thinking that the dragon kingdom they were loyal to might be destroyed, the women felt quite complicated. Xiaofu stood up and left. He planned to let the army rest for a day before attacking the dragon kingdom tomorrow. The next day, the ministers of the dragon kingdom gathered together. Their expressions were serious. They had already received news that Great Qin was attacking the dragon kingdom. The two armies met. On the city wall of the dragon kingdom, Long Xinyan looked coldly at the army in front of her, with the ministers behind her. Xiaofu and the generals stood in front of the army, looking at the dragon kingdom's army on the city wall. Xiaofu said, "This time, Qin came for revenge. Now, you better submit to me, or you will regret it." Long Xinyan said coldly, "Don't be delusional. The Dragon Kingdom will not submit to anyone. Also, if the Dragon Kingdom can destroy you once, it can destroy you again. Jiaofu nodded and said with a smile, last time, Qin lost. Very few people can make Qin suffer such a loss. I admire you. Now kneel in front of me, and I will make you my concubine. Long Xinyan said with some anger, I will cut off your head and kick it like a ball. Jiaofu chuckled and turned his head, saying, attack. Kakaka, many devil beasts once again flew into the sky. There were so many of them that they seemed to cover the entire sky, and they gave off massive auras. Giant refinement holy beasts were also released, causing the ground to violently tremble, and waves of thick heavy metal energy enveloped the surroundings. Boom boom boom, massive sounds rang out as the devil beasts condensed devil chi bullets and shot towards the Dragon Kingdom. The god refinement beasts shot out terrifying beams of light, and the massive sounds caused people's limbs to go weak. The Dragon Kingdom had already made preparations, and the city walls gave off a golden aura. Countless dragon scales appeared, forming a massive wall that blocked in front of the city walls. Bang bang bang, countless devil chi bullets and beams of light slammed into the dragon scale wall, causing shocking ripples to spread out, looking quite terrifying. However, the dragon scale wall was able to block the wave of attacks without sustaining much damage. Jiaofu looked at the scene before him. If he didn't use the dragon bone pillar, the Dragon Kingdom would be very difficult to deal with. Jiaofu didn't hesitate. He pressed one hand on the ground and a pale light wave instantly spread out. Boom boom boom, waves of pale dragon power rushed out of the ground, and dragon bone pillars slowly rose up from the ground, forming a horizontal line. Waves of supreme dragon power spread out in all directions. The Dragon Kingdom's people's hearts sank. Before, they had been under the illusion that the dragon bone pillars could only be used as traps, but now, Jiaofu could directly summon them and use them at any time. Feeling this terrifying dragon power, everyone understood just how terrifying the soldiers who had escaped had been. Now, their bloodlines seemed to have become ice cold, and their bodies were covered with cold sweat. They felt intense fear, and some people didn't even dare to move. Long Xinyan's expression was quite unsightly. It was the first time she had felt such terrifying dragon power. This dragon power was definitely a supreme dragon power, and it could easily suppress the dragon power within her body. At this moment, she felt fear in her heart. How had Qin obtained such a terrifying thing? It was simply a killing weapon against them, and they had to destroy it, or else they would have no chance of winning. Long Xinyan called out, "Throw dragon spears." Countless soldiers immediately took out spears with dragon inscriptions and threw them with all of their might. Roar! Roar! Ao ao ao! Dragons' roars sounded out as the dragon spears gave off golden light and gave off immense power as they shot towards Great Qin. Tens of thousands of dragon spears shot over, but Jiaofu was not afraid at all. The dragon pillars that were arranged horizontally burst out with countless pale white lights. The powerful dragon spears were illuminated by the pale light, and their power continued to decrease. In the end, they fell to the ground powerlessly, not causing any damage to Qin. However, Long Xinyan was already prepared. When the numerous dragon spears fell, she shouted, "Use the flying spirit stream bullet." Countless soldiers took out cards. On the front of each card, there was a picture of a cyan energy body flying around. After the soldiers threw out the cards, they turned into huge green oval-shaped objects and shot towards Qin. In just a second, they arrived in front of Qin and hit the dragon bone pillars. Bang bang bang, massive explosions sounded out as countless rays of green light shot out in all directions. The ground continuously shattered and shockwaves spread out in all directions. Long Xinyan looked ahead. Since the dragon bone pillars greatly countered the Dragon Kingdom, they would not use dragon power. In the card world, as long as they had cards, they could use all sorts of powers. I hope that this wave of congratulations will be effective. After the dust settled, the dragon bone pillars appeared in front of everyone. It was just that there were some cracks on the dragon bone pillars. Even though the dragon bone pillars were protected by a barrier and were made of tough materials, it was still quite difficult for them to withstand so many attacks. Seeing that it was effective, Long Xinyan smiled and immediately had the countless soldiers use their cards. The cards once again flew out and turned into countless rays of green light that shot towards Qin's side. Jiaofu coldly harumphed, "This time, he won't give us any chances." Countless alchemy holy beasts shot out densely packed beams of light, exploding all of the cyan stray bullets that were shooting over. Massive sounds continuously sounded out, and cyan energy shot out in all directions, causing the ground to continuously crack. Boom! A massive explosion shook the surroundings as Jiaofu gathered all of the dragon bone pillars' power together. An enormous pale pillar of light shot into the sky, and heaven and earth power continuously gathered as a sovereign's might spread out. Even the Dragon King's army in the distance was affected, and their power gradually weakened, making the Dragon King's army feel uneasy. Book 1, Chapter 32. The situation was quite disadvantageous to the Dragon Kingdom, and as the Pillar of Light became stronger, the suppression on the Dragon King's army would become stronger. Long Xinyan's expression was cold as she raised a hand, and countless rays of golden light shot out from her palm. Rumble, the deafening sound spread throughout the Dragon Kingdom. Countless golden auras surged and gathered above Long Xinyan like a flood. The golden aura continuously condensed and changed into a three-headed dragon with a muscular body and shining golden scales. It also had a pair of massive golden wings, and it gave off a massive wave of dragon power. Roar! The dragon gave a massive roar and flapped its wings, causing countless rays of golden light to shoot out and a massive wave of dragon power to spread out. The Dragon King's army, which was covered by the golden light, quickly became stronger rather than weaker. The pale white light from the Pillar of Light and the golden light from the golden dragon clashed, and a shocking aura swept out in all directions. With the support of the golden light, the Dragon Kingdom's morale was once again boosted, and they were able to resist Qin. They would not suffer a crushing defeat like before, where they had no power to resist at all. Jiaofu looked at Long Xinyan and wanted to use the Dragon Kingdom's fate to resist. Jiaofu coldly harumphed, and two rays of black light cut open his palms, causing blood to flow out. Jiaofu ferociously stomped on the ground, and a blood-red aura spread out. Jiaofu planned to use the two types of supreme dragon blood to activate the dragon bone pillars. After the blood-colored aura surged into the dragon bone pillar, the dragon bone pillar erupted with even more dragon power. The pale white pillar of light suddenly grew several times larger, and the pale white light it emitted also became more intense. The golden dragon's light was suppressed by the pale white light, and the surroundings were gradually covered by the pale white light, causing the golden light to retreat. Facing this even more terrifying dragon power, Long Xinyan no longer wanted to take the initiative to attack. She had the massive golden dragon continue to flap its wings, and a massive golden energy spread out, covering the Dragon King's army. The pale white light was blocked by the golden energy barrier, and the Dragon King's soldiers within it were not affected at all. Seeing this, Jiaofu controlled the dragon bone pillars. Boom! An enormous sound rang out as the pale white light turned into a formless wave of dragon force that pressed down on the gigantic golden energy barrier, causing it to tremble, as if it could not withstand this power. If the energy barrier protecting the Dragon Kingdom shattered, everyone's power would be suppressed. As such, they could not allow the golden barrier to shatter. Long Xinyan raised her hand and pushed upwards, using all her strength to move the Dragon Kingdom's fate. Countless Dragon Kingdom's fate continued to pour in, and the golden dragon immediately released even more powerful dragon power, causing the trembling barrier to become even more solid. As the defending side, the Dragon Kingdom could gather its providence here, which was a great advantage. Jiaofu pressed his hands against the ground and a wave of energy spread out, causing the ground to crack. The massive dragon bone pillars gradually left the ground and flew up, giving off terrifying power as they smashed towards the Dragon Kingdom. Long Xinyan's expression changed and she shouted, "Quickly attack that dragon bone pillar." If the dragon bone pillar smashed over with that terrifying power, it would create many large holes in the golden energy barrier. The soldiers would be weakened once they left the golden shield, so they took out the flying spirit stray bullets one by one. This was something that the Dragon Kingdom had obtained after destroying a major force, so they had a lot of them in reserve. Countless azure stray bullets shot towards the dragon bone pillars, and Qin's alchemy sacred beasts also shot out countless beams of light. Bang! Bang! Intense explosions continuously sounded out in the sky as the power turned into wild gales that blew out, causing the ground to crack and collapse. These incredibly terrifying shockwaves made it so that the dragon bone pillars flying towards the Dragon Kingdom could not get close. Some of the dragon bone pillars were affected, and more cracks appeared on them. As such, Zhao Fu had the many cracks on the dragon bone pillars explode, and the dragon bone shards smashed against the golden energy barrier. Some were blocked by the golden energy barrier, while others stabbed into the golden energy barrier. This greatly weakened the golden energy barrier, and the remaining dragon bone pillars quickly rushed over. Bang, bang. Bang, massive sounds sounded out as the dragon bone pillars continuously smashed against the golden energy barrier. And it seemed that the energy barrier would not be able to last for much longer. Long Xinyan used all of her strength but was unable to stop it. She looked incredibly difficult and cold sweat covered her body. Yato called out, "Hurry and help His Majesty." After speaking, Yato raised her hands and pushed forwards, using her power to send a white wave of fate into the golden energy barrier. Hearing this, the others immediately sent their own fate into the golden energy barrier, causing it to become multicolored. With the help of countless people, the golden energy barrier successfully blocked the dragon bone pillars. The dragon bone pillars retreated, and seeing that the Dragon Kingdom's people had finally blocked the golden energy barrier, they let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, Zhao Fu flew into the sky and said disdainfully, "Did you think that it would end just like that?" Hearing this, everyone looked at Zhao Fu. The dragon bone pillars moved and formed a magic formation that floated in the sky. Zhao Fu raised a hand, and the magic formation gave off a massive wave of dragon power. Zhao Fu raised his hand and grabbed at the air. Boom, the magic formation gave off a massive gravitational force as a massive star image slowly descended from the sky, giving off a heaven-shaking dragon power. This star was not Zhao Fu's star but the card world's dragon star. Zhao Fu was using his own power to summon the image of dragon star through the dragon bone pillar. In the past, Zhao Fu would not have been able to summon a star from another world. However, Zhao Fu had obtained the Chaos Star's blessing and supreme power, and the world's laws no longer restricted him. This was why Zhao Fu was able to do this so easily. No one else had the ability to do this. It wasn't just the Dragon Kingdom soldiers who were shocked, seeing the massive star image descend. Great Qin's side also looked incredibly shocked. This scene was simply too shocking. The massive star gave off terrifying dragon power as it descended, pressing down on the golden energy barrier. The golden dragon furiously roared and flapped its wings with all of its power, wanting to stop the star image. Bang! The energy barrier was unable to resist at all and directly collapsed. The dragon star image slowly disappeared, but the massive dragon power pressed down on the Dragon King soldiers. The Dragon King soldiers felt their bodies sink, and a large amount of their power was suppressed, causing them to enter a weakened state. Book 1, Chapter 33. Boom! Boom! Countless beams of light gave off unstoppable momentum as they shot towards the Dragon King's army city walls. The light shined in all directions, and a shocking shockwave spread out. Bang! 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 Massive explosions sounded out on the city walls, and many Dragon Kingdom soldiers were killed. The city walls were filled with holes, and there was blood and flesh everywhere, giving off a dense stench of blood. Long Xinyan's face was pale, but she did not want to attack like this. Now that her dragon power was suppressed, she could only use other powers. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, the devil chi bullets containing immense power quickly shot towards the Dragon King's army. Long Xinyan loudly called out, "Use the flowing wall, we haven't lost yet, so don't give up." With Long Xinyan's encouragement, the soldiers' morale rose. They knew that if the Dragon Kingdom lost, it would mean destruction, so they took out cards and pressed them against the city walls. What was the pattern on those cards? It was a wall formed by cyan airflow. The cards turned into streaks of azure light and entered the wall. Countless azure winds blew out, forming an azure wind wall in front of them. The devil chi bullets exploded on the wall, turning into large amounts of devil chi and dissipating, but they were unable to destroy the azure wind wall. Zhao Fu did not mind this, and he had the devil beasts and saint refinement beasts attack together. Bang! Bang! Explosions continuously sounded out as Qin madly bombarded the Dragon King's army. Countless devil chi bullets and light shot towards the Dragon King's army, and the city walls were covered in flames. The Dragon King's army resisted with great difficulty, and they felt quite sullen. Not only had their power been suppressed, but they could also not use any of their powerful techniques. The dragon cavalry that they were so proud of was now like a group of trash. Bang! 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 3 deafening explosions sounded out as a terrifying destructive power spread out, destroying everything in an instant. The ground violently trembled, and countless rocks were blown into the sky as 3 massive mushroom clouds rose. After the smoke and dust settled, there were 3 massive holes in the city walls and 3 massive craters in the ground. There were rubble everywhere, and there were many corpses. The scene was quite terrifying. Zhao Fu used 3 real taboo spheres. Now that the Dragon Kingdom's defense was broken and its power was suppressed, it was time for the whole army to attack. Under Zhao Fu's order, Qin launched an all-out attack on the Dragon Kingdom. Long Xinyan looked at the black tide surging over with a monstrous momentum, feeling somewhat disheartened. Their Dragon Kingdom had been defeated, a defeat that left them without any illusions, a defeat that made them feel powerless, a defeat that made them feel despair. Yadwa hurriedly shouted, "Your Majesty, let's hurry and escape." Long Xinyan said with a sad expression, "Run. I want to stay here and die with the Dragon Kingdom." Your Majesty, with your noble status, outstanding talent, and the ability to rule the world, you will definitely be able to start over. Please don't give up so quickly. We will follow your Majesty together. The other generals also said in unison, Your Majesty, we are willing to follow you. Please don't give up so quickly. Hearing this, Long Xinyan felt a trace of confidence and said, Order the army to retreat and return to our Dragon Kingdom's former territory. Now that the Dragon Kingdom had destroyed the Qin territory and the Tuwei territory, they were the largest faction in the surrounding territories. The Dragon Kingdom's soldiers were not a match for the Qin territory's soldiers at all, and only by retreating to the Dragon Kingdom's former territory would they have a chance of resisting. The various generals immediately obeyed Long Xinyan's order to retreat. At this moment, apart from retreating, they had no other choice. Countless Dragon King soldiers ran away in fear, and Qin territory ferociously chased after them and started a frenzied massacre. A Qin territory soldier threw his spear, which drew an arc in the air and pierced through a Dragon King soldier's chest. The Dragon King soldier was hacked to death by a few Qin territory soldiers. A Dragon King soldier shouted and pounced on a Qin territory soldier, wanting to stall Qin territory soldier for a moment so that his brother could escape. A large saber slashed down, cutting the Dragon King soldier to the ground, and blood slowly flowed out. A Qin territory soldier held a sword and quickly stabbed at a Dragon King soldier who was running slower. The sword pierced through the Dragon King soldier's chest, and the Dragon King soldier unwillingly fell to the ground. Screams and sounds of weapons clashing could be heard continuously. Lives were continuously dying, and the ground was stained red with blood. There were countless corpses lying on the ground. Zhao Fu smiled as he watched the Qin territory soldiers chase after the Dragon King soldiers. The Dragon Kingdom had taken revenge for destroying Qin territory, and the Dragon King's army had tasted defeat and fear. Let's see if they still dared to be so arrogant in the future. The Dragon King's army continued to flee, and the Qin territory soldiers chased after them. Zhao Fu had no intention of letting go of the Dragon King's army. He wanted to take this opportunity to destroy the Dragon Kingdom and become the most powerful faction in this region. Long Xinyan also continued to lead the army to flee. Looking at the dead Dragon King soldiers, Long Xinyan's face was filled with hatred, and she vowed to take revenge for these soldiers. The generals looked at the Qin territory soldiers chasing after them, and they started to worry. They did not know if they could escape, and if they could stop Qin after they escaped back to the Dragon Kingdom. Actually, they were not confident about this. Kill. A Qin general rode a black horse and held a long spear. He led a group of Qin territory soldiers to kill a group of Dragon King soldiers who were fleeing. Bai Qi walked to Zhao Fu's side and said, Your Majesty, those factions are attacking our army, and their numbers are several times that of ours. We should stop chasing after the Dragon King's army to prevent them from launching a surprise attack. Zhao Fu frowned and said, Those factions seem to want to protect the Dragon Kingdom. At this moment, Zhao Fu could only stop chasing after the Dragon King's army. Otherwise, if those factions attacked from behind while Qin territory soldiers were chasing after the Dragon King's army, they would cause great losses to the Qin territory soldiers. Those factions' numbers were several times that of Qin territory soldiers, and most importantly, Qin territory soldiers did not have anything that could restrain them. Zhao Fu ordered them to quickly clean up the battlefield, detain the captives, and quickly leave this place and return to Qin territory's temporary encampment. Zhao Fu did not want to be surrounded by those factions. When the Dragon King's army saw that the Qin territory soldiers were not chasing after them, they looked confused. However, no matter what, their lives were saved. Countless people heaved a sigh of relief, and some soldiers lay on the ground, looking as if they had escaped death. The factions looked at the traces left behind by the battle and revealed shocked expressions. Both sides looked very terrifying, and the battle seemed very intense. Book 1, Chapter 34. Are we still going to chase? A man asked. Another person said, no, we won't be able to catch up anyway, and we might be ambushed by the other two factions. Moreover, we didn't come to attack them in the first place. The faction's original plan was to let both Qin and the Dragon King suffer heavy losses so that they could destroy Qin and Tianqi together. However, they had never expected that the Dragon Kingdom would be completely suppressed by Qin and be almost completely defeated, so they had no choice but to act. After all, any faction's victory would be a great threat to them, and they did not want any faction to perish. If Qin had lost this time, they would have acted as well. Of course, they would not have actually acted, but they would have just tried to scare the other side. They knew that if they fought, they would suffer great losses, and these losses would be caused by the enemy. Qin returned to the temporary encampment. Because time was tight, Qin had not counted how many Dragon King soldiers they had killed, but it was a lot. They had obtained more than 3 billion captives, which was not bad. What made Zhao Fu even more excited was that Qin had obtained 10 million dragon cavalrymen. If it wasn't for those factions obstructing them, Qin would have obtained even more. Xianxia and the others fled in panic. Even though they had escaped, they had suffered heavy losses, and they only had less than half of their original strength. All of the Dragon Kingdom's residents heard about the Dragon Kingdom's crushing defeat. Countless families had been destroyed, and the entire Dragon Kingdom was in sorrow and fear for the future. After returning to the Dragon Kingdom, Xianxia and the others knew why Qin had not pursued them. However, they did not plan to thank those factions, as they knew what their goals were. Yadwa bowed and said, Your Majesty, please give the order to strengthen the defenses and collect gaseous attribute items to prevent Qin from attacking again. Darvish no longer had the confidence he had before, and his face was pale as he said, This Qin's lord is truly terrifying, he has such a terrifying ability. It can be said that our Dragon Kingdom has been defeated by him alone. The middle-aged man said with a grave expression, Last time, we destroyed Qin's territory purely by luck. I don't know where this Qin's lord is. If he's there, we definitely won't be able to destroy Qin's territory. Yadwa said, There's not much point in talking about this right now. Qin definitely won't let the Dragon Kingdom off like this. There are a few factions that are holding Qin back, giving us time to prepare. If Qin finds a way to deal with the other factions, he'll immediately attack us. The middle-aged man nodded and said, Yes, I support your point. Your Majesty, please give the order. Xianxia said, I'll immediately order people to do this. Also, try to gather as much information as you can about Great Qin and Great Qin's ruler. I want to know just what kind of faction Great Qin is and why Great Qin's ruler is so terrifying. Although Xianxia was confident that she would not lose to anyone, she had changed her opinion after this incident. Zhao Fu surpassed her in all aspects, and she admitted that she was not as good as Zhao Fu. Everyone nodded. Collecting information on Qin was also very important. Only by understanding Qin could they resist Qin. They also needed to find a way to deal with Qin. On the other side, Qin's side was also discussing how to destroy the Dragon Kingdom, just as the Dragon Kingdom had expected. Zhao Fu said, The Dragon Kingdom was lucky this time. Qin could have destroyed the Dragon Kingdom in one fell swoop without giving it any chance to breathe. Next time it'll be much more troublesome to attack the Dragon Kingdom. Those factions are seeking death. Bai Qi said, As long as we find a way to deal with the other factions, Qin will be able to destroy the Dragon Kingdom. This time, Qin has underestimated them. Zhao Fu nodded and said to Elena, Help me collect information on these factions as soon as possible. Elena chuckled and said, No problem. Zhao Fu said, I want to deal with the card world as soon as possible. There are still many things waiting for me in the other worlds. That's all for today. Everyone, hurry up. Yes. Everyone obeyed and quickly carried out Zhao Fu's orders. They collected information, dealt with captives, and strengthened their defenses. Long Huiyan found Zhao Fu. Now that she had seen how powerful Zhao Fu was, she understood that the Dragon Kingdom was not a match for him and would be destroyed by Qin sooner or later. Long Huiyan's attitude towards Zhao Fu had changed. Zhao Fu looked at her and asked, "What's the matter?" Long Huiyan smiled and said, "I came to ask you how you plan to deal with those captives." Zhao Fu replied, "We'll temporarily imprison them and deal with them after we destroy the Dragon Kingdom. Those who surrender will stay, and those who don't will be killed." Long Huiyan said, "I want you to give me the task of subduing the captives. There are many of my subordinates among them, and I don't want them to die." Zhao Fu chuckled and said, "Why? Are you willing to submit to me?" Long Huiyan nodded and said, "I have no choice but to submit to you. I hope that you will kill fewer people in the future when you destroy the Dragon Kingdom." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "All right. I'll leave it to you." Long Huiyan smiled and said, "Thank you." Zhao Fu continued to say, "After we destroy the Dragon Kingdom, I'll give you a portion of the Dragon Cavalry. Your position won't change much." Long Huiyan happily nodded and left. She planned to tell her sisters the good news, while Zhao Fu continued to wait in the hall. The Dragon Kingdom decided to give up on a large region close to Great Qin in order to lure in a few other factions so that they could block in front of them. Normally, the other factions wouldn't have hesitated and would have immediately taken control of this area. However, because of Qin, they didn't want to be a shield for the Dragon Kingdom, so they didn't enter, causing this area to become chaotic. However, in the end, the Dragon Kingdom still achieved its goal. In front of massive benefits, there were still many people who weren't afraid of death, and some small factions entered and took control of this area. These small factions wanted to obtain as many benefits as possible in a short period of time. When Qin attacked, they would run away. They didn't want to waste such a large amount of benefits, and they felt that it was worth the risk. Their appearance would indeed make it more troublesome for Qin to attack the Dragon Kingdom in the future, but it wasn't too troublesome, so Qin didn't mind getting rid of these small factions. The three factions were making preparations. Qin gathered information about the other factions and prepared to attack the Dragon Kingdom again. The Dragon Kingdom gathered all sorts of things and prepared to defend against Qin's attack, while the other factions gathered their forces and wanted to destroy Qin and the Dragon King's factions. "I've cut too many books, and I know that I've overdrawn everyone's trust in me. I'm very sorry, so I'm just going to talk about my new book. If you like it, you can support it. If you don't like it, it's fine. I'll continue writing my old book. Lord's Army Conquers the World New Book, God knows what kind of existence I am, currently typing, please wait a moment." After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Book 1, Chapter 35. Not long after, Qin received information about those forces. These forces were relatively ordinary, or else they wouldn't be so afraid of the Dragon Kingdom. Two of them had only been in the kingdom for less than 200 years, so they didn't have a strong foundation. They were a total of 4 powers, namely the Forest Kingdom, the Bright Sun Kingdom, the Southeast Kingdom, and the Raindrop Kingdom. The most powerful kingdom was the Bright Sun Kingdom. It had a large number of elite soldiers, and the Bright Sun Cavalry Corps was quite famous. They could unleash monstrous destructive power, so the Bright Sun Kingdom was the leader of the 4 kingdoms. The second-ranked power was the Forest Kingdom. This kingdom was located in the middle of a forest and had a forest cavalry corps that specialized in fighting in the forest. The weakest were the Southeast Kingdom and the Raindrop Kingdom. It was not easy to deal with them. After all, they were 4 kingdoms. Unlike Qin, the Dragon Kingdom had great power to restrain them. However, Zhao Fu wanted to destroy the Dragon Kingdom as soon as possible. The longer it dragged on, the more troublesome it would be. After some discussion, Qin decided to continue moving 40 billion soldiers into the card world. Most of these soldiers were Stage 1 soldiers, and a small portion were Stage 2 soldiers. As Qin had many battlefields, there were not that many Stage 2 soldiers. If they used these 40 billion Stage 1 soldiers to deal with the 4 royal kingdoms, they would definitely lose and would not have any chance of winning. However, Zhao Fu did not want these 40 billion Stage 1 soldiers to attack the 4 royal kingdoms. Instead, he wanted to stall the 4 royal kingdoms and give Qin time to destroy the Dragon Kingdom. Qin acted quickly. The 40 billion soldiers were led by Bai Qi, Tina Pendragon, Meng Tian, and Yu Xian, and they started to attack the 4 royal kingdoms. Bai Qi split the 10 billion soldiers into 10 teams, with each team having 1 billion soldiers. Bai Qi's army was going to deal with the most powerful Tomorrow Kingdom, so he could not directly use the 10 billion soldiers to fight with the Tomorrow Kingdom. Border of Tomorrow Kingdom. The alchemy Saint Beasts aimed their cannons at the border of the Tomorrow Kingdom and shot out massive beams of light that quickly hit the city walls, causing explosions to sound out. The Great Wall automatically released an energy barrier, blocking the explosions. The Tomorrow Kingdom's soldiers looked at the large army in shock and immediately reported this to the higher-ups. An army had come to attack the Dragon Kingdom. Elsewhere, the devil beasts condensed devil chi bullets and madly blasted them towards the Mingri Kingdom's city walls, and the terrifying sounds shook the surroundings. A group of wyverns appeared in the sky and condensed fireballs and orbs of ice, which shot towards one of the defensive walls. The defensive walls were immediately covered by flames and ice, and seeing such a ferocious attack, the defenders immediately reported this matter. This time, in order to stall the 4 kingdoms, Qin had mobilized a large number of demonic beasts, flying dragons, and alchemy sacred beasts. The upper echelons of the Kingdom of Tomorrow soon found out that the Kingdom of Tomorrow had been attacked by an unknown army. The king of the Tomorrow Kingdom was a handsome young man. It was said that he liked masculine men, and he was called Ming Ri's shadow. He sat in the main hall and asked, "Have you investigated this matter? Which faction dared to attack the Tomorrow Kingdom?" A long-bearded minister said respectfully, "According to the large creatures that appeared, it should be the army of Qin." Ming Riing said angrily, "Not only does Qin want to destroy the Dragon Kingdom, but he also wants to destroy my Mingri Kingdom." A burly general shouted, "Your Majesty! Please immediately send troops and let me destroy Qin." The handsome young man said, "No, we can't. The mighty and powerful Dragon Kingdom is currently suppressing Qin in the northeast. If it wasn't for us interfering, it might have been destroyed. If we attack rashly, we might fall into their trap." The long-bearded minister hurriedly said, "Qin's strength is terrifying, and we can't be careless. Otherwise, the Tomorrow Kingdom will fall into danger." Ming Riing said coldly, "What do you think we should do? Let Qin's army attack us? I think that Qin wants to stall the Tomorrow Kingdom and buy time for them to destroy the Dragon Kingdom." The burly general said, "I also think that this is Qin's goal. We should send troops to destroy these armies and send troops to attack Qin's base. Only then can we stop Qin's plan." The long-bearded minister said, "What if we guessed wrongly and Qin wants to deal with the Tomorrow Kingdom?" The burly general said in a low voice, "Even so, attacking Qin is still a good choice." Ming Riing said coldly, "I just can't stand Qin, so the Tomorrow Kingdom will send troops to destroy the soldiers who are attacking Qin first before attacking Qin with the other 3 kingdoms." The handsome young man said, "Your Majesty, please make a careful decision." Ming Riing said, "Don't say anything else, just follow my orders." Hearing this, everyone could only obey. Qin's army split into 10 teams to attack the Tomorrow Kingdom from different directions, while the Tomorrow Kingdom split its 40 billion soldiers into 10 teams to destroy the 10 teams of Qin's soldiers. It also split the Tomorrow Kingdom's cavalry into 10 teams. After hearing about this, Bai Qi felt a wave of pressure as he faced the Tomorrow Kingdom's attack. The situation was quite unfavorable for Qin's army. Bai Qi thought for a moment and ordered the soldiers to split up. This time, their main task was to stall the Tomorrow Kingdom, and they had already achieved Qin's goal. Ming Riing personally led the army to the border and found that Qin's soldiers seemed to have disappeared. Ming Riing said angrily, "What's going on?" The handsome young man said, "Qin's soldiers must have split up, and it will be very difficult to destroy them." The burly general said with a cold smile, "It seems that Qin's goal is to stall us. Your Majesty, please ally with the other factions to attack Qin's base. Those scattered teams will definitely gather again." Ming Riing smiled and nodded. Bai Qi led the Tomorrow Kingdom's army to regroup and prepare to attack Qin's base. He immediately ordered the soldiers to attack the Tomorrow Kingdom. Bang, 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 the borders of the Tomorrow Kingdom were ferociously attacked, and explosions continuously sounded out, causing the borders of the Tomorrow Kingdom to become chaotic. This made it so that the Tomorrow Kingdom's army could not leave, or else the Tomorrow Kingdom might be breached. Ming Riying said impatiently, "Do you have any good ideas?" "Right now, I just want to kill those annoying Qin soldiers." The handsome young man said earnestly, "We can leave half of the soldiers here. With Qin's power, they shouldn't be able to breach the Tomorrow Kingdom. The other side can continue to attack Qin's base and force the army to retreat." The burly general smiled and said, "Okay, I support this decision." Ming Riying nodded and said, "Good, let's do that. This Qin is too annoying. If I didn't ask him to deal with the Dragon Kingdom, I would have killed him." Book 1, Chapter 36. Translator, Mr. Voltaire. Editor, Modlaws 123. At this time, Bai Qi had led a large army to lurk near the border. This place was a rugged rocky area, and there were not many soldiers stationed here. A young soldier walked to Bai Qi's side and said respectfully, "General, it's ready." Bai Qi said, "Good. Act quickly, in case the Tomorrow Kingdom has other plans." "Yes." The young soldier obeyed and left. The Qin soldiers buried 1-meter-tall insect eggs in the ground, and a man wearing a wizard robe walked out. He was chanting a complicated incantation, and a strange power was emitted from his body. The insect eggs buried in the ground were affected by the strange power, and gradually lost their vitality. Their color turned gray, and they emitted an unpleasant smell. The wizard stretched out a hand and pointed forward, and a gray aura gushed out from the ground, quickly attacking the guards on the city wall. Before the soldiers could react, the gray aura instantly drilled into their bodies. "Ah!" Screams sounded out, and the soldiers could only feel countless insects biting their bodies. Soon, many soldiers died, and their corpses turned into gray mummies, looking very terrifying. The top of the city wall fell into silence. The young soldier came to Bai Qi's side and said, "General, all the people have been taken care of." Bai Qi's eyes revealed a hint of coldness. "After we attack the Tomorrow Kingdom, slaughter all the villages and towns we pass by." "Yes." The young soldier obeyed. The Qin soldiers quickly took control of the city wall, leading many Qin soldiers into the city, and attacked the Tomorrow Kingdom's territory. A group of cavalrymen wearing black armor and riding black horses quickly rushed into the villages and started a massacre. A Qin soldier hacked an old man to the ground with a knife, a Qin soldier pierced a young man's chest with a spear, a Qin soldier knocked a woman away on a black horse, and a Qin soldier chopped off a man's head with a knife. The ordinary villagers could not resist the Qin soldiers at all, and could only run away in fear. The people in this village were soon slaughtered, and the Qin soldiers immediately attacked another village. In a peaceful town, a dozen or so strange birds suddenly appeared in the sky. They swooped down and devoured many commoners. The soldiers in the town quickly retaliated, shooting descent bolts at the devil beasts. However, they did not deal much damage to the devil beasts. Instead, they enraged the devil beasts, causing them to spread their wings, causing a gale to blow out, causing the devil chi bolts to fall all over the town. Explosions continuously sounded out as various parts of the town were destroyed. Screams and cries could be heard everywhere, and many people ran away in fear. Some people hid in their houses as they trembled. On the other side, Qin soldiers rushed into a small mountain village. They used their knives to kill the villagers and set fire to the houses. Soon, the villagers were all killed, and the small mountain village was engulfed in flames. The news soon spread to the leaders of the Kingdom of Tomorrow. They learned that a place in the Kingdom of Tomorrow had been breached, and that Qin had entered the Kingdom of Tomorrow to kill and burn everywhere. The plan of the Kingdom of Tomorrow was put on hold again. Mingri Kingdom had a look of rage on his face as he yelled, "Go, and kill them all." The ministers obeyed. Right now, the most important thing was to deal with this problem. If a large number of great Qin soldiers took advantage of this opportunity to charge in, it could threaten the safety of the royal family. As such, whether or not they attacked Great Qin was no longer that important. Tina Pendragon led her army to stand in front of the Raindrop Kingdom's walls. The Raindrop Kingdom looked at Qin's army nervously and carefully. They were quite weak and did not have much confidence. They were worried that they would be ambushed by Qin if they attacked, so they stayed behind the walls. Tina Pendragon had the army stay here. She knew that their mission was to stall the Raindrop Kingdom, but she still acted as if they were going to attack. She also sent out small teams to harass the Raindrop Kingdom from all directions, making the Raindrop Kingdom feel that Qin was looking for a weak point. As long as they found one, Qin would attack. Meng Tian led her army to the forest. Originally, Qin's army was weaker than the Forest Kingdom's, and the Forest Kingdom had a geographical advantage. The forest was filled with danger, and there might be many traps. Entering the forest was a very dangerous thing, so Meng Tian did not plan to let her soldiers in. She spread out the soldiers and set up fires. This made the Forest Kingdom's people feel quite furious, and they chased after Qin's soldiers while putting out fires. Qin's soldiers set fires and ran, making it impossible for the Forest Kingdom's soldiers to catch up. The Forest Kingdom's soldiers did not dare to chase too deep, and they spread out so that it would be easier for them to chase after Qin's soldiers and avoid being ambushed by Qin. If the Forest Kingdom decided to give up on the forest barrier, Meng Tian would gather some soldiers and launch small-scale attacks from all directions. This gave the Forest Kingdom quite a headache, but they did not have a good way to deal with this. Finally, the Southeast Kingdom. As the fish-scale world's legatee, Xianxia's strength and ability to command were both quite powerful. He had a large number of soldiers near the Southeast Kingdom and sent people to write a letter to the Southeast Kingdom, saying that he wanted to negotiate for future battles. This was a way to delay the Southeast Kingdom. The Southeast Kingdom and the Raindrop Kingdom were both quite weak, and after many discussions, they decided to come over to negotiate. They already knew about the other three kingdoms and understood that they would not ally together to attack Qin. If they attacked Qin, they would simply be seeking death, so they did not want to attack Qin. This negotiation was in line with the Southeast Kingdom's goal, which was not to be harassed by Qin. They could also stall for time and wait for the other three factions to take care of their own matters before responding to their calls to attack Qin. Both sides brought groups of people to negotiate, and they each had their own goals. Xian said that as long as the Southeast Kingdom backed out of this matter, Qin would consider not destroying them in the future and would be willing to become friends with them. The Southeast Kingdom did not believe this. If their strength was equal, they might be able to become friends, but Qin was simply too powerful, and the Southeast Kingdom was like a piece of juicy meat. The Southeast Kingdom also expressed its opinion. As long as Qin remained at his temporary base and did not do anything, the four factions would not do anything to Qin. If Qin was willing to leave the card world, they would give Qin a great deal of revenge. Now that the Dragon Kingdom had been heavily injured by Qin, the four factions were not as afraid of the Dragon Kingdom as before. If they were given some time, they would be able to destroy the Dragon Kingdom. Xian put on a show and said that he would report to the ruler of Qin. I didn't update it today because I signed a contract. The new author of Lord's Army Conquers the World, God Knows Who I Am, has signed a contract. Currently typing, please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Book 1, Chapter 37 Translator, Transin Editor, Transin. After Qin stalled the four kingdoms, he gathered his army and attacked the Dragon Kingdom again. First, Qin was blocked by the area that the Dragon Kingdom had given up. The Dragon Kingdom had planned to use other factions as a shield. Instead of attracting the big factions, it attracted countless small factions. Now that these small factions knew that Qin was attacking, they immediately fell into panic. This made it difficult for Qin's army to pass through. Qin could only stop. Zhao Fu told the soldiers to gather together and attack the Dragon Kingdom from the side. They had to stall a part of the Dragon Kingdom's army, or else Qin would kill them all. Some factions listened to Qin and gathered together, while others wanted to escape. They didn't want to listen to Qin's orders. Zhao Fu didn't show any mercy and ordered to kill these small factions. Whoosh, 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 arrows shot out with great power and pierced through the soldiers. Blood splattered everywhere, and screams could be heard. Qin's soldiers rushed in and started killing. These small factions were very weak and didn't pose much of a threat to Qin. Their basic soldiers were all stage 1, and their equipment was quite ordinary. After Qin killed some of the disobedient factions, the small factions became obedient in fear. They gathered together and formed a 2 billion-strong mixed army, slowly attacking the left side of the Dragon King. They didn't want to be Qin's cannon fodder, nor did they want to attack the Dragon Kingdom for Qin. So, they just pretended to attack and didn't really plan to attack. Zhao Fu knew that they would do this, but he didn't think they could do anything. He just wanted to stall a part of the Dragon Kingdom's army and reduce some of the resistance for Qin's frontal attack. He didn't care about anything else. Qin continued to march and came to the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom was prepared and guarded the city wall solemnly. The two armies were filled with killing intent, and the air became heavy. Even people far away could feel the aura coming from here. On the other side, the mixed army also came to the border of the Dragon Kingdom and stood guard. They didn't have a plan and didn't have a leader. They looked like a pile of loose sand. The Dragon Kingdom did not take them seriously and only sent some low-level soldiers to defend. Zhao Fu looked at Long Xinyan on the city wall in front of him and said with a light smile, "How do you feel now? The last time you were defeated, you must have felt terrible." Long Xinyan coldly said, "If you don't use the Dragon Bone Pillar, I can kill you in half a day." Zhao Fu chuckled and said, "You still have such big words? This time, no one will help you. I will officially destroy your Dragon Kingdom." Long Xinyan said coldly, "My Dragon Kingdom will not perish because of this." Zhao Fu did not say anything else and pressed a hand against the ground. A pale white wave of light spread out as massive dragon bone pillars rose from the ground and a boundless sovereign dragon power spread out. The Dragon Kingdom's army immediately took out cards, which had pictures of people on them. The Dragon Kingdom's soldiers pressed the cards against their chests, and the cards turned into flames that fused into their bodies, causing their bodies to emit flames. The function of that card should be to change people's attributes to the fire attribute. This only gave the Dragon Kingdom some time to prepare. It would be troublesome to deal with them now, and if they were given more time, it would be even more difficult to deal with them. Qin's decision to attack so quickly was the right choice. However, even if they changed their bodies to the fire attribute, it was only temporary. Their bodies would still be affected by the dragon power, and their strength would be weakened. Zhao Fu looked at the scene in front of him and said, "Attack." The devil beasts started to condense devil chi bullets and shoot them towards the Dragon Kingdom's army, while the alchemy saint beasts also shot out beams of light. The Dragon Kingdom also started to defend, and cyan winds and orange flames appeared in the air. The flames burned with the wind, and a huge fiery barrier was formed, covering the Dragon Kingdom's army. Bang, 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 explosions sounded out, light shone in all directions, and a terrifying aura continuously spread out. There were so many attacks, but they did not cause any damage to the barrier. In order to stop Qin, the Dragon Kingdom must have paid a huge price. Qin was also prepared. Zhao Fu raised a hand, and wyverns that were thousands of meters long appeared. They had a pair of enormous wings, insect horns on their heads, and their chests were covered with metal. They gave off a powerful dragon's might. These were Qin's wyverns, which had fused with the Chaos World's Den and the Alchemy World's Philosopher's Stone. Qin's wyverns had fused with the Insect Den and had become the Insect Den wyverns. At that time, they had been Qin's most powerful dragon species. When Zhao Fu had gone to the Chaos World, Qin had condensed a large Philosopher's Stone and fused it with the Insect Den wyverns. These were the largest and most powerful creatures that Qin had bred. The Dragon Kingdom's army looked at the enormous wyverns in front of them and felt extremely shocked. It seemed that Qin was the Dragon Kingdom, with so many terrifying dragon species. Seeing this scene, Long Xinyan's expression became serious. The Alchemy Den wyverns opened their mouths, and terrifying power continuously gathered under their control. They spun and formed enormous dark red energy balls that gave off a destructive aura, causing people's hairs to stand on end. Boom, boom. Boom, the Alchemy Den wyverns shot out energy balls, bringing with them terrifying power. The scene caused people to feel fear and despair. Bang, bang. Bang, massive explosions sounded out as the dark red energy orbs slammed into the defensive barrier and exploded. The terrifying power destroyed the surrounding rocks, ground, and trees, and a massive shockwave spread out. After the shockwave settled, the Dragon Kingdom's barrier was covered with cracks. Zhao Fu had the alchemy divine beasts and devil beasts launch another wave of attacks, shattering the fiery energy barrier. Rumble, the ground trembled as a terrifying aura surged out, causing countless Qin soldiers to feel fear. The black mass of azure cavalrymen charged towards Great Qin like a hot knife through butter, and it was as if nothing could stop them. They were all dragon cavalry from before, and now, the dragon cavalry and dragon horses had all turned into wind attribute. Moreover, the dragon kingdom had sent out all of its cavalry corps, doing their best to stop Qin. Looking at the dragon cavalry, if they were allowed to charge into the army, it would cause great losses to Qin. As such, Zhao Fu directly acted, and dragon bone pillars flew into the sky, forming a massive magic formation. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as a massive dragon star image appeared in the sky, bringing with it a power that could suppress the heavens and earth. The surrounding spacetime seemed to become heavy. Book 1, Chapter 38 translated by Hypersheep 325 edited by Mike. Your dragon star's massive might descended on the cavalrymen, causing their bodies to sink and slow down. Their power was greatly reduced, but they still continued to charge. Before, when they sensed this dragon's might, they would have collapsed to the ground and lost all of their battle strength. However, they still continued to charge. It seemed that the attribute conversion cards they used were quite useful and were much better than the fire attribute conversion cards. Seeing this, Zhao Fu raised a hand and his palm split open as a ball of blood flowed out. A wave of sovereign dragon power entered the ball of blood, causing it to turn into an orb of blood and turn into a ray of blood-red light as it shot into the sky and disappeared. Boom, the image of dragon star in the sky gradually became blood-red and a wave of the sovereign dragon race bloodline's power spread out, weighing down on the cavalrymen's bodies like massive rocks. It was not just their power that was being suppressed, but their bloodlines as well. Zhao Fu's sovereign dragon race bloodline had fused with dragon star, and the effects were quite great. The cavalrymen gradually slowed down, and the people and horses seemed to be in great difficulty before they all fell to the ground. Seeing the dragon cavalry fail, the Dragon King's army's expressions were quite unsightly. Xianxia immediately ordered the soldiers to bring out huge fire-colored ballistae. He placed the cards into the grooves of the ballistae and pulled the strings of the ballistae. Swish, 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 massive flame arrows containing searing power tore through the sky towards Qin, dyeing the sky a fiery red. Roar! Roar, roar! Pained howls sounded out as many devil beasts in the sky were hit by the flame arrows. Some devil beasts' bodies were pierced through and fell to the ground, their bodies still burning with flames. Some arrows hit the refinement den dragons, but the refinement den dragons released dragon power to block the flame arrows. In the end, they were only lightly injured and were not as badly injured as the devil beasts. Swish, 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 countless roars sounded out as the Dragon Kingdom once again shot out countless flame arrows, bringing with them massive searing power as they flew over. Zhao Fu immediately had the refinement god beasts and devil beasts attack the flame arrows. Explosions continuously sounded out as flames scattered in the sky and shockwaves spread out, creating powerful winds. Boom, boom. Boom, the refinement den dragons once again condensed dark red energy orbs and shot them towards the Dragon Kingdom. Dragon Kingdom used the wind wall to defend, and cards flew out, turning into waves of green wind that spread out, forming a wind wall. Bang! Bang, countless explosions rang out. The wind wall was unable to block the energy ball, and the force of the explosion sent many of the Dragon King's soldiers flying. Countless rocks and pieces of flesh flew out. After the shockwaves subsided, there were many holes on the city wall. It was a complete mess, and there were many broken rocks and pieces of corpses. The soldiers who survived also had faces full of lingering fear. Xiao, xiao, xiao. Great Qin's side once again shot out countless talisman arrows. The talisman arrows left behind trails as they rained down. Kingdom. And dragon, but this shield could withstand the rune arrows. One by one, the bodies of the Dragon King's soldiers were pierced by the arrows, and their corpses were cut into several pieces. Blood splattered everywhere on the wall, and a strong smell of blood spread. Zhao Tu, Zhao Zhao, 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 and Kingdom, Chen, Academy boom, with a deafening roar, Qin's army rushed towards the Dragon Kingdom's wall like a black tide, seeming as if they were going to destroy everything. Many devil beasts and refinement den dragons also flew over, attacking the Dragon Kingdom's army crazily. The refinement god beasts stayed behind and acted as mobile cannons, shooting light beams at the Dragon Kingdom's wall. The Dragon Kingdom's wall was bombarded, and it was engulfed in flames. From time to time, rocks and broken corpses were flying everywhere. The Dragon Kingdom's army had no power to resist. The Dragon Kingdom's army rushed to the bottom of the wall and launched an all-out attack. Arrows were shot from below, hitting soldiers one by one, covering the Qin's army on the wall. The Dragon Kingdom tried their best to attack, using arrows, stones, and poison, but they were not very effective. Qin's soldiers quickly climbed up the wall, and the two sides started fighting. A Qin soldier pierced through a Dragon King soldier's body with his spear, a Luo Kingdom's soldier desperately knocked a Qin soldier away, and a Qin soldier hacked a Dragon King soldier to the ground with his saber. A Qin soldier held a large saber and rushed towards a Dragon King soldier, and the two sides started fighting. A Dragon King soldier pierced his sword into a Qin soldier's throat, while a Qin soldier vigorously slashed down with his sword, splitting a Dragon King soldier's body in half. A Dragon King soldier hatefully roared as he quickly pierced his spear, piercing through a Qin soldier's body. Another Qin soldier quickly rushed in front of him and hacked that Dragon King soldier to death with his axe. Even though the Dragon Kingdom was able to put up some resistance compared to last time, they were still not a match for Great Qin, and the situation was completely one-sided. Yadwa's expression was quite unsightly as she said, "Your Majesty. Let's hurry and leave." Long Xianxia's expression was cold and furious as he held a long saber and rushed towards a Qin soldier. Yadwa hurriedly pulled Long Xianxian and said, "Your Majesty, it's not too late to escape. Otherwise, if you fall into Qin's hands, the consequences will be very tragic." Long Xianxian said angrily, "I want to fight Qin, and I will choose to die in battle rather than fall into Qin's hands." Yadwa held Long Xianxian's hand and quickly walked to the side, "Your Majesty, don't be stupid. As long as you are still alive, we can definitely rebuild the Dragon Kingdom in the future." Seeing this scene, Davis also understood that the Dragon Kingdom was about to fall. Without much hesitation, he took his subordinates and fled to the side. The escape of their commander caused the Dragon King's army to collapse. Many soldiers fled in fear, wishing that they could grow a pair of wings. Qin's soldiers fiercely rammed into each other from behind. The news of the Dragon Kingdom's defeat quickly spread. Although the four kingdoms had already expected it, they were still somewhat shocked. This Qin's strength was truly strong, and the Dragon Kingdom's resistance was so weak. At the same time, they were also worried about the future. After the Qin soldiers, who were holding the four kingdoms back, received this news, they also quickly retreated. Finally, it was those miscellaneous soldiers. Knowing that the Dragon Kingdom's army was defeated, the soldiers guarding the city walls also quickly retreated. They revealed excited smiles and shouted to attack. Now that the Dragon Kingdom had lost the ability to resist, they could plunder a lot of benefits from the Dragon Kingdom without paying any price. Not only did they think this way, but the surrounding forces also thought the same. They all crazily attacked the Dragon Kingdom, burning, killing, and looting. The Dragon Kingdom's people could only flee in fear. Book 1, Chapter 39 translated by Hypersheep 325 edited by Micur. The once powerful Dragon Kingdom had fallen to such a state, making everyone feel a sense of sorrow. The Dragon Kingdom had become history. Qin's soldiers rampaged through the Dragon Kingdom like a flood, and the small factions did not dare to fight with Qin. They only dared to plunder some benefits from the border regions, and when they saw Qin's soldiers arrive, they immediately turned and ran, not daring to stay for a moment longer. Zhao Fu sat on the throne in the Dragon Kingdom's palace with Qin's generals standing on both sides and the Dragon Kingdom's ministers kneeling in the middle. They looked incredibly nervous and afraid, their lives depended on Zhao Fu. As long as Zhao Fu gave the order, they would all die. Zhao Fu asked, "Have you captured that Dragon Kingdom's king?" Bai Qi reported, "This minister has sent people to chase after him, and there will be news soon." On a grassy plain, a group of Qin's soldiers had surrounded Dragon God Yan Yadwa and 10 or so of Dragon God Yan's female guards. Dragon God Yan had led 10,000 or so cavalrymen to escape, but they had been continuously chased by Qin. Now, they were the only ones left, and their mounts had died. They could only run, and their speed was incredibly slow. Dragon God Yan's hair was disheveled and she held a sword. There were traces of mud and blood on her body, and she looked quite wretched. The other women were the same. Long Xianxia's expression was quite unsightly as she said, "Their target is me. I'll attract their attention later while you run." Yadwa immediately said, "No, you're our king, how can we let you cover our escape?" The other female guards also said, "We're willing to live and die with your majesty." Long Xianxia called out, "All right. We'll fight to the death with Qin and definitely won't submit to Qin." Hearing this, everyone gathered their morale and looked at the Qin soldiers surrounding them, planning to perish together with Qin's soldiers. However, the Qin soldiers suddenly made way, and Dragon God Yin and the others felt quite surprised. Following this, an enormous creature appeared and ferociously slammed towards Dragon God Yin and the others, sending them flying. That enormous creature was an alchemy den dragon. Everyone was sent flying by the alchemy lair dragon. They vomited blood and fainted on the ground. The next time they woke up, their hands and feet were shackled, and they were sitting in a prison carriage. They were walking on the streets of the city, and there were great Qin soldiers wearing black armor standing on both sides. Long Xianxian glanced around. Yado said, "Your Majesty, you're awake." Long Xianxian replied with a downcast expression, "Are we being escorted to see that Qin emperor?" Yaduo said. "N." Long Xianxian felt bitter in her heart. Originally, she wanted to die together with Qin's soldiers. She didn't want to humiliate Qin's ruler like this. But now, they couldn't do it even if they died. Ah, a blood-curdling scream rang out. A Qin soldier chopped off the young man's head, and blood flowed all over the ground. Qin was executing those who resisted Qin, and there were many corpses lying on the ground. Looking at this scene, Long Xianxian looked furious. These were all loyal commoners who trusted him. Another old man was dragged up and was about to be beheaded. Long Xianxian loudly shouted, "Stop!" The soldier who was executing stopped, looked over, and continued to chop off the old man's head. They would only listen to Zhao Fu's orders. "Bastard!" Long Xianxian angrily cursed. The soldier next to her shouted in dissatisfaction, "What are you shouting for? Do you still think that you're the Dragon Kingdom's majesty? Now that your Dragon Kingdom has been destroyed by Qin, you'd better behave yourself." Seeing that a lowly soldier dared to speak to her like this, Long Xianxian looked furious and was about to scold him. Yado pulled Long Xianxian's hand and persuaded, "Your Majesty, please bear with it." Long Xianxian coldly snorted. She didn't say anything. After a while, they came to the front of the Dragon Kingdom's palace. There were countless Dragon Kingdom's commoners kneeling around them. Looking at Long Xianxian in the prison cart, they looked delighted and called out, "Your Majesty, Dragon King, Your Majesty." Seeing so many people call her so affectionately, Long Xianxian smiled and felt gratified. The Qin soldier next to her shouted, "Silence! Pull out your tongues if you speak." Those people were so scared that they didn't dare to speak. They knew that Qin was a man of his word and would really pull out their tongues. Long Xianxian angrily glared at that Qin soldier. At that moment, the Qin soldier next to her said, "All of you, come out. Our Majesty wants to see you." The prison cart door opened and Long Xianxian came out. Her hands and feet were shackled, and she walked on the ground. Looking at the commoners kneeling in fear and nervousness, Long Xianxian felt both humiliated and furious. It was the first time she had tasted such a feeling. The others also walked out in shackles, feeling quite uncomfortable. Before, they had been respected by countless people and had noble statuses, but now they were shackled and had become prisoners. Long Xianxian's expression was cold as she looked towards the Dragon Kingdom's palace and walked over. The commoners kneeling on the ground didn't dare to look up and could only secretly look at their majesty. Within the palace, Bai Qi said, "Your Majesty. She's here." Just as he finished speaking, Long Xianxian pushed aside the guards and walked in. She looked at Zhao Fu, who was sitting on the throne, and said, "How do you want to treat us? Be straightforward and don't humiliate us like this." The others walked in as well. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "Don't worry, I'm a person who has tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex. I won't harm you as long as you submit to me." Long Xianxian coldly said, "Don't be delusional. I definitely won't submit to someone like you." Zhao Fu looked at her and said, "What's wrong with someone like me? My identity, bloodline, and power all surpass yours. This time, we're attacking your Dragon Kingdom head-on. What do you think?" Long Xinyan coldly said, if you didn't use the dragon bone pillar, we wouldn't have lost so easily. Zhao Fu lightly harumphed, then can you not use the dragon cavalry? Isn't the dragon cavalry the most powerful in your dragon kingdom? It seems that you've destroyed many factions with it. Long Xinyan was speechless and didn't know how to refute. Standing by the side, Long Huiyan said, Your Majesty, you should submit to the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom has already perished, so this is the best choice. Long Xinyan looked at Long Huiyan and coldly said, Huiyan, I saw how much I valued you, but I never thought that you would submit to him so quickly. Do you still have any backbone? Long Huiyan felt somewhat angry and guilty and didn't say anything. The middle-aged man also submitted to Qin and said, Your Majesty, Qin is the chosen one. Our dragon kingdom will definitely perish at his hands. I think you should submit to Qin. Seeing that the middle-aged man also submitted to Qin, Long Xinyan looked quite angry. Book 1, Chapter 40. At that moment, Yado said, Your Majesty, we still submit to Qin. Maybe we will have a chance in the future. I believe that with your identity, your position in Qin will not be low. Long Xinyan said angrily, Yadwa, why are you like this too? Yado sighed, Your Majesty. Now is the wisest choice. Long Xinyan insisted. I won't submit to him. If he wants to kill me, then kill me. I'm willing to perish together with the Dragon Kingdom. Yadwa still wanted to say something. Zhao Fu said calmly, No problem. Now, kill all the ministers and commoners outside. The ministers in the hall were shocked and hurriedly begged Long Xinyan, Your Majesty, you're still talking about submission. Your Majesty, I don't want to die. I beg you, surrender to Qin. Your Majesty, the lives of my entire family are in your hands. Long Xinyan looked at the people begging as well as the countless commoners outside and angrily looked at Zhao Fu as she gritted her teeth and said, You're despicable. Zhao Fu said coldly, I'll give you one last chance. Kneel down and submit to me. Otherwise, not only will you die miserably, but the others will also die with you. Long Xinyan angrily glared at Zhao Fu. She knelt down in humiliation and said, I submit to you. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and said, You can go now. Long Xinyan stood up from the ground, looked coldly at Zhao Fu, and left the hall with his people. Everyone in the hall heaved a sigh of relief. Their lives were saved. Zhao Fu and his subordinates started to discuss the results of this battle. It could be said that Great Qin had achieved a complete victory and had destroyed the Dragon Kingdom with minimal losses. In total, there were 200 billion Dragon Kingdom citizens and more than 10 billion soldiers. What made Zhao Fu most satisfied was that Qin had gained 30 million dragon cavalrymen. If Qin wanted to train them, it would take a long time. Now that Long Xinyan had submitted to Qin, the 30 million dragon cavalry would also serve Qin. Zhao Fu understood how powerful the dragon cavalry was, and he was quite happy. They would become a powerful weapon for Qin. Now, Great Qin's main task was to stabilize the Dragon Kingdom and rebuild its defensive facilities. And he set Qin's transmission point here, which would be Qin's new base in the card world in the future. As for the 4 surrounding kingdoms, Qin would not attack them for the time being. Qin's soldiers, who had been sent to stall the 4 kingdoms, were now returning to Qin. The 20 billion Stage 2 soldiers remained in the Dragon Kingdom, and Qin also used some of the Dragon Kingdom's generals and ministers. The wealth accumulated by the Dragon Kingdom over the years was also astonishing, and now it belonged to Qin. After dealing with these matters, Zhao Fu ended the meeting. He came to a room. Inside, Long Xinyan, Yadwa, and a dozen or so female guards had also freshened up and were not as disheveled as before. Seeing that Zhao Fu had come here, Long Xinyan knew what Zhao Fu was going to do, but she did not look at Zhao Fu with a cold face. Yadwa stood by the side gently. Zhao Fu smiled as he walked over and started to enjoy the fruits of victory. A day later. Zhao Fu smiled as he looked at Long Xinyan in his arms and said, I'm very satisfied with you. Long Xinyan's face was red as she lightly snorted. Yadwa lay on Zhao Fu's shoulder and asked, Your Majesty, who do you plan to hand over the Dragon Kingdom to in the future? Zhao Fu said, Hand it over to the person who used to manage Qin's territory. Yadwa smiled and said, Don't you think our master is more suitable? Her various abilities, identity, and prestige are also the most suitable. Zhao Fu smiled and said, then how should you show your loyalty? I don't want the Dragon Kingdom to be restored after I leave. Yadwa's face was red as she lightly smiled and said, isn't it enough for us? Zhao Fu said. N. Yadwa asked, then what do you want me to do, Your Majesty? At this moment, Long Shenyan coldly said, I don't want to listen to your orders, and I can't be bothered to manage these things for you. Zhao Fu smiled as he pinched her chin, what did you say? Long Shenyan angrily glared at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu lightly smiled and said, actually, even if you didn't ask, I would have handed over a part of it to you. I do need you to stabilize the people's hearts in the Dragon Kingdom. Yadwa happily smiled and said, thank you, Your Majesty. We definitely won't let you down. Long Shenyan was a little surprised as she looked at the man in front of her. Did he really trust her that much? Zhao Fu smiled and said, all right, I'm going to get up. When you have time, you can also come to Qin's territory to take a look and understand what kind of power Qin is. Long Shenyan asked, I've always wanted to ask you something very strange. How did you get such a terrifying thing like the Dragon Bone Pillar? Zhao Fu calmly said, this is something that I refined. Within my body is the supreme dragon blood of 2 worlds. Hearing this, everyone's faces were filled with disbelief, and their hearts started beating vigorously. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and released the 2 supreme powers. Feeling how terrifying the 2 supreme powers were, everyone began to believe in Zhao Fu. Long Shenyan also happily smiled and said, if we use our bloodlines, we can definitely cultivate the world's most powerful dragon cavalry. Zhao Fu smiled and said. N. Long Shenyan looked at Zhao Fu and said, I never thought that your background would be so terrifying. It's not an injustice for me to lose to you. Zhao Fu smiled and said, there are still many things that you don't know. I'll slowly tell you in the future. Long Shenyan lightly smiled and nodded. Zhao Fu left the card world with his people, and the alchemy world was handed over to Elena, Hilary, Tina Pendragon, and Long Shenyan. Long Shenyan submitted to Qin and held a high position, which made the Dragon Kingdom's people and soldiers less resistant to Qin. The Dragon Kingdom gradually stabilized, and the Dragon King's soldiers were also willing to submit to Qin. This was the benefit of using Long Shenyan. Without Long Shenyan, Qin would encounter a lot of resistance. Finally, the areas that were occupied by other forces, Qin planned to slowly take them back in the future. At the same time, he would also eliminate those small forces. It would not be easy for these small forces to take advantage of Qin, and they must pay the price. After Zhao Fu returned to Qin, he continued to deal with various things in Qin. Qin was still relatively stable, and those kingdoms were accumulating strength to launch the next wave of attacks against Qin. There were too many enemies on this side, and Qin could only passively defend. There was no way to take the initiative to attack, unless they found a way to defeat the armies of all sides in one blow. Zhao Fu looked at the alchemy world. The other worlds were developing relatively steadily, and only the alchemy world was hindered. It was time to go and develop the alchemy world. Zhao Fu handed over the alchemy world to Wang Jian. Seeing Zhao Fu come to the alchemy world, Wang Jian smiled and saluted, Your Majesty. You're here. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Book 1, Chapter 41 St. Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlals 123 Zhao Fu said, I've heard some things from Qin, tell me the details. Wang Jian nodded. As Qin continued to develop in the alchemy world, Qin also had to fight against the alchemy families in the kingdom. This was how misunderstandings could be avoided. This time, Qin had to face 3 alchemy families, the Jin family, the Yan family, and the Lei family. Qin had some understanding of the Jin family, but as for the Yan family and the Lei family, Zhao Fu did not know much about them, so he asked Wang Jian to take out information about them. The Yan family was located in a rocky region, and the family was called Eternal Rock. The Yan family was a middle-aged man, and he had a rock alchemy beast. His defense was incredibly strong, and ordinary alchemy beasts might not be able to break through his defense. The Lei family was located in a mountainous region, and it was surrounded by lightning all year round. The new head of the family was a young man called Lei Ying, and he had a lightning alchemy beast that could release terrifying lightning attacks. He had great destructive power. Because the Jin family had interacted with each other before, the 2 sides got along quite well, and nothing big had happened. It was mainly because they were afraid of Zhao Fu, or else the Jin family would not have acted like this. Because the Yan family's head was a responsible person, as long as Qin did not do anything, the Yan family would not do anything either. The worst was the Lei family. They would occasionally come to Qin's border to provoke him, thinking that they were stronger than Qin. However, Qin had always focused on defense, so the two sides did not have a full-scale conflict. Wang Jian smiled as he said, "Your Majesty, there's another good thing." Zhao Fu smiled as he asked, "What is it?" Wang Jian smiled as he said, "After collecting materials for so long, Qin intends to create a second War God's Fury." Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt quite delighted. The War God's Fury had displayed shocking effects in the past, and the aura that it gave off while flying in the sky could suppress an army. Qin had always wanted to create such a massive war machine, but because the materials were very rare, he had not been able to create a second one. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Take me to have a look." Wang Jian said, "Your Majesty, let me give you a heads up. Due to the materials used, this War God's Fury will be slightly smaller than the previous War God's Fury. Its defense and power will also be weaker. It can be considered as a simplified version of the previous War God's Fury." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Even a simplified version of the War God's War will be quite difficult to create. Wang Jian brought Zhao Fu to an empty land. There were two massive creatures that covered the sky. One was as big as a region, and it floated in the sky, giving off a terrifying aura of suppression. This was Great Qin's first War God's Fury. The second War God's Fury was much smaller. It wasn't even 1/10 the size of the first War God's Fury, and the pressure it gave off wasn't as strong. However, it was still a terrifying war machine. War God's Fury had not been created yet, but all sorts of cannons had been set up. The short cannons were tens of meters long, and the long cannons were hundreds of meters long. They were densely packed on the tall metal walls. The base of this War God's Fury was also rhombus-shaped. It was covered with metal and felt quite sturdy. Zhao Fu looked quite satisfied and said, "Let's go up and take a look." Wang Jian smiled and nodded. The two of them came to War God's Fury No. 2. This place looked quite similar to War God's Fury No. 1. There were tall metal walls on the outside, and there were some metal buildings behind. The ground was also made of metal, while the center was made of normal land. There were rivers and lakes, and it looked just like normal land. War God's Fury No. 2's life core was also a celestial peach tree. Now that Qin had the great void half-immortal world, he did not lack celestial peaches. This celestial peach tree was only 1,000 meters tall. Compared to normal trees, it was quite huge. However, compared to War God's Fury No. 1, it was much smaller. War God's celestial peach tree was already 50,000 to 60,000 meters tall. Its trunk was massive, and it had many branches. Its leaves were dark green, and it looked like a massive green cloud. It gave off a massive aura of life. This was the core of War God's Fury, and it provided the greatest amount of life for the War God's Fury. Although the celestial peach tree was so big, it would be very difficult for it to bear fruit in the future. Zhao Fu walked around and looked around. Right now, the War God's Fury No. 2 only lacked restrictions and formations, and the celestial peach tree, which was the core of the War God's Fury No. 2, was quite weak. After dealing with these two things, he would be able to use the War God's Fury No. 2. Not bad. Zhao Fu smiled and praised. Wang Jian smiled and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your praise. After this War God's Fury is completed, this subject will immediately make the third one." Zhao Fu asked in surprise, "Can the materials for War God's Fury No. 2 be gathered so quickly?" Wang Jian explained, "Because this is a simplified version of War God's Fury No. 1. It's much smaller, so it's easier to gather the materials. Even though it's still quite difficult, it can still be gathered." Zhao Fu nodded and said, "I'll have to trouble you then." Wang Jian smiled and said, "It's this subject's honor to be able to help Your Majesty." Zhao Fu lightly laughed and said, "All right, there's no need for such pleasantries. Let's skip the pleasantries. You can leave first. I'll go take a look at other places." Wang Jian responded with an N and left the place. Zhao Fu came to another region. This region was extremely silent, and there was not a single bird, beast, or even bug. There was a terrifying aura everywhere. Zhao Fu's expression was calm as he said, "Come out." A terrifying aura spread out, causing the ground to violently tremble. A massive humanoid creature that was thousands of meters tall stood up and gave off a buzzing sound as it happily called out, "My glorious master, you're back." It was the ancient martial god that Zhao Fu had been nurturing, and it seemed that its intelligence had greatly increased. Zhao Fu nodded and said, "I came to see how you've developed and how much the ancient martial god has nurtured." The ancient martial god gave a pleased smile as it said, "Master, this time I won't disappoint you." The ancient martial god loudly roared, "Are you going to scram out and meet our glorious master?" The ground started to tremble as a terrifying aura started to spread out. 10,000 or so ancient martial gods that were hundreds of meters tall appeared in front of Zhao Fu, and all of them gave off powerful auras. Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. He had never thought that there would be so many of them and that they would be able to display their effects on the battlefield. However, the effects would not be great. After all, Qing's god refinement beasts were all 1,000 meters tall, and the bigger ones were 10,000 meters tall. These ancient martial gods that were only a few hundred meters tall were relatively small. Book 1, Divine Sense. Compared to last time, this was a great improvement, and Zhao Fu nodded as he said, not bad." The ancient martial god gave a pleased smile as he said, "Master, we've also awakened some abilities, do you want to see them?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Go ahead and use them. If you perform well, I'll reward you with some fresh blood." The ancient martial god was incredibly delighted. Ever since Zhao Fu had returned, he had felt that his master's blood was much more delicious than before. He did not know what had happened, but he understood that his master's bloodline had become stronger. To him, Zhao Fu's blood was the most delicious thing in the world, and it would be of great help to him. Of course, he did not dare to ask for it, as deep within his heart, he still feared his master. The ancient martial god smiled as he opened the chest and said, "Master, take a good look." The primordial martial god's back bulged and continuously grew. A pair of large gray wings grew out, and the primordial martial god vigorously flapped them, causing a wild gale to blow in all directions. The primordial martial god quickly flew into the sky. Seeing that the ancient martial god had obtained the ability to fly and was much faster, Zhao Fu was not too surprised. The ancient martial god stretched out his hands, and the flesh on his arms continuously changed and grew. Tens of gray cannons grew, and the cannons lit up and hundreds of beams of light shot down from the sky. Bang, 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 explosions sounded out as explosive power blasted out, blasting open large craters that were hundreds of meters wide and tens of meters deep. This power was much more powerful than that of ordinary god refinement beasts. Zhao Fu's expression did not change much. He had used so much effort and resources to nurture the ancient martial god, but it was not as powerful as the god refinement beasts. What was there for Zhao Fu to nurture? The ancient martial god could sense that Zhao Fu was not happy, and his heart sank. If he did not perform well, not only would he not be rewarded with fresh blood, but he might also be punished. As such, he immediately yelled, "All of you, come here." Hearing this, hundreds of other primordial martial gods pounced at him. They turned into masses of flesh and blood and wrapped around his arms, forming two huge cannon barrels that were 1,000 meters long. The ancient martial god raised his arms and aimed the cannons forwards. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as two beams of light containing terrifying power shot out, seeming to pierce through the sky. Light covered the surroundings as a shocking shockwave spread out, causing people to feel immense terror. When Zhao Fu saw this scene, he felt quite surprised. This wave of power was 2 or 3 times that of the alchemy den Wyrm, but it was too small, and it required hundreds of ancient martial gods to fuse together. The ancient martial god sensed that Zhao Fu still wasn't happy, so he became a little nervous. "Master, please call a refinement sacred beast over. I'm going to use my next ability." Hearing this, Zhao Fu nodded and ordered the soldiers to bring over 1,000-meter-long, tiger-like sacred beast. Zhao Fu said, "Show me your next ability. If it's too ordinary, don't use it." The ancient martial god chuckled and said, "I guarantee that I won't disappoint master." The ancient martial god came to the 1,000-meter-long sacred beast. The ancient martial god's body was much larger than the sacred beast's, and the ripples of power it gave off were much stronger. The ancient martial god's body turned into a gray liquid that flowed towards the sacred beast and seeped into the sacred beast's body before disappearing, causing a powerful wave of alchemy power to spread out. "Master! Give me an order," the ancient martial god's voice sounded out from within the sacred beast's body. Zhao Fu ordered the sacred beast to move, but the sacred beast did not listen to Zhao Fu's orders and stayed in place without moving. Zhao Fu was quite surprised. The ancient martial god could actually turn into liquid and enter the sacred beast's body to control it. Zhao Fu's orders were useless. Zhao Fu thought about it and asked, "You can completely control the sacred beast?" The ancient martial god said, "That's right. Master, I can now completely control the alchemical beast. Moreover, if the alchemical beast is injured, I will not be harmed. If the alchemical beast is destroyed, I can immediately transfer to another alchemical beast." Zhao Fu was very satisfied with this ability. It would definitely be of great use in the future. The ancient martial god could sense Zhao Fu's joy and said happily, "Master, are you satisfied?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Yes. How strong are the sacred beasts you can control?" The ancient martial god said, "I can control sacred beasts that are 3 times stronger than me, or at most 4 times. If it's too strong, although I can control it, I might not be able to control it perfectly." Zhao Fu continued to ask, "What about the other sacred beasts?" The ancient martial god said, "The other ancient martial gods are a bit weaker than me and can at most control sacred beasts that are twice as strong." Zhao Fu smiled and said, Following this, Zhao Fu had people bring a batch of sacred beasts and let the other sacred beasts try it out. The other sacred beasts could control the sacred beasts that were a few hundred meters long, as the ancient martial god was also a few hundred meters tall. If the other sacred beasts were to control the 1,000-meter-long sacred beasts, it would be somewhat difficult and they would not be able to completely control them. Zhao Fu was also very satisfied. As long as they were nurtured for a period of time, they should be able to control the 1,000-meter-long sacred beasts. "Master." The ancient martial god looked at Zhao Fu with a look of anticipation. Zhao Fu knew what he meant and cut open his finger. Under Zhao Fu's control, a drop of blood flew towards the ancient martial god. The ancient martial god carefully caught the drop of blood. Even though the drop of blood was like a grain of sand in front of the massive ancient martial god, the massive power it contained could easily kill the ancient martial gods present. Following this, the ancient martial god swallowed the drop of blood, and a massive wave of power spread through his body. The ancient martial god could not describe that comfortable and wonderful feeling, and he was certain in his heart, Master's bloodline has indeed become much stronger. Zhao Fu said, "Now, properly nurture these ancient martial gods. If you nurture them well, I'll give you 10 drops of blood." The ancient martial god smiled and said, "Master, don't worry and leave it to me. I promise I won't disappoint you." Zhao Fu thought of something. "That's right, apart from sacred beasts, what else can you control?" The ancient martial god said proudly, "I can control everything, whether it's dead or alive." The ancient martial god was even more useful now, and Zhao Fu smiled and said, "All right, I'll leave this place to you." The ancient martial god chuckled and said, "Master, take care." Zhao Fu then went to other places, such as the Hua family. The taboo orb that they had improved was quite useful to Qin. It had been useful during the attack on the Dragon Kingdom, and Zhao Fu felt that he should go and properly reward them. Book 1, Chapter 43. Your Majesty, there's something to report, a young woman reported from outside the door. Hearing the voice, Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Come in." The woman entered the room and saw a few beautiful and mature family leaders nestled in Zhao Fu's embrace. She did not dare to look at them and lowered her head. Zhao Fu asked, "What is it?" The woman replied, "It's about Qin. Someone wants to see you, and she says that she's from the Fire Country." Zhao Fu frowned. The Fire Country was in the central region of the Heaven-Awakened world, but it was also Qin's enemy, and it was all because of Li Baiqing. Li Baiqing was Zhao Fu's little brother and the son-in-law of the Fire Country. He had given up his bloodline and become a part of the Fire Country. Why would someone from the Fire Country want to see me? Zhao Fu felt quite curious and thought for a moment before saying, I understand. You can leave now." Seeing how angry Zhao Fu looked, the Hua family's leader asked, "What's wrong?" Zhao Fu breathed out and said, "It's nothing, I'll be leaving now." The women did not dare to ask any more questions and nodded. After returning to Qin, Zhao Fu went to a room and saw a lithe and wild-looking woman wearing a fire-red dress. Zhao Fu did not recognize her. He asked, "Who are you?" The woman smiled as she said, "I'm called White Firebird, and I'm the second princess of the Fire Country." Zhao Fu calmly asked, "You're the second princess of the Fire Country. What business do you have with me?" White Firebird lightly laughed as she said, "I can promise that the Fire Country will not attack Qin, but you have to do something for me." Zhao Fu disdainfully laughed. His dragon kingdom had already been destroyed, so why would he be afraid of the Fire Country? White Firebird said, "If that's the case, please leave. Also, I'll destroy the Fire Country one day." Hearing this, White Firebird thought for a moment before saying, "Do you have any thoughts of allying with the Fire Country? Right now, the situation in Qin is quite unfavorable." Zhao Fu coldly said, "So what? Great Qin doesn't fear anyone, and if you have anything to say, just say it." White Firebird lightly laughed as she said, "All right. I came here this time to ask you to help me become the ruler of the Fire Country. Now that the Fire Country is about to be controlled by your brother Li Baiqing, I do not want the Fire Country to fall into the hands of an outsider." Thinking about his little brother, Zhao Fu felt quite uncomfortable as he asked, "The Fire Country's king has chosen him as his successor?" White Firebird nodded. Zhao Fu started to think, perhaps it was time for everything to come to an end. White Firebird thought, and Qin, if Qin family is princess, how Qin, Zhao Fu, I king, 2 princess, Fei, dragon, Qin, Firebird smiled, Chen, Yen, Zhao, Fu, king, dragon, and Qin, Fu, 1 king, Fu, king, Yen, dynasty, how, he. White Firebird lightly laughed and said, "Now you can help me." A few hours later, White Firebird snuggled in Zhao Fu's arms and said helplessly, "Now you can help me, right?" Zhao Fu nodded and said, "But I also have a condition. That is, Fire Country's pharmacist must be a spy in Qin's army." The main reason why Qin's army was facing so many enemies was that they had a lot of troops, and the Fire Country was one of them. If White Firebird was a spy in the army, it would be very beneficial to Qin in the future, and it might even be possible to defeat the other armies. White Firebird lightly laughed and said, "No problem." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Now, take me to the Fire Country." White Firebird felt strange and said, "Now? Don't you need to prepare?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "I'll go alone." White Firebird was surprised and said, "Alone?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Yes, you can rest assured that I won't risk my life." Hearing this, White Firebird thought for a while and nodded. A few days later, Zhao Fu came to the Fire Country. White Firebird directly arranged for Zhao Fu to stay by her side, saying that he was a newly recruited guard. Zhao Fu also changed his appearance and looked very ordinary. Zhao Fu first let White Firebird take him around to have a basic understanding of the Fire Country. After seeing the army and the commoners, Zhao Fu found that Li Baiqing's management was very good. Whether it was the army or the commoners, they didn't have any conflicts with Li Baiqing, which meant that Li Baiqing had won the people's hearts. Now, the King of Fire, Huabaiwu, liked Li Baiqing very much and wanted him to have a good relationship with the various ministers. It seemed that Li Baiqing's position was also very stable. With all these factors added together, it was only a matter of time before Li Baiqing became the King of Fire. It would be quite difficult for White Firebird to become the King of Fire. Even though she was Huabaiwu's daughter, she had offended many people and was not liked by the commoners. Walking on the streets, Zhao Fu sighed. White Firebird asked curiously, "What is it?" Zhao Fu said, "With your current situation, if you don't change, it will be very difficult for you to become the King of Fire. Even if you become the king, you will be quickly overthrown by the Iron people." White Firebird hurriedly said, "Then what should I do?" Zhao Fu smiled as he looked at her and said, "First, you need to change your personality. If you want to become the king, you can't be like this." Hearing this, Huabaiwu pouted and said, "I don't know how to change." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Let's go back. I'll teach you what to do." White Firebird smiled and nodded. Just as the two of them returned to the palace, an honest-looking young man smiled as he said, "Wife, where did you go?" He was White Firebird's husband, and he was called Xianxia. White Firebird frowned and coldly nodded as she said, "I still have things to do, so don't disturb me." Xianxia smiled as he said, "Wife, since you have things to do, I won't disturb you anymore." After coming to the room, Xiaofu pulled White Firebird into his embrace and smiled as he said, "You have a husband?" White Firebird lightly harumphed, "I don't like him, he's completely useless apart from being a good person." Xiaofu smiled as he said, "That kind of person isn't bad." White Firebird said disdainfully, "Anyways, I like him. After I become the king, the first thing I'll do is divorce him." Xiaofu smiled as he said, "Do whatever you want. Let's talk about what to do next." White Firebird's face became slightly red as she hugged Xiaofu and said seductively, "We'll talk about that later." Xiaofu smiled and lightly nodded. Half a day later, Xiaofu looked at White Firebird in his embrace and said, "Do you understand what to do now?" White Firebird lightly smiled as she said, "I understand." Following this, White Firebird left the room and seemed to become a completely different person. She was no longer as unruly and treated people warmly. One of the female attendants accidentally broke something, and White Firebird told her to be more careful in the future. If it was before, she would have severely punished that female attendant. Book 1, Chapter 44. When they met the ministers, they would also warmly call out, Uncle Hua, Big Brother Hua. This caused many of the ministers to look confused. What had happened for the blazing white bird to become like this? There was a small earthquake in a place that affected hundreds of thousands of people. Their houses collapsed and all sorts of property was lost. This kind of small earthquake was a very small matter to Wanghua. However, the blazing white bird had personally come to help the people who had been affected by the disaster. She had also taken out her own money to buy some food and meat for the victims to eat. She had also promised to help the victims rebuild their homes. When she didn't have enough money, she had even sold a piece of jewelry that she loved. Of course, this was fake. Xiaofu had asked the blazing white bird to do this. He had a lot of money, but he had to pretend that he was struggling. The blazing white bird didn't like jewelry, but it was still very valuable. Great Hall of the Kingdom. The mother of the blazing white bird, who was also the queen of the fiery country, Huadongmei chuckled and said, "I really didn't expect this day to come." Huabaiwu happily smiled and said, "White bird is finally sensible." Huadongmei said with a smile, "Now that he's back, you must praise him. You've scolded him a lot before." Huabaiwu laughed and said, "That's for sure. White bird is so sensible, I'm very gratified now. In a few more years, I will be able to abdicate and hand over the fire country to the younger generation." Huadongmei nodded. Bai Qing is also a good child. He did not let you down. I believe that under his leadership, the fire country will become more prosperous and powerful. 2 days later, the blazing white bird returned to the palace. Her clothes were not as extravagant as before. Instead, they were much simpler, and her temperament had also changed. The white flame bird bowed and smiled as she said, "Royal father, royal mother." Huabaiwu smiled and nodded, "I've heard about your recent performance. Very good, just like my daughter." Little White Bird smiled and said, "Thank you for your praise, Father King." Huabaiwu smiled and said, "Whatever you want, Royal Father can give it to you." The blazing white bird had been waiting for this, and she smiled as she said, "Father, I want to share your burden. Please let me manage a region." Huadongmei said, "Your Majesty. Anyway, you are going to give a piece of land to White Bird in the future. Why don't you give it to her now?" Huabaiwu smiled and nodded, "White Bird is so sensible now, so I can rest assured and hand it over to her." The white flame bird happily smiled and said, "Thank you, Royal Father and Royal Mother. Your daughter definitely won't disappoint you." The little white bird returned to her room and happily hugged Xiao Fu as she affectionately called out, "Good husband, you're too amazing. I always wanted a few regions in the past, but my father didn't give them to me. Now, he readily agreed without even thinking about it." Xiao Fu said with a smile, "Nurturing your own force is just the first step. If you want to become a king, you still have a long way to go." The white flame bird laughed. but I believe that with my husband's help, I will definitely become the ruler of Fire Country very soon. In another room, Su Yan frowned. Why did the second princess change so much? Li Baiqing said, I also feel a little strange. Her personality changed so quickly, as if she has become a different person. Su Yan said, I'm worried that she will be a threat to you in the future. Li Baiqing said disdainfully, her? That's impossible. The King of Fire, the ministers, and countless commoners all support me. The throne will only be mine. Su Yan nodded, I know. I'm worried that she will cause some trouble. Li Baiqing's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness as he said, I'll get rid of her when necessary. I won't let anyone obstruct my path. Su Yan smiled and said, it's good that you can think like that. However, she's not the biggest threat is still the ruler of the Qin kingdom. He hasn't done anything for so long, who knows what he's plotting. Hearing this name, Li Baiqing's face became filled with hatred. No matter what, I must make him suffer endless pain and make him wish he was dead. Su Yan said, I know you hate him, but you should calm down. We have so many factions, but we still haven't broken through the Qin kingdom. Qin's strength is simply too shocking. I think we should probe a few times and see what the Qin kingdom is up to. Li Baiqing nodded. I'll contact the others. Hua Qing'er walked in with a bowl of soup and said softly, Husband, I made some chicken soup. Have a taste. Li Baiqing immediately put on a smile and said, Thank you for your hard work, wife. Even though he had never truly liked Hua Qing'er, Li Baiqing had to rely on Hua Qing'er. It was partly his responsibility to treat Hua Qing'er so well. Su Yan left sensibly when he saw this scene. The blazing white bird came to the place that Zhao Fu had given her and happily smiled as she said, Husband, what should we do next? Zhao Fu smiled as he said, Of course we'll establish our own faction. It's easy to run out of manpower, and it'll be quite troublesome to recruit people. With our own faction, we'll also have the strength to speak equally with others. The blazing white bird said, and then? Zhao Fu said, Then you'll start to rope in some ministers. They're the key to you becoming a king. The blazing white bird frowned as she said, But many ministers support Li Baiqing. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, Most of them support Li Baiqing, but you'll have to fight for the remaining few. The blazing white bird looked quite troubled as she said, Even Li Baiqing isn't willing to support me, how can they support me? Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, You're quite smart, but you have to give it a try. There are many reasons why they won't support you, and as long as you satisfy them it'll be fine. If there's someone you can't deal with, I'll help you. The blazing white bird happily smiled as she said, Thank you, husband. The blazing white bird's big sister was the Fire Country's eldest princess, Hua Meimu. After coming to the blazing white bird's residence, she asked Hua Yingjie curiously, Yingjie, where did my second sister go? Hua Yingjie smiled as he said, She went to the place that His Majesty gave her. Hua Meimu frowned as she said, Why didn't she bring an umbrella? You're her husband, and I thought that her personality had changed. I'll go talk to her and tell her that she can't keep treating you like this. Hua Yingjie smiled as he said, Eldest princess, forget it. Forget it, I don't mind. My wife can do whatever she likes. Hua Meimu sighed as she said, You're too good to my little sister and others. Hua Yingjie smiled as he said humbly, You praise me too much. Hua Meimu looked at Hua Yingjie and decided to go find the blazing white bird. Such a good man should not be let down, and if she was not married yet, Hua Yingjie would be a very suitable candidate. Of course, she could not do that now, she deeply loved her husband and could not separate from him. Book 1, Chapter 45 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlaws 123 Hua Meimu arrived at the area that Hua Baiwu had assigned to Blazing White Bird. At this moment, Blazing White Bird heard some noises and a strange expression appeared on her face. Following the sounds, Blazing White Bird saw an unbearable scene. That man looked so ordinary and was so weak. How could her sister be with such a man? If news of this spread, it would be a disgrace to the Fire Kingdom. Blazing White Bird walked over angrily. Seeing her sister walk over, Blazing White Bird did not feel ashamed at all. She hugged Zhao Fu and said with a smile, Sister, why are you here? Blazing White Bird became even angrier as she said, How could you do such a thing? Are you worthy of father and mother? Do you believe in your husband? Do you still remember that you are the honorable second princess of the Fire Kingdom? Blazing Whitebird glanced at Zhao Fu and said with a smile, Sister. Do you want to come and try? I promise that it will be beyond your imagination. Blazing Whitebird said angrily, Hurry up and come back with me. I want to report this to father and mother. Blazing Whitebird smiled and said, What if I don't? Blazing Whitebird said coldly, Then I can only bring you and this wild man back. However, he will die a horrible death. Blazing Whitebird looked at Zhao Fu and said with a smile, Did you hear that? What will she do to us? So, I will leave my sister to you. Zhao Fu smiled and said, She is your sister. Is this okay? Blazing Whitebird humphed and said, She asked for it. Are you sure you are not interested in her? Seeing that the two of them were ignoring her, Blazing Whitebird stretched out her hand and a powerful force surged towards the adulterous couple and grabbed them. Zhao Fu looked at Blazing Whitebird and waved his hand. An invisible force blocked Blazing Whitebird's force. Blazing Whitebird exclaimed in surprise, An Emptiness Realm expert. Emptiness Realm experts were the most powerful existences in the central region. There were only a few in the Fire Kingdom. Blazing Whitebird did not expect this ordinary man to be an Emptiness Realm expert. At this time, Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and a force shot towards Huamei's eyes. Before Huamei could react, the power within her body was sealed. Zhao Fu let go of the Blazing Whitebird and walked towards Flaming Eyebrows. Huamei warned with an ugly expression on her face. I am the Fire Country's first princess and I have a husband. If you do anything to me, you will definitely regret it. Zhao Fu smiled and hugged her. A few hours later. The Fire Whitebird looked at Huamei, who was paralyzed on the ground, and said with a sarcastic smile, Big sister, can you face father and mother now? Are you worthy of your husband? If news of this gets out, it will be a disgrace to the Fiery Flame Kingdom. Huamei said angrily, I won't let you and him off. The Blazing Whitebird chuckled. Then I'll spread the news and let everyone see how despicable you were just now. Huamei said angrily, You dare? I'm your sister. The Blazing Whitebird said with a smile, I know you are my sister, so I want you to support me. Puzzled, Huamei asked, Support you for what? The Blazing Whitebird said with a smile, To become the king of the Fiery Flame Kingdom. Huamei suddenly understood why the Blazing Whitebird suddenly changed and even hooked up with an Emptiness Realm expert. It turned out that she wanted to become the king of the Fiery Flame Kingdom. Reading net, Huamei thought for a moment and said, Whitebird. You are not suitable and do not have the ability to rule the Fiery Flame Kingdom. In this aspect, third sister's husband is more suitable. Father and mother will not allow you to become the king of the Fiery Flame Kingdom. The Blazing Whitebird said angrily, You don't believe that I have the ability? Then I will personally prove it to you. Huamei sighed. The Blazing Whitebird looked at Huamei and said, Big sister. I will ask you one last time, will you support me? Huamei said seriously, This concerns the future of the Fiery Flame Kingdom. I will definitely not support you. The Blazing Whitebird said coldly to Zhao Fu, I will leave my sister to you. Zhao Fu laughed lightly and said, Leave this matter to me. It doesn't matter if your sister agrees or not. She can't resist me. The Blazing Whitebird said happily, Really? Zhao Fu nodded. Huamei said coldly, If you want to kill me, then kill me. I will not support you, nor will I do anything for you. Zhao Fu smiled as he looked at Huamei and said, I won't kill you, I haven't had enough of you yet. However, I'll spread this matter and let everyone know. I'll also find your husband and cut off his flesh bit by bit to feed you. Huamei scolded angrily, You demon. Zhao Fu smiled and said, You have my power in your body, and I will control you to personally kill your husband, as well as your royal father and royal mother. Perhaps the effects will be better this way. Huamei sensed her body and found the power in her body, causing her expression to become quite unsightly. If Zhao Fu really wanted her to do that, she would not be able to resist. Zhao Fu smiled and looked at Huamei, Have you thought it through? Will you voluntarily submit to me, or will you be forced to submit to me? Huamei thought about it and said, I am willing to submit to you, but I have a few conditions. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. The Blazing Whitebird happily smiled and said, Husband, you are indeed amazing. As the princess of the Fiery Flame Kingdom, Huameimu had good relations with many factions. If he could obtain her support, it would be beneficial for him to control the Fiery Flame Kingdom in the future. Zhao Fu smiled and pulled her into his embrace. How will you repay me? The blazing white bird used her actions to tell Zhao Fu. After a few hours, Huameimu lay in Zhao Fu's embrace. She looked at Zhao Fu's face and asked, "Can you tell me your identity? I feel that you are not just an emptiness realm expert." The blazing white bird was about to tell her, but Zhao Fu smiled and said, "It depends on your future performance." Zhao Fu then said to the blazing white bird, "We will act according to the plan. Recruit various talents and rope in the remaining ministers." The blazing white bird smiled and nodded. Huameimu now understood that everything was planned by Zhao Fu. Maybe the blazing white bird could really become the king of the Fiery Flame Kingdom. The three of them then left. The blazing white bird acted according to the plan. Huameimu returned to the palace. She glanced at Xianxia from afar and sighed. She knew that it was impossible for Xianxia and her sister to be together. However, it was better to end this as soon as possible. "Wife. What are you doing here?" A man walked out with a smile. He was Huameimu's husband, Huamingyi. Hearing this, Huameimu thought of what had just happened and said anxiously, "Nothing." Book 1, Chapter 46. Translator, Mr. Voltaire. Editor, Modlaws 123. Huameimu immediately explained, "No, you're mistaken." Huamingyi looked at Huameimu curiously and smiled but did not say anything. Within the room, Su Yan quickly found out what Huameimu had done and said with a cold expression, "As expected, she's spying on the king's position and is already a threat to us." Li Baiqing calmly said, "Find an opportunity to kill her." Su Yan thought to himself as he said, "This will be quite troublesome. After all, she's the Fire Kingdom's second princess, and with Huabaiwu here, we can easily get rid of her." Li Baiqing said with a cold expression, "Right now, Huabaiwu is blocking us. If he disappears, I'll immediately become the Fire Kingdom's king. I can't wait any longer." Su Yan said, "We can't be careless right now and have to wait patiently. As long as you become the Fire Kingdom's king, everything will become better. As for that Huameimu Qing, I'll think of a way to stop her and not let her cause trouble for you." Li Baiqing nodded. After hearing that Huameimu Qing was recruiting talents, Su Yan had a plan. A few handsome-looking men came to Huameimu Qing's residence. "We greet second princess," the handsome-looking men said as they bowed. Huameimu Qing looked at these handsome-looking men. In the past, she would have been somewhat interested, but after seeing Zhao Fu's appearance, she felt that these handsome-looking men were no different from ugly monsters and did not feel interested at all. However, she still pretended to be interested. Huameimu Qing asked, "Are you all here to pledge your loyalty to me?" The handsome-looking men gave enchanting smiles as they said, "We've admired Princess for a long time, and after hearing that Princess was recruiting talents, we immediately rushed over to help Princess." Huameimu Qing could sense that these handsome-looking men wanted to seduce her, and she immediately wanted to have people drag them out and kill them. She did not want Zhao Fu to cause any misunderstandings, and everything depended on Zhao Fu. At that moment, Zhao Fu walked in and said, "Princess, I can tell that they have extraordinary bearings. I can see that they have extraordinary bearings, so we can keep them here." Huameimu Qing felt quite surprised, but she still nodded and smiled as she said, "You can all stay." The handsome men were overjoyed and bowed to the white flame bird. "Thank you, second princess." They looked at Zhao Fu. Looking at Zhao Fu's ordinary appearance, they felt some disdain in their hearts. They thought to themselves that their status would soon surpass Zhao Fu's. The blazing white bird dismissed them and asked Zhao Fu, "Why did you keep them here?" Zhao Fu said with a smile, "They look good and are not weak. Why not keep them?" The blazing white bird rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu. "I don't want to cause any misunderstandings. I only belong to you now." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "That person's goal is to tarnish your reputation. That way, you will completely lose the chance to become the king of Fiery Flame." The blazing white bird said angrily, "Who could be so despicable?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "You should know." The blazing white bird immediately thought of Li Baiqing. Only he would do such a thing because she was a threat to him. The blazing white bird looked at Zhao Fu and said, "You took them in because you want to beat them at their own game?" Zhao Fu nodded and said, I will control them later. The blazing white bird said with a smile, with you around, I can rest assured. Zhao Fu asked, how is it going? The blazing white bird sighed and said, only a few people are willing to support me. They don't think that I can become the king of Fiery Flame Country. I swear that I will make them look at me in a new light. Now, I want to become the king of Fiery Flame Country. Zhao Fu said with a smile, it's good that you have this motivation. I plan to suppress Li Baiqing's development. Soon, Qin sent a message. After hearing that Li Baiqing is in Fiery Flame Country, Qin was extremely furious and said that if Li Baiqing becomes the king, Fiery Flame Country will perish and that Qin will destroy Fiery Flame Country. Now that Qin was so powerful, they had to join forces to suppress Qin. As such, Qin's words were quite important. If Li Baiqing really became the king of Fiery Flame Country, Qin's crazy attacks would be very dangerous for Fiery Flame Country. It was even possible that Fiery Flame Country would perish, and Qin had the strength to do so. This caused some ministers who had supported Li Baiqing to raise some opinions to Baiwu, and some people even directly opposed it. Baiwu said that he would seriously consider it, temporarily calming everyone down. Dongmei said with a face full of worry, Qin's matter is so troublesome. If Li Baiqing had nothing to do with Qin's ruler, then there wouldn't be so many people complaining. Baiwu said seriously, I will make him the king of Fiery Flame Country. Our Fiery Flame Country and Qin have already formed a great enmity. If Li Baiqing does not become the king of Fiery Flame Country, Qin will still attack. Moreover, only Li Baiqing is suitable to become the king of Fiery Flame Country. Dongmei let out a sigh of relief, I thought that you would waver. Baiwu lightly laughed, when I made this decision, I will not change it. After Li Baiqing found out about this, his hatred towards Zhao Fu deepened. He gritted his teeth and said, Zhao Fu, I will definitely make you regret this. Su Yan sighed, I never thought that just a few words from Qin would cause such a huge commotion in Fiery Flame Country. I hope that Baiwu will not be affected. We have to be careful and not make any mistakes. Li Baiqing said. N. Su Yan continued, also, why did you ask Hua Qing'er to probe Baiwu? It's better to be prepared as soon as possible. Li Baiqing said, I think so too. I will go and find her later. Su Yan continued, Blazing White Bird's matter is progressing smoothly. After a period of time, we can release many rumors. Even if they are false, it will have a great impact and cause her to lose her threat. Li Baiqing coldly laughed, she wants to compete with me? When I become the king of Fiery Flame Country, the first person I will kill is her. Blazing White Bird smiled as she hugged Zhao Fu and said, Husband, I admire you more and more. Just a few words from you can cause such a great effect. Indeed, many people have opinions about Li Baiqing, and there are not as many people supporting him anymore. Zhao Fu smiled and said, if these people do not support Li Baiqing, they might support you. You must grasp this opportunity well. Blazing White Bird nodded, I promise that I will not disappoint husband. Zhao Fu said, now, give me a name list. I want to know which people are willing to support you. Blazing White Bird smiled and said, all right, I will give it to you immediately. Zhao Fu looked at the name list and started to think seriously. He planned to help Blazing White Bird and have these people support her. Book 1, Chapter 47 translated by, Hypersheep 325 edited by, Meiker Zhao Fu arrived at a general's residence. One of the famous generals of the Fiery Country lived here. She was a female general who valued bloodline. She believed that although Li Baiqing had the fiery bloodline, he was still an outsider. She did not support Li Baiqing becoming the king. Of course, she did not support Blazing White Bird either because she believed that Blazing White Bird was incapable. Now, she was waiting for a more suitable person. If this person appeared, she would definitely support him. If not, and Li Baiqing became the king in the future, she would have to retire or leave. Zhao Fu said to the guard in front of the door, I am a subordinate of the second princess. I would like to see the general. Please inform me. Hearing this, the guard quickly informed Zhao Fu and brought him to a living room. A heroic-looking lady with short, fiery red hair, a sexy figure, and wearing leather armor sat on the chair. Her name was Fiery Ingwu. She said coldly, what's the matter? If you want me to support your master, please go back. I will not agree. Zhao Fu smiled and said, may I know why Lord does not agree? Can you give me a reason? Fiery Yingguo stared at Zhao Fu and said, you are asking me for a reason? Do you think she is suitable? Zhao Fu smiled and said, there might have been some misunderstanding in the past. Now, our young lord has changed. Fiery Yingguo said coldly, oh. I understand. You can go back now. Zhao Fu looked at Fiery Yingguo. It was obvious that she would not support Blazing White Bird. Zhao Fu had no choice but to use a special method and sacrifice himself. Lord. Actually, I have something to talk to you about. Zhao Fu said mysteriously to Fiery Yingguo. Fiery Yingguo asked, what is it? Zhao Fu glanced at the surrounding guards. Fiery Yingguo frowned and said, if you have something to say it quickly. They are my bodyguards. There is no problem. Zhao Fu had no choice but to act first. A huge force surged towards Fiery Yingguo. Fiery Yingguo's facial expression changed. She immediately unleashed the power of a bandit to defend herself. However, even with her strength that was comparable to that of an emptiness realm expert, she couldn't resist this force at all. How could the second princess have such an expert as her subordinates? Zhao Fu controlled everyone present and chuckled, how do you feel now? Fiery Firefly Dance said calmly, I did not expect the second princess to have such a strong person like you. I can seriously consider whether or not to support her. Zhao Fu smiled confidently and said, no, I want you to support her. Bang, a muffled sound rang out as the guards were knocked unconscious by a wave of energy and fell to the ground. Zhao Fu smirked as he walked towards Fiery Firefly. Fiery Firefly Dance panicked and cried out, what are you doing? Zhao Fu didn't reply and pounced forward. A few hours passed. Fiery Firefly lay there calmly. Zhao Fu chuckled. What's wrong? Fiery Firefly looked at Zhao Fu coldly, please leave now. Zhao Fu smiled and said, what about the second princess? Fiery Firefly Dance said coldly, do you think I have any other choice? If I didn't have the power in my body to control it, I would kill you right now. Zhao Fu chuckled and said, you wouldn't. Fiery Firefly Dance said angrily, why wouldn't I know how to kill a bastard like you? I never thought that my chastity would be destroyed by someone like you. Zhao Fu chuckled and said, what's wrong with someone like me? I am an existence that people like you, Xia, can't touch. Fiery Firefly Dance felt strange and asked, then who are you? Zhao Fu didn't answer her. He smiled and said, I think you have some reputation in the army. I want you to rope them in and support the second princess. Fiery Firefly Dance said, I can promise you, but you have to tell me your purpose. I don't believe that the second princess can subdue someone like you. Zhao Fu smiled and said, don't worry, I won't harm the fire country. My goal this time is to make the white firebird the queen of the fire country. I have no other goal. Fiery Firefly Dance asked, then why are you helping the second princess? Zhao Fu smiled and said, you'll know in the future. I have other things to do, so I'll be leaving first. Fiery Firefly Dance coldly did not say anything. The guards woke up and looked at Fiery Firefly Dance, who was sitting with a red face. They didn't know what had happened, but seeing her cold expression, they didn't dare to ask. At that moment, Zhao Fu came to a general's residence. This general was a fat middle-aged man called Kindling Mound. He chuckled and said, what business does the second princess have with me? Zhao Fu smiled and said, the second princess wants you to support her. Kindling Mound put on an awkward expression and said, you know what the situation is like right now. I'm sure you understand. Zhao Fu nodded and said, what request does sir have? Kindling Mound smiled and said, actually, I've admired the second princess for a long time. As long as the second princess is willing to marry me, I guarantee that I can gather the various generals to support the second princess. I believe that with my support, the second princess will have a higher chance of becoming the queen of the fire country. Zhao Fu looked at the fat and disgusting man and said disdainfully, who do you think you are? You don't have much ability among the generals and are just someone who muddled his way here. Do you really think you're that great? Kindling Mound looked angry and said, do you know who you're talking to? Zhao Fu smiled and said, I'm talking to you. What about it? Kindling Mound said angrily, you're seeking death. Don't think that I won't kill you just because you're the second princess subordinate. Boom, Xiaofu stretched out a hand and a powerful energy flowed out from his palm towards Kindling Mound. Kindling Mound's expression changed, he had never thought that Xiaofu would have such power. Kindling Mound immediately released a wave of energy, forming a blue energy barrier. Bang, that wave of energy slammed against the energy barrier, causing it to shatter. Boundless energy flowed out of the Kindling Mound's body, causing it to struggle in terror before slowly coming to a stop. Xiaofu disdainfully harumphed and prepared to leave the general's residence. A tall and slender woman wearing a white dress with a beautiful face and a gentle aura walked in. Looking at the dumbfounded Kindling Mound, she asked curiously, "What's wrong, husband?" Xiaofu felt quite surprised that this fat middle-aged man had such a beautiful wife. He felt that a good cabbage had been wasted by a fat pig. The Kindling Mound returned to normal and smiled as he said, "It's nothing." Now that the Kindling Mound was under Xiaofu's control, it had lost its consciousness. "Oh," the beautiful woman replied. The beautiful woman looked at Xiaofu and asked curiously, "You are?" Xiaofu lightly smiled as he said, "Hello, madam." The beautiful woman nodded. Xiaofu smiled as he walked over to the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman did not sense any danger and looked at the confused Xiaofu, not knowing what Xiaofu wanted to do. Book 1, Chapter 48. A few hours, Xiaofu looked at the beautiful woman in his arms and asked with a smile, "How do you feel?" The beautiful woman blushed. She didn't expect that Xiaofu, the beast, would do this to her while her husband was still here. The beautiful woman's name was Qingmei. Xiaofu said with a smile, "I have something to do, so I have to go now." Qingmei said with a red face, "Wait, what did you do to my husband?" Now, the Kindling Mound was just standing there like a puppet. Xiaofu said with a smile, "He's under my control now, so he's not in any danger. Also, why would a person like him leave a souvenir?" Qingmei breathed a sigh of relief, "After all, he's my husband, and you won't be any better." Xiaofu said with a chuckle, "You'll definitely have a better life with me in the future, and I promise I won't let you down." Qingmei hugged Xiaofu and nodded softly. Then, Xiaofu left for another general's mansion. This was a tall and handsome young man named Huabaidong. Huabaidong looked at Xiaofu and said, "You're here to persuade me to support the second princess, right?" Xiaofu nodded. Huabaidong said with a smile, "Because of Qin, many people don't want Li Baiqing to be the king of the fire country. I personally don't think he's suitable, so I'm looking for other suitable candidates. The first princess and the third princess don't want to be the king, so there's only one candidate, the second princess." Xiaofu was surprised and pleasantly surprised. Huabaidong continued, "But the second princess doesn't have that ability yet. If you want me to support her, you need to do something. If you get my approval, I'll definitely support her." Xiaofu felt that Huabaidong was the easiest to persuade, so he nodded with a smile. Huabaidong continued, "Who are you?" "You're here to persuade the second princess, so you must not be an ordinary person." Xiaofu replied with a smile, "Your Excellency, I'm just an ordinary person who was lucky enough to be appreciated by the second princess. I'll report this matter to the second princess, and I think she won't let you down." Huabaidong nodded with a smile. Xiaofu was about to leave. White Flame Hole thought of something. "By the way, go back and tell the second princess to be careful. Maybe Li Baiqing will do something." Xiaofu thought that Huabaidong was very farsighted and talented. He had already seen the current situation. In the future, he could subdue him and work for Qin. Xiaofu smiled and said, I understand. Thank you for your reminder." After leaving his home in the White Flame Cave, Xiaofu came to a general's residence. After a few days, Xiaofu had gained control of some of the generals. With their support, the Blazing White Bird became the second largest faction in the Fiery Kingdom. Su Yan said with an ugly expression, "This development speed is too fast. It's already a serious threat to us." Li Baiqing said coldly, "There should be someone helping her behind the scenes. I don't believe that she could have done this with her own ability." Su Yan said with a serious expression, "Who is that person? Who has such a great ability?" Li Baiqing said, "The only one with such ability is the current Fiery King. However, he would definitely not do this." If he wants to abolish me now, he can abolish me directly. It must be someone else. The key is that I can't think of who it is. Su Yan said, could it be the queen? If she really wants to support her daughter, it's still possible. Li Baiqing thought seriously, it's indeed possible. Many people will support the blazing white bird because of the queen. What should we do now? Su Yan said with a trace of coldness, killing the blazing white bird is killing the queen is also killing. We should not let anyone stop us. Li Baiqing nodded, however, this matter is extremely important. We must not leak this information. Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious. Su Yan said seriously, I know this. In the hall, Hu Dongmei said with some worry, I didn't think that the blazing white bird could gain so much support. In the future, I'm worried that there will be a conflict between the blazing white bird and Baiqing. This is the last thing I want to see. Hu Bai will lightly sighed, I also have this worry. I've underestimated the blazing white bird. It seems that when she wanted to claim the region, she already had this plan. Hu Dongmei looked at Hu Baiwu, Your Majesty, what should we do? We definitely cannot let that happen. No matter if it's the blazing white bird or the blazing white bird, they are both our children. Hu Baiwu said with a difficult expression, now that the blazing white bird has her own faction, if we suppress them, not only will it cause the blazing fire country to be dissatisfied, but it will also cause unrest in the blazing fire country. If we choose to support the blazing white bird, I'm worried about the future of the blazing fire country. Hu Dongmei said, if we don't do anything, they will definitely harm each other. Hu Baiwu nodded, feeling a headache coming on. He thought of something and said, this matter is quite strange. The blazing white bird suddenly gained the support of so many people. We need to investigate the reason behind this. I'm worried that other factions will interfere. Hu Dongmei said, then we'll investigate this matter thoroughly before we deal with this matter. Try not to harm the two of them. Hu Baiwu seriously said, I know, but don't blame me when it's necessary. I have to think for the future of the fire country and cannot allow the fire country to fall into danger because of some random reason. Hearing this, Hu Dongmei knew that they could only do this. She sighed and revealed a look of worry. Hu Meimu also had a look of shock on her face. She knew that her little sister did not have the ability to do that. All of this was done by Zhao Fu. This person's strength was too terrifying. Thinking of that, Hu Meimu also started to worry. Her little sister definitely did not have the ability to control such a person. If that person controlled her little sister, he would control the fire country. In the future, the fire country would be in danger. No, I have to tell Father King and Mother Empress about this, or else the consequences will be unimaginable. Hu Meimu made her decision and was about to go find Hu Baiwu. However, she had only taken a few steps when her face flushed red and her body powerlessly fell to the ground. Hu Meimu cursed in shame and indignation. Bastard! Hu Yingwu also had a look of shock. After thinking for a while, she could only sigh. Right now, she could not do anything and could only watch as these things happened. Thinking of the future of the fire country, her face was filled with worry. It was as if she was going to witness the destruction of a kingdom. After White Flame Cave heard about this, it followed the agreement and supported White Flame Bird. His participation caused White Flame Bird's faction to once again grow. Husband. Thank you. White Flame Bird smiled happily as she hugged Zhao Fu. Now that she had her own powerful faction, this feeling was completely different from before. White Flame Bird's heart had also changed. Of course, this was all thanks to Zhao Fu. Without Zhao Fu, she would not have been able to do anything. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, we'll have to be careful in the future, many things will happen. Book 1, Chapter 49. Hu Dongmei called the White Flame Bird into the palace. The White Flame Bird smiled happily and said, Mother, why are you looking for me? Hu Dongmei looked at the White Flame Bird and asked awkwardly, White Bird, do you really want to become the future king of Fire Country? The White Flame Bird smiled and said, Of course. Mother, look at how many people support me now. I'm also the second princess of Fire Country. Why would I hand Fire Country over to an outsider? It's all because of him that Fire Country provoked such a terrifying enemy. Hu Dongmei sighed, White Bird, you're really not suitable. Can you not have this thought? Your father has already chosen Bai Qing. The white flame bird lightly snorted, I won't give up. Mother, you're too biased. Normally, you dote on third sister the most, and now you support her husband like this. Do you still want to put me under house arrest in the palace? Destroy the power that I've worked so hard to build. Don't block Li Baiqing's path. Hu Dongmei hurriedly said, Mother doesn't mean that. I just don't want you to have any conflicts in the future. As long as you don't want the throne, Mother will satisfy you with whatever you want. The white flame bird angrily said, Why don't you tell Li Baiqing not to fight for the throne? You're just biased. After speaking, the white flame bird angrily ran out. Hu Dongmei couldn't stop her. Seeing her daughter run away, Hu Dongmei didn't know what to do next. She had wanted to persuade the white flame bird, but she didn't expect things to turn out like this. She doted on her a lot and didn't know why she would have such thoughts. If it wasn't for Li Baiqing being the most suitable person and Hu Dongmei lacking in ability, Hu Dongmei would have supported her daughter. Hu Dongmei called Huameimu over. Huameimu walked in with a red face and asked, Mother, what's the matter? Hu Dongmei looked at Huameimu strangely, What's the matter? Why is your face so red? Huameimu silently cursed at Zhao Fu and explained, It's nothing. Mother, why did you call me here? Hu Dongmei sighed. You also know about the white bird's matter. I tried to persuade her, but it didn't work. She even ran away angrily. I want you to persuade her. You should know what will happen in the future. Huameimu nodded. She didn't want that to happen, but she was now under Zhao Fu's control. There was no way to do anything. In the end, Huameimu thought of Zhao Fu. With her sister's abilities, she would definitely not be able to become the Fire Country's queen, but if Zhao Fu was there, things would be different. Huameimu thought for a moment and said, Imperial Mother, I think second sister has some ability. Why don't we let second sister give it a try? Hu Dongmei looked quite startled, she had never thought that Huameimu would say such a thing. She had called Huameimu over to persuade the little white bird, You mean that you support your second sister? Huameimu nodded. Hu Dongmei asked, Why? You and White Bird grew up together, so you should know your second sister's character and ability. You should be very clear that she is not suitable to become a king, so why are you still supporting your second sister? Huamei wanted to say something, but she couldn't. The power in her body was controlling her. Hu Dongmei looked at Huameimu like this and asked, Do you know something? Huameimu sensed the power in her body and her face became bright red as she hurriedly said, Imperial Mother, I don't know anything. I still have things to do, so I'll be leaving first. After saying this, Huameimu ran off. Seeing another of her daughters run off, she sighed. She had no choice and did not know what to do next. Her eldest daughter most likely knew something, there was a reason why she supported White Bird. Su Yan said coldly, I received news that the queen met with the eldest princess and second princess, and then the eldest princess publicly supported the second princess. It's possible that the queen is supporting the second princess from behind, or else there wouldn't be such a coincidence. Li Baiqing said coldly, If it really is her, we must immediately act, we can't go on like this. Su Yan nodded and said seriously, If this goes on, there will be more and more people supporting the second princess, and our side will become more and more disadvantaged. We need to do something. Li Baiqing said coldly, I said before that I won't let anyone block my path, we have to do things secretly. Su Yan nodded, I'll do it immediately. Hu Dongmei was feeling vexed by herself, and she did not want to tell Hu Baiwu about this. After all, Hu Baiwu would not be able to resolve this matter, and it would only make him feel vexed. They had to make a decision, or the consequences would be even more severe. Hu Dongmei came to the pavilion by herself and looked at the flowers and plants around her. Her mood did not improve, and she got people to prepare a bottle of wine and some dishes to go with it. Soon, a terrifying piece of news spread, the queen has been poisoned. This news instantly shook the surroundings. The queen was the second most respected person in Fire Country, and she was respected by countless people. She was protected by countless experts, and there were people who checked her food and clothing. How had the queen been poisoned? If this matter was not investigated clearly, everyone would be in danger in the future. Since the queen had been poisoned, they would also be poisoned when they were not paying attention. Who had the guts to poison the queen? No matter who it was, they would definitely die. Huabaiwu's expression was cold as he looked at the pail. Huadong lay on the bed and said coldly, "What's going on?" The female attendants beside him said nervously and fearfully, "The queen felt vexed and had us prepare some food and wine." However, not long after, the queen fainted. Huabaiwu said coldly, "Have you checked the food and wine?" The female attendants nervously said, "We've already checked, but we don't know why the queen has been poisoned." The doctor said, "The queen has indeed been poisoned by an unknown poison, and we don't know what to do with it. Right now, we can only use medicine to maintain the queen's life. If we can't find the antidote within 3 days, the queen will be poisoned and die." Huabaiwu's heart trembled. He had never thought that such a day would come. He felt a wave of pain in his heart. He definitely could not let Huadongmei die. He called out, "Immediately find the antidote. If you can't find it, bring your head to me." The people around him nodded in fear and filed out of the room. Huamei angrily found Zhao Fu and said, "Was it you who poisoned her?" Zhao Fu did not know what had happened. "What poison?" Huamei angrily said, "My mother was poisoned, and apart from you, I can't think of anyone else who would have this ability and use such a despicable method." Hearing that her mother had been poisoned, Huabai felt quite startled and hurriedly asked, "What happened? Why was mother poisoned?" Huabai still cared about her mother, even though she had been angry at her before. Looking at Zhao Fu and Huabai's reaction, Huamei felt quite confused and said, "It wasn't you." Book 1, Chapter 50. The White Flame Bird said unhappily, "Even though I want to become the king of the Fiery Empire, I wouldn't do anything to harm my mother or my father. It's impossible for it to be done by us. If husband does this, I'll be the first to object." Zhao Fu said, "I really didn't do such a thing. If I did, I would admit it." Huamei said with tears in her eyes, "If it weren't for you, then mother would have been in danger." Little White Bird had a bad premonition and asked, "Big sis, what happened? Hurry up and tell me." Huamei cried and said, "Mother has been poisoned by a kind of poison. If we can't find the antidote within 3 days, then mother will die." Flame White Bird's heart ached as tears welled up in her eyes. "Then hurry up and find a way to cure it." Huamei said with tears in her eyes, "Father has already sent people to look for it, but we don't know what kind of poison it is, so it is very difficult to find. I thought it was done by you, so I immediately came to find you." The blazing white bird asked unhappily, "Big sis, what should we do now?" Huamei shook her head. "I don't know either. I can only hope that I can find a way to cure the poison. Otherwise, my mother might die. I'll go look for her immediately. I can't let mother die." Zhao Fu said, "I can help too." Huamei looked at Zhao Fu, "I know your identity is not ordinary. If you can save my mother, I am willing to be your woman." Zhao Fu nodded. He didn't know what kind of poison it was, so he couldn't guarantee anything. Hu Qing'er hugged Li Baiqing and cried. She also knew that the empress was poisoned. Thinking that her mother would die, she couldn't stop her tears. Li Baiqing comforted, "There are still 3 days left. We will definitely find a way to cure the poison." Hu Qing'er said, "Husband, you go look for him too." Li Baiqing nodded and said with a smile, "I'll go look for her right away. But you can't cry, or I'll feel very sad." Hu Qing'er nodded obediently. Li Baiqing came to a secret room and said, "The plan is going smoothly. No one knows that we poisoned them." Hu Qing'er had never imagined that the person who wanted to kill her mother was the person she loved the most. Su Yan said calmly, "I thought she would die immediately. I didn't expect her to live for a few more days." Li Baiqing said, "If we had known that this would happen, we would have used the nihility poison to kill the blazing white bird. If we use it on her now, we will be the biggest suspect." The nothingness bitter poison was a poison that Su Yan had paid a huge price to obtain. This poison would stay in a space like nothingness, and no one would be able to detect it. Even if someone entered it, they would not be affected, because this poison would only have a miraculous effect on certain people, and it was extremely rare. Su Yan expected that the queen would go to the garden to relieve her boredom, so he set up such a trap there to silently poison the queen. Moreover, this trick was very difficult to be discovered. Most people would definitely think that she ate something to be poisoned. Su Yan nodded, "Although I knew she was a threat, I couldn't bear to use the nihility bitter poison. If we had used it at that time, we wouldn't have been in such trouble now. Li Bai said with a cold face, I hope there are no accidents in the next few days. Let's see who will support the blazing white bird after the queen dies. Su Yan said with a slight smile, that situation is very beneficial to us, but as long as we don't become king, we cannot be careless. Who knows who else will come out? Li Baiqing said with a trace of dissatisfaction, only if Huabaiwu abdicates can I become the king of Fire Nation. I don't know how long that will take. Su Yan thought for a moment and said, yes, it will take a very long time. Li Bai said with a cold face, I want to do it earlier. Su Yan understood what Li Baiqing meant and said, if he dies, you will become the king of Fire Nation. However, Fire Nation will also fall into chaos, and we will not be able to inherit all of Fire Nation's power. Li Bai said coldly, but I don't want to wait any longer, and I'm also worried that there will be accidents, especially on Qin's side. Recently, I've been feeling uneasy, as if that scum is trying to harm me. Su Yan thought for a moment and said, yes, we can prepare for the worst. Right now, we need to stabilize our current power. If we really have no other choice, we can only kill Huabaiwu with poison and become the king of Fire Nation in advance. Li Bai replied, I know. Su Yan said with a trace of coldness, I will find an even more terrifying poison, and I won't let the queen live for a few more days like this time. Li Bai thought of Qing'er and what he had done, and he sighed slightly. That poison is best if it doesn't cause any pain and let him leave sooner. Su Yan could see through Li Bai's thoughts, don't be tied down by this kind of emotion, or you won't be able to achieve great things. If necessary, we can get rid of Qing'er. Right now, we are taking revenge on Qin. Li Bai frowned, I know this very well, and I don't need you to remind me. Su Yan could see that Qing'er still had a high position in Li Bai's heart, but he did not say anything. At a critical moment, Su Yan believed that Li Bai would make the right choice. Huameimu and Fiery White Bird searched for a day, but they didn't find a way to detoxify the poison. Seeing that there were only 2 days left, they were very anxious and didn't have any time to rest. Zhao Fu took out several antidotes, but they didn't work. It seemed that the poison was really terrible. Now the palace was extremely guarded, and Zhao Fu couldn't enter the kingdom. What should we do? Fiery White Bird was also anxious. Huameimu also couldn't do anything. On this day, she used all kinds of methods, but none of them worked. Zhao Fu said, if I can see it with my own eyes, maybe I can find a way to solve it, but now I can't go there. Huameimu said, really? Zhao Fu nodded. Huameimu said, I can take the risk and take you in secretly. Fiery White Bird looked at Zhao Fu and said, is it too dangerous? She knew Zhao Fu's identity. If Zhao Fu, a queen of Qin, entered the palace, once he was discovered, the consequences would be serious. Zhao Fu smiled and said, sure. Fiery White Bird was moved and leapt into Zhao Fu's embrace, husband, I'll listen to you in the future. I really like you now. Huameimu said gratefully, thank you. Zhao Fu lightly laughed, you're welcome. Following this, Zhao Fu, under the cover of the 2 women, stealthily entered the palace. Looking at the beautiful woman with a pale face and weak aura on the bed, Zhao Fu knew that she was the queen of the Fire Kingdom. Huameimu looked at Zhao Fu and said, I'll leave it to you. Zhao Fu nodded and walked over to examine Huadongmei's body. The 2 women looked at Zhao Fu nervously, wondering if Zhao Fu had the ability to detoxify the poison. End of chapter 3088. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.